Woo woo. My son, how can you not recognize me? I am your father. A middle-aged man was bawling his eyes out while the middle-aged woman beside him lost all composure, altogether wailing aloud as tears streamed down her face, crying out from time to time, "Our son doesn't want us anymore. Why is this happening? What evil have we committed?" they sobbed. Facing their relentless cries was a child of only 6 years old standing before the bed. His clothes were tattered, making him look almost like a little beggar. At that moment, his small body was still stained in many places with blood. Yet, judging from his expression, he did not seem to feel any pain from his wounds. Instead, his head throbbed from the commotion caused by the two people before him. "You two, I truly have no idea who you are," the child said helplessly to the weeping middle-aged couple. From the way he spoke, he looked nothing like a 6-year-old at all. Hearing his words, the two adults began to cry even harder, the man pounding his own chest and shouting, "What a sin, what a sin." The child lowered his head in utter frustration. He carefully recalled what had happened before and after, then examined his own body. At last he reached a conclusion and could not help cursing under his breath. "Damn it. My life was miserable enough already, and now even the transmigration machine malfunctioned, sending me into such a tragic crossing." Hearing the child suddenly curse like that, the two middle-aged people froze, staring blankly at the son, standing before them, astonished in their hearts. This kid actually knows how to swear now. The child they were talking about was called Wang Tiansong. He had originally been an Earthling, to be precise, an Earthling living in the lower star system of the 18th universe. His parents had died one after another when he was very young, and he was taken in by his only uncle. The little fellow was born with lofty aspirations, and after hearing how outstanding and brilliant his parents had supposedly been, stories entirely fabricated by his uncle, he took them as the goal he would strive toward. In truth, his father and mother had been nothing more than two ordinary people. For Wang Tiansong, however, those tales became the target he strove to chase. The child indeed showed promise. Yet what gave his uncle a terrible headache was that he never once managed to place first in any exam, always remaining firmly in second place. At last, when the usual top student fell ill and took leave missing an exam, Wang Tiansong thought he finally had a chance at first place. Unexpectedly, because he passed along a classmate's note carrying answers, he was caught by the teacher and directly judged as cheating, shattering all his beautiful hopes in an instant. Even so, he did not become discouraged. Wang Tiansong's grades were still easily good enough to enter a key university. Yet most unfortunately, during the college entrance examination, this always diligent young man suffered a bizarre failure. He missed admission to the best university on Earth at the time by a margin of just 0.5 of a point. The blow was not a small one. With his uncle's help, Wang Tiansong entered the army. There, whether in training or in any kind of assessment, he performed exceptionally well, earning the deep satisfaction of his instructors. In time, he became a leading figure within his company and was selected to take part in a global shooting competition. Living up to everyone's expectations, Wang Tiansong advanced through round after round, charging all the way into the finals, yet in the end, he only took the silver medal, the result marred by a referee's blatant favoritism. Although all his comrades tried to comfort him with kind words, he still could not get over it in his heart. 3 years later, his uncle passed away, leaving him utterly alone. After grieving for a time, he unexpectedly felt much lighter, for to Wang Tiansong, living without any attachments did not seem so bad. His comrades tried to find girlfriends for him again and again. The most spectacular among these attempts involved 7 online romances that all ended in muddled breakups before he even met the girls in person. On the one occasion they finally did meet face to face, the woman turned on her heel and left within less than 15 minutes. Thoroughly displeased, Wang Tiansong chased after her, asking over and over why. At last the woman said impatiently, "You are too handsome, understand? A man like you is not safe," she added. His comrades, hiding in the distance, were collectively struck speechless. One of them silently grumbled in his heart, "Seriously, she doesn't want a guy this handsome. She must be blind," they thought. Wang Tiansong's good looks were universally acknowledged, but so what if he was handsome? If you are ugly, no one wants you. If you are too handsome, you give women no sense of security. This left Wang Tiansong genuinely feeling that being handsome was a kind of crime. Another 10 years passed. At 33, after retiring from the army, Wang Tiansong began working in a high-tech department. The team leader thought highly of him and directly assigned him to the most sought-after division at the time, the Transmigration Division. Wang Tiansong was deeply grateful to that leader. Who could have known that in less than 2 years the Transmigration Division would become obsolete, and transmigration itself would be treated as a byword for being outdated? From time to time, people would mockingly say, "Still talking about transmigration," meaning you're completely behind the times. Wang Tiansong lost all hope in life, yet at the same time, he forged an incredibly tenacious cockroach-like mentality. No matter what happened afterward, he never complained again. To him, there was simply no point in complaining. From then on, his life proceeded along a flat, even road. No great turmoil, but no surprises either. Just 3 days ago, the time travel department unexpectedly received a commission. Because the entire department was in decline, this once vast division now had only 3 people left, including him. The reason there were so few was simply that 3 were already enough to keep the time travel department running. Thus, he accepted the commission almost without hesitation. The request stated that someone from the time travel department was to go to symbiotic star in the mid-level star system of the 18th universe and retrieve a treasure map. What baffled Wang Tiansong was that the so-called treasure map looked extremely peculiar. It contained no indication of any treasure location at all, merely a blank parchment scroll. It involuntarily reminded him of Harry Potter. Wang Tiansong merely shrugged and did not dwell on it. He glanced at the client's name, Kuan Shui, nodded slightly, said a few words to his 2 colleagues, and went off to make preparations. Electronic devices, food rations, wilderness survival gear, emergency teleportation, tools, a change of clothes. Everything was packed and ready. On the 3rd day, he arrived before the time travel machine readjusted the equipment and then stepped in, his entire being crossing over. However, he had forgotten one crucial thing. Because the time travel department was in ruins, the time travel machine had not been serviced for an entire year. His luck was exceptionally good. He experienced a time travel accident. When his 2 brothers saw Wang Tiansong collapse on the floor, they understood at once, yet there was nothing they could do. They could only place his body into the cryogenic hibernation chamber. The very first thing Wang Tiansong did upon waking was to look around. Immediately afterward, he heard the sound of crying, which greatly irritated someone like him, who loved quiet. He snapped impatiently, "What's all that noise?" No sooner had the words left his mouth than he realized something was wrong. The voice was undeniably his, yet it sounded strangely childish. Still, his outburst did have an effect. The crying stopped at once. Just as Wang Tiansong was savoring the restored silence, 2 figures suddenly appeared, giving him quite a fright. The 2 people's faces were filled with joy. The middle-aged man exclaimed, "Son, you're awake. So you're not dead." Wang Tiansong's heart clenched. "Who are you supposed to be? My dad kicked the bucket a long time ago. And why would I be dead? I was perfectly fine." Hearing this, the 2 adults exchanged a baffled look. Then the woman said, "Son, are you under too much mental strain? I'm your mother." Looking at these 2 middle-aged people who were randomly claiming him as their son, Wang Tiansong felt extremely frustrated. "Are you kidding me? I don't know either of you at all. How could I possibly be your son?" His words brought a sudden silence between the 2 middle-aged people. Then followed the scene from just moments ago, leaving Wang Tiansong even more depressed. After saying another sentence, he raised his hand intending to cover his face and feign a brooding air, only to discover that his palm was extremely small and delicate. Almost by instinct, he realized the truth. His soul had crossed over into another body. "This is way too messed up. I prepared so thoroughly, and in the end I still get stuck with soul transmigration. Transmigration, my ass." Wang Tiansong cursed furiously. The 2 middle-aged people seemed to grasp something all at once. Looking at Wang Tiansong, they asked, "Could it be that you were someone who has crossed over?" Seeing their puzzled expressions, he understood at once. Back on Earth, it had long been discovered that the universe was divided into 18 segments, with Earth merely one planet in the lower star system of the 18th universe. The time travel department had been created only after technological advances made interstellar travel possible. Wang Tiansong nodded and said, "Yes. It seems you know about time travel." The middle-aged man immediately howled, "Heavens! Are you playing a joke on me? You took my son away and let some stranger from Waknoshire occupy his body. What is that supposed to mean?" Hearing this, Wang Tiansong was speechless. "Uncle, could you please stop crying? Anyway, I'm here now. Is there any way for me to go back?" The middle-aged man ignored Wang Tiansong and only continued to wail. The woman, however, was much calmer. After a long while, she said, "Our world has already been occupied by the reptilian clan and the multi-eyed clan. We of the symbiotic clan have fallen into decline. We know of time travel machines, but we do not possess any. To obtain one, you would have to go into the territories of the reptilian clan or the multi-eyed clan. But the moment you set foot there, their people will certainly blast you into dust." The corner of Wang Tiansong's mouth twitched. "Then what am I supposed to do?" The middle-aged woman pondered for a moment, as though making a tremendous decision. "For now, you definitely cannot go back. 3 days from now is the symbiotic grand ceremony. Live with us first as a member of the symbiotic clan. We will think of a way for you, all right." Looking at the woman, Wang Tiansong, already in his 30s, could clearly see the yearning in her eyes, or perhaps it was a form of self-deception. He had intended to refuse outright, but that look made his heart lurch and a faint warmth rose within him. The words that were about to leave his lips changed. "Then I'll be in your care. Thank you." The woman nodded first, then added, "However, I'd like to ask a favor of you." As she spoke, she was still visibly nervous, her hands rubbing back and forth against the sides of her pants. Wang Tiansong had already guessed most of what she wanted. Wang Tiansong thought to himself, "My soul has ended up here, and I have no idea how to get back." From what this woman said, symbiotic star no longer truly belongs to the symbiotic clan, but to the reptilian and multi-eyed clans. If I want to return to Earth, I'll have to rely on them. At a time like this, the last thing I should do is ruin our relationship. After carefully weighing the pros and cons, Wang Tiansong nodded and said, "All right, speak your request. So long as it isn't excessive, I'll accept it." As he spoke, Wang Tiansong had already formed a rough idea of what she might ask, but even so, the actual moment of waiting for her plea filled him with awkwardness. The woman took a deep, steadying breath, as if gathering courage, then said, "You're a transmigrator. That means my son is truly dead. Yet you now inhabit his body, though your soul is your own. This flesh belongs to my son. Before you leave the symbiotic clan and return to your own world, I ask you to continue being my son." Wang Tiansong choked on a cough, then exclaimed in disbelief, "What did you just say? Be your son? Are you serious? I'm over 30 years old. I can't possibly be your son." Just as he'd suspected, yet hearing it spoken aloud still struck him with astonishment. The woman nodded solemnly. "Yes, be my son. After all, this body remains my son's. It's clear you transmigrated incorrectly. Your soul arrived, but not your original body. And since you cannot return home for now, and since my husband and I ache with longing for our son, we cannot simply watch you wander the world while denying you are ours." As she spoke, tears streamed down her face, threatening an outright sob. Her gaze held raw, unvarnished despair, a quiet acknowledgement that this was self-deception, yet one she chose nonetheless. Wang Tiansong's heart lurched at that look. Sighing heavily, he relented. All right, please don't cry. I can't bear it. Could you first explain exactly what happened?" The woman stifled her tears and nodded, then began speaking slowly to Wang Tiansong. He learned that the body he now inhabited belonged to a 6-year-old boy named Ham, and that his father was Had and his mother Minglian. At the mention of her name, Wang Tiansong felt a jolt of surprise. "Hey, that's an Earth name too." Minglian looked puzzled. Many among the symbiotic clan bear the surname Meng. For women, the name should evoke grace and ethereal refinement. Wang Tiansong nodded outwardly, but inwardly mused, "I don't find your name particularly refined, honestly." He kept that thought to himself, however, as Minglian continued. Listening closely, he was stunned to learn that little Ham, this 6-year-old, had been born with clinical depression. It gave Wang Tiansong a headache. Of all ailments to be congenital, this one. He couldn't help but reflect, over his 30-odd years of life, he perhaps lived more comfortably than this child ever had. Ham's depression surfaced without reason. After the symbiotic ceremony, his fear intensified visibly. Peers mocked him, elders regarded him with disdain, baffled by his terror. Under such relentless pressure, Ham resolved to end his life, venturing alone into the territory of the chitinous clan, where he was savagely devoured. Hearing this, Wang Tiansong instinctively glanced down at his body, only to recoil. Blood soaked his limbs, grotesque and chilling. When he touched his skin, searing pain shot straight to his brain, nearly triggering a second transmigration. Minglian, unaware of his reaction, continued speaking. Fortunately, Ham had been discovered by the symbiotic clan's guard corps, who dragged him barely alive from the jaws of a mantis-like creature. By then, however, Ham's heart had ceased beating. When Had and Minglian received word, panic seized them. Their child had already been missing for half a day, and now they were told he was dead. When the guards delivered Ham's lifeless body, the parents collapsed into wails. The guards sighed and withdrew, leaving Had and Minglian alone with their grief. Wang Tiansong grew increasingly unsettled. "Damn, it takes guts to go that far. If I wanted to die, I'd just swallow sleeping pills. Get devoured. That would hurt like hell. I'd never dare." Still, the guards were impressive, yanking someone out of a mantis's mouth like that. Phew, what a feat. As he imagined it, a colossal mantis clamping a human in its mandibles, only for a lone figure to rush in and snatch the victim from certain death. He shuddered, abruptly halting the image. He refocused on Minglian's words. Soon afterward, there was little left to tell. Less than an hour after their weeping began, Ham stirred and cried, too loud, jolting his parents from despair. Then came the cruel twist: their son no longer recognized them. No wonder their sorrow ran so deep. By now Had stopped crying and sat silently beside them. Wang Tiansong nodded slowly. Truly heartbreaking. Minglian watched Wang Tiansong, lost in thought, and her heart ached anew. At this moment, Wang Tiansong thought to himself, "I have lost my only map and have no idea where to find that treasure map. It's best to return to Earth as my main goal. He'll head back to Earth first, and everything can be discussed later. However, if everything is indeed as Minglian said, it means I won't be able to return anytime soon. If I end up in the insectoid clan, I estimate I will have to cross over again, which is not worth it. Right now, these two are the only ones who can help me. They are simply overly nostalgic for their son. It might be better to go along with their wishes. That will make it easier for me to navigate this symbiotic race. During this time, when I cannot return, I won't have to fumble around alone." Thinking this, Wang Tiansong nodded, looked up at Minglian, and said, "All right, I agree to you." Upon hearing this, Meng Lian and Hader immediately looked at Wang Tiansong with excitement, and Meng Lian hurriedly said, "Are you serious? You must not go back on your word." Seeing Meng Lian's excited expression, Wang Tiansong felt a pang of softness in his heart. His parents had passed away one after another after his birth, and the maternal instinct that Meng Lian displayed struck a deep chord in Wang Tiansong, who had never experienced maternal love. "Yes, I am serious. Before I return to Earth, I will be your son," Wang Tiansong said as he noticed the change in Meng Lian's expression. His attitude and tone softened noticeably. Afterward, Wang Tiansong talked a lot with the couple. After a long while, Meng Lian nodded and said, "Oh, I see you are from Earth." Wang Tiansong casually nodded, then pondered and said, "However, I want to mention that while I can be your son, I will need to charge some fees." This statement left Meng Lian and Hader both stunned, looking at Wang Tiansong in astonishment. Wang Tiansong, puzzled, asked, "Why? Is it surprising that my son would charge fees?" Meng Lian and Hader both smiled wryly, saying, "How could it not be surprising? To be a son and actually ask parents for fees. How could that not be surprising?" Wang Tiansong thought for a moment and nodded, then said, "What I mean is, from today onwards, can I use my own name?" Meng Lian and Hader exchanged glances and ultimately nodded helplessly, saying, "Fine, as long as you stay with us and we can see you every day, that's good enough." Wang Tiansong nodded, looking at the two, and said, "Well, how should I put it? Since I am not familiar with you two, and considering my real age, I estimate I am about the same age as you. So calling you mom and dad would be a bit much for me. Is it all right if I just call you by your names instead?" The two nodded again helplessly. These two requests were not unreasonable and made sense. As for the phenomenon of crossing over, which had become overly common, anyone would know about it. However, because of this, some would curse and say, "Damn it, which blind fool has crossed into my mom's body again?" Such incidents were not unheard of, but this time it was much more special. Those crossings were merely the initial merging of soul and body. As long as one could cross back immediately, it wouldn't be a problem. However, the symbiotic race currently lacked such technology. Moreover, the original owner of this body had already died, and Wang Tiansong had fully taken over this body without the means to prepare for crossing back immediately. Thus, it was destined that Wang Tiansong could no longer separate from this body. That was why Meng Lian and Hader proposed such an absurd reason for him to temporarily be their son. After a while, seeing that the two had quieted down, Wang Tiansong said, "All right then, could you please tell me about that thing you mentioned earlier? What was it about the symbiotic grand ceremony in 3 days?" Meng Lian was taken aback for a moment, and then said, Yes. You must attend that symbiotic grand ceremony. It is an extremely sacred ritual for our symbiotic race. All children up to 6 years old in the village will participate." Wang Tiansong frowned, not because of the grand ceremony, but because of Meng Lian's mention of the village. He asked, "From what you said, is the entire symbiotic race left with just one village?" "This is the symbiotic star." Meng Lian sighed upon hearing Wang Tiansong's words and said, "There's nothing we can do. Our symbiotic race has fallen to this extent, something none of us expected. But it has become this way. Although it's not quite as you imagine, it's close enough. The current symbiotic race consists of a total of 3 villages with a combined population of at most around 5,000 people." Such a number made Wang Tiansong frown deeply and say, "Doesn't that mean your symbiotic race is on the brink of extinction?" Upon hearing this, Hader quickly covered Wang Tiansong's mouth and said, "Kid, don't speak recklessly. This topic is taboo in the symbiotic race. If anyone hears you, even though the number of tribesmen is small, and we are united internally, they want to impose severe punishment, but there will be heavy penalties. Even if you are a child, it's the same." Wang Tiansong struggled for a while before Hader slowly released him, continuing, "Although this is a fact, it's also a wound in the hearts of all tribesmen that no one wishes to bring up." "Does that have anything to do with me? I was just asking out of curiosity, honestly." Wang Tiansong remained a bit displeased with Hader's sudden action and huffed. Hader said, "You have no idea how far the symbiotic race has fallen. Even if we wish to expand our living space, the multi-eyed race is to the north and the insectoid clan is to the south, which has constricted our territory. Moreover, in recent years, both the insectoid clan and the multi-eyed race have been gaining power while our tribesmen." He spoke with evident pain, and Wang Tiansong noticed that Hader was extremely angry when mentioning the insectoid clan and the multi-eyed race, yet there was also a flicker of fear in his eyes. Wang Tiansong frowned, thinking, Both are in the 18th universe. You are merely one star system higher than us, just in the mid-tier. The technological development of Earth is quite good, yet your situation here sounds rather backward. What kind of world is this?" While Wang Tiansong was pondering, Meng Lian thought he was worried about the multi-eyed race and the insectoid clan and sighed, saying, "You don't need to think too much. However, you must attend the grand symbiotic ceremony in 3 days." Wang Tiansong nodded slightly, but his confusion deepened. He thought, "What exactly is this grand symbiotic ceremony?" It seems that this ceremony is extremely important within the symbiotic race. The so-called coexistence ceremony is essentially a gathering of children from the coexistence clan who have reached the age of 6 where they undergo a test. During this test, each child guided by special powers will split their own soul in two, and the separated part will transform into a coexistence beast which will accompany the child for their entire life, never depart. Of course, upon learning this, Wang Tiansong felt speechless in his heart. Does that mean when I'm engaging in nighttime activities with a certain lady that creature will be nearby? Thinking this, he looked at the two middle-aged men in front of him and curiously asked, what do your coexistence beasts look like? Haid and Meng Lian were clearly taken aback by Wang Tiansong's question. They soon appeared somewhat awkward and then said, in the coexistence clan, the uglier the coexistence beast, the lower the status of its master, while the more beautiful it is, the higher the master's status. As Meng Lian spoke, a shadow appeared beside her, making it hard for Wang Tiansong to see clearly, yet he could feel something special emanating from it. Then a rough voice said, Master, did you call for me? Next, a stone creature with only one eye stood beside Meng Lian, looking at her with utmost respect. A monster. Wang Tiansong was taken aback upon seeing this one-eyed stone creature. This was his first time encountering such a bizarre being, naturally leaving him astonished, especially since the creature had appeared out of thin air. You don't need to make such a fuss, this is my coexistence beast. At this moment, Meng Lian explained while Wang Tiansong coughed lightly, pretending to appear calm. Looking at the stone creature, he felt that it would never betray Meng Lian in its lifetime. However, he furrowed his brow, pondering. Clearly very compliant and respectful, but what's with the coldness in its eyes? Although that coldness seemed somewhat subtle, Wang Tiansong, being someone who had faced many adversities and had seen the cold stares of others, could easily discern such nuances in expressions, and he immediately noticed that hint of hidden coldness. Meng Lian, upon seeing the stone creature, didn't even glance at it, and directly told Wang Tiansong, its name is Stone Beast, just like your father's. As she spoke, there was an unspoken sense of disgust in her voice, causing Wang Tiansong to frown. He thought, since this is a part of your soul, and you are bound to it for eternity, shouldn't you treat it a bit better regardless of its appearance? At the very least, it should be treated like a friend, right? He thought to himself. Glancing at the stone creature, he continued to appraise it, losing the initial shock and gaining a bit of curiosity. He nodded and said, You're quite sturdy, aren't you? The stone beast slightly nodded, its face devoid of any emotion, saying, Yes, I am made entirely of granite, which gives me extremely high defense and great strength. Then why does an unattractive appearance necessarily equate to a lower status? Meng Lian sighed and promptly recalled the stone beast, clearly not wanting to look at it any longer. She then said, Because the uglier the appearance, the more mediocre its innate talent. This is an ironclad rule that has persisted since ancient times. Wang Tiansong frowned and said, Is this really possible? There's such a differentiation. Meng Lian nodded, saying, Thus in the coexistence clan, the more beautiful a coexistence beast appears, the greater its potential, which is why it holds a higher status. However, now, as she spoke, she seemed to recall something and sighed, shaking her head. Wang Tiansong asked, What's wrong now? Now even those who hold transcendent status have only achieved a mere second layer of semi-integration with their coexistence beasts. Wang Tiansong was taken aback and asked, What's this level classification? What's going on? Please clarify. Clearly Wang Tiansong had grown curious about this and quickly began to inquire. Meng Lian slowly explained to Wang Tiansong, This is referred to as the coexistence clan's secret art, which is divided into 9 levels: initial opening, semi-integration, manifest spirit opening, and closing coalescence, heaven's favor, earth's compassion, spirit connection, and coexistence. Yet now, for some unknown reason, those individuals are desperately training. Even we are engaging in a form of self-torturous training with our coexistence beasts, yet we still cannot elevate this secret art. Ham and I have been cultivating this secret art for over 40 years, yet we remain stuck at the first level of initial opening. Wang Tiansong was astonished and said, This secret art is so formidable. You've been training for 40 years, and even with poor aptitude, you should have progressed somewhat, right? I've read many novels, and it shouldn't be this dire, right? At this moment, Haid, standing nearby, frowned and appeared extremely despondent, saying, We don't want this either. Even the highest-ranking leader of our coexistence clan, Meng Jinka, has only reached semi-integration. No one in the entire coexistence clan has attained the 3rd level of manifest spirit. Moreover, the strangest thing is that as our training becomes more intense, the results seem to decline instead. Each generation is less capable than the last, resulting in the strongest among us barely reaching semi-integration. Upon hearing this, it was evidently a strange matter, and Wang Tiansong also developed a considerable interest in this technique, thinking to himself, This technique does not seem like something that can be mastered through hard work alone, does it? I am quite curious about what kind of technique this could be. With such thoughts, it seemed to ignite his competitive spirit. Although he had never been first, he had always possessed a competitive heart. He then declared, "All right, I will definitely participate in the coexistence ceremony in 3 days." Meng Lian and Ham nodded repeatedly. Wang Tiansong began to ponder again. Oh, of course, for now, instead of thinking about how to return to Earth, he shifted his focus to this coexistence technique. Such a technique would undoubtedly intrigue anyone, and as a naturally curious person, he was extremely interested. To quickly adapt to his surroundings, he immersed himself directly into the entire coexistence clan. Naturally, rumors about Ham not being dead began to circulate, and after being confirmed, everyone was even more incredulous. However, after the astonishment, what remained was disdain. Due to the current crisis within the clan, every figure, big or small, displayed at least a considerable amount of courage, while Ham was simply an anomaly. Those who originally looked down on Wang Tiansong, the owner of this body Ham, were indeed met with intense contempt from those around. Wang Tiansong, however, merely cast them a glance, ignoring them entirely. Let's not forget his experiences on Earth were far more tragic than this kid's. For Wang Tiansong, these sarcastic remarks were little different from a normal greeting. This left those around feeling extremely surprised. Some even wondered if Ham had been kicked in the head by a donkey. How could he suddenly change his temperament? Of course, outside, Wang Tiansong boldly shouted, "My name is Wang Tiansong. Stop going on about Ham all day. Oh, I'm Ham Tairang." 3 days later, naturally, Wang Tiansong's name unexpectedly turned into Ham Tairang, which greatly frustrated him, although he did not pay much attention to it. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. On the 3rd day, before Wang Tiansong had even awakened, Had and Meng Lian had already tied him up and brought him to the plaza, determined not to let him escape. Wang Tiansong was naturally frustrated, thinking, "I never planned to run away. Besides, if I truly wanted to escape, you wouldn't be able to stop me. Although this body is a bit smaller, I used to be a global shooting competition runner-up, cough cough. Though shooting has nothing to do with this, it still represents my extraordinary skills. So what a bunch of ordinary folks." Wang Tiansong held an infinite disdain for Had and Meng Lian. Standing in the plaza with not many people around, he noticed a relatively luxurious chair where a man was seated, eyes closed in meditation. Beside him sat a girl, and Wang Tiansong's eyes immediately brightened. He asked Had, hey, what's that girl's name?" Had's lips twitched slightly as he replied, "My little ancestor, don't say anything reckless. That's Meng Jinka's only daughter, Meng Lulu, don't even think about her." Wang Tiansong nodded like a chick pecking at rice, but did not absorb a word of it. Next to the seated man was a burly creature that was clearly not human. It was probably Meng Jink's coexistence beast. From the eyes of that beast, Wang Tiansong also sensed a hint of indifference. Why do all the coexistence beasts of this race seem to have this demeanor? Why is each one so indifferent? Moreover, looking at its master, the coldness of his aura was even more chilling. If I stay with this guy for too long, I will inevitably freeze into an ice block. Wang Tiansong pondered this, and during these 3 days he had not done anything else, but he discovered that the 3 villages of the coexistence clan were all interconnected. Furthermore, these people's coexistence beasts shared a common trait. Regardless of their appearance, their eyes bore a hint of coldness. The clan members also exhibited a trace of dejection and indifference. He had seen this in Meng Lian and Had's eyes, although they always tried to conceal it when speaking or handling matters. After a long while, all 5,000 people in the village surprisingly gathered. It seemed quite populated. However, when Wang Tiansong thought about it more carefully, this was merely the entirety of a large clan's members, which sent a chill down his spine. As the numbers gathered, Meng Jinka, who had been sitting with his eyes closed, finally opened them and said, "Everyone, please be quiet." His tone carried an unyielding authority, and Wang Tiansong felt another wave of disdain, thinking to himself, "What kind of airs are you putting on?" Back then, Jinka didn't directly draw a dagger and stab Qin Shi Huang. "You're just a fallen clan leader. What airs are you putting on? I think you're just a waste of your family's wealth." With such thoughts, he shook his head, appearing utterly hopeless. The girl beside Meng Jinka had noticed Wang Tiansong's actions early on. Among so many people, he was the only one who seemed completely indifferent to Meng Jink's words, which attracted her attention. Simultaneously, there was a hint of curiosity, but more than that, there was annoyance, as what Wang Tiansong ignored was her father. Meng Jinka scanned the crowd and then nodded to the coexistence beast beside him. The beast let out a low growl and suddenly spat out a large stone, which landed on the ground with a thud. The stone was covered in many strange runes, creating an air of mystery. "Wow, how tall is this guy?" "Only about 2 meters. How did he spit out a stone that's around 2 meters tall?" Wang Tiansong widened his eyes, filled with curiosity, looking left and right at the stone. Meanwhile, Had explained from the side, "This is called the coexistence stone used for." However, Wang Tiansong did not listen to the rest of the explanation, as he had already guessed its purpose. When the symbiotic stone was finally placed properly, Meng Jinka did not say much, then declared, "All those whose names I call, come to me." Wang Tiansong couldn't help but frown as he sensed an overwhelming feeling of desolation emanating from Meng Jinka. It seemed he anticipated that few of those standing before him would meet his satisfaction. Wang Tiansong was quite displeased by this and thought to himself, I haven't even stepped up yet and am already given a pass. It's like a black whistle being blown. Oh, I can't stand such things. Just wait. With such thoughts, Meng Jinka took out a piece of paper which was clearly a list and then called out Gang Tianlin. Wang Tiansong's eyes lit up with joy, thinking, what a cool name. Then he heard a boisterous voice from not far away exclaim, I'm coming. As he spoke, a 6-year-old child walked up to Meng Jinka with a grin, and before that he had exchanged a glance with Wang Tiansong, clearly not a malicious one, but rather a friendly gesture indicating they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Beside them, Haid explained, Gang Tianlin is an orphan from the symbiotic clan. His parents were captured and eaten by the reptilian clan. Despite being alone, he has always been carefree, and he is your only good friend who has never looked down on you, often encouraging you. However, I haven't seen him for a while, so I don't know what he has been up to. Wang Tiansong nodded slightly, looking at Gang Tianlin's carefree demeanor. For some reason, he found him very likable, perhaps because Gang Tianlin was the only vibrant face he had seen in the symbiotic clan during the past 3 days, and being an orphan made Wang Tiansong feel a sense of camaraderie. When Meng Jinka saw the carefree Gang Tianlin, he furrowed his brows, but said nothing, instructing, place your hands on the symbiotic stone. Only then did Gang Tianlin's expression grow serious. He took a deep breath and placed his hands on it. In the next moment, Wang Tiansong could see a peculiar change around Gang Tianlin's body. Suddenly it felt as if Gang Tianlin had vanished into thin air, even though visually he was still standing there. Not long after, a cheeky voice that sounded even more mischievous than Gang Tianlin's appeared, saying, Boss Tianlin, little fatty, reporting for duty. Upon hearing this, many around them were taken aback. Then from Gang Tianlin, a soft white light flickered, revealing a small bear standing there looking up at Gang Tianlin, while Gang Tianlin grinned and said, hello, little fatty. You're so fatty you should eat less. I barely have enough food for myself. As he spoke, he hugged little fatty tightly. The little bear appeared robust and fierce with pure white fur except for a silver wave pattern on its chest. Seeing this adorable little bear, Meng Jinka finally showed a smile and nodded at Gang Tianlin, saying, very good, you can go now. Gang Tianlin no longer paid attention to Meng Jinka and walked down with little fatty. The path he took led directly to Wang Tiansong, grinning. So what do you think? Isn't little fatty adorable? Wang Tiansong's eyes sparkled. He was someone who had no resistance to cute things, and he couldn't help but pick up little fatty. As he petted little fatty, it was clear that little fatty didn't mind Wang Tiansong's touch and seemed quite comfortable. Wang Tiansong found him very cute and then asked, by the way, don't you think he's heavy? Gang Tianlin shrugged and replied, we're considered one entity, so no matter how heavy he is, I can carry him. He said this with a hint of pride, then turned to Wang Tiansong, saying, I heard you changed your name recently. Wang Tiansong. Nice name. But tell me, what will your symbiotic beast be like? I'm really looking forward to it. Wang Tiansong nodded, saying, I'm looking forward to it too. Gang Tianlin was clearly taken aback and asked, did you change your character? Wang Tiansong's mouth twitched, saying, what nonsense are you talking about? Gang Tianlin quickly replied, no, I meant, did your personality change? You used to be so scared, how come after being pulled out of the bug's mouth you changed? Wang Tiansong snorted, saying, you don't know. People change. The current me is not the same as the old me, okay? Just wait and see how I perform. He displayed extreme confidence, and while Gang Tianlin was surprised, he was genuinely pleased and patted Wang Tiansong's shoulder, saying, brother, you can finally face yourself. I'm so happy for you. Wang Tiansong nodded slightly. He understood that Gang Tianlin's sincere expression was directed at Ham, but he felt deep down that Gang Tianlin was a friend worth having. After a while, many children came up on stage, but the results were disappointing. Meng Jinka shook his head repeatedly and then announced Meng Lulu. As soon as the name was uttered, everyone's gaze shifted directly to the child standing not far behind Meng Jinka, who gradually approached. Wang Tiansong smacked his lips and said, you see, she is clearly only 6 years old, yet she's already a beauty in the making. Tisk, look at that figure, look at that posture. Once she grows up, she will be a city-toppling beauty. Isn't this a bit unreasonable? Gang Tianlin exclaimed. Are you joking? Can she eat the same as us? Wang Tiansong nodded in agreement, while the others around them were left speechless by the conversation between Gang Tianlin and Wang Tiansong. Meng Lulu, without needing her father's words, placed her hands directly on the coexistence stone. After a long while, a gray light gradually emerged from her body, taking shape. A delicate voice then spoke, Miss. The softness of that call startled everyone around. Following that, on the ground, a very cute little raccoon shyly looked at Meng Lulu, who slowly opened her eyes. Her gaze was filled with surprise at this little creature, yet her expression remained relatively aloof. She merely nodded lightly and forcibly drew that little raccoon back into her body, without even asking its name. Wang Tiansong furrowed his brow and said, "What kind of person is this? Is it necessary to turn away from one's own coexistence beast?" Gang Tianlin shrugged and replied, "Don't ask me, I don't know anything." Just as the two were speaking, Meng Jinka called out Hemo. Wang Tiansong was taken aback for a moment before realizing that the owner of this body before he came here was indeed called Hemu, prompting him to rush over in haste. Gang Tianlin burst into laughter, saying this kid with a name change doesn't even remember who he originally was. Upon reaching Meng Jinka, he displayed indifference. Meng Jinka merely glanced at him and gestured for him to place his hands on the coexistence stone without uttering a single word. Wang Tiansong, greatly disliking Meng Jink's dismissive behavior, coldly snorted and placed his hands directly on the coexistence stone. In the next moment, darkness enveloped Wang Tiansong's vision, and the surroundings remained shrouded in darkness, rendering everything invisible. After a long while, an ancient voice gradually emerged, stating, "Coexistence, a lifelong friend, do not forget. Cherish it. He is your soul, and you are his body. Mutual benefit never forgotten through life and death. This is the coexistence code. Remember it well. Remember it well." Wang Tiansong was momentarily stunned, pondering the coexistence code. Confused, he felt that these words were not particularly coherent, rather appearing somewhat chaotic. However, it was clear that these words did not arise without reason. At this moment, Wang Tiansong distinctly sensed something within his body being suddenly separated. The next moment, he heard a delicate voice say, "Tiansong. Nice to meet you, my name is Wang Zi." Wang Tiansong was taken aback and then opened his eyes to find a cute white cat before him. Behind it, a fox tail grew, adorned with a silver pattern on its forehead, smiling at him. Wang Tiansong looked at Wang Zi and thought, "Wow, Wang Zi, you are so adorable." Wang Zi laughed and replied, "Tiansong, thank you for the compliment. How should I address you from now on?" Wang Tiansong waved his hand and said, "Just Tiansong, isn't that nice? We are friends now, please take care of me." As he spoke, he reached out to hold Wang Zi, only to realize that Wang Zi had been floating in the air from the start. "So you can float, huh?" Wang Zi snuggled in Wang Tiansong's embrace and replied, "Yes. I can do many things, I just haven't been able to perform them yet." Wang Tiansong nodded, holding Wang Zi and descending slowly, completely oblivious to Meng Jinka, who was staring wide-eyed nearby. Everyone around was dumbfounded, including Haid and Meng Lian, who were equally astonished. Previously, except for Gang Tianlin, who seemed quite affectionate with his coexistence beast, the others had been very indifferent, with no one displaying the near-joyful demeanor of Wang Tiansong. At this moment, Gang Tianlin appeared the most composed, wearing a smile as he thought, "Damn it. This kid actually has such a good coexistence beast. Although my little Pang is not far behind, still it's a bit too adorable, isn't it?" After seeing Wang Tiansong descend, Meng Jinka finally returned to his senses, cleared his throat a couple of times, and said, "This year's coexistence ceremony has concluded. Please leave, and in 5 years you will undergo the coexistence bond assessment for your group." Saying this, he left without looking back, while his coexistence beast followed closely behind. Wow, what a cute coexistence beast. I want to hold it, I want to hold it. Gang Tianlin's eyes sparkled. Wang Tiansong chuckled and said, "What do you think?" "I'm so envious." Gang Tianlin exclaimed. "I'm not just envious, I'm filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred. Come on, let me hold it." Only then did Wang Tiansong chuckle and hand Wang Zi to Gang Tianlin while embracing Little Pang. He was not like Gang Tianlin, who shared a bond with Little Pang. Instantly, he felt the weight of Little Pang's body, which, although still in its newborn state, was quite heavy. Wang Tiansong found it quite strenuous to hold. "You should lose some weight, Little Pang." Little Pang puffed up his cheeks and replied, "I just came into this world less than half an hour ago. You want me to lose weight?" Hearing the chubby boy's tender voice, Wang Tiansong finally reacted and said, Weight loss education should start from a young age." The chubby boy, filled with anger, retorted, "Bah. Brother Tianlin didn't say I was fat. Why do you say I'm fat? I'll tell you, don't think that just because I find you somewhat agreeable you can casually point out my flaws. Be careful, or I'll hit you." Wang Tiansong's lips twitched. "I mean, you can be fierce, but you can't be this fierce, right? What did I say that made you want to hit me? Reducing your weight is for your own good." However, the chubby boy snorted and broke free from Wang Tiansong's embrace, climbing onto Gang Tianlin's shoulder. After giving Wang Tiansong a disdainful look, he ignored him. Gang Tianlin laughed heartily and said, "Don't mind him." Wang Tiansong shook his head and replied, "I don't mind, but isn't he a bit too domineering?" Gang Tianlin thought for a moment and said, "That's true. Chubby, you should tone down your temper a bit. Besides, Wang Tiansong is my friend, so show some kindness with your words." Wang Tiansong was so exasperated he almost choked, muttering, "What the hell? Show some kindness. What's going on here?" As the two of them bantered and left, the others hurried home. Wang Tiansong understood this. It was for the so-called symbiotic compatibility test 5 years later, which was why they were all working hard on their cultivation. This made him frown as he kept pondering the previous symbiotic rules. Seeing everyone so eager, Gang Tianlin said to Wang Tiansong, "Hey, since everyone is so enthusiastic, let's go too." Saying this, he placed the prince on Wang Tiansong's shoulder. Wang Tiansong looked at Gang Tianlin frowning, which sent a chill down Gang Tianlin's spine, leading him to say, You, don't look at me like that, I'm not interested in you." As he spoke, he crossed his arms over his chest. Wang Tiansong nearly spat blood and said, "You little brat. I was just thinking about a question." Seeing Wang Tiansong's helpless expression, Gang Tianlin relaxed. Wang Tiansong's demeanor returned to normal as they whispered for a long time, with Gang Tianlin nodding occasionally and even frowning at times. Just when everyone thought these two were acting crazy again, Wang Tiansong asked, "What do you think?" Gang Tianlin pondered and said, "I think it's quite possible. If that's the case, it's no wonder each generation is worse than the last." Wang Tiansong nodded. "I think there's indeed something to this, so why not give it a try? After all, there's still plenty of time." Gang Tianlin chuckled and said, "From the beginning, I never intended to tire out the chubby one. I just wanted another playmate. To me, all that talk about status in the clan is just nonsense, so it's fine like this." Wang Tiansong patted Gang Tianlin on the shoulder and said meaningfully, "Those who know me know Gang Tianlin." As they both laughed heartily, they quickly ran off. Had and Meng Lian had previously seen their figures, but now in the time it took to take a stroll, they had vanished, leaving Had and Meng Lian with no choice but to return home. By the time the sun had completely set, Wang Tiansong returned home and weakly said, "I'm back." It sounded like someone on the verge of collapse. Had looked at Wang Tiansong's exhausted appearance and assumed he must have been training. Nodding slightly, he said, "You sit first, the food will be ready soon." Wang Tiansong nodded, grabbed 3 large cups of water, and drank them down, feeling better. Not long after the food was served. Looking at the strange dishes on the table, Wang Tiansong was quite accustomed to it and began to eat. Just as he was about to pick up his chopsticks, he closed his eyes, and soon a white light began to expand from him before condensing again. "You should eat as well, you must be quite tired," Wang Tiansong said. A similarly tender voice responded, "Although I don't really need this food," since Tiansong said, "so I will give it a try." Had and Meng Lian frowned and coughed, saying, Wang Tiansong, you eat with your symbiotic beast this." Wang Tiansong was also taken aback and asked what. Meng Lian awkwardly replied, "It's not that it's inappropriate, but the symbiotic beast is after all a derivative of your soul. It should belong to your subordinates or servants. How can it eat at the same table as its master?" Hearing this, Wang Tiansong's brow furrowed tightly, and the prince next to him drooped his ears, looking quite dejected. For servant. What a great word for servant," Wang Tiansong said coldly, startling Meng Lian and Had. Then Wang Tiansong raised his head and looked at them, asking, "I ask you, what is your symbiotic beast to you?" Wang Tiansong's sudden questioning left the two of them slightly embarrassed. Then they replied, "Well, do we even need to ask? It's our soul." "Oh, you know that the symbiotic beast is your soul. Then let me ask you, is this how you treat your own soul, excluding your own soul and calling it a servant?" Wang Tiansong's voice remained icy. Had and Meng Lian were taken aback by Wang Tiansong's words, and then they pondered over this question, finally saying, "Well, it's true that the symbiotic beast is merely a derivative of the soul." Wang Tiansong, looking quite intrigued, said, "Is that so? A derivative? Isn't a derivative of the soul still a soul?" Hearing Wang Tiansong's question, Had and Meng Lian were left speechless. Wang Tiansong sneered, stood up, went to the kitchen, took out another bowl, and dished out a portion of food, saying to the prince, "Come to my shoulder." The prince looked at Wang Tiansong's serious expression, asked no further questions, and after a slight nod rested his head on Wang Tiansong's shoulder, appearing somewhat dejected. Meng Lian inquired, "What are you going to do?" Wang Tiansong picked up his own bowl and smiled slightly, saying, "Both of you are adults, and as a child I have no right to argue with you. However, I always want to eat with my servant. If that displeases you, then I shall eat by myself." There was a hint of mockery, even some anger in his tone, and he said no more, leaving as if throwing a childlike tantrum, which left Hade and Meng Lian feeling quite uncomfortable. But upon reflection, when did they begin to think of the symbiotic beasts as their servants? Wang Tiansong paid no mind to this, and opened the bedroom door, placing the food on the table. "Here, prince, let's eat together." The prince, resting on Wang Tiansong's shoulder, felt a surge of emotion as he floated gently to the table, saying, "Tiansong, thank you for seeing me this way." Wang Tiansong laughed heartily, saying, "That's normal. Besides, I've made a pact with that kid Gang Tianlin. We will absolutely not let you and the little chubby one suffer through any training. Life is short, let's enjoy the wine while we can. So you must live happily and freely, do you understand?" Hearing Wang Tiansong's bold words, the young prince felt a ripple of joy in his small heart and nodded slightly. Wang Tiansong gazed at the prince's adorable visage, and despite being a man, he had a fondness for cute creatures. Now thinking back, having such a symbiotic beast was truly marvelous. He reached out to pat the prince's little head, saying, eat up, and sleep well afterward. I want to raise you to be big and plump." The prince pouted, saying, "I don't want to be fat. A big and plump one won't be able to fly." Wang Tiansong laughed heartily. Recalling the day's events, he had seen people practicing running 30 laps around the village, drinking just 2 or 3 sips of water, and doing sit-ups one after another. His symbiotic beast was subjected to the same rigorous training, even having to lift a 20-pound stone. That was indeed 20 pounds. For a 6-year-old child, that was far too torturous. In Wang Tiansong's eyes, all kinds of training resembled self-harm, and he realized that such training was not about building strength, but rather would wear down their bodies too soon. Thus, Wang Tiansong decided that even if they were to train, it would only be simple exercises. A 6-year-old child could only do so much. Why wear themselves out? At this moment, looking at the prince, he said, "I'm just saying this for fun. From now on, I and Gang Tianlin will likely be dubbed the non-practicing duo." He chuckled, "Eat quickly, then sleep. My parents just have overly traditional views, so don't take it to heart. I'm just a bit unhappy, but I understand. After all, our race is nearly extinct, and that's a heavy burden." The prince smiled brightly, wagging his large fox tail, happily starting to eat. After finishing, Wang Tiansong took all the bowls outside, awkwardly glanced at his parents, apologized, and quickly returned to the room. After a bit of playful banter with the prince, Wang Tiansong held him tightly until they both fell asleep. As the two drifted into slumber, a faint white light began to glow around them in the vast, endless night, a phenomenon that also occurred in Gang Tianlin's simple thatched hut. The next day, Wang Tiansong stretched lazily, but noticed the prince was nowhere to be seen. However, he soon sensed that the prince was sleeping soundly within his body, which reassured him. He opened his door and found that Haid and Meng Lian seemed still to be asleep. He then hurriedly ran outside. The reason was simple. He didn't want to stay in that dreary place. Outside, there was a lively Gang Tianlin. With such a playmate, it was certainly the best. Not long after running out, he felt the lingering chill of the early morning air, causing him to shiver involuntarily. Looking at his small body, he frowned slightly, thinking, "It seems I need to work on strengthening this body. It is far too weak." With that thought, he quickly set about training himself using the military training methods from when he was a soldier, though he lowered the intensity of the training as it was merely to stimulate his physical potential. For someone like him who originally was an excellent soldier, it was much simpler. From then on, all the members of the symbiotic clan noticed a child named Wang Tiansong, originally named Ham, engaging in a minimal amount of training compared to his peers, yet he never made his symbiotic beast do anything. Not long after, Gang Tianlin joined in on this training, and the two enjoyed themselves immensely. Over time, although others envied them, they scoffed at such training, for the compatibility with their symbiotic beasts was what truly mattered. Having a strong body didn't hold much value. Unknowingly, autumn gave way to winter, and winter to spring, as a whole year slipped by. One day, Wang Tiansong and Gang Tianlin lay in the grass, basking in the midday sun. At this moment, Wang Tiansong, in the body of Ham, appeared to have grown much stronger, his skin now a healthy wheat color similar to that of his original flesh, and Gang Tianlin was no different. While they enjoyed the sunlight, two symbiotic beasts played together, clearly having a great time. Naturally, the two did not comment. Gang Tianlin said, "Oh, it's not easy if such tranquility is truly enjoyable." Wang Tiansong responded, "What? Is tranquility really unusual?" Gang Tianlin chuckled, "The invasions of the reptilian and multi-eyed clans against us symbiotes have ceased for a year and a half now. This is something you were unaware of before coming here. We do not know why they suddenly stopped their invasions, but there must be some kind of conspiracy behind it." Wang Tiansong nodded. Over the year, their relationship had grown closer, so he had no intention of hiding anything from Gang Tianlin, sharing his original background and identity with this young man. Gang Tianlin was quite perceptive. After hearing Wang Tiansong's words, he laughed heartily, saying, "It's fine. If that guy Ham knew there was such an interesting person in your body, he would surely find peace himself." Though this sentiment was rather strange and awkward, it relieved Wang Tiansong. Gang Tianlin did not reject him and did not press further on the matter. They had truly become friends. Throughout the year, watching the children of their age continuously train, the two merely observed with indifference. They shrugged off the scorn of others, showing no intention to explain. Such days continued for a full year, and in the eyes of their fellow clansmen, it seemed as if they had not trained at all. After the unpleasant incident between Had and Meng Lian and Wang Tiansong, they had not spoken again, merely sighing silently behind his back, deeming Wang Tiansong as unlearned. Wang Tiansong never explained anything regarding this. To be precise, whether he even heard these rumors was another question. "What are we doing this afternoon?" Gang Tianlin asked with a hint of anticipation. After a year of mostly dull training, the time spent with Gang Tianlin had brought him much joy. Each day had brought different kinds of fun, so he naturally inquired. Wang Tiansong thought carefully and replied, I really have no idea. Gang Tianlin exclaimed, how can you say that? Hurry up and tell me what we're doing this afternoon. Wang Tiansong frowned and said, I really have no plans. Besides, why think so much? It's so boring. We'll decide when the time comes. As he spoke, he shrugged his shoulders and comfortably lay back down. Gang Tianlin could only give up and lay down as well. Meanwhile, the two symbiotic beasts continued to chase and play tirelessly. Feeling the joy of the symbiotic beasts, both of their moods improved. However, before long, they suddenly heard a scream from the prince. At the same time, Wang Tiansong felt as if his face had been slapped hard, causing him to jump up and rush over to the prince's side, where he discovered the prince rubbing his small paw against his snowy white cheek. Angrily, Wang Tiansong asked, what happened? Hey, Hemo, no, I should call you Wang Tiansong, right? I've always found you unpleasant. Today I'm here to teach you a lesson. A voice that sounded quite juvenile entered Wang Tiansong's ears. Wang Tiansong completely ignored it, gently lifting the prince and tenderly rubbing his cheek. Seeing the prince curled up in pain, Wang Tiansong felt a twinge of pain in his heart, clearly realizing this blow was not light. He could feel it vividly on his right cheek. What a fierce throw, using so much force for a stone. Gang Tianlin had already run over, observing the prince in Wang Tiansong's arms. At this moment, under Wang Tiansong's careful attention, the prince was clearly feeling less pain, yet still looked very aggrieved, and with a youthful voice said to Wang Tiansong, Tiansong, they hit me. Wang Tiansong smiled gently at the prince and said, it's okay, I will take care of this. The prince nodded slightly and obediently climbed onto Wang Tiansong's shoulder, then lay there resentfully glaring at the four boys of his age in front of them. The four boys, upon seeing Wang Tiansong looking at them, appeared somewhat surprised. One, evidently the leader, said, aha, that ham who used to be bullied is actually learning to glare at people now. Wang Tiansong laughed and replied, that's not the case. Ooh, I don't glare at people. Those who are glared at by me are generally not human. Hearing this, the boy immediately became furious and shouted at Wang Tiansong, what did you say? Are you saying I'm not human? Wang Tiansong shrugged and said, tisk, I never said that. Oh, I forgot, indeed most of them are not human, but it seems some aren't even beasts. The boy visibly took a deep breath, clearly unable to contain himself. Gang Tianlin swiftly picked up the chubby boy and coldly said to him, Lin, you don't think just because your family holds some position in the clan, you can act recklessly. It was clear that Lin Yu was the child whom Wang Tiansong had just insulted, saying he was worse than a beast. Upon hearing Gang Tianlin's words, Lin Yu coldly retorted, what qualifications do you have to speak to me? Since the end of the coexistence ceremony, I have been diligently cultivating, while what about you two, eh? You are unproductive, nothing but a disgrace to the clan. My father said that people like you deserve to die, but the clan is kind-hearted and has tolerated your behavior. Just after finishing his words, Wang Tiansong replied, oh really? Disgrace. That term seems more suited for you. Lin Yu sneered, kid, do you dare say you are cultivating? Wang Tiansong nodded, saying, haven't I been cultivating? Look at me, then look at you. If I am a middle-aged man who can walk and run, then you are at most an old man on the brink of the grave. Upon hearing Wang Tiansong's words, Lin Yu gritted his teeth, in anger, his body trembling. Before he could respond, Wang Tiansong continued, and to talk about waste, hey, you are not even a waste. Such poor character. I really don't know how your parents raised you. Hearing this, Lin Yu shouted Wang Tiansong, do you want to die? How dare you speak rudely to your elder? Wang Tiansong sneered, what? Where did I go wrong? Let me tell you, everyone in the clan except for Gang Tianlin and me is without exception useless. Lin Yu's lips twitched slightly, saying, are you implying that your parents are useless too? Wang Tiansong looked at Lin Yu and replied, I am only referring to our peers. Wang Tiansong's words were decisive, leaving no room for rebuttal. Gang Tianlin was astonished by the evident arrogance in his words. Meanwhile, Lin Yu's face turned dark with anger, and as Wang Tiansong turned around, he made a face at Gang Tianlin and said, hey, this is quite entertaining, isn't it? Gang Tianlin was left speechless, thinking, big brother, you are impressive. Wang Tiansong didn't bother with Gang Tianlin any longer and quickly turned back, his expression darkening again. What? Are you still unconvinced? You are not even a waste. What qualifications do you have to be unconvinced? Hearing Wang Tiansong continuously insult him, Lin Yu was completely enraged and charged at him. Seeing Lin Yu's slow pace, Wang Tiansong shook his head, saying, with that sluggish speed, even a blind person with a rock could hit you on the head. As Lin Yu rushed up to Wang Tiansong to throw a punch, Wang Tiansong simultaneously kicked out, with his right foot accurately striking Lin Yu right between the legs. Yes, right on target, Wang Tiansong said with satisfaction, while Gang Tianlin, unable to hold back, burst into laughter, shouting wow. Lin Yu's face turned from dark blue to pale white, and a sharp pain shot through his body, causing him to collapse on the ground completely weak. He then began to cry loudly, shouting, "Wang Tiansong, how dare you hit me? I won't let this go, Wu." Wang Tiansong looked at Lin Yu's tears with utter disdain, saying, "What of it? I hit you, so what? This young master wants to hit you, what can you do about it? Today I will bully you, can you do anything to stop me?" Gang Tianlin behind Wang Tiansong felt a mix of admiration and disgust at the continuous changes in his address, thinking, "I never knew one could change address so many times in a single sentence, how remarkable." At this moment, he shifted his gaze from the fallen Lin Yu and looked towards the small path behind them where a girl was staring at them with a strange expression. Gang Tianlin with sharp eyesight quickly recognized her, thinking, Meng Lulu. How did she end up here? As he pondered, he noticed Meng Lulu moving towards them and whispered to Gang Tianlin, "The beauty is coming." Wang Tiansong was slightly taken aback, looking ahead and quickly spotting Meng Lulu, thinking, "Wow, what a little beauty. I must maintain my great image." With this thought, he hurriedly squatted down, appearing very sincere, yet somewhat regretful, and said to Lin Yu, "Are you okay? I'm really sorry I applied too much force just now. It was not intentional. I just reacted instinctively. Please don't blame me, it's all my fault. If it weren't for my mischief this year, you wouldn't have had to step in to teach me a lesson. I understand your good intentions, big brother." Hearing Wang Tiansong's extremely earnest words, Gang Tianlin felt a wave of nausea, thinking, "You just know how to show off." As Wang Tiansong spoke these words to Lin Yu, Meng Lulu had already drawn quite near. His voice boomed deliberately, so loud it seemed he wished to ensure Meng Lulu could not possibly miss a syllable. Yet though his words were clearly crafted to polish his own image, Meng Lulu only frowned more deeply, plainly aware that this man was both scheming and shameless, now feigning virtue while still nursing ill intent. Lin Yu, racked with pain, could scarcely process Wang Tiansong's meaning, mistaking his tone for genuine fear. He sneered coldly, "Brat. Afraid now? Too late." Hearing such brazen arrogance, Wang Tiansong inwardly scoffed. "If you truly believe you're worth more than refuse, then you're even more deluded than I thought. I kicked your most vulnerable spot without hesitation. What on earth is there to fear from you? Very well. If you insist on courting humiliation, I shall grant you a dose so potent it will last you a lifetime." So thinking, he bowed low with exaggerated timidity and murmured, "Elder brother Lin Yu, I was wrong. I swear I'll never dare again. This was entirely my fault. Here, let me knead the pain away for you." As he reached out to massage the child, unburdened by adult restraint, offered no resistance. Lin Yu, utterly convinced Wang Tiansong had crumbled in terror, interpreted the gesture as submission, and thus as a fitting humiliation. He failed entirely to notice the venomous glint smoldering in Wang Tiansong's eyes. Wang Tiansong slipped his hand effortlessly into Lin Yu's trousers and rubbed gently twice. To Lin Yu's surprise, the discomfort eased markedly. He huffed, "Humph, brat, knead properly or you'll regret it." A muscle twitched at Wang Tiansong's jaw. "Damn, you still dare talk back." Without another thought, his right arm coiled with sudden brutal force. At that instant, Gang Tianlin caught sight of thick blue veins surging across Wang Tiansong's slender forearm, then receding just as swiftly. He drew a sharp breath, stunned, merciless. Before Lin Yu could even cry out, his face froze into the pallor of death, eyes snapping shut, body collapsing into unconsciousness. Wang Tiansong stared blankly at Lin Yu and murmured, "Elder brother Lin Yu. Ah, it seems I needed him too well. He's fallen fast asleep. You four, carry elder brother Lin Yu home at once. See to it he arrives safely." The four youths, oblivious, lifted Lin Yu without suspicion, failing entirely to notice the froth now seeping from the corners of his mouth. "Humph, I warned you not to provoke me. No sense of restraint at all. Consider yourself fortunate I didn't crush that very thing outright." Rising to his feet, Wang Tiansong turned toward Meng Lulu, feigning mild astonishment. "You are Meng Jinka, chief of the Meng clan's daughter. Meng Lulu, am I correct?" Meng Lulu gave a slight nod. "Yes. Over the past year I've heard much about you both, how neither of you cultivates how you spend your days, idling and careless." Wang Tiansong feigned indignation. "They understand nothing. What I practice is the art of responding to infinite change through unwavering stillness." At this profound-sounding phrase, Meng Lulu blinked, puzzled. "What is a lanzi?" Wang Tiansong cleared his throat. "It refers to the testicles, the male's vital essence sac." Meng Lulu remained perplexed, but Wang Tiansong, unwilling to elaborate further, was spared when she simply asked, "And what precisely does responding to infinite change through unwavering stillness mean?" Relieved she'd shifted focus, Wang Tiansong explained, half coherently yet confidently, "It means I act according to my nature, unswayed by external pressure, even choosing not to act, while remaining ever vigilant, observing all around me, anticipating every possible development, and striking with perfect timing the moment events unfold." His explanation, though loosely woven, somehow convinced Meng Lulu. She reflected seriously for a moment, then asked, "Yet all elders insist relentless cultivation is essential." Wang Tiansong curled his lip. Their words aren't wrong, but neither are they absolute truth. If cultivation forms part of our being, it is natural. But if we elevate it to an inflexible dogma, devouring most of our waking hours, then the cost outweighs the gain. That is the true meaning of diminishing returns. Meng Lulu nodded. Then how do you strengthen yourselves without cultivation? Wang Tiansong immediately flexed his sun-kissed torso and declared, "Behold, this skin, how radiant it is. This is the fruit of my cultivation." Though Wang Tiansong's features were unremarkable, years of rigorous training had sculpted his frame into one of robust, healthy beauty, possessing a quiet, magnetic charm. His unabashed self-admiration, however, cracked Meng Lulu's reserved expression, eliciting a fleeting, blossoming smile. Though it vanished in an instant, Wang Tiansong grinned slyly. "You look lovely when you smile. Why not let it shine more often? Be kind to yourself and to those around you." Hearing this, Meng Lulu furrowed her brows, remaining silent for quite a while. Wang Tiansong was unsure of what was troubling her. Glancing at Gang Tianlin, he told Meng Lulu, "If you have nothing else, I will be leaving soon. There are many matters to attend to." Meng Lulu was taken aback seeing Wang Tiansong preparing to leave. She felt a pang of reluctance and asked, "Are you really leaving? Where are you going?" Wang Tiansong shrugged and said, "Neither Tianlin nor I enjoy cultivating, nor do we wish to do so, so naturally we are off to seek some fun." Meng Lulu looked at Wang Tiansong, who had a slightly roguish demeanor, wanting to say something, but ultimately holding her tongue. However, Wang Tiansong, being several years older than her, could easily guess her thoughts and asked, "What's wrong? Do you want to join us for some fun?" Meng Lulu's body trembled slightly, biting her lip, appearing somewhat hesitant. Wang Tiansong immediately guessed her feelings and, not minding her struggles, grabbed her arm and said, "If you want to play, let's go. Spending all day cultivating, when will it end? Therefore taking a break now and then isn't wrong. Come on, let's go." As he spoke, he dragged Meng Lulu away without looking back. In the distance, a figure stood watching, a faint smile on his lips. He addressed the serious-looking person beside him, saying, "Do you think what I'm doing is truly right?" The person beside him appeared somewhat confused and asked, "Master, I don't understand what you mean." The man chuckled self-deprecatingly and said, "Of course you don't understand my meaning. What I mean is, am I being too harsh on Lulu? Sometimes I even think it would be better to let her play like those two children." A hint of guilt flashed across his face as he spoke. The person beside him frowned slightly, then said, "I can't jump to conclusions, but I really think our clan members are living such exhausting lives. Everyone is truly weary." Hearing this, the man nodded slightly, letting out a poignant sigh. "Indeed, everyone is too tired. Our entire race has fallen to such a state. Ha ha, in less than 10 years our clan will perish. Want it? Ha ha, how ironic." The man behind him sighed slightly and said, "Master, why bother? You have already put in a lot of effort." The man smiled gently, gazing gratefully at the loyal individual beside him, saying, "Lai Cheng, thank you for your words, but the indifference in your eyes still tells me that the distance between us is growing larger." Upon hearing this, the one called Lai Cheng's body trembled slightly, and he fell silent. The man in front of him laughed heartily and said, "Let's not talk about this anymore. Today, seeing Wang Tiansong, I feel he is truly amusing. Never mind, let's set aside those damn things and enjoy a couple of drinks." As he said this, he took large strides away. Meanwhile, Meng Lulu was still being tugged along by Wang Tiansong. After a while, she remarked, "You two slackers, don't you ever care about how others perceive you?" Wang Tiansong turned back to glance at Meng Lulu and replied, "What do those people know? I've said it before, those guys are worthless and have no right to comment on me." Meng Lulu detected the arrogance in Wang Tiansong's tone and felt a wave of disgust. She said, "What's the use of your arrogance? A person's success or failure isn't determined by your arrogance." Wang Tiansong smiled slightly and said, "This isn't arrogance, that's confidence, genuine confidence. I can feel that after 4 years during the coexistence compatibility test, I will surely astonish you all." Looking at Wang Tiansong's proud expression and his erect posture and hearing his words, Meng Lulu suddenly felt that everything might indeed unfold, as Wang Tiansong said. For years later, it would amaze everyone. Although it seemed unrealistic, she couldn't help but believe it, leaving her feeling quite bewildered. After a long while, Meng Lulu said, "I know you two must be secretly preparing something that no one else knows about. But can you tell me? I also want to try cultivating in your way. Don't worry, I definitely won't let it slip. I swear." As she spoke, she raised her left hand resolutely. Wang Tiansong chuckled and said, "What the little beauty said won't be a lie, so there's no need to swear." Though this was said in jest, Wang Tiansong understood that children are always innocent. When she said this, as long as he reminded her a bit more, she really wouldn't let it out, so he didn't need to worry. He then told Meng Lulu, "You should spend more time nurturing your bond with your beast companion. Don't be too harsh on your partner, it will surely improve a lot." Hearing Wang Tiansong's simple words left Meng Lulu somewhat puzzled, and she asked, Is it really that simple? Wang Tiansong nodded and said, indeed, that's all there is to it. Look at the good relationship I have with the prince. And look at how well Tianlin and Xiao Pang get along. Meng Lulu glanced over and saw the prince happily lounging on Wang Tiansong's shoulder, barely any distance between them. Meanwhile, on Gang Tianlin's shoulder, Xiao Pang stood proudly, resembling a lofty figure atop the clouds. Though there was an element of showiness about it, it was clear how close they were. Seeing this made Meng Lulu feel a pang of envy. She nodded slightly and said, I see, thank you. As she spoke, a flash of white light enveloped her, and her symbiotic beast appeared standing obediently beside her and looking somewhat timid. It asked, Master, what's wrong? Wang Tiansong looked at the white raccoon cat and noticed a hint of detachment in his gaze which startled him. He thought, in just a year they've developed such emotions. How did they cultivate? Meng Lulu looked at her symbiotic beast, let out a slight sigh, and then revealed a rare smile. She opened her arms and hugged it, which startled the symbiotic beast. After a brief struggle, it gradually gave in, looking at Meng Lulu in disbelief. Meng Lulu smiled and said, I was wrong, I won't treat you like that again. I finally understand that all power is meaningless. Seeing how tired you are makes my heart ache for you. Upon hearing Meng Lulu's words, the symbiotic beast felt a surge of joy, but was still somewhat fearful. As a part of her soul, Meng Lulu immediately sensed this, and in her heart, there was only sadness. She wasn't foolish and knew that feelings needed to be nurtured, especially after a year of arduous training. She then looked at Wang Tiansong and Gang Tianlin and said, her name is Xiao Li, isn't she cute? Wang Tiansong looked at Xiao Li, revealing a benevolent smile, and chuckled, not as cute as my prince. Meng Lulu looked at the prince and indeed found him cuter. She remembered how people often said that the more beautiful a symbiotic beast was, the better its potential. She immediately thought of Wang Tiansong and felt a bit surprised, but she wasn't used to being overshadowed, so she huffed and said, I still think Xiao Li is cuter. As she spoke, she glanced at Xiao Li, who was now smiling, appearing even cuter. The prince and Xiao Pang exchanged glances and jumped down from Wang Tiansong and Gang Tianlin's shoulders. The prince floated in the air and said, Xiao Li, come play with us. Naturally, Xiao Li wouldn't refuse the invitation from her symbiotic beasts. She looked hopefully at Meng Lulu, who hesitated for a moment. But then, seeing the joyful expressions of the prince and Xiao Pang, she nodded slightly and let Xiao Li down, saying, just don't go too wild. Xiao Li was overjoyed, and the prince finally descended from the air. The three symbiotic beasts walked together just like their owners. Seeing that the prince and the others were having so much fun, Wang Tiansong grinned and said, shall we go join in on the fun? Meng Lulu was taken aback and no longer hesitated. Wang Tiansong didn't press her, only asking casually. Meng Lulu then asked, what are we going to play? Before Wang Tiansong could respond, he suddenly felt something flying rapidly from behind. Instinctively, he crouched down, and a dirt ball landed squarely on Meng Lulu's left shoulder, causing her to scream. Gang Tianlin chuckled awkwardly and said, I was originally aiming for that brat Wang Tiansong, but I missed. Meng Lulu glared at Gang Tianlin and huffed, oh, just wait and see. Saying this, she crouched down and casually picked up a stone to throw. Gang Tianlin's face went pale, and he exclaimed, oh no, that's a rock, not a dirt ball. As he spoke, he hurriedly dodged the stone. Just as he did, a dirt ball came flying toward him much more accurately than Meng Lulu's throw, landing squarely on Gang Tianlin's face. He fell to the ground, exclaiming, damn it, every time it's Wang Tiansong who gets the most benefit. He declared, I've remembered this, and threw another dirt ball, while Wang Tiansong wore a mischievous grin and dodged it. Unfortunately, Meng Lulu wasn't as lucky. Thus, the dirt ball battle began, accompanied by the carefree laughter of the three children. By evening, the three of them lay on the ground covered in dirt, appearing extremely weary, yet wearing broad smiles. Gang Tianlin remarked, you're not as impressive as you think. Wang Tiansong scoffed, come on, you got hit just as many times as I did. Gang Tianlin shrugged and said nothing more, while Meng Lulu sat up with a grin and said, that was so much fun. Wang Tiansong and Gang Tianlin both turned to her and said, as long as it's fun, that's all that matters. Meng Lulu nodded, glancing at the sky. With a reluctant but resigned expression, she called Xiao Li over and picked her up, saying, it's getting late. I must head back or my father will find out. Wang Tiansong remarked, so early, huh? Gang Tianlin replied, are you mistaken? It's already dusk. You may not need to keep track of time, but she certainly does. Wang Tiansong nodded, looking at the dirty-faced Meng Lulu, and said, then you should head back. Goodbye. Meng Lulu nodded, but after a few steps outside, turned back and asked nervously, can I come find you to play in the future? Wang Tiansong smiled and said, as long as you come, we will always welcome you. With that, still wearing a radiant smile, Meng Lulu felt even happier and skipped away. Gang Tianlin looked at the sky and said, I'm going to find something to eat too. You should hurry home. You've been out since morning without returning, and that can't be good. Hearing Gang Tianlin's words, Wang Tiansong felt a bit troubled and said, I really don't want to go back there. If it weren't for being in this kid's body, I would have left long ago. Why would I still be in such a place? Those two people always look at me as if they're uncomfortable with me. Though he said that, he still sat up and called over Wangzi. Wangzi and Xiao Pang ran over together, giggling and exchanging words about meeting again tomorrow. Wangzi eagerly jumped onto Wang Tiansong's shoulder, and Wang Tiansong gently patted Wangzi's little head with his somewhat dirty palm, then said, All right, I'll head back now. See you tomorrow. Gang Tianlin nodded and naturally had nothing to say. The two parted ways, and Wang Tiansong glanced in the direction of the Haid family, shrugged, and walked over. After a while, he arrived nearby and heard the sound of angry scolding, which made Wang Tiansong exceedingly frustrated. After turning a corner, he reached Hades' house, and the noise was coming from there. At that moment, a burly man was accompanied by two equally strong men, while two others looked like bearers. One child about Wang Tiansong's size lay in the sedan chair, his eyes filled with rage. Wang Tiansong shook his head helplessly and said, What's going on here? That Lin Yu actually came looking for trouble. Wang Tiansong immediately recognized the person. The one who was angrily berating Haid and Meng Lian while nodding and bowing was none other than Lin Yu's father, Lin Tong. When Wang Tiansong first heard that name, he almost mispronounced it as Lin Tong, puzzled as to how someone could have such a name. Looking at Lin Tong's furious face, Wang Tiansong couldn't clearly hear what he was saying, but Hades' fawning voice was much clearer, probably due to their relative proximity. Hades said, Lin Tong, my brother, my son was in the wrong. He shouldn't have laid hands on young Master Lin Yu. If there's blame, it lies with my poor guidance. My son acted impulsively, please forgive him. Hearing this, Wang Tiansong scoffed, greatly dissatisfied with such behavior, yet felt a pang of sadness. These two people had no real connection to him, yet they were covering for him. It was clear they truly cared for him. He thought, why are you lowering yourselves? Is he really so much stronger than you? There was really no need to do this. After Hade said this, Lin Tong became even more furious, and this time Wang Tiansong heard him. No way. Tell your little brat to come out, or I swear I won't spare his skin. How could your family produce such a thing? You're not disciplining him, huh? Fine, I will. Hade looked troubled and said, Well, Lin Tong, please, and besides, my son has been out all day and hasn't returned yet. Let's just let this matter rest. Lin Tong snorted coldly and said, If your little rascal was still around, I wouldn't need to be here. Just tell me, are you handing him over or not? Upon hearing this, Hade and Meng Lian were at a loss for words, while Lin Tong said, You two seem quite honest and kind-hearted with a strong backbone, but how come when it comes to your own son you're so submissive? None of this matters. Are you going to hand him over or not? These words made Wang Tiansong pause, thinking, all right, I caused this trouble myself, I should go out and handle it. Wang Tiansong was no fool. He knew that Hade and Meng Lian didn't even need to take care of his needs, yet they still cared for him so much. Just for this affection, no matter how dissatisfied he was with their treatment of the shared beast, he had never truly argued with them. Thinking this, Wang Tiansong felt a bit moved, realizing he had been too extreme in the past. Now looking at Hade and Meng Lian, they seemed much more pleasing to the eye. Wang Tiansong smiled self-deprecatingly and thought, I really have nothing better to do. All right. Although I still don't acknowledge you as my parents, I should still do something for you. I don't care. If you don't find that little bastard for me, I'll beat you both up today. Hade and Meng Lian's faces showed visible discomfort mixed with anger, yet they dared not say much, replying, Brother Lin Tong, you see, this is just a matter between the younger generation. Why should we elders interfere? Let them be then. Lin Tong was furious, shouting, Nonsense. He harmed my son like this, luckily he didn't die. If anything were to happen to my son, I would definitely ensure your son pays for it. Hade was at a loss for words at dealing with such a brutish character, left him unsure of what to say. At that moment, the sound of footsteps approached, accompanied by the call, Mom, Dad, I'm back. Hade and Meng Lian were taken aback and turned to see Wang Tiansong grinning as he looked at them, causing the couple to lament, thinking, Aren't you usually off playing around? Why did you come back so early today? Wait, what did this brat just say? As they pondered this, the couple exchanged glances, clearly seeing disbelief in each other's eyes, and their bodies began to tremble. Lin Yu, still lying in the sedan, wore a face full of anger, exclaiming, Dad, it's this little bastard. Hade and Meng Lian's eyes flashed with fierce light upon hearing this. Had it not been for Lin Tong's presence, they might have already torn Lin Yu's mouth in two for such words. Wang Tiansong, unfazed by Lin Yu's words, looked at Lin Tong and smiled. Oh, isn't this Uncle Lin? What brings you to our home today? Also standing outside, must be tiring, come on in. Oh wait, why aren't you going in? Oh, I see Uncle Lin is leaving, right? Haha, it seems I'm really at fault for coming back so late only to catch you leaving. I'm truly sorry about that. As Lin Tong listened to Wang Tiansong's continuous chatter and looked at his sincere expression of regret, he was taken aback, thinking, this brat, how did he suddenly become so eloquent? Just as he was pondering, he suddenly recalled the last sentence, and anger surged up, cursing, "You little brat, do you dare curse me?" Wang Tiansong was startled, clearly feeling wronged, and replied, "What? Uncle Lin, what are you saying? How did I curse you?" Lin Tong's face turned red with rage as he shouted, "What did you mean by your last sentence? What do you mean I only caught you leaving? Isn't that cursing me to death?" Wang Tiansong looked puzzled, saying, "Uncle Lin, you're taking it too far. That hurts my feelings." He then put on a sad expression, which made Lin Tong shiver with discomfort. Then Wang Tiansong said, "You see, it's really my fault for not arriving when you came, only to catch you leaving. How could that mean I cursed you to death?" He spoke as if he was about to cry, making Lin Tong feel that he really was at fault. Looking embarrassed, and suddenly realizing, he scolded, "You little brat. Your words still aren't right. Ew, I only cursed myself. When did I say I cursed myself to death?" Wang Tiansong was even more bewildered, replying, "But that's what you said. I cursed you to death." At this moment, Lin Tong wore an incredulous expression, yet the implications of the words made everyone increasingly uncomfortable, while Lin Tong was left gasping in anger, saying, "You brat, your tongue is quite sharp." Wang Tiansong's eyes lit up, becoming shy as he replied, "Uncle Lin, you noticed that? That's great. You're right about me having no merits, but being able with my words, just this one virtue, and you actually noticed. Haha, you truly have a discerning eye." Seeing Wang Tiansong's demeanor, everyone couldn't help but twitch their lips, thinking, what kind of person is this? How can he be so thick-skinned? Finally, Lin Tong couldn't stand Wang Tiansong's thick skin any longer and shouted, "Brat, you tell me what to do. You injured my son. Oh, I need some explanation." Wang Tiansong glanced at Lin Yu, pouting, saying, "That was his own carelessness. He scolded me for a long time, and besides, he was the one who struck first. I merely moved a bit, and he ended up like this." While speaking, he deliberately emphasized the words "moved a bit," which made Lin Tong even more furious, shouting, "What do you mean by moved a bit? Are you implying that Lin Yu isn't worth your serious effort?" Wang Tiansong chuckled, but didn't answer. Lin Tong coldly snorted, "My son Lin Yu has already entered the first layer of symbiosis, just begun. With a slacker like you, how could you compare to my son Lin Yu?" Upon hearing that Lin Yu had entered the initial stage, Wang Tiansong appeared quite surprised, responding, "What? Lin Yu, you just entered the initial stage? That's too slow." As soon as those words were spoken, everyone felt like spitting blood, and Lin Tong scolded, "You little brat, that's too outrageous. Do you know what this means? How many can still enter the first layer of symbiosis in our clan?" Wang Tiansong simply shook his head, and then said, "I don't know." Lin Tong was left speechless and replied, "What kind of nonsense are you talking about?" Wang Tiansong shrugged and said, "I'm just saying everything is easy at the beginning. Take online games, for example. There are 90 levels, and the first 10 levels are always easy to pass, so the speed should be quite fast. But his speed is way too slow, isn't it?" Hearing Wang Tiansong's words, everyone felt a bit dizzy. Online games. 90 levels. What on earth is that? Lin Tong, having been led around in circles by Wang Tiansong, paid no mind to his twisted reasoning and scolded, "You better give my son justice." Upon hearing this, Wang Tiansong's playful demeanor finally vanished. He said, "What? Justice? With how you treated my parents, I haven't even asked you for justice yet." Wang Tiansong's sudden shift to a firm tone stunned everyone. Only Hater and Meng Lian looked exceedingly surprised. It had been a long time since Wang Tiansong spoke to them, and even when he did, it was always with a few stiff words. Although they had merely transitioned from strangers to adults living under the same roof, it was still astonishing for Wang Tiansong to refer to them as his parents. Of course, if he had not seen Hater and Meng Lian lowering themselves to avoid bullying from Lin Tong, Wang Tiansong might not have acknowledged them. But now, at least compared to before, there had been a significant change. While everyone was momentarily dazed, Wang Tiansong scoffed, "The young one is shameless, cursing at me, and then planning to strike only to end up getting beaten, and then whining about it. And the elder has no shame, actually coming to ask me for justice. Fine, so what do you want? What does that have to do with my parents?" Hearing Wang Tiansong's crude words, Lin Tong felt a surge of anger and shouted, "You're courting death." As he spoke, a flash of white light enveloped him, and a massive snow-white ape appeared by his side. Wang Tiansong remarked, "A snow ape? Heck, quite fitting for you, big head and brainless." Everyone's jaws dropped in disbelief. What on earth was going on? Could it be that the formerly timid Hater had truly been reborn? Or had he genuinely become the current Wang Tiansong? To be so straightforward and fearless, indeed impressive. It seems he gained some insights back in the day from the reptile's mouth. Various thoughts swirled in the minds of those present, while Lin Tong's expression grew increasingly grim. He coldly scoffed, "Good kid, since you're so sharp-tongued, let me teach you what it means to respect your elders." As he spoke, he shouted lowly, and the snow ape let out a low roar, transforming into a white light that merged back into Lin Tong's body. However, this time, there was a significant change. Lin Tong's body began to transform, his dark skin gradually turning white, and white fur rapidly sprouted all over him, wrapping around every part except for his face, resembling a fusion with the snow ape. Whoa! They merged. Wang Tiansong immediately sensed something was amiss and hurriedly summoned Wang Zi, saying, "Let's do it too." Wang Zi nodded firmly, but after a while Wang Tiansong awkwardly looked at him and asked, how do we merge? Wang Zi was taken aback and asked in a childish voice, "You don't know?" Wang Tiansong frowned and replied, "I really don't know." Everyone was left speechless, thinking, "What is this? We thought you could do something significant, but you don't even know how to merge with a symbiotic beast." Lin Tong laughed heartily, mocking, "Kid, if you lack the confidence to be arrogant before an elder who has already entered the first level of symbiosis, then don't be so bold." Wang Tiansong sneered, saying, "Pa, how can you still have the face to say that? How old are you? Still lingering in the first level of symbiosis? Do you even have any shame?" As soon as these words left his mouth, Lin Tong's body trembled even more, cursing, "Damn you." The crude language showed how furious Lin Tong had become. Lin Tong swung his fist, and Wang Tiansong could feel the air around them ripple, even causing a slight breeze, and that was just the beginning of his punch. Wang Tiansong was astonished, fully aware that this strike possessed immense power. Naturally, he didn't dare to take it heed and quickly dodged to the side. Boom! In the next moment, a large hole appeared where he had stood, surrounded by smoke. When the smoke cleared, Wang Tiansong looked at the large hole, his mouth twitching, thinking, "Damn. This punch could definitely blow up a car. If it hit a person." Wang Tiansong trembled, unconsciously glancing at Wang Zi and asking, "Hey, how do we merge?" Wang Zi looked at Wang Tiansong's somewhat anxious expression and burst into laughter, saying, "So you really don't know? That's hilarious." Laughing as he spoke, he covered his belly in midair and laughed so hard that he couldn't maintain his position, eventually collapsing onto the ground in a fit of laughter. Wang Tiansong's mouth twitched again, saying, "Is it really that funny?" Of course, he might not find it amusing, but for everyone from the symbiotic clan, this joke was not only funny, but also somewhat cold. You have to understand, being a member of the symbiotic clan and not knowing how to merge with the symbiotic beast is not just funny. What is it then? Watching the prince laughing heartily, even Lin Tong had ceased his attack. Previously, he had thought Wang Tiansong was merely pretending ignorance, but now he saw that he genuinely did not know, and he scoffed, saying, "As a member of the symbiotic clan, it is truly a great shame that you do not even know how to merge with a symbiotic beast." Wang Tiansong glared at him fiercely, cursing inwardly, "I come from Earth. How am I supposed to know about your merging nonsense?" Fury surged within him as he looked at the prince and complained, "Stop laughing and help me quickly. Do you want to see me get killed?" The prince finally stopped laughing, wiping away the tears from his eyes, clearly from laughter, and slowly floated into the air, covering his belly with his little paw, saying, No, I can't. My stomach is cramping up." Wang Tiansong's mouth twitched, saying, "Stop laughing." The prince sensed that Wang Tiansong was genuinely angry and chuckled, saying no more as he turned his gaze toward Lin Tong, who was also gradually retracting his laughter, coldly huffing, "I let you be arrogant today. Let's see if I don't flatten you." Saying this, he charged at Wang Tiansong again. Wang Tiansong, feeling utterly helpless, said, "Prince, it's up to you now, otherwise I will truly die here." The prince giggled, saying, "How could you possibly die? You're such a cute person, who would want to kill you? You must first get past me." As he spoke, his body transformed into a burst of white light and instantly integrated into Wang Tiansong's body. Wang Tiansong felt as if he had been struck by electricity, his body shivering. At that moment, Lin Tong's fist was already in front of Wang Tiansong, and seeing that he could not dodge, Lin Tong thought the boy had resigned himself, preparing to retract his strength. However, he observed Wang Tiansong slowly raising his right hand, clearly intending to block his attack. This left Lin Tong stunned. Looking at Wang Tiansong's expression, which was a mix of various bizarre looks, it resembled provocation. This made Lin Tong, who had initially planned to hold back, extremely furious. He threw his fist down without holding back at all. Hemu and Meng Lian both exclaimed in shock, while Lin Yu wore a smirk of triumph at the corner of his mouth. He could even imagine Wang Tiansong being turned into mush. However, the next moment, Lin Yu's smile instantly changed to one of astonishment. Haid and Meng Lian stared incredulously at the scene before them. Lin Tong was even more surprised, because at that moment Lin Tong's full-strength punch had struck Wang Tiansong's right hand, yet Wang Tiansong's body did not budge even a fraction. His right hand did not even lower at all. Only the ground beneath Wang Tiansong's feet began to crack and spread. "This is impossible. How did you do it?" Lin Tong, extremely shocked, retracted his fist, while Wang Tiansong finally returned to normal, continuously shaking his right arm, looking very pained. After a while, he hopped up and down on his feet, shouting, "It hurts so much." Everyone was speechless, thinking, what on earth is this kid doing? At that moment, a long, orange-eared foxtail appeared on Wang Tiansong's rear and his eyes transformed into sharp cat-like pupils. Naturally, Wang Tiansong felt these changes in his body immediately along with the surge of powerful strength. Yes, pure power. That power gave him the feeling that if he could traverse time and space and return hundreds of years ago, perhaps he could sink the entire country of Hua with just the strength of this single punch. Of course, he was merely fantasizing. Looking at Lin Tong, he chuckled. "Uncle Lin, it seems you won't get a chance to hit me after all." As he said this, he winked at Lin Tong, looking very pleased with himself. Lin Tong was even more incredulous, unable to fathom how Wang Tiansong had managed that just now. After a long while, Lin Tong finally reacted, coldly huffing, "Kid, what? Do you think a body that has only trained for a year can compare with me?" Wang Tiansong chuckled, saying, "Uncle Lin, you really have a prophetic aura about you. Indeed, I haven't practiced anything else, I have only trained my own body. But it should be enough." As he spoke, feeling the surge of power, he took a deep breath, and his body naturally lifted off the ground. Watching himself fly, Wang Tiansong was extremely excited and suddenly shouted, "I want to fly higher." Of course, he wasn't actually thinking of flying that high, he just hovered half a meter above the ground, looking at Lin Tong playfully, saying, "Come on." Lin Tong coldly huffed, but inwardly, he began to feel uneasy. It was known that while Wang Tiansong appeared to be truly pained in his right hand, that punch had been delivered with Lin Tong's full strength. For Wang Tiansong merely to say it hurt was the end of it, which meant that none of Lin Tong's attacks had any effect on Wang Tiansong. Conversely, what did it mean for a mere 7-year-old child to withstand a punch from a man in his 40s? Not to mention now, but it can certainly be said that in just 4 years during the symbiotic clan's compatibility test, Wang Tiansong might achieve an excellent result. Thinking of this, Lin Tong felt a twinge of anxiety in his heart, but he was genuinely excited, and this excitement was not for himself, but for the entire symbiotic clan. No matter how much Lin Tong protected his son, he was still an ordinary adult. Given the current state of decline of his clan, how could he, as a high-ranking member, not feel heartbroken? But what could he do? As the days passed, his clan members grew weaker, and strangely, these clan members who were clearly more diligent in their cultivation, why were they becoming increasingly inferior? Conversely, looking at Wang Tiansong, now who managed to play around with Gang Tian and Lin for a year, and yet he was a fool who couldn't even merge with the symbiotic beast, but such a fool actually caught his most powerful punch with one hand. What does this represent? Does it not imply that those who do not cultivate are more formidable than those who train diligently? Of course, this claim is absolutely unbelievable, yet Lin Tong sensed something from it, though he could never truly grasp it. At that moment, looking at Wang Tiansong, he asked, "Kid, how did you do that just now? You actually took my strike." By the time he spoke this, the arrogance and anger in his tone had vanished. Clearly, Lin Tong was genuinely seeking guidance from Wang Tiansong. Wang Tiansong was taken aback for a moment, then replied, "How would I know? I subconsciously raised my right hand, and then I caught it." Everyone was left speechless by this response. What kind of answer was that? Lin Tong paid close attention to this. From Wang Tiansong's expression, it was clear that he was not lying. So what could possibly have caused Wang Tiansong to catch Lin Tong's strike? This left Lin Tong puzzled. After pondering for a long time, he finally said, "Hemu, come down." Wang Tiansong replied, "My name is Wang Tiansong, not Hemu." Lin Tong said impatiently, "It doesn't matter, just come down." Wang Tiansong shrugged and obediently came down. He wasn't foolish and had already sensed the change in Lin Tong's tone. At that moment, Lin Tong had no intention of harming him. "Speak, is there something you need?" Wang Tiansong stood beside Lin Tong and asked. Lin Tong nodded and inquired, "How have you been cultivating this past year? What do you want me to say? Do you really have a problem with your eyesight? Haven't you seen what I've been doing all day?" As he spoke, he looked at Lin Tong with increasing disdain. Lin Tong fixed his sharp gaze on Wang Tiansong and sneered, "Kid, you clearly have trained hard with such strength. You must want to make a remarkable impression, right? You seem to be playing in front of everyone during the day, yet secretly putting in more time and effort into cultivation than anyone else." Wang Tiansong nearly spat out his drink. At this moment, the symbiotic beast had already separated from its fusion state, with Wang Tiansong obediently resting on his shoulder, curiously observing Lin Tong. Wang Tiansong stepped back a little from Lin Tong, bowing slightly. Impressive. You must be a novelist." Lin Tong was taken aback and asked, "What are you talking about? What novelist?" Wang Tiansong looked up and smiled. "If you weren't a novelist, how could your imagination be so rich?" Lin Tong's mouth twitched slightly, realizing he was being mocked for his wild guesses. "So you really have just been playing all along?" Lin Tong was completely incredulous now. Wang Tiansong nodded and replied, "Please, I have Tian Lin as my witness, and at night my parents can vouch for me. With people to testify, do we still need physical evidence?" Lin Tong was further perplexed by Wang Tiansong's nonsensical response, saying, "What nonsense? You just tell me what is going on." Lin Tong was clearly getting impatient, questioning Wang Tiansong. Wang Tiansong then chuckled and returned to seriousness, leaning closer to Lin Tong and whispering, actually this is my guess. You separated from the symbiotic beast's fusion state, letting it stand beside you. Lin Tong, seeing Wang Tiansong's serious demeanor, did not hesitate to release the fusion state with the symbiotic beast. Wang Tiansong nodded slightly and said, observe my prince and see what the difference is with your snow ape. Lin Tong carefully examined both for a long time, then helplessly stated they looked the same. Wang Tiansong shook his head vigorously, looking exasperated. Fool. Look at their eyes, their eyes. Lin Tong nodded, no longer maintaining a senior's stance, and carefully observed the eyes of both creatures. The two symbiotic beasts felt a bit strange under such scrutiny. In the end, Lin Tong shook his head in frustration, saying, I really can't tell the difference. Seeing Lin Tong's dejected expression, Wang Tiansong sighed. All right, let me tell you. Their expressions are different. Lin Tong was infuriated and shouted, you little brat, what does it mean if their expressions are different? Wang Tiansong shot him a glare and replied, humph. My prince looks at me without indifference, but what about yours? Your symbiotic beast's eyes are filled with indifference. Lin Tong was momentarily stunned. Only then did he realize upon observing closely that the snow ape's gaze towards him was extremely cold, as if it was looking at a stranger. Lin Tong furrowed his brows once more, glancing at the prince's eyes, which were filled with vitality and curiosity, resembling a newborn baby exploring the world around it. Suddenly Lin Tong reacted, nodding slightly as he looked at Wang Tiansong and asked then, how can I make my symbiotic beast possess eyes like yours? Wang Tiansong smiled faintly, clearly noticing that Lin Tong had caught on. He nodded and said, firstly, do not refer to it as a symbiotic beast. I understand that it has a name, as it is indeed named. Lin Tong was momentarily taken aback, then recalled that throughout their conversation Wang Tiansong had never referred to either his or Lin Tong's symbiotic beast as such, but rather by their names or codes. Lin Tong nodded and continued to inquire, what else? Wang Tiansong replied, secondly, treat it as a friend. Lin Tong was stunned and said, what? The symbiotic beast is clearly. Before he could finish his sentence, Wang Tiansong's cold, sharp gaze shot over, startling Lin Tong, who thought, this kid, how can his eyes be so piercing? A slave or a servant? Is your soul merely that of a slave or a servant? Wang Tiansong exclaimed angrily. Lin Tong was taken aback, then he quickly reacted, his eyes filled with regret as he nodded and said, then what else? Wang Tiansong, seeing that Lin Tong had comprehended so quickly, was quite satisfied and continued, thirdly, advance and retreat together with your shui yuan, sharing trials and tribulations, sharing life and death. Hearing this, Lin Tong had grasped the essence and looked at Wang Tiansong with admiration, smiling slightly. Is there anything else? Wang Tiansong thought for a moment, chuckled, and said, then it involves having fun. Lin Tong was initially startled, then surprised, looking at the prince, and then at Wang Tiansong, finally understanding and bursting into laughter. Fun? What a way to play. Kid, you actually comprehend the symbiotic doctrine to such an extent. I am impressed. Everyone present was momentarily taken aback. What had Wang Tiansong just said? How could this hot-tempered, competitive guy actually utter words of admiration? Wang Tiansong waved his hand and said, Lin uncle, you flatter me. You are simply influenced by the surroundings, while I am influenced by darkness. Lin Tong nodded. Although Wang Tiansong's words were somewhat inaccurate, he still said, indeed, why hadn't I understood this before? I have truly wasted my life. No, I must quickly tell Meng Jinka and the others about this. Little one, today's matter is my son's fault. I will apologize to you and your parents. As he spoke, he bowed to Wang Tiansong openly, who repeatedly nodded and said, This child can be taught. The people around felt a wave of nausea. Oh, what a show-off. Reaching this level of pretentiousness is quite something, isn't it? Lin Tong, however, did not get angry, but instead burst into laughter, then looked at his son and said angrily, useless brat. From today onward, don't practice anymore, properly accompany your whore. Lin Yu was completely stunned, then said, Dad, why are you calling the symbiotic beast by its name? And not practicing? Going to play with the symbiotic beast? Lin Tong nodded and said, from now on it will be called whore, no more referring to it as a symbiotic beast, understand? It is your partner. Upon hearing his father's words, Lin Yu was truly incredulous, while Wang Tiansong beside him was somewhat surprised, thinking he figured it out with just a few words. No wonder he is from a high status. However, seeing Lin Yu still looking confused, Wang Tiansong said, are you really this foolish or just pretending? Heroes emerge from youth, and our heroes are forged through play. As he spoke, he struck a pose he thought was very impressive. This time Lin Tong could no longer bear Wang Tiansong's pose and quickly called the others, urging them to carry Lin Yu away. Wang Tiansong glanced at them disdainfully and said, what? Can't handle it. I have the capital. After saying this, he suddenly realized what capital he actually had. This question was worth pondering over. Meanwhile, Haid and Meng Lian looked at him excitedly and said, Tiansong, your symbiotic compatibility has remarkably improved. Wang Tiansong was taken aback. Then, after a moment of contemplation, he replied, "To be honest, I don't know what symbiotic compatibility is." This statement indeed left people speechless, but Hade and Meng Lian smiled slightly, knowing that Wang Tiansong was not from the symbiotic clan, so it was understandable that he did not know. Moreover, despite his ignorance, he was achieving better results than anyone in the symbiotic clan, which was truly remarkable. After all, if he had merely reached the initial stage of the first step of the symbiotic doctrine, his strength would at most be comparable to Lin Tong's. This meant that even if the two were evenly matched given their physical attributes, while Wang Tiansong wouldn't actually be crushed, he certainly wouldn't be comfortable. Yet the reality was that Wang Tiansong merely felt a slight pain in his arm and was otherwise unharmed. This indicated that Wang Tiansong and his symbiotic beast were stronger together than Lin Tong. This meant that a child who was barely 7 years old had within a year likely reached the level of the strongest among their symbiotic clan. The second level of the symbiotic doctrine had been half-integrated. Of course, after this day, the relationship between Hade Meng Lian and Wang Tiansong became subtly intricate. At the very least, it was no longer as rigid as before. Additionally, Wang Tiansong was amazed to find that his originally two-person team had now welcomed Meng Lulu, who happily informed them that her father no longer wanted her to practice and instead allowed her to play with Wang Tiansong and the others. This surprised both Wang Tiansong and Gang Tianlin, wondering when the people here had become so open-minded. Subsequently, they were even more surprised to find that Lin Yu had reluctantly joined Wang Tiansong's group. Wang Tiansong, of course, could not tolerate this guy who was clearly envious, yet acted dismissively and deliberately distanced himself from Lin Yu. It was only then that Lin Yu helplessly revealed the truth, which left the three stunned. The truth was simple. He had indeed expressed a desire not to be with Wang Tiansong, only to be scolded and beaten by his father, who threatened to throw him out of the house if he didn't spend time with Wang Tiansong. As a person from Earth, Wang Tiansong envied having such a father, but what frustrated him the most was that since you had already grasped the general meaning of the symbiotic doctrine, why not just understand it? Why call it spending time with Wang Tiansong? Wang Tiansong shook his head helplessly, yet reluctantly accepted Lin Yu, making him feel as if he was taking in a little brother. Of course, the expansion of their team puzzled many, and some even thought that the symbiotic clan was truly doomed, that even the high-ranking members of the symbiotic clan had become so degenerate. What could they still hope for? However, many children still refused to be left behind and intensified their training. Of course, when they saw Wang Tiansong and the others having so much fun, they couldn't help but feel a pang of envy. "Do you dare hit me?" Lin Yu mockingly asked, to which Gang Tianlin laughed heartily, saying, "I didn't hit your bird. What are you so anxious about? You dare to try?" Lin Yu challenged. Gang Tianlin chuckled. "I meant the bird below, not your horror." Lin Yu's body trembled slightly as he coughed and said, let's change the topic." Lin Yu's symbiotic beast named Horror resembled a peacock, but had a fiery red body exuding an air of nobility. The more Wang Tiansong looked at Horror, the more he felt it resembled the phoenix mentioned in the ancient myths of their Huagua. This surprised Wang Tiansong. He never expected such a spoiled child to have such a symbiotic beast. Of course, he only thought this in his heart. Time continued to pass, and after another year, the estrangement among Lin Yu and the others finally disappeared. Moreover, to everyone's astonishment, the silver stripe on Gang Tianlin's chubby chest had transformed from 1 to 2. That wasn't all. The silver stripe on the prince's head also changed to 2, and one day, while they were playing, his tail unexpectedly split into 2, startling the prince himself. No one had determined what exactly had happened. However, Meng Jinka occasionally caught sight of it, and his eyes would gleam with fiery excitement as he laughed with Lin Tong and the others leaving. "This kid is truly remarkable," Meng Jinka said. Lin Tong nodded vigorously in agreement, saying, "This child may very well help our symbiotic clan escape its current predicament." Meng Jinka also looked filled with hope and nodded, saying, "Wang Tiansong. This new name is indeed excellent, truly possessing the potential to change the fate of our clan." Lin Tong's old face broke into a wide smile as he said, "Then, shall we inform all the clan members about this method right now, so they can understand?" Meng Jinka shook his head and said, "What Wang Tiansong said was quite vague, and even if we were to share it now, we might not necessarily gain any good outcomes. The inertia of long-standing thought processes would make it difficult for everyone to accept our approach, of course, excluding high-ranking individuals like you and me, but others would absolutely struggle to understand our actions." Lin Tong nodded in agreement, and then said, "So what do you suggest?" Meng Jinka smiled and said, "There are only 3 years left until their next symbiotic compatibility test, right?" Lin Tong suddenly understood, nodding slightly. Meng Jinka continued, "There are many who do not believe in Wang Tiansong, including yourself from a year ago, right? But this time let them open their eyes. Our clan has fallen to this point. Even if we want to revive it, it won't be effective in a short time. Therefore, waiting for 3 more years will still be feasible. Lin Tong nodded slightly and said, but what about the reptilian clan? Upon hearing the term reptilian, a strong wave of killing intent erupted from Meng Jinka, but was quickly suppressed. He helplessly said, according to our agreement, it has only been 2 years since the last time. After the 3-year symbiotic compatibility test is concluded, we shall send the 20 weakest children to them. Lin Tong's eyes filled with sorrow as he sighed. They are truly despicable scum. Hearing this, Meng Jinka chuckled bitterly and said, despicable? Then what are we? Lin Tong was taken aback and asked Meng Jinka why such words. Meng Jinka's eyes were filled with sorrow as he lamented, we can't even protect our own kin. We have to form such a pact with outsiders to survive, and as high-ranking individuals we have no solutions. Tell me, are we not the real scum? As he spoke, he sighed and walked away into the distance. Lin Tong pondered momentarily before helplessly nodding and following suit. At that moment, Meng Jinka remarked, in recent years it seems that the multi-eyed clan has indeed remained quite quiet, but I believe they have no reason to stay silent for long. They are very much covetous of our spirit stones. The afternoon sun bathed everything in its gentle golden warmth. Wang Tiansong reclined lazily beneath a broad-leaved tree, basking in sunlight and dappled shade. Beside him, 3 others lay sprawled on the grass, each cradling a small sleeping symbiotic beast nestled comfortably against their chests. Watching their blissful, unguarded slumber, Wang Tiansong sighed inwardly. Such overwhelming cuteness is perilous. It's downright dangerous. Then turning to Gang Tianlin, he asked, so, what shall we do this afternoon? Wang Tiansong shrugged nonchalantly. How should I know? We'll see. Meng Lulu chuckled softly. True enough. Still, Tiansong, you truly are extraordinary. We've lived alongside you for 2 full years, yet never once have our games repeated themselves. Gang Tianlin nodded in earnest admiration. Indeed, I've spent 3 whole years with Wang Tiansong, and not a single day has felt stale. That alone is nothing short of remarkable. Wang Tiansong grinned mischievously. What's so impressive about that? Just who do you think I am? I'm Wang Tiansong. Naturally, I surpass ordinary mortals by a wide margin. His companions groaned in unison. Show off. Wang Tiansong blinked momentarily, speechless, then muttered silently. You're the ones who said it first. I'm merely echoing your own words. Besides, wasn't it I who taught you that very word? He frowned faintly, glancing at the 4 children, barely 8 summers old, whose audacity and shamelessness had grown astonishingly thick under his tutelage. Even he hadn't foreseen such an outcome. Each gazed back at him with serene, knowing smiles, and the more he looked, the more convinced he became they were each more insufferable than the last. Yet upon reflection, if they were insufferable, then in their eyes he must already be dead, stabbed twice over. Setting aside his irritation, he cleared his throat twice and fell silent, gazing steadily ahead. By the way, the symbiotic concordance trials within our clan begin in just 2 years, don't they? Wang Tiansong mentally tallied the time. He dwelled on Symbiosis Star for 3 years now, knowing every winding path and whispered custom of the Symbiont clan. Yet beyond their borders, utterly unknown, he didn't know this much. The Arthropod clan and the Polyocular clan, 2 dominant powers, had effectively cleaved the planet in 2. The Symbiont clan existed only as a fragile, trembling sliver caught between them, perpetually adrift, perpetually endangered. Such was the precarious reality of Symbiosis Star. Yes. Only 2 years remain until the trials begin. But how can we gauge our true strength? Every match ends with Wang Tiansong cheating. Gang Tianlin's voice carried unmistakable frustration, his grievance rooted in Wang Tiansong's habitual infuriating tactics during sparring. Wang Tiansong feigned shock. Hey, Tianlin, that's hardly fair. Yes, it's only a match, but what's the point of competition if not to win? Victory is the sole law. Suppose you fought to the death with another. Only one may survive. Would the fallen dare call the victor dishonorable? At that, Gang Tianlin fell utterly silent, struck dumb, then sighing helplessly as if no rebuttal could possibly exist. Yet soon all 4 children paused, quietly reconsidering. Though Wang Tiansong's confidence bordered on arrogance, his logic held undeniable weight. Let's drop this argument. Help me think of something else to do. I may be resourceful, but our clan is small, our numbers few. Even my most ingenious ideas have long since been exhausted. Wang Tiansong sighed, shoulders slumping in theatrical defeat. The others merely shrugged. Why not just lie here quietly? Meng Lulu offered the suggestion. It was afternoon. The sunlight of Symbiosis Star remained perfectly temperate year-round, never scorching in summer, never biting in winter. That above all else was Wang Tiansong's favorite thing about this world. To him, lying still was pure bliss. Agreed. It's settled. Before anyone else could speak, Wang Tiansong consented instantly, then began lowering himself onto the grass. But as he casually glanced back, his gaze locked onto the branch behind them. where unnoticed until now perched a creature over 100 slender legs finger-thick, 3 inches long. A centipede. So symbiosis, Star does have centipedes. 3 years, and I've never once seen an insect. He burst into delighted exclamations as though gazing upon a celestial marvel. Yet the others' faces paled instantly. As native symbionts, they harbored an instinctive primal dread of arthropods. More than that, the symbiont clan never encountered insects. Not even the tiniest mite. For every insect was an arthropod clansman. The arthropod clan, Meng Lulu and the others whirled around instinctively, leaping backward 3 or 4 paces in unison. The sudden recoil startled Wang Tiansong. They shot away from him like bolts, suddenly 2 or 3 meters distant, while he stood frozen, utterly bewildered, still rooted to the spot. Come on, a mere bug terrifies you this badly. Centipedes may be one of the 5 venoms, but they're hardly monstrous. Look at this little fellow. I could crush him beneath my foot without effort. Wang Tiansong spoke with utter disdain, yet the other's eyes remained sharp with unrelenting vigilance. That alone made him frown deeply. One part of him thought them overly skittish, but the other more unsettling truth dawned: if such fear was ingrained in symbionts from childhood, then the arthropod clan must be truly terrifying. This centipede therefore could not be dismissed so lightly. Haha, little child, I bore you no ill will, at first. Merely seeking amusement, I slipped past your clan's sentinels to wander freely among your people, hoping to gather useful intelligence. And yet, you dared to mock me. For that alone, you will die. At that moment a voice, neither male nor female, dripping with eerie sibilant mockery, whispered directly into Wang Tiansong's ear. His eyes flew wide open, every muscle tensed as he stared rigid at the centipede. It speaks. The realization struck him like lightning. Oh very well. So to you I'm just a trifle. Brats, I'm feeling unusually generous today. You tremble before me. That pleases me. Go on, flee. Run far and fast. But this boy, it's been far too long since I've tasted symbiont flesh. Malice oozed from every syllable, so potent that Wang Tiansong's spine prickled with cold dread. Never in his life, not across 2 lifetimes, had he imagined a crawling thing standing before him speaking fluent symbiont tongue. Wang Tiansong, run! Meng Lulu screamed the warning, but Wang Tiansong, defying all reason, strode straight toward the centipede, and without hesitation brought his foot down hard. Thud! His boot slammed onto the branch, pinning the centipede flat. The sheer audacity left Gang Tianlin and the others stunned, jaw-dropped, knees trembling. Damn thing, dare swagger before me. Let's see how flat you get, pup. His voice curled with dark, playful menace, even as his right foot ground sideways across the bark, pressing down with brutal force. Oh no, oh no. Tiansong, get out of there. All 3 froze, backs rigid with terror. No one dared step forward, not even to pull him back. Courage had utterly abandoned them. Wang Tiansong, outwardly fearless, was inwardly racing through calculations. It's not dead. I didn't crush it. Its carapace is harder than stone. Tiansong, watch out. This one's no ordinary foe. Prince's urgent warning pierced his thoughts. That tone, grave, unwavering, sent a jolt through Wang Tiansong. He'd never heard Prince sound so solemn. This was no trivial threat. Right. Without delay, he lifted his left foot and drove his right heel down with explosive force, launching himself skyward via recoil. Even so, in the next heartbeat, the centipede, no longer 3 inches but elongating rapidly, launched itself upward with impossible speed, streaking straight for his face. Symbiotic fusion. Wang Tiansong had leapt precisely to avoid being struck head-on, but the creature's velocity still outstripped his own. 2 snow-white foxtails, each over 2 meters long, erupted from his back. His irises melted into warm brown, and twin silver clawmark sigils flared side by side upon his forehead. His limbs, though unchanged in appearance, radiated coiled power, still as stone, yet poised to unleash devastation at a single motion. Those massive serpentine tails lashed downward like silver whips, propelling him higher still, aided by Prince's levitation art. The centipede lunged and missed. Meanwhile, Meng Lulu and the others had already scattered far apart. A veteran of war, a man of 2 lifetimes, Wang Tiansong's mental fortitude dwarfed theirs. Though the centipede's blinding speed had tightened his chest for a fleeting second, calm swiftly reasserted itself. Now brow furrowed, he turned midair, gazing downward. What he saw shattered his composure entirely. His knees buckled, and he nearly plummeted to the earth. What Wang Tiansong saw was a giant centipede at least 10 meters long, its countless legs rapidly undulating. The reddish-brown shell appeared to be as heavy as armor, clearly indicating its formidable defensive capabilities. Heavens! Such a massive body. Even a python would be no match for this. Wang Tiansong was genuinely astonished. It's actually a 13-meter centipede beast. This is bad. Only the clan leader can subdue it. At that moment, Meng Lulu was the first to speak. Hmm. Upon hearing this, the centipede fixed its fist-sized black eyes on Meng Lulu. Just looking into those eyes was enough to drain one of all fighting spirit, leaving them potentially speechless. Little one, you seem to know quite a bit. The centipede spoke, evidently recognizing Meng Lulu's extraordinary status within the symbiotic clan. This is bad. Wang Tiansong immediately understood upon hearing the centipede's words, realizing that this massive creature had likely targeted Meng Lulu. The others felt the same, their faces pale, yet none dared to move, leaving Wang Tiansong speechless. Are you all frozen in fear? Someone go save her and inform the other clan members. After saying this, Wang Tiansong exerted force with his legs, propelling himself towards the 13-meter-long centipede. However, it seemed that Gang Tianlin and the others didn't hear Wang Tiansong's words, remaining dumbfounded in place, just staring blankly at the 13-meter-long centipede. Wang Tiansong was puzzled, but could see Gang Tianlin's trembling lips, clearly muttering 13 meters, semi-molten level. Wang Tiansong frowned, even deeper, feeling extremely dissatisfied, yet he had no way to change the situation. Huh, what a joke. Your symbiotic clan has fallen to such a level, truly believing you have any capabilities. You are merely a balance used by my clan and the damned multi-eyed clan to counteract one another. Otherwise, if my clan sent a few warriors, you would already be doomed. At this moment, upon hearing Wang Tiansong's command to save the centipede, did not attack, but instead burst into laughter. It didn't even give Wang Tiansong a glance. Its massive body suddenly whipped its tail towards him. Though it hadn't reached Wang Tiansong, yet two tails, each over 2 meters long, stood upright from the wind, indicating the tremendous force behind that swing. But at that moment, Wang Tiansong's eyes gleamed with fierce light, his anger even more pronounced. I said, what can a filthy bug like you do to me? You can't do anything. While speaking, Wang Tiansong did not turn back, but his left leg suddenly tightened, a visible sphere of white light forming around his leg. In the next moment, a sinister smile crept onto his lips. His left leg bent, tightened, and swung. In one seamless motion, he aimed at the giant centipede's tail. Although there was still a meter of distance, a white arc 2 to 3 meters thick and 5 to 6 meters long shot out from Wang Tiansong's leg, crashing into the centipede's tail like a massive blade. Oh, the seemingly very hard shell of the centipede's tail couldn't even showcase its defensive power before being sliced clean through by the white arc, leaving a perfect cut. Clearly, it faced no obstacles whatsoever. Boom. The 3-meter-long tail was severed from the centipede's body and fell heavily to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. How is this possible? A mere 9-year-old child possesses commanding-level strength. The centipede was taken aback, exclaiming after a shrill, ear-piercing scream that sounded like two rough metals grinding against each other. Warrior level. Commanding level. Wang Tiansong remained unfazed at these words, pausing slightly midair while lifting his right arm, a sinister smile reappearing on his lips. What does that have to do with me? As Wang Tiansong spoke, the centipede had already raised its massive head, looking at him, its 3-meter-long antennae twitching, clearly sensing the threat of death and truly feeling fear. If you kill me, your entire clan will suffer the consequences. Your symbiotic clan will surely be crushed by my clan. At that moment, the giant centipede trembled as it spoke, its voice shaking, clearly a facade of bravado masking its fear. At this, Wang Tiansong truly paused in midair. Looking at Meng Lulu and the others, who were astonished at how easily he had severed the tail of a 13-meter centipede they thought was unbeatable, Wang Tiansong frowned. He naturally understood that the insect clan and multi-eyed clan exerted pressure and exclusion over the symbiotic clan, and that the symbiotic clan itself was on the brink of extinction, especially at this time, when they couldn't afford to engage in battle with either the multi-eyed or insect clan. This 13-meter centipede evidently held a certain rank among the insect clan, so if Wang Tiansong truly killed it, it could easily lead to war, which, for the currently weak symbiotic clan, would be a matter of complete annihilation. At this moment, seeing Wang Tiansong hesitating, the centipede couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, but simultaneously it felt even more astonished. What's going on? Didn't the symbiotic clan only have one warrior-level presence 15 years ago? How could a commanding-level individual suddenly appear? Such strength is rare even in my clan. The centipede had many thoughts racing through its mind, while Wang Tiansong was contemplating what to do. At that moment, he sensed that the earlier commotion had attracted the attention of the symbiotic clan members, and before long, he expected some clan members to arrive. Symbiotic clan. Wang Tiansong silently pondered those 3 words, unsure of what he was thinking. Meanwhile, for the centipede, it had calmed down, noticing Wang Tiansong lost in thought. This is my chance. Our clan's intelligence must be accurate, so this person should be an anomaly. Even if other commanding level powers appear, they can't be many. If I take this opportunity to eliminate this guy, send out a distress signal, and escape, it would be a great achievement. The centipede devised a plan in its mind. Seeing Wang Tiansong deep in thought, the centipede suddenly lunged forward, charging at him. Yet Meng Lulu and the others stood dazed, doing nothing at all, or rather feeling utterly powerless. But at that moment, contrary to the centipede's expectations, Wang Tiansong, who was deep in thought, suddenly revealed a strange smile while raising his right arm. In the next moment, the centipede saw a massive white light appear as Wang Tiansong swung his arm. No, the centipede shouted, unwilling to accept it. How could someone suddenly wake up from deep thought and strike? Did this guy really not care about his clan falling into crisis? How could such a person exist? The centipede didn't know, nor could it know. That white light sliced through the centipede's body, cutting its 10-meter-long form in half. Red blood sprayed through the air, a foul stench wafting out. As Wang Tiansong caught a whiff, he had already returned to the ground. Meng Lulu and the others stood there dumbfounded, while Wang Tiansong coldly snorted, not even glancing at them, and was about to leave. Wang Tiansong. At that moment, a fiery figure rapidly enlarged before Wang Tiansong, appearing beside him in the blink of an eye. The heat radiating made Wang Tiansong uncomfortable, and what he saw was a fire figure engulfed in flames, its skin burning. This left Wang Tiansong stunned. Having never seen such a person before, he couldn't help but think of the Human Torch from the Fantastic Four. In the next moment, he watched as the flames on the fiery figure rapidly receded, revealing the figure clearly. Clan leader, Wang Tiansong said casually. The clan leader Meng Jinka was a fire figure with orange-eyed eyes and flames all over. Lai Chung was Meng Jinka's symbiotic beast, while Meng Jinka himself gaped, his eyes darting between the massive corpse and Wang Tiansong. Is this your doing? Meng Jinka asked Wang Tiansong in disbelief. Wang Tiansong shrugged, saying, yes, it was me. What's the matter? Wang Tiansong clearly thought this was an easy feat, finding it hard to understand why they were so astonished. Meanwhile, various figures were appearing, including Lin Tong and several high-ranking members of the symbiotic clan. When they saw this scene, they were all visibly shocked, clearly unable to fathom who could have killed a 13-meter centipede. Estimating it roughly, it's a 13-meter centipede, which is a warrior-level beast. Even I would need considerable effort to kill it. This? Is it really you who did this? Meng Jinka spoke in disbelief. The more he looked at Wang Tiansong, the more incredulous he felt. Wang Tiansong merely sighed, exuding a sense of helplessness, saying, yes, yes, yes. It was me, I already said it, and you saw it. What more do you want? Clearly for Wang Tiansong, dealing with this massive creature was a very normal and simple task, but he couldn't understand why these people reacted with such astonishment. In response, Meng Jinka still wore a shocked expression, while Wang Tiansong noticed a hint of excitement in Meng Jinka's eyes. Elder, the bloodborne message has already leaked out. What shall we do? At that very moment, Lin Tong's face had paled completely. Any astonishment he'd felt upon slaying the giant centipede vanished, replaced solely by sheer terror. He sprinted wildly toward Meng Jinka, gasping as he blurted out those words. Meng Jinka instantly snapped out of his shock, his own face turning ashen. Damn it! His voice betrayed utter helplessness. Meanwhile, no fewer than 40 people had already gathered at the site, every one of them stricken with alarm. Wang Tiansong too was stunned. Clearly the arthropod clan's blood could transmit information through the air, a capability he had never imagined. He'd assumed the colossal beast's plea for mercy signaled genuine fear of death, thus killing it outright would have been the safest way to seal its secrets. He had never anticipated this turn of events, another miscalculation on his part. Damn it, I should have pierced its skull clean through from the start. The scent of its blood is so overpowering, it cannot possibly be concealed. Wang Tiansong grew frantic. He knew now that hostilities had erupted. They must eliminate the enemy entirely, or face annihilation at the hands of the arthropod clan's inevitable retribution. Who did it? Who slew this monster? Tell me who. Someone shrieked hysterically, as if desperate to unmask the centipede's killer. Wang Tiansong recoiled slightly. He heard it plainly, the raw terror and despair in that voice. Precisely because he sensed it so acutely, he found himself baffled. At that moment, he glanced at Meng Lulu and the others, finally regaining a sliver of composure. Yet their expressions were utterly drained. Facing the centipede, they hadn't even entertained the thought of moving. It wasn't reluctance Wang Tiansong sensed, it was pure paralyzing dread welling up from deep within their souls. But whence did such terror spring? Wang Tiansong simply could not fathom it. And now, recalling that earlier pig-like wail, he sensed something vital had slipped his grasp, sparking an urgent need to probe deeper. Ignoring Lin Tong and Meng Jinka, both deeply furrowed in worry, he strode resolutely toward Gang Tianlin. Upon seeing Wang Tiansong approach, Gang Tianlin's bloodshot eyes flickered with remorse. Apologies can wait. I need to ask you. As Wang Tiansong began speaking, more and more people poured in, like falling dominoes, until the crowd swelled beyond measure. To the symbiotic clan, this was nothing short of cataclysmic. Simultaneously cries demanding Wang Tiansong's capture multiplied. Who killed this centipede? Seize him. Hand him over to the arthropod clan now. There's still time. We refuse to die today. Many voices rose in chorus. Hearing this, Meng Lulu and the others recoiled in shock. Lin Yu suddenly stepped forward shouting, "How dare you betray your own kin? It was Wang Tiansong who saved us. Without him we'd all be dead. Have you forgotten his grace so easily?" Lin Yu's words drew sharp intakes of breath from Lin Tong and Meng Jinko alike. Lin Tong stormed forward and slapped Lin Yu across the face. "Brat, stop this nonsense. Get out of here now. Wang Tiansong is no older than you. Nonsense. Go home. I'll deal with you later." Lin Tong's eyes blazed with fury, so unlike his usual gentle self. From childhood, he'd always corrected Lin Yu with stern but loving guidance. Today, however, Lin Yu believed he spoke in Wang Tiansong's defense, and yet earned only this blistering rebuke. And a slap. Was it truly worth it? "Father," Lin Yu clutched her stinging cheek, lips pressed tight, tears trembling at the edge of her lashes. But she held her father's gaze unwaveringly. Lin Tong saw it all, and his heart clenched, but his expression remained unmoved. "Get out, you ungrateful whelp. All you do is idle away with Wang Tiansong. Now you spout lies. Out, out, out." As Lin Tong raged, Lin Yu burned with anger. Yet before her own father, words failed her utterly. She swallowed her tears, turned sharply, and walked straight to Meng Lulu's side. Lin Tong meanwhile stood resolute, refusing to glance back at his son, as his gaze fixed instead upon the panicked throng ahead. "Esteemed elders, my son Lin Yu speaks without sense. Do not heed his words. This beast measured over 10 meters. By arthropod clan law, it was unquestionably a warrior class entity. How could Wang Tiansong and his companions, mere youths, possibly slay such a creature? It was none other than our revered elder Meng Jinka, who struck down this warrior class centipede." Lin Tong deliberately raised his voice. Even Meng Lulu and Gang Tianlin stared stunned. Why lie? Why rob Wang Tiansong of the honor rightfully his? Meng Lulu herself was bewildered, her heart heavy with injustice. "Calm yourselves. Uncle Lin acts not to deceive, but to protect me. Set those concerns aside for now. Tell me instead, what exactly?" Wang Tiansong, remarkably composed, only deepened everyone's confusion. His questions came fast and furious, requiring all three to answer in turn. "Our elder, did you lose your mind? You know full well how formidable the arthropod clan is, yet you've slain one of their warrior class centipedes. Its blood message has already spread. What do we do now?" Panic gripped most, only a handful retained even a sliver of composure. "My people, consider this: the arthropod clan breached our very sentinels. How brazen they've grown. If we fail to strike back, now our clan will be deemed weak beyond redemption. Must we stand idly while outsiders trample our threshold?" Meng Jinka spoke, his voice utterly devoid of tremor. Instantly, the suffocating panic eased, however slightly, though it was hardly enough to quell the storm. "But elder, surely you realize the arthropod clan will seize this as pretext to shatter the balance entirely, to eradicate our symbiotic clan down to the last soul. Great heavens! You are our elder. How could you act so rashly? At such a moment of life and death, shouldn't we yield just a little? It's over. We're doomed. It is finished. Our clan's doom draws nigh." As this elder cried out, terror seized the entire assembly. Even Meng Jinka's brow tightened, and beneath it a slow, simmering fury stirred. "Huh, how pitiful. A clan of 5,000. Yet you choose to bow your heads before another race, merely to eke out one more day. Truly tragic and absurd. Yes, by submitting you may live a little longer. But death remains inevitable. Yet if you rise up today, even once, you retain a sliver of hope. For a clan that surrenders its last spark of pride, what reason remains for its existence? Better extinction than disgrace." Nearly the entire symbiotic clan had gathered, when suddenly a bold laugh rang out, followed by words crystalline in clarity. Though youthful, the voice carried iron resolve, striking each listener like a hammer blow, silencing the crowd and drawing every eye toward its source. A youth in white robes approached, slow, deliberate, unwavering, until he stood beside Meng Jinka. Even Meng Jinka wore an expression of utter disbelief. "Wang Tiansong, what are you doing?" Meng Jinka's face darkened with anger. In response, Wang Tiansong bowed deeply, leaving the onlookers dumbfounded. "Uncle Meng, we've met but once, yet you've gone to such lengths for me. Perhaps you've glimpsed a glimmer of promise in me, but more likely it's your boundless compassion for our clan's youth. For that I am profoundly grateful. Still, some truths must be spoken plainly. Otherwise our clan will dwindle into oblivion, with no chance of reversal." Wang Tiansong's voice remained low, audible only to those nearby. Lin Tong and Meng Jinka heard every word. He lifted his gaze to meet Meng Jinka's, eye to eye. Meng Jinka recoiled inwardly. How long had it been since he'd seen such eyes? Steadfast, pure. Heaven has not forsaken our clan. In his heart Meng Jinka roared those words. In Wang Tiansong, he beheld qualities invisible to others, not just among the younger generation, but even among his own peers and elders. Across the entire symbiotic clan, fewer than 5 possessed such eyes. Then after their silent exchange, Wang Tiansong broke into a grin. Ha, elder, leave it all to me. Our clan has lost everything it once owned, its dignity, its strength, its rightful place. First we reclaim what is ours. Upon hearing Wang Tiansong's words, Meng Jinka stood stunned, uncertain what the boy intended to do. At that moment, Wang Tiansong turned his head and gazed toward the bewildered members of the symbiotic clan. I slew this soldier rank centipede. His very first declaration sent shockwaves through the crowd. Many stared at him in disbelief. Then, as astonishment faded, an eerie silence descended, thick and absolute, not a single voice daring to break it. Seize him. Offer him to the arthropod clan. Hand him over, and we may yet survive. After an interminable pause, one man suddenly shrieked, wild, desperate, and instantly ignited a chain reaction. Voices erupted in frantic unison. Meng Jinka's and Lin Tong's faces darkened with grim foreboding. Chaos had taken hold. Driven by sheer terror for their lives, the symbiotic clan members had lost all reason, and now lunged forward, determined to seize Wang Tiansong and deliver him to the arthropod clan as a sacrificial offering. Excellent. Let me see just how far your cowardice dares go. You who beg mercy from alien races, yet still muster the audacity to raise hands against your own kin. Prince Merge, Wang Tiansong roared. No trace of Prince appeared. Yet in the next breath, 2 fox tails, each 2 meters long, unfurled behind him. His eyes shimmered with feline amber, and upon his forehead gleamed 2 silver claw marks pressed close together. The transformation was seamless, utterly fluid, as if one instant he were a child, the next a being reborn. Meng Jinka and Lin Tong trembled violently. Perfect fusion, no seam, no lag, soul and body as one, the third stage of the symbiotic art, manifestation. Even Meng Jinka himself now shook uncontrollably. A man nearing 40, he remained the sole symbiotic clan member ever to reach the second stage, half fusion. Yet Wang Tiansong, having begun soul-splitting at age 6, had in just 3 short years surpassed him entirely. He had ascended to the third stage, manifestation, a realm no living symbiotic clan elder had dared even imagine. With a cold, contemptuous snort, Wang Tiansong braced his legs and thrust backward, propelling himself like a bolt into the onrushing mob. In that single surge, over 10 people were hurled skyward. He did not even employ levitation. There amidst the throng, his twin tails lashed like whips, his limbs moved with preternatural agility, his legs as dexterous as arms, deftly flicking, hooking, and appending foes. Not a single symbiotic clan member suffered injury, yet each soared helplessly into the air before crashing down, immobilized, not broken but utterly incapacitated. Meng Lulu and the others watched dumbfounded. Could Tiansong's strength truly be this overwhelming? To Gang Tianlin and his peers, it was nothing short of devastating. To them, a 13-meter soldier-rank centipede was an invincible monstrosity, yet Wang Tiansong had slain it in merely 2 strikes. Now he charged headlong into the crowd, effortless, unhurried, as though confronting any number of foes posed no challenge whatsoever. Gradually, more and more bodies flew aloft, until slowly the frenzy subsided. Onlookers gathered at the periphery, entranced by his movements, effortless, rhythmic, flawless, so graceful they resembled dance rather than combat. When over 500 had been flung aside and lay groaning on the ground, no one stepped forward again. Wang Tiansong stood alone amid them, his youthful face carved from ice. People of the symbiotic clan, have you truly fallen so low? Have you abandoned every shred of dignity? When your clan stands at the precipice of annihilation, is this the courage you summon? Stand your ground. Backed against the wall, you still hold a sliver of hope. But flee like this and extinction is certain. Do you not grasp this truth? Wang Tiansong's voice thundered, rapid, precise, each word striking home with crystalline clarity. Even those sprawled on the earth fell utterly silent. You did not even pause to consider a clansman capable of slaying an arthropod soldier does not herald doom. He embodies salvation. Yet without reflection, without hesitation, you sought to hand me over, to be devoured limb from limb, to appease their wrath and buy yourselves another fleeting breath. Is this not treason against your own blood? His voice cracked with fury, his face flushed crimson, the deepest rage he had ever known. He had witnessed countless weaklings, those who groveled for mercy, who knelt and begged for life, in films and reality, yet even cornered rabbits bite and desperate dogs leap walls. But these people, they did not even contemplate resistance. They simply waited to die. They knew full well such surrender would spell total annihilation, yet chose it anyway. Their sole purpose had narrowed to surviving one more day. What meaning then could such existence possibly hold? More terrifying still, it was not one man, but an entire clan. Of all its members, scarcely a single soul retained the bearing of a human being. No will to fight, no instinct to survive. Only the craven desire to linger, however briefly, by begging favor from foreign tribes. How profoundly shameful. Wang Tiansong burned with genuine wrath. To him, bowing the head was permissible. Sometimes humility served greater purpose. But when your clan teeters on oblivion, not only do you refuse to stand tall, you prostrate yourself, awaiting slaughter. What twisted psychology could produce such abject surrender? Remember this, you are the symbiotic clan. You are not pets, nor beasts, belonging to some other race. You possess dignity. You bear pride. Should you discard both solely to cling to life for one more hour, you would do better to die now with honor intact. No one interrupted. All listened, silently, intently. You cower in fear, underestimate your own power, your own potential. None among you has ever truly fought the arthropods, yet you deem yourselves defeated solely by their size, their grotesque forms. You have no faith in yourselves, not even a flicker of confidence. Call it refinement if you wish, but call it what it is, abject cowardice. Each of you emerged from the womb, men, women, elders, children, all part of a vast ancient lineage, yet none retain the spine to stand. What is the point of such hollow survival? Why not simply find a crooked tree and hang yourselves in mass? Wang Tiansong's words grew sharper, harsher, yet no one spoke, no one protested. They only watched him. Deep within their eyes he saw it, a spark, a blazing fire, a feverish electric fervor. For deep in human nature lies an innate yearning for battle, and seeing that hunger ignite in their gaze, Wang Tiansong allowed himself the faintest, most subtle smile. The fusion dissolved. Calmly, deliberately, he began walking outward from the circle of fallen bodies. No one dared impede him. After all, who could possibly contend with a child who had casually tossed 500 people into the air like playthings? He approached Meng Jinka and said, "Clan chief, your clan's decree mandating a symbiotic resonance test once every 5 years. Must it remain so rigid? Let it be today. 3 years have passed. Surely that is ample time to discern whether progress has been made." His voice carried neither shout nor whisper, yet in the hushed stillness it traveled far. Words spread like wildfire, 10 to 100, and stirred fresh waves of agitation. Meng Jinka stared astonished into Wang Tiansong's eyes, unwavering and radiant with unshakable conviction. How could such resolve dwell within a 9-year-old? A new depth entered Meng Jinka's gaze. Humph. Wang Tiansong, it seems I vastly underestimated you in the past. His words held veiled meaning, but he uttered no more. Instead, he glanced toward Lai Cheng, who nodded. The flames wreathing Lai Cheng's body vanished, and with a wide-open maw he produced the symbiotic stone, the very artifact that had split Wang Tiansong's soul birth prince and granted him abilities he'd once believed existed only in fiction. To live it firsthand was beyond exhilarating. The stone reappeared, not to cleave his soul anew. All who underwent the great symbiosis ceremony 3 years ago, gather here now. Meng Jinka's voice rang out, authoritative, commanding. Within moments, dozens of children assembled before him. At the front stood Wang Tiansong, Meng Lulu, and the others. Meng Jinka looked upon them, and then across the sea of watching clansfolk, drawing a slow, deep breath. He could not name why, yet deep in his marrow he sensed that something extraordinary awaited. The symbiotic stone splits the soul, and also measures resonance. Step forward one by one. 3 years have passed. It is time for answers. As he spoke, his eyes settled upon Wang Tiansong, who stepped forward without hesitation, placed his palm upon the stone. Instantly, milky white light bloomed across its surface. No ornamentation, no flourish. Only pure luminescence rising from the base. First 1/9 of the stone glowed, then another 9th joined it, then a third. Though dimmer than the first 2, it still blazed unmistakably. Yet even this modest radiance sent the symbiotic clan into uproar. What did this truly signify? Their clan understood it better than anyone else. Meng Jinka had anticipated something extraordinary, but even so, confronting the truth, Heedin left him utterly astounded. Wang Tiansong, symbiosis compatibility level 3 manifestation. Meng Jinka's voice trembled slightly. At those words, the already restless symbiont clan fell into an eerie, absolute silence. Not a single soul dared speak. Wang Tiansong offered a faint, tranquil smile and glanced toward Gang Tianlin. "Come now, you're next. Trust me, the result will surpass all expectations." He spoke gently to Gang Tianlin, who remained stunned, dazed by Wang Tiansong's manifestation-level power, unable to believe it, even shaken by a quiet sense of inadequacy. 4 generations, ever fewer among the symbiont clan, had even attained level 1 initial awakening. Yet Wang Tiansong in merely 3 years had soared to the pinnacle of manifestation. A wave of profound helplessness washed over them all. At that moment, Gang Tianlin stood trembling, so unnerved he lacked the courage to place his hand upon the symbiosis stone. Yet having come this far, he could not retreat. With a small hesitant motion, he pressed his palm onto its surface. The symbiosis stone flared instantly, a soft, milky white light. Then two. Then three. The entire symbiont clan stared dumbfounded. None had imagined such a revelation. Clearly there was no disparity between him and Wang Tiansong. The third luminescence dimmed only slightly, yet unmistakably confirmed level 3 manifestation. Even Gang Tianlin himself froze in disbelief. Never in his wildest dreams had he imagined possessing such extraordinary symbiosis compatibility. Though this affinity would undoubtedly deepen with time, the quinquennial symbiosis compatibility test existed precisely to assess the innate talent of each symbiont clansman. For decades, no one had reached level 2 partial fusion. And now, suddenly, two individuals had transcended it entirely. Gang Tianlin, symbiosis compatibility level 3 manifestation. Meng Jinka spoke mechanically, his heart thundering with awe. Yet his lips curled upward wider and wider until he wore the unguarded radiant grin of pure unself-conscious joy, so wide he himself seemed unaware of it. Ahem. Lin Tong stood nearby. Seeing Meng Jinka's expression, he cleared his throat pointedly. Only then did Meng Jinka snap back to awareness, and upon meeting Lin Tong's gaze found the same unrestrained elation mirrored there, impossible to conceal. Meng Jinka rolled his eyes inwardly. Oh please, don't pretend you're stoic when you're practically dancing for joy. Yet he voiced nothing. Instead, he turned expectantly toward Meng Lulu, his daughter. From childhood, she had been steeped most deeply in familial duty, the one he cherished most, the one whose reaction he longed to witness above all others. Truly, he burned with anticipation. At that moment, Meng Lulu's heart pounded fiercely. Before, she might have doubted herself, but now with Wang Tiansong and Gang Tianlin as precedent, could her own result possibly fall short? Unlikely. A new confidence bloomed within her. She strode swiftly to the symbiosis stone, paused to glance at her father, and Meng Jinka responded with an encouraging smile. She playfully stuck out her delicate pink tongue. Her small hand settled upon the stone, and the crowd erupted in stunned, disbelieving clamor. Impossible. These three youths were notorious for idleness, spending every day in leisure, never undergoing proper cultivation. How then had they ascended to such exalted heights? Doubts surged through the onlookers' minds, until cries rose from all sides. They simply refused to accept it as truth. Meanwhile, Meng Jinka's heart soared, overflowing with delight. Meng Lulu, symbiosis compatibility level 3 manifestation. Though her third milky white radiance glowed somewhat fainter than Wang Tiansong's or Gang Tianlin's, one fact remained irrefutable: Meng Lulu too had attained manifestation. Lulu, step aside. Let me try. Lin Yu could contain himself no longer. Seeing his three companions achieve such feats, he refused to be left behind, and shoved Meng Lulu aside without hesitation. His face flushed with raw excitement as he slapped his tiny hand onto the symbiosis stone. A sharp muffled puff echoed, not from Lin Yu but from the symbiont clan itself. Someone had actually spat blood. I cannot accept it. I cannot bear it. In my youth, I trained harder than any in our clan. Yet today, I remain trapped at level 1 initial awakening. How could these children, who scarcely cultivated at all, reach manifestation? And not just one nor two, but all four without exception. Why is this so? Many roared in anguish, some even spitting crimson mist. Even Wang Tiansong recoiled in shock. Heavens! He'd heard of people bleeding from sheer fury, but these folk were truly extraordinary. Was it really sheer psychological devastation? Yes, it was devastation. They had trained like scholars cramming for exams, sleeping only 3 hours a night, devoting every waking moment to relentless practice, only to watch idle peers who played games and slept soundly outscore them effortlessly. Such a chasm shattered confidence and ignited white-hot rage. It felt like effortless gain, while their own tireless labor yielded nothing. How could they not burn with indignation? After Wang Tiansong's quartet, the diligent youths stepped forward, heads held high, certain that their unwavering discipline must surely elevate them beyond manifestation. One by one, brimming with supreme confidence, they placed their hands upon the symbiosis stone, and the test began. Then, silence descended once more, thick, heavy, and absolute. When the fifth child approached, the symbiosis stone emitted not a flicker, not a single gleam. This time Meng Jinka barely blinked. He had witnessed such failures too many times before. The sixth, seventh, and finally the last. Only one among them achieved level 1 initial awakening. Impossible. Why? Why do those who never cultivate soar so high, while we who toil endlessly fail utterly? It defies reason. It cannot be. The clan cried out in protest, and Meng Jinka at a loss could offer no answer. Helplessly, he turned his gaze to Wang Tiansong, silently urging him to provide clarity. Wang Tiansong smiled faintly and nodded. Gazing across the assembly, he declared, "Symbiosis, bond of a lifetime. Never forget it. Cherish it. It is your soul, you are its vessel. Mutual benefit, eternal remembrance, shared life and death. That is the Symbiosis Codex. Remember well. Remember well." These words had first appeared to Wang Tiansong the moment he touched the Symbiosis stone, and now echoing anew, they left the crowd bewildered, unable to grasp their meaning, or even begin to comprehend it. All you ever do is train. You are not mistaken. I too received the Symbiosis Cultivation Manual the instant I bonded with my symbiont beast. You possess it as well. Yet you overlooked its essence entirely. What I just spoke is the Codex's truest intent, the very core principle of the Symbiosis Cultivation Manual. That single sentence is its summation. These words struck like thunderclaps, shocking, staggering, almost unbearable to accept. Your symbiont beast is born from the division of your own soul. In other words, it is your soul's other half. Put another way, I am the symbiont beast, and the symbiont beast is me. This is no master-slave bond. It is friendship, pure and sacred. Shared life, shared death. For 3 years I studied relentlessly. When I ascended to manifestation 6 months ago, I sensed my progress had plateaued, and realized the time had come for true cultivation. But you began training early. Yes, everyone knows cultivation must start young. That part is correct. Yet you forgot one vital truth: the Symbiosis Cultivation Manual is not mere physical conditioning, nor is it self-inflicted torment upon the body. From the moment of birth, your symbiont beast is your friend. Have you ever achieved genuine resonance with that friend? Have you ever forged the essential spiritual communion? Without that foundation, how can cultivation even begin? I have discovered that manifestation marks the zenith of spiritual resonance, and only at level 4 integration does true cultivation commence. You began at the wrong end entirely. You erred catastrophically, driving an unfathomable chasm between yourself and your closest friend. Under such conditions, how could mastery of the Symbiosis Cultivation Manual ever be possible? A fantasy. Wang Tiansong spoke with conviction, each insight distilled from deep reflection. Even his combat techniques had emerged not from formal training, but from playful physical exercise guided by Prince's will, an intuitive transmission of wisdom. Now the Symbiont clan gazed upon Wang Tiansong with expressions of utter disbelief, yet denial was impossible. Not only Wang Tiansong, but Gang Tianli, Meng Lulu, and Lin Yu, the three who spent every day at his side, had all manifested identical results. To call it falsehood would be absurd. Silence, an unusual silence with not a single word spoken. Wang Tiansong observed these people who were also gazing at him, clearly waiting for him to say something. Wang Tiansong let out a disdainful snort, his lips curling upwards as he declared, "What I say I merely hope you all will remember. In fact, it's not far off now. The older generation may have little hope, but advancing to the 3rd stage of manifestation is still very much achievable. As for the younger generation, if you begin to treat your companions and your symbiotic beasts well from now on, things will change immediately, just like with me and Wangzi." As he spoke, he gestured towards Wangzi, who was coiled around Wang Tiansong's head, appearing quite unruly. However, it was evident that there was no distance between the two. They were as close as family. In this way, I estimate that within a year our tribe will have 5,000 semi-fusion level powerhouses. In another year or two at most, the overall strength of the tribe will rise to the manifestation level. Wang Tiansong spoke with evident excitement, which stirred a small wave of excitement in the hearts of those present. Although it was a slight stir, it still moved them. Everyone. I also heard from a few of my friends that for the reptilian tribe, those over 5 meters, but under 10 meters are classified as soldier level, 10 to 20 meters as general level, 20 to 30 meters as commander level, and 30 to 40 meters as lord level. The soldier level corresponds to the initial tier of our tribe, the general level to semifusion, the commander level to manifestation, and the lord level is an even higher tier of opening and closing. Indeed, there is currently no one in the symbiotic tribe who can resist a lord level from the reptilian tribe, but I have heard that the reptilian tribe has only 3 lords with just 22 commander level members. This means that there are only 22 manifestation level powerhouses. However, our symbiotic tribe does not require training. Simply achieving a high level of mental communication with our symbiotic beasts allows us to easily reach the manifestation level. Perhaps higher levels do require training. But do we really need to reach such heights? A race's pinnacle power is undeniably scarce, but what truly makes a race strong? Isn't it about the mid-level power? Just think, if every member of our tribe reaches the manifestation level, what would that mean? Our symbiotic tribe would have around 5,000 commander-level powerhouses. This number would absolutely crush the reptilian tribe. The multi-eyed tribe is likely the same, right? Upon hearing this from Wang Tiansong, a glimmer of excitement finally sparkled in the eyes of those present, as if they had realized something, and they began to whisper among themselves. Meng Jinka also suddenly understood. This kid, truly remarkable. He's not rushing to persuade the tribe members to do anything, but is instead declaring his power through force, followed by directly testing the compatibility of symbiosis. Conquering everyone with strength also tells the tribe members that reaching the manifestation level is actually quite simple. If an entire tribe reaches the manifestation level, it would be extremely terrifying. At this moment, to say such words is equivalent to telling the members of the symbiotic tribe that the crisis facing their race can be overcome. Moreover, he is absolutely confident, and no one can accuse him of being just a blowhard. Meng Jinka remarked, looking at Wang Tiansong with a newfound respect, while Lin Tong nodded in agreement, observing Wang Tiansong's back with a somewhat peculiar expression. At this moment, Wang Tiansong simply smiled, watching as the expressions of the people brightened. The previous hysteria had vanished, and they gradually regained their calm, even showing some hope on their previously despondent faces. However, many were still hesitant and contemplative. This was unavoidable. When fear and cowardice penetrate the hearts of everyone in the tribe, it is indeed very difficult to eradicate. Wang Tiansong was not impatient. He was merely guiding them, even displaying a hint of a smile as he walked toward the corpse of the centipede he had killed. Look, the reptilian tribe, are they really that strong? Aren't they now crawling at my feet? No, they are dead at my hands, and can only be trampled by me. As Wang Tiansong spoke, he deliberately stomped down hard, but without his complete form. Even though his physical fitness was decent, and he had some strength, being only 9 years old, he couldn't really crush the body of the reptilian tribe. Yet this action still brought a glimmer of light to the eyes of the members of the symbiotic tribe. At this moment, Wang Tiansong stood up straight, extending his right hand, pointing his index finger toward the crowd, and shouted, You are members of the symbiotic tribe. This planet is called Symbiosis Star. You are the true masters. Wang Tiansong shouted each sentence with all his might, sweeping his right hand over everyone present. Each of his words had corresponding effects, even causing the younger ones like Meng Lulu to flush with excitement. And Wang Tiansong suddenly pointed down at the centipede's corpse. It is just a reptile. It is just an insect. What right does a disgusting bug have to crawl on top of you? If it dares to be so arrogant, it should be taught a harsh lesson. If it dares to bite, smash its mouth to pieces. If it dares to stand on equal footing with us, then tear it apart, so it will forever know that the masters are us, not them. As he spoke, Wang Tiansong raised his right arm, merging with Wangzi, once more swinging his arm, as white light swept across, causing the enormous centipede corpse to shatter with a thunderous sound. Originally, the corpse looked immense, but now under Wang Tiansong's attack, it broke apart piece by piece. Of course, the stench became even more intense. However, despite the fact that the foul smell was now several times stronger than before, the members of the symbiotic tribe had bloodshot eyes at this moment. You do not need extensive training. Just a year and a half. This time will pass quickly. We still have time. A tribe of 5,000 manifestation level, which is commander level powerhouses. I believe this power can easily drive out the reptilian and multi-eyed tribes. So everyone tell me, do we still need to wag our tails and beg these disgusting bugs? Where is your courage? Where is your dignity? What has been lost can eventually be reclaimed, but if it is gone, then nothing will remain. Is your dignity, your courage truly lost, or has it simply passed away, As Wang Tiansong shouted, the eyes of the members of the symbiotic tribe finally sparkled with light. Though they still held fear and disbelief, they were no longer numb. Kill it. Tear apart this disgusting bug. Someone shouted, hoarse, sorrowful, resentful, and furious. All negative emotions erupted in that one voice after so many years. How long has it been since the symbiotic tribe looked up? All these years have passed, and how could they forget the humiliation they suffered? At this moment, with this pent-up anger released, the shout also sparked a wave of whispers. Confusion, observation, fear, excitement. Various emotions were displayed on the faces of the symbiotic tribe members. Wang Tiansong, seeing these expressions, understood that from this moment onward, the history of the symbiotic tribe would likely change. Witnessing this scene, the 5,000 members of the symbiotic tribe were all moved by his words, each showing a reaction. Even if the reactions were varied, even if they weren't all fervently passionate, it was all due to him. His words, his statements had stirred these people. At this moment, a wave of even more intense emotion surged within Wang Tiansong, a feeling that others could hardly imagine. He himself was even a bit at a loss, but it felt somewhat similar to the exhilaration of having taken dozens of ecstasy pills. However, after such emotions lasted for a while, Wang Tiansong took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down, and turned to look at Meng Jinka and the others. They were truly filled with fervor, and Meng Jinka even displayed a noticeable smile. When he looked at Wang Tiansong, his eyes held admiration, and seeing Wang Tiansong's flushed face, he burst into laughter, saying, "Wang Tiansong, it seems you are also quite excited." Meng Jink's remark caught Wang Tiansong off guard for a moment, but he soon understood that Meng Jinka thought he was equally excited. At this moment, Wang Tiansong did not care about anything else, simply wearing a faint smile as he looked at the multitude below, filled with tension, admiration, awe, and jealousy. All these emotions were present. Seeing this scene, Wang Tiansong's heart surged with excitement. That's right. This is the feeling of exhilaration. Once I was nothing compared to this glory. I was merely an inconspicuous grain of sand amidst the dust. With this mindset, Wang Tiansong took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down. On Earth, I might still be that person who was always dissatisfied, insignificant among the crowd, unnoticed, uncared for. My words were merely the ramblings of a madman, a mundane life, so dull and boring. But now I possess a voice, an entire race here listening to my words, considering them, questioning, thinking. This is what I desire. Mundanity. To hell with mundanity. This grand spectacle is what I want. This is it. Wang Tiansong looked at the people below him, noticing that their gazes held a different kind of light, igniting every cell in his body. How long has it been? On Earth, he had been tirelessly striving toward the goal of his parents, whom he had never met, yet he never reached the pinnacle in any aspect. In the end, he had dully entered the National Department of Traversal, becoming a mere employee, living a mundane life. At that time, Wang Tiansong had already accepted his fate, thus the passionate blood and youthful vigor within him had gradually been polished away. Because of this, he even felt that he had lost the fighting spirit to compete. Until now, he finally realized that when he showcased his strength for the first time in front of everyone, he was declaring to all that he stood at the pinnacle. When he had the ability to lead a tribe, he not only stood in this position, but also awakened the long-buried competitive spirit within him, along with the courage he once had in his fervent charge. Now everything had been awakened. Calm down. At this moment, Wang Tiansong managed to calm himself. He knew that this was not the time for celebration, as the symbiotic tribe was about to face a true life-and-death crisis. If things went awry, not only might external enemies invade, but the internal turmoil within the tribe itself was still far from stable. Thus, what Wang Tiansong needed to do was to find a way to demonstrate part of his strength, gaining the trust of these people in his abilities, while simultaneously halting the advance of the insect tribe. "Everyone!" Wang Tiansong shouted, and the surroundings quickly fell silent. To be honest, deep down, Wang Tiansong enjoyed this feeling. His voice commanded respect, and everyone fell silent. This was a sense of authority. We don't have time to daydream. We must fight and prepare. And you have already heard what I said. The training for symbiotic compatibility, the first 3 levels, is essentially a heart-to-heart exchange, treating your companions well, and you will easily reach the 3rd stage of manifestation. Wang Tiansong said this, but he harbored his own thoughts. First, it was true that he possessed the strength of manifestation, but he was also well aware that his manifestation had not yet reached its limit, otherwise the milky white light would not appear dim. Moreover, he had observed that whether it was his Prince Gang Tian Lin's little fatty or Ming Lu Lu's little raccoon, and Lin Yu's horror, they all shared a common trait. For example, the prince had 2 silver claw marks on his forehead, and his tail had transformed from 1 into 2. Little Fatty, whose original form was a silver bear, had his single crescent silver mark on his chest evolve into 2. Little Raccoon, originally a raccoon, had started with 1 tail, but now had 2. Were originally a firebird, Wang Tiansong thought should resemble a phoenix. Initially, it only bore a scarlet hue, but now it was surrounded by both scarlet and orange auras, clearly indicating 2 different colors of flames. Based on these observations, Wang Tiansong's initial thought was that the symbiotic compatibility had strengthened, simply put, it had advanced. However, on the surface, it should be classified as the 2nd stage of half integration, yet clearly, according to the judgment of the symbiotic stone, his compatibility had reached the level of manifestation. But Wang Tiansong distinctly felt that his connection with the prince had yet to reach its peak. Therefore, his speculation should not be wrong, but the answer given by the symbiotic stone also should not be flawed, creating a contradiction. Second, from what Gang Tianlin and others had said, Wang Tiansong knew that although the insect tribe was categorized into soldier and commander levels, this was not all. There were still distinctions in strength which led to systematic classifications by their lengths, such as a 13-meter centipede being considered relatively weak among the soldier level, while a 20-meter insect tribe member would be the peak among soldiers, poised to break through to the commander level at any moment. How did they evolve? The classification, based mainly on body length, was quite astonishing. Did such creatures truly exist? Clearly, they were entirely different from the insect species on Earth. Third, the absence of full bloom of the 3rd milky white light indicated that he had not yet reached the true pinnacle of manifestation. In such a case, even dealing with a soldier-level insect tribe should not be so effortless. Could it be that they truly underestimated him? That shouldn't be the case. If they had looked down on him, they should have already discarded their underestimation when he severed the 3-meter-long tail. So why was it still so easy to resolve afterward? Is the soldier level truly equivalent to half integration? It seems that the soldier commander and leader levels of the insect tribe cannot accurately correspond to the symbiotic tribe's symbiotic techniques. Moreover, they should be relatively weaker, meaning that soldier-level insect tribes would not be able to defeat a truly initial-stage symbiotic tribe member. If this is the case, then even reaching the leader level would not truly allow them to compare with a 4th-level symbiotic technique practitioner. Wang Tiansong sighed a breath of relief upon considering this. However, now the many thoughts weighed heavily on Wang Tiansong's mind, especially the first 2 aspects. If he couldn't fathom them, the current situation of the symbiotic tribe would truly be difficult to turn around. The only good news was that based on his deductions from the 3rd point, every stage of the symbiotic tribe's strength was actually superior to that of the insect tribe. Wang Tiansong had specifically discussed and exchanged ideas with Meng Jingku and Lin Tong about this, and after mutual reference they received affirmation, especially Meng Jingku, who had killed some soldier-level insect tribes and naturally had deep experience. Now upon reflection, even the peak soldier-level insect tribe members he had encountered were formidable, yet he still managed to defeat them in the end. Of course, that peak soldier-level insect tribe was something Meng Jingku could not kill. Since that's the case, let's get moving. No time to lose. Wang Tiansong briefly shared his thoughts with Meng Jingku and Lin Tong, at which point Lin Tong had also helped disperse the crowd. Although everyone was panicked, staying here was merely wasting time. It would be better to hurry back and try the plan Wang Tiansong suggested. The transmission of blood information isn't overly complicated, and the messages sent out are quite simple, only indicating the locations and strengths of the fallen insect tribe members. There's no other information. Meng Jingku provided this answer to Wang Tiansong. This was naturally one of Wang Tiansong's concerns, as if the blood information contained too much, it would mean exposing some information about the symbiotic tribe, which Wang Tiansong did not want to see. Knowing that this would not be exposed was naturally a relief. He asked tribe leader, the 3 great leaders of the insect tribe are all situated in the center of their territory and rarely come out, while their 22 commander-level members are distributed across 22 insect tribes, and among these 7 are near our tribe's borders, correct? Meng Jingku nodded, saying that's right. Based on the speed of blood information transmission, it is estimated that these 7 tribes have already received the message. 7 tribes mean there will be 7 commanders, and as for the soldier-level strongmen under them, although the entire insect tribe only has around 200 soldier-level strongmen, this is merely the information we have gathered in the past. We don't know what the current situation is, but it can be anticipated that if 2 of the 7 insect tribes simultaneously attack our symbiotic tribe, it will be the end for us. Meng Jingku's voice trembled slightly, as he spoke, clearly not wanting any mishaps. At this moment, Yi Qianxiu, however, smiled wickedly, saying, how could that be? Commander level. This 13-meter soldier-level centipede previously claimed to possess commander-level strength, yet my own power is merely at the early or mid-stage of manifestation. Don't forget, if we categorize like this, who among me, Tian Lin Lu and Lin Yu, isn't at the commander level? The symbiotic techniques do not have detailed classifications for each level, and this small detail was naturally deduced by Wang Tiansong. At this moment, upon hearing Wang Tiansong's words, Meng Jingku was naturally filled with excitement. Yes, now they had 4 members of the symbiotic tribe at the level of manifestation. This strength, while it may not seem significant in the grand scheme of the insect tribe, was enough to make both the insect tribe and the multi-eyed tribe feel threatened. If they continued to grow, the outcome would be unthinkable, and at this moment this strength had yet to be revealed, allowing them to catch the opponent off guard and make them suffer a setback. Can we really do this? Gang Tianlin and the others expressed their lack of confidence. Wang Tiansong furrowed his brow, saying, you guys. And you too, you are truly disappointing. I could understand your fear earlier, as you hadn't tested your compatibility. You didn't know how high it was, unlike me, who regularly tested myself, thus having a rough judgment leading you to feel weak and unable to deal with this centipede. But in reality, our strengths are identical. I can easily defeat this 13-meter soldier-level centipede. Don't you trust your own strength? Wang Tiansong had already deduced from Gang Tianlin's trio's earlier behavior that they had been deeply indoctrinated with rigid hierarchical notions, convinced they possessed no strength whatsoever to confront the centipede. Wang Tiansong was different. His soul had transmigrated from another realm, utterly unfamiliar with such artificial stratifications. Moreover, as he cultivated, the symbiotic cultivation manual etched into his consciousness grew increasingly lucid. And with Prince Wang ever at his side, even when he himself lacked understanding, the prince served as a direct guide, effortlessly imparting knowledge that came with astonishing ease. This instilled in him absolute confidence, and a singular, unshakable conviction it is but a wretched insect, merely oversized. If it dares flaunt its arrogance, I shall strike it down without hesitation. Thus arose the astonishing spectacle, in the eyes of the Symbiont clan, that a centipede ranked among the warrior tier had been ruthlessly cleaved apart by Wang Tiansong. At this moment Gang Tianlin and his two companions still trembled inwardly. Having never faced the arthropod clan in true combat, only occasional sparring, they now realized those exchanges were mere child's play beside life-and-death warfare. How could any of them match Wang Tiansong's unwavering composure? Their eyes brimmed with palpable dread. Good heavens, must you all be like this? You're already terrified before the battle has even begun. Pray remember we've just completed the battle, undergone the symbiosis affinity test, and dispersed the onlookers. It's been at least 4 hours. I refuse to believe the arthropod clan has remained idle. At this very moment the four of us stand as the Symbiont clan's strongest warriors. Should we fail to appear now, we won't even withstand their first wave of assault, and the Symbiont clan will be extinguished. Elders, brothers and sisters, rally yourselves, please. Your junior brother begs you. Wang Tiansong fell silent, utterly baffled by their fear. Yet his frustration was not unfounded. Had he grown up immersed in such dogma, even with his naturally calm and optimistic disposition, he too would likely have faltered before that monstrous centipede. Remember, time is life itself. The arthropod clan may strike at any moment. Our elder is absolutely right. Without us, 2 of their tribes would annihilate us in an instant. But now we hold the chance to counterattack, the prerequisite being that we stabilize the front lines. Comrades, I need your strength. Alone I cannot bear this burden. I need you. The Symbiont clan needs you too. Wang Tiansong's face radiated sincerity and urgency, his plea raw and heartfelt. I need your strength. Alone I cannot prevail. The Symbiont clan needs you. These words imprinted themselves upon the minds of the 3 9-year-olds. Even an adult hearing that an entire clan depends upon him would feel immense pressure, but far more powerfully a surge of fiery resolve. Think of it, an entire clan relies upon me. What boundless motivation that ignites. Even profound fear recedes by nearly 1/3 at the mere utterance of "we need you." At once their faces flushed crimson, overwhelmed by fervent emotion. Very well, let us act now. Gang Tianlin clapped Wang Tiansong firmly on the shoulder, his voice resolute and unwavering. Meng Lulu and Lin Yu exchanged glances, then clenched their teeth, and declared, if you two possess such courage, then, as the Symbiont clan's strongest warriors, we too must contribute. We have no choice. Under ordinary circumstances, such declarations might seem like childish roleplay. Yet here, even Ming Jinka and Lin Tong stood nearby in solemn silence, watching these 4 children with grave intensity. Though only 9 years old, their shoulders now bore the fate of the entire Symbiont clan. Good grief. I always thought such melodramatic lines were trite and laughable, but apparently they truly ignite the soul. Though inwardly amused, he maintained perfect composure on the surface. Excellent. True brothers. For ourselves, for our clan. Follow me. With that, Wang Tiansong turned sharply and strode forward, Gang Tianlin and the others instantly falling into step behind him, their bearing proud, their momentum surging like a gathering storm. Even Ming Jinka, observing quietly, felt something stir within him, an inexplicable sense of wonder emanating from Wang Tiansong. A faint smile now played upon Meng Jinka's lips. He had placed his full trust in Wang Tiansong. Yet at that very instant, Wang Tiansong abruptly halted. He turned back with grave seriousness, hurried to Meng Jinka, tugged gently at his sleeve, and gestured for him to lean in close. Meng Jinka blinked, bewildered, yet complied without question. The next moment, the stern elder collapsed onto the ground, startling everyone nearby. Wang Tiansong, meanwhile, stood flustered and sheepish. Can we truly entrust the entire clan to these boys? Wang Tiansong is utterly unreliable. Blast it. Even Meng Jinka, whose temperament was legendary, slumped helplessly to the earth, his mind erupting in furious exasperation. 15 minutes later, Wang Tiansong stood red-faced with embarrassment, while Gang Tianlin's trio roared with laughter. By then, the 4 had already reached the Symbiont clan's border. Deserted per Meng Jinka's orders, all sentinels stationed along the arthropod clan front had withdrawn. The multi-visual clan and the arthropod clan jointly dominated nearly the entirety of Symbiosis Star. The Symbiont clan, long oppressed and squeezed, now clung to a single shrinking enclave, a precarious buffer zone straddling both empires. To the east lay the arthropod clan's 22 great tribes, to the west the multi-visual clan's 10 fortified citadels. The territorial division was stark, and precisely because of it, the slaying of a warrior-tier centipede could only point to one culprit: the Symbiont clan. Laugh again and I'll knock your teeth out. Believe it. Wang Tiansong growled, glaring at his companions behind him. Yet this threat held no weight. Please, it's not that we want to laugh. It's just, you're too absurd. That stoic, resolute air of yours completely stunned us. Then you go and ask where the Symbiont clan's arthropod-facing border even is. Huh, huh, huh. Gang Tianlin laughed loudest, making Wang Tiansong grind his teeth in helpless fury. All he could do was snort indignantly, cheeks burning, gazing ahead toward the desolate plains beyond the Symbiont clan, where far in the distance a solitary speck marked the arthropod clan's tribal encampment. Remember, you have never fought them before nor faced the arthropod clan directly. Your innate fear is understandable, but it must not become an obstacle in the battle ahead. Listen closely. Above all else, remember this one truth: when you strike, strike to kill. As he spoke, Wang Tiansong's eyes narrowed into slits fixed intently upon the horizon, as if already beholding the arthropod clan's onslaught hurtling toward them. Even Gang Tianlin's trio ceased laughing, their expressions hardening into solemn resolve. They stepped forward, aligning themselves shoulder to shoulder with Wang Tiansong. The four exchanged glances. Wang Tiansong gave a firm nod. Advance. With that command, they merged with their symbiotic beasts and surged forward like avenging tempests. 20 minutes earlier, in the centipede tribe of the arthropod clan. Arg, I am seething. Has the Symbiont clan truly revolted, daring to slay one of my centipede clan's warriors? They must die. They must all die. A colossal centipede loomed, easily 20 meters long at a glance. This was one of the arthropod clan's 22 sovereign-tier commanders, the 23-meter sovereign centipede. Beside him stood another titan, nearly as massive, its twin pincers so vast that Wang Tiansong, had he seen them, would instantly recognize their crushing force. A single snap could pulverize an automobile. Yet, even that was not its most terrifying feature. The tail alone towered 7 or 8 meters high, its tip blazing with a sinister crimson light. This was a sovereign-tier scorpion of the Scorpion clan, the 24-meter sovereign scorpion. Though belonging to separate clans, the two sovereigns shared deep camaraderie. They had been conversing leisurely, until blood-scented chi suddenly permeated the air. Being nearest to the Symbiont clan, they sensed it first and erupted in fury. In their eyes, the Symbiont clan was nothing but meat upon the chopping block. Easy prey, merely spared thus far to maintain equilibrium with the multivisual clan. How dare they commit such audacity, slaying one of our warriors? Only the Symbiont clan's elder Mengjinka could possibly have slain your warrior, correct? Mengjinka, he poses no threat. What say you? Shall we march upon them? After all, the blood scent will inevitably reach the holy sanctum. The three grand lords will surely be informed, and with that justification our offensive would be wholly warranted. The scorpion sovereign spoke calmly, while the centipede sovereign seethed in rage that his own subordinate had fallen. Its massive body reared upward, whipping the air into a roaring gale. Centipede warriors, heed my command. Assemble 13 warriors and follow me to the Symbiont clan. Leave not a single survivor. Scorpion sovereign kindly summoned the spider sovereign, the serpent sovereign, and the lizard sovereign as well. Let them each contribute warriors. This time I shall eradicate the Symbiont clan entirely. The centipede sovereign named only the 3 neighboring tribes closest to his own, among them naturally the scorpion tribe. The scorpion sovereign, delighted at the prospect of slaughter, readily assented. Thus 5 sovereign-tier commanders, each leading a host of warrior-tier forces, prepared for war. Had Mengjinka learned of this, he might well have drawn his blade and prepared to end his own life then and there. 5 commanders, any single one could effortlessly slay Mengjinka. There was no need for warriors to intervene. These 5 commanders alone could annihilate the entire symbiotic clan without difficulty. Yet here they were, 5 commanders accompanied by an entourage of warriors. If left unguarded, this assault would spell absolute catastrophe for the symbiotic clan. The arachnid clans comprised 22 tribes. Though termed tribes, their sheer physical scale was immense. Each encompassed not only commanders, warriors, and soldiers, but also countless individuals who had not yet attained soldier rank, ordinary civilians in their society. Owing to their colossal size, each tribe dwarfed even the largest human cities on Earth. This explained why across an entire planet occupying nearly half its territory, the arachnid clans numbered only 22 tribes. Among these tribes, distances varied. Some lay close, others far apart. The centipede, scorpion, serpent, lizard, and spider tribes were all situated near the symbiotic clan, thus naturally proximate to one another. 2 other tribes, though still relatively nearby, required far more effort to summon. With these 5 tribes now mobilized, the symbiotic clan stood, so they believed, utterly without hope or reprieve. Moreover, the blood-based transmission of intelligence proved swifter than Wang Tiansong had anticipated. Even as the centipede commander and scorpion commander conferred, the other tribes received the alert. By then, the serpent commander and spider commander had already launched their advance. Though prideful as they were, neither brought a single warrior, deeming their own presence sufficient. After all, how formidable could a mere symbiotic clan possibly be? utterly defenseless. Within roughly half an hour, all 5 tribes assembled: 13 warrior-class centipedes under the centipede commander, 22 warrior-class scorpions under the spider serpent and scorpion commanders, and 20 warrior-class lizards under the lizard commander. 5 commanders, 55 warriors. For the symbiotic clan, this was nothing short of devastation. Huh. Excellent. I know precisely what each of you intends. How many years has it been? Due to their inherent weakness, the symbiotic clan has long paid tribute at regular intervals, rendering conquest dull and uninspiring. Now, however, they have slain one of our warriors, an unforgivable transgression. We shall therefore act in the name of the Overlord and eradicate the symbiotic clan once and for all. Upon hearing the centipede commander's declaration, the other 4 commanders erupted into fervent excitement, each clearly having long harbored the same ambition. Advance. A vast thunderous procession surged across the wasteland, churning up billowing clouds of dust as it departed its tribal stronghold with deliberate, overwhelming fanfare. Across a desolate, barren plain, devoid of even the faintest trace of vegetation, the centipede commander and his cohorts spotted a tiny black speck in the distance: the symbiotic clan. A race they deemed capable of being erased with a mere flick of the wrist, now gazed upon with ravenous anticipation and savage exhilaration. I wonder what pitiful resistance the symbiotic clan will muster, or I might simply end my life outright. As the centipede commander spoke, the serpent commander flicked his serpentine head and undulated swiftly forward, his speed astonishing. Pray do not commit suicide. Such an act would deprive me of precious sustenance. The multi-visage clan may possess greater strength, yet their flesh is unpalatable. The symbiotic clan, however, is tender, succulent, delicious beyond measure. It has been far too long since we last savored that exquisite flavor, and frankly, I find myself quite famished. At this, the other commanders burst into raucous laughter. They saw no conceivable means by which the symbiotic clan might resist. Indeed, they assumed the clan was already resigned to death, perhaps offering only token defiance. The Overlord could obliterate the symbiotic clan in an instant, yet he spares them out of magnanimity. We, however, tolerate no such existence. They well knew their true adversary was the multi-visage clan, for among them dwelled beings whose power rivaled even that of their own Overlord. Moreover, the symbiotic clan possessed something the multi-visage clan coveted intensely, though the arachnid clans themselves remained ignorant of its nature. To prevent the multi-visage clan from acquiring it, 2 options existed: destroy the symbiotic clan and conceal the artifact, or eliminate the multi-visage clan entirely. Yet both paths proved perilously fraught. The former risked unintended consequences, while the latter remained dauntingly difficult, evidenced by the enduring stalemate between the 2 clans on this very planet. With neither option viable, the only recourse was to preserve the symbiotic clan. For so long as it endured, the multi-visage clan dared not act rashly. Should they grow impatient, the arachnid clans would immediately move to destroy the very object the multi-visage clan sought most desperately. Thus an uneasy equilibrium persisted, a latent standoff known even to the symbiotic clan itself. Yet they possessed no agency in the matter. They lived solely as pawns bound by forces beyond their control. Fortunate perhaps that they still drew breath, but now 5 tribes converged with singular purpose to crush the symbiotic clan. The symbiotic clan, fully aware of the impending assault, grew increasingly anxious, yet powerless to act. All obeyed Wang Tiansong's instructions, devoting themselves wholly to cultivation. Even one additional moment of practice might against all odds spark a miracle. They strove to calm their minds, remaining within their homes and performing their daily routines, yet with unprecedented solemnity, as if each act were their final. Something is amiss. Not a single signal has been raised by the symbiotic clan, not even now as we traverse more than half the wasteland. They should have mobilized long ago. Why is there still no sign? Not even the faintest whisper of alarm. All fell silent, bewildered. Though supremely confident, they could discern no trace of the symbiotic clan's response, an unsettling void where action should have roared. Why ponder so deeply? I suspect they're already cowering at home awaiting death, rasped the spider commander, and the others shared his grim certainty. Behind them, the warriors stirred with mounting excitement. How long had it been since they last descended upon the symbiotic clan's settlement to plunder and ravage? It felt like ages, yet now the promise of unrestrained slaughter ignited their bloodlust. Yet none noticed that along the periphery of the wasteland, on the very edge of their advancing formation, a faint, almost imperceptible glimmer of flame had begun to flicker amid the desolation. Tum, 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 tum. A deep, resonant, percussive rhythm, like hammers striking a heart, resounded with unwavering force and weight. Even the commander's halted eyes fixed ahead as a distant figure gradually resolved, moving deliberately, yet with each stride growing startlingly clearer. What manner of creature is this? Its very gait makes the earth tremble. The centipede commander frowned in confusion, his peers equally baffled. Then, roar. Flames erupted violently from the ground, engulfing all 5 commanders and 55 warriors within a colossal blazing ring. Danger! At the sudden conflagration, the commanders' faces blanched with alarm, genuine fear flashing across their features. Attack! A voice rang out, fierce, commanding, radiating invincible resolve. Instantly, a brilliant white arc cleaved horizontally through the flames behind the commanders and warriors. Though the arc left the fire untouched, it proved catastrophic for those warriors and commanders who had lifted their massive heads to survey the chaos. This white arc was identical to the one Wang Tiansong had used to effortlessly bisect a 13-meter centipede warrior, only now faster, purer, and imbued with greater mastery. Clearly, in that brief span, Wang Tiansong had refined his command over his power to extraordinary precision. Though blind to the attack, the arthropods' instincts remained keen. They sensed peril instantly. Most dropped their heads, but 4 or 5 warriors failed to react in time, some severed cleanly at the waist, others decapitated. None survived. Blood sprayed forth, crimson and viridian alike. Yet this was merely the prelude. As the first strike concluded, a dark silhouette blotted out the sun overhead. Instinctively, the arthropods tilted their heads skyward once more. Large, larger, largest. Gang Tianlin roared, his form now that of a colossal bear. Limbs thick and powerful, fur shimmering silver-white, twin crescent-shaped, silver marks gleaming upon his chest. His body stretched over 100 meters in length. It was Gang Tianlin whose thunderous strides had earlier shaken the earth. Now leaping high into the air, his form swelled further. His face twisted with ruthless ferocity as he plummeted downward, unhesitating and unstoppable. No! The spider commander shrieked. Having barely evaded the white arc, he possessed no time to dodge this new cataclysm. How could he evade a titan so vast? Not even their overlord matched such enormity. The other commanders, positioned farther from the epicenter, near the outer rim of Gang Tianlin's descent, escaped in time. But the spider commander and those 4 or 5 warriors beneath him were crushed utterly, without chance of resistance. The remaining commanders and warriors escaped unharmed, but stood paralyzed, half dead with terror at the sheer magnitude of the assault. The impact of Gang Tianlin's descent hurled every arthropod several meters into the air, suspended helplessly above the wasteland. As the commanders and warriors hung airborne, Meng Lulu's 2 soft, plump, gray tails swayed rhythmically behind her. Her face alight with fierce exhilaration, she bent her knees and sprang. I bounce, bounce, bounce. She cried aloud as her body blurred, darting like a phantom, ricocheting from one arthropod to the next. Within the span of 3 heartbeats, every surviving arthropod had been struck by her bounce. Tum! Each impact echoed like titanic objects colliding. The arthropods were flung violently away. None killed outright, yet all shrieked in agony. Meng Lulu's symbiotic beast Xiao Li was a spirit fox in origin. Fused, she inherited its innate gifts. Above all, supernatural leaping power and devastating martial force, now her greatest weapons. A single strike delivered directly to a human would shatter every bone in the body. Though the arthropods' massive frames offered slight mitigation, grievous injury remained inevitable. Moreover, suspended midair, each bounce hurled them toward the outer edge of the blazing inferno. Fire, consume. A voice pure and sacred, untouchable and divine, rang out. Lin Yu's. SSSSSSHHH. A piercing cry tore through the flames as a colossal phoenix emerged, its wings beating its blaze alive and sentient, swirling, coiling, then contracting inward. Every airborne arthropod was swept into its embrace. Ahawk! Amidst the sizzling hiss of burning flesh, only agonized screams pierced the inferno. By now, Gang Tianlin had reverted to his normal stature, yet recoiled in disgust at the viscous, foul-smelling residue coating his chest. That accursed Wang Tiansong. He deliberately set me up. Now who knows how long it'll take to scrub this filth clean. Grumbling, he glanced upward, where a radiant miniature sun blazed in the sky, a self-contained sphere of incandescent flame. Wang Tiansong, Meng Lulu, and Lin Yu now stood beside Gang Tianlin, gazing upward at the colossal fireball. And all 4 smiled. 5 commanders. 55 warriors. Formidable. Then what of now? Are they still formidable? A silent consensus settled among them. They had won. The symbiotic clan was saved. At last the fireball dissipated, and charred corpses tumbled from the sky, like refuse dumped from above, crashing down in a cacophony of clattering thuds. Wang Tiansong and his companions did not recoil in revulsion. They threw back their heads and laughed, triumphant and unburdened. Haha, so my strength is truly this overwhelming. Lin Yu's chest rose and fell rapidly, his heart pounding fiercely as exhilaration surged through him. This was a sovereign-tier arthropod clan warrior. And there were 5 of them, yet all perished instantly in the hands of just 4 of us. How could such a thing be believed? Yet it had just happened. For Lin Yu and the others, already burdened by deep-seated psychological shadows, this triumph ignited even greater elation. Wang Tiansong too felt profound satisfaction. The outcome exceeded even his original expectations. His initial plan would have required far more elaborate measures. First, Gang Tianlin and Xiao Peng's fusion unleashed an unstoppable force, halting the elite warriors of the arthropod clan's 5 tribes entirely. That granted Lin Yu ample time to complete the encircling inferno. Then, as if meticulously preordained, every strike unfolded with flawless timing: who attacked, when, where, and how. Each move precisely sequenced. Thus the 5 sovereigns and their 55 elite soldiers were utterly overwhelmed, captured without resistance. Truly extraordinary. At that moment, Gang Tianlin's chest was smeared with viscous, unidentifiable matter, and the stench. Had he not possessed extraordinary self-control, he would have vomited his very entrails. Yet despite this, Gang Tianlin gazed solemnly at Wang Tiansong, standing at the far edge. Upon hearing this, Meng Lulu and Lin Yu instinctively turned their eyes toward Wang Tiansong, awestruck by his tactical mastery. Don't forget, no matter how immense your strength, could you truly pierce through an entire mountain? Wang Tiansong said, shrugging lightly. As he spoke, it was clear he intended to demonstrate something grand. But at that instant, Meng Lulu and Lin Yu simultaneously looked toward Gang Tianlin, who with grave focus fused, transformed, and slammed a single fist into the earth. The cataclysmic force sent violent tremors across miles. Within a 100-meter radius centered on them, the ground collapsed inward. Indeed, such power could shatter mountains. Wang Tiansong drew a sharp, involuntary breath. The sight instinctively evoked earth in his mind. What chaos would such a being unleash upon our homeworld? This single individual's might rivaled an entire army. Though the thought lingered, only briefly, shock soon gave way to fury. Gang Tianlin, you damn fool! Wang Tiansong bellowed like a slaughtered pig, then ascended into the air, empowered by Prince's energy. Quick, Lin Yu, envelop the 5 sovereigns' corpses in flame, but do not reduce them to ash. Understood, Lin Yu responded instantly. For Lin Yu, merely enveloping the bodies in controlled flame posed no difficulty, effortlessly accomplished. Meanwhile, the ground sank over 20 meters, leaving behind a colossal crater amid the barren wasteland. The seismic impact reverberated across nearby arthropod territories. Warriors paused, startled, uncertain what calamity had just occurred. Have the sovereigns already advanced? No, that distance is still too great to reach the symbiont clan. And against such a weak clan, why deploy such overwhelming force? Arthropod soldiers exchanged bewildered glances. Even civilians murmured in confusion. Within the symbiont clan, however, every soul felt as though struck by a hammer to the heart. Has it begun? Meng Jinka and Lin Tong stood together in the council hall, deliberating their next course, when the thunderous shockwave struck, shaking the very floor beneath them. Every high-ranking symbiont leader clenched their hearts in dread. They must prevail. Meng Jinka and Lin Tong bore the deepest anxiety, for their own children fought among them. Yet while they fretted blindly, none realized the battle had ended long before. Wang Tiansong's earlier remark had been meant solely to underscore the supremacy of wisdom. On Earth, no human possessed strength sufficient to cleave a mountain. It was merely rhetorical hyperbole. He'd forgotten this was not Earth, but Symbiosis Star. Here life forms grew ever more prodigious, and for Gang Tianlin, shattering mountain stone, merely child's play. Gang Tianlin and his companions, already awestruck by Wang Tiansong's tactical brilliance, mistook the remark as a test, spurring Gang Tianlin to exert himself even more fiercely. With full force, he delivered a blow he deemed exemplary, yet nearly drove Wang Tiansong to apoplectic rage. Why curse me? Is my strength insufficient? Gang Tianlin asked, genuinely perplexed. He remained baffled, voicing his confusion aloud. Wang Tiansong slumped in weary resignation. He cradled Meng Lulu in his arms while Lin Yu carried Gang Tianlin. After all, not all symbiont beasts possessed aerial mobility. Wang Tiansong then led the others towards stable ground, ascending skyward. Yes, your strength is immense. But I never commanded you to destroy the terrain. I only wish to illustrate that raw power has inherent limits. Beyond those limits, brute force fails utterly, whereupon wisdom becomes decisive. Though I've yet to face a sovereign in direct combat, this single engagement revealed, all pitted head-to-head, our combat prowess matches theirs, perhaps ending in stalemate. Yet they command 50-odd elite soldiers, and 5 sovereigns, one more than our number. The inevitable outcome, our certain defeat. Still, though we would fall, they too would pay a grievous price. Our inferior strength does not negate our capacity to fight. Especially with the advantage of foreknowledge, we knew they would come prepared exhaustively, while they starved of intelligence grew arrogantly complacent. Leveraging these asymmetries, we achieved total annihilation. That is the power of wisdom. As Wang Tiansong explained, a dark vein throbbed at his temple. The more he recalled Gang Tianlin's earth-shattering blow, the more he resolved next time he'd phrase things more dramatically. Could even the strongest man detonate a star? Only then might they grasp true scale. Meng Lulu and the others absorbed this lesson fully, gaining new reverence for wisdom's supremacy over sheer might. Back on solid ground, Wang Tiansong surveyed the massive flaming orb and said to Lin Yu, "You can fly. Carry the 5 sovereigns' corpses back to the clan. Remember, be as audacious as possible, even embellish the battle's details. Do you understand?" Lin Yu blinked, then comprehension dawned. A sly grin spread across his face as he nodded. Understood. With that, ethereal flames wreathed his form, crimson and tangerine light blazing around his hair, as he soared skyward, bearing the 5 arthropod sovereigns toward his people. Now that Lin Yu's departed, what do we do? Meng Lulu and Gang Tianlin exchanged puzzled glances. In their view, the ambush had succeeded. There remained no reason to linger. What I truly saw was blood dispersion, a biological broadcast. But Lin Yu's fire attack incinerated everything. Even if traces of blood survived, transmission would be agonizingly slow. And frankly, I doubt such faint signals could intimidate the arthropods or the multi-eyed clan. So, Wang Tiansong turned his gaze, locking onto the arthropod settlements, now starkly visible in the distance. These 5 sovereigns hailed from distinct tribes, each guarded by its own sovereign. Now all 5 lie dead, along with 55 elite soldiers. Even if surviving warriors remain within the tribes, your recent coordination has honed your fundamentals, and no mere numbers will withstand you. Our objective: annihilate all 5 tribes, using only our 3 strengths. Wang Tiansong's words dripped with chilling resolve. Meng Lulu and Gang Tianlin gaped at him. What? Destroy 5 tribes? Are you mad? The arthropods will unleash relentless vengeance. Will be obliterated. Gang Tianlin's protest drew a dismissive shake of Wang Tiansong's head. Truly green, aren't you? That holds true under normal circumstances, but this is not normal. Time is too short for explanation. I cannot gauge the blood signal's propagation speed, so we strike now. Delay risks derailing the entire plan. Success or failure here determines whether our clan gains the crucial time needed for ascension. His words stunned Meng Lulu and Gang Tianlin, then galvanized them. Though audacious, the urgency and gravity were undeniable, and Wang Tiansong's unwavering certainty left no room for doubt. Then let's do it. Gang Tianlin acted decisively. Once committed, he moved without hesitation. Meng Lulu wasted no time either. Wang Tiansong nodded firmly. Agreed. 5 tribes. 3 of us. Splitting up would waste time, so we advanced together. Remember, leave none standing. Wang Tiansong's voice held icy, merciless finality, yet it ignited fierce exhilaration in Gang Tianlin's and Meng Lulu's hearts. How long has it been? The coexistence clan has endured humiliation and lived in hiding, even losing the courage to resist. Now Meng Lulu and her companions have achieved that. They also felt fear in their hearts, but after the previous battle, having killed so many from the crawling clan, each one a strong warrior, this moment transformed their previously fearful hearts into a refusal to fall into despair. At this moment, they truly embodied the demeanor of strong warriors. After all, a weak heart cannot forge a powerful being. At this moment, although it could be described as slaughter, it sounded extremely brutal. However, they were killing the crawling clan, their enemies. The crawling clan demanded tributes from the coexistence clan every year, and those were living people. Once given away, the outcome was all too clear. Therefore, upon hearing the order to leave no one behind, Gang Tianlin and Meng Lulu felt a surge of excitement. Those who had been oppressed were now releasing their pent-up aggression. Kill. They had never enjoyed slaughter so much. Annihilate the crawling clan. This was what they yearned to do. At this moment, Wang Tiansong saw the expressions of the 2 and nodded with satisfaction. The next moment, the 3 of them charged towards the crawling clan's tribe in a united front. In less than 5 minutes. Centipede tribe. Oh, my God. It's the coexistence clan. Commander, save us. A Neanderthal soldier-level centipede screamed in despair, but the next moment its head was smashed in with a single punch, silencing it forever. This was done by Gang Tianlin, who now saw a member of the crawling clan either smashing it to pieces with a punch or using both hands to tear it apart. Even though it was a disgusting insect, especially at the moment of tearing it apart, revealing its insides, Gang Tianlin, just 9 years old, was filled with madness. Gang Tianlin was relatively gentle. Meng Lulu, with her agile movements and powerful elasticity, had turned countless members of the crawling clan into 2 pieces. Of course, the life force of the crawling clan was very strong, but this caused them great suffering. Thus, the kind-hearted Meng Lulu made extra effort to turn those not yet dead into 3 or 4 pieces. As for Wang Tiansong, he coldly faced it all, thinking of, "Did you think of this day when you were consuming members of the coexistence clan? Die. All of you die." Wang Tiansong felt unprecedentedly delighted, or rather he had never felt such satisfaction since he began leading a tribe. At this moment, he was like a butcher, blood splattering wherever he went. It was the unfortunate centipede tribe that became the first target. Despite the individual size being enormous, the internal numbers were still quite small. However, a tribe could outnumber the entire coexistence clan, and thus in just a dozen or 20 minutes the 3 of them decimated it. Then came the second, and the third. This is the last of the 5th tribe. At this point, Gang Tianlin stood at a height of 7 to 8 meters, and with a fierce squeeze, he crushed a spider no larger than 1 meter. Hearing Gang Tianlin's somewhat hollow voice, Wang Tiansong merely nodded indifferently, glancing around at the dead bodies, the blood everywhere, the stench filling the air. This was true carnage. The crawling clan has today come to this. At this moment, the most delighted was Meng Lulu. Over the years as the chief's daughter, she had received the most information, fully aware of the humiliations endured by the coexistence clan throughout generations. Now she finally released a long-bottled resentment. "All right, let's go." Wang Tiansong, without a drop of blood on him, gently patted Meng Lulu's back, calming her emotions. Meng Lulu coldly gazed at the corpses, ultimately nodded, and said, "Let's go." The 3 of them finally obliterated the 5 tribes. Just as they left, not even a minute later, a massive green figure appeared in the spider tribe. With legs 5 to 6 meters long, but as thin as a finger supporting its gigantic body of 27 meters, its forelimbs were a pair of enormous green scythes. This was the mantis leader. Seeing all this, it was astonished. Could this be the work of the coexistence clan? Normally, tribe leaders would not leave their tribes unless summoned or for extremely important matters, which meant the spider leader, snake leader, centipede leader, and the other 2 leaders had all been killed. Heavens! All 5 tribes have been slaughtered. Moreover, these 5 were apparently on their way to attack the coexistence clan. At this moment, the mantis leader's large compound eyes filled with terror. What kind of immense force could accomplish this? It couldn't even fathom it, nor could it bring itself to imagine. The more it thought, the more frightened it became. Even if a leader came, they might not have such destructive power, right? The mantis leader's face was horrified. As Wang Tiansong suspected, the auras of the 5 leaders along with the blood of the 55 slain warriors were entirely obliterated by fire, so no trace remained. Yet all 5 tribes were annihilated. This was quite a significant event. Thus, when Wang Tiansong and his companions were slaughtering the 4th tribe, the nearby mantis tribe had already sensed it. All 5 tribes had been completely wiped out, and the mantis leader had arrived. In less than 10 minutes, another major tribe among the 7 nearby tribes sensed it too. The overwhelming stench of blood made the defending tribe leader shudder. Half an hour later, the rich scent of blood reached even farther tribes. An hour later, the holy city of the crawling clan erupted in waves of howling. A chorus of cries. Various insect-like and crawling beings expressed intense anger mingled with profound fear. Impossible. Impossible. It can't possibly be the coexistence clan. Not to mention the speed, just the sheer strength needed to slaughter tribes so quickly. None of us could accomplish that. It can't be done by just one, meaning at least 2 must have been involved. We know the coexistence clan. There isn't even a leader among them. Where would a leader come from? At this moment, a colossal creature over 30 meters tall was roaring from within a massive mountain. Blood messages indeed could be transmitted, but like the blood of that warrior who died within the coexistence clan, the transmission had its limits. That it reached the nearby 7 major tribes was already remarkable. Anything further was impossible. Yet with all 5 major tribes slaughtered, this news reached all the crawling clan, and the scent of blood arrived almost simultaneously, causing shock and bewilderment. Then tell me, if it were the multi-eyed clan, how could their leader bypass the coexistence clan? It's entirely impossible. Unless they wiped out the coexistence clan entirely. But by then that blood would already have reached us, and we would feel it. Moreover, you say it's not one leader. I believe you, but that means at least 2 must be involved. And to have the power to nearly annihilate 5 tribes so efficiently, I think it would require even 3 leaders. The multi-eyed clan has only 4 of those 70 beings. Would 3 of them act simultaneously? Don't be ridiculous. The presence of 3 leaders moving at once would unleash such power that we would have sensed it, yet now there is not a single hint meaning it wasn't them. So that implies, that means at least 2 leader-level powerhouses have emerged from the coexistence clan, right? At this moment, another equally massive being spoke lightly, but it already indicated its great concern. Once this was said, silence fell among the 3 of them, a peculiar silence, for they understood what kind of terrifying existence a leader was. Their tribe only had 3, and they were all here. If the Coexistence clan had 2 leaders, what would that signify? The Coexistence clan had risen. Even if it were just 2, it would be a huge burden for them. Originally, it was a fight between 2 tigers, but now a third has emerged. That's even more terrifying. As they pondered, in another direction of the Coexistence clan stood a figure 2 meters tall, resembling a human, but with rough skin and a somewhat vacant gaze. The most peculiar thing was that this being had 7 eyes. These 7 eyes were fixated on one direction, and after a long time its body began to tremble. Bardo. Lador. Wow. This is incredible. It seems a leader-level powerhouse has appeared in the Coexistence clan. The 7-eyed being shouted excitedly, for this was no ordinary matter. The Crawling clan and the Multi-eyed clan, separated by a short distance, were astonished, shocked, and panicked in succession. But in reality, they did not know that it was merely 4 members of the Coexistence clan at the spirit manifestation level who had set a trap, eliminating the 5 leaders of the Crawling clan while mercilessly slaughtering the 5 tribes. However, the more agitated they became, the more Wang Tiansong's objectives were truly achieved. At this moment, Wang Tiansong and his companions returned to the clan in high spirits. As soon as they arrived, the guards resumed their duties, and upon seeing Wang Tiansong and his companions from afar, their faces flushed with excitement. It's Lord Wang Tiansong. Lord Wang Tiansong has returned. And also Lady Meng Lulu. Lord Gang Tianlin. This voice was truly deafening, startling Wang Tiansong and his companions, especially seeing their flushed faces. It appeared somewhat sinister, which frightened the 3 of them, leaving them bewildered. What was going on? What happened? Why did such a scene suddenly occur? What on earth was going on? We just returned. Lord Wang Tiansong. Heaven above, you finally returned. Is it true that you alone slaughtered no fewer than 10 commandant-level cultivators? Is this rumor genuine? Lord Gang Tianlin. They say you tore a lord apart with your bare hands. Incredible. How did you accomplish such a feat? A cacophony of voices erupted, eager, awestruck, reverent. The crowd surrounded Wang Tiansong and his companions as if worshipping living deities. Yet Wang Tiansong stood frozen, a dark vein pulsing at his temple. He needed no explanation to grasp precisely how this spectacle had unfolded. That Lin Yu. How on earth did he relay the message? Wang Tiansong sighed, inwardly utterly at a loss for words. He could utter nothing, not even a protest. So he simply smiled faintly and said, No, no, no. It's far less dramatic than rumored. Please everyone make way so we may pass through. Don't idolize me. I'm no legend. Step aside. Surrounded by his fellow symbiont clan members, Wang Tiansong felt a fleeting rush of elation, but beneath it surged suffocating pressure. If he didn't extricate himself swiftly, he risked being utterly trapped in this human tide. From the moment they passed the sentries to their arrival deep within the clan's heartland, crowds swelled. Every face alight with uncontainable excitement, every gaze transformed, no longer indifferent, but blazing with fervent awe. He knew instantly Lin Yu had delivered the message, and the 5 charred corpses of commandant-level cultivators had been plainly displayed. With such irrefutable proof before them, Lin Yu's subsequent declarations flowed effortlessly unquestioned. Wang Tiansong had never imagined Lin Yu possessed such silver-tongued artistry, persuading an entire clan into unwavering belief. Yet surely this embellishment had spiraled beyond all reason. Of course, Wang Tiansong himself had instructed Lin Yu before departure, if you must exaggerate, then exaggerate boldly. And Lin Yu had done exactly that. From afar, Lin Yu spotted Wang Tiansong and his companions, and burst into hearty laughter. Our heroes have returned, brothers and sisters. Now do you believe me? They marched straight into enemy tribes and emerged victorious. Every one of them returned unscathed. Lin Yu spoke with palpable exhilaration. Though he knew not where Wang Tiansong and the others had gone afterward, he could well surmise if they'd sought to erase all evidence, such effort would have been grotesquely excessive. Spurred by Lin Yu's rhetoric, the crowd erupted anew. Cheers so thunderous they made Wang Tiansong and his companions' heads throb. Fortunately, a narrow path finally opened. Else Wang Tiansong feared he might collapse under the weight of adulation. I told you to exaggerate slightly, not fabricate outright. Since when did we slay a lord? And tear him limb from limb, with our bare hands? Must you abandon all semblance of plausibility? Wang Tiansong groaned in despair, while Lin Yu feigned wide-eyed innocence. But wasn't that your instruction? Exaggerate freely. I was unjustly accused. His expression of wounded sincerity made Wang Tiansong long to stamp his foot upon Lin Yu's face. Wang Tiansong merely shook his head in weary resignation. He'd anticipated some embellishment, but not this degree of theatrical inflation, which had only amplified the crowd's fervor. It would be unfair to label the symbiont clan gullible. For generations they had endured suffocating oppression, too fearful to rebel, yet yearning for liberation. Witnessing Wang Tiansong's strength and Lin Yu's prowess, they dared hope. Even as dread clung to their hearts, a deeper longing flared to see their saviors triumph. When the 5 charred commandant corpses were paraded before them, belief crystallized into absolute faith. Wang Tiansong and his 3 companions were now revered as the clan's undisputed sovereigns. In such a climate of rapturous trust, even Lin Yu's wildest claims were embraced with feverish conviction, especially with 5 commandant corpses lying cold and undeniable before them. When desire burns fiercely, even the faintest glimmer of proof becomes gospel. Truth itself dissolves beneath the weight of desperate hope. What the Symbiont clan craved was precisely this kind of cathartic ignition, the very spark Wang Tiansong intended to kindle. Yet the intensity of the reaction surpassed even his most ambitious expectations. Wang Tiansong stilled his breath, raised both palms gently into the air, a silent command. Instantly the clamor ceased. Those who missed the gesture sensed the sudden hush around them and fell silent in turn. That moment pierced Wang Tiansong's soul. A single gesture, commanding silence across a sea of souls. Was this what dominion truly felt like? So Wang Tiansong reflected. Meanwhile, Meng Jinka and Lin Tong observed from a distance, sharper, more measured than their kin. They perceived subtleties others missed, waiting patiently for Wang Tiansong's reckoning. Brothers and sisters, I offer 3 points, Wang Tiansong declared, raising one finger. First, we laid ambushes, devised traps, and in an instant slew 5 commandants and 55 soldiers. Though the crowd strained to remain still, their ragged, rapid breathing betrayed their electrified awe. Wang Tiansong's expression hardened. Yes, we succeeded unscathed. But let me speak plainly, in open combat our strength matches only that of a commandant. Face them directly, and we fall. A collective gasp rippled through the assembly, followed by profound, reverent silence. Second, our power remains insufficient, but witness what we achieved. These corpses are proof. And my earlier assertion stands immutable. You need not cultivate qi. You need only deepen bonds of kinship to effortlessly attain the 3rd stage of symbiotic resonance, manifest spirit. Imagine, if every clansman wielded strength equal to ours, what threat could the Arthropod clan or the Many-Eyed clan possibly pose? Wang Tiansong spoke these words deliberately, to temper the crowd's intoxication. Their fervor bordered on perilous delusion. He needed to ground them, to replace blind euphoria with sober clarity. Only then would they weigh his earlier pronouncements with rational judgment, unclouded by emotion. That was his ultimate aim. 3rd Gang, Tianlin Ming Lulu and I raised 5 arthropod tribes, every last settlement annihilated without mercy. His voice turned glacial, venomous, sending tremors through the assembly. Even Lin Yu staggered, stunned. He'd claimed they'd attacked arthropod settlements, but 5 entire tribes erased. Total annihilation. How monstrous a feat. How much bloodshed must stain those hands. My purpose was neither vengeance nor the venting of ancient grudges. It was singular. We possess power, and thus resistance is possible. Yet our strength remains inadequate. War has begun, so I chose immediate, decisive slaughter, not as rage, but as strategy. Blood carries ambiguous intelligence. It reveals only who died, and their rank. This ambiguity sows fear. When 5 tribes vanish overnight, the Arthropod clan will quake, wondering whether we strike next, whether we dare attack them. A clan capable of such devastation is not to be trifled with. They will launch investigations, relentlessly. Though the Many-Eyed clan dwells far from the arthropods, I am certain they possess means to learn of the 5 tribes' destruction. They too will probe, fearful of a rising power. Thus both clans hesitate, granting us precious time to prepare, to strengthen, to act. As Wang Tiansong spoke, the hushed crowd nodded slowly, beginning at last to weigh his words with sober thought. Hope had taken root. Salvation was no longer fantasy. With a chance to reverse fate, why not seize every advantage? In summary, we hold the strength to fight, but not yet to prevail. I have stretched time to its limit. Now, the choice rests with you. This battle must be waged, can be waged, but you are its foundation. You are the pillars. At these words, eyes across the crowd blazed with fierce, luminous resolve. Yes, they had long hungered for this, to stand as pillars. They yearned to serve their clan, but opportunity had never come. Did Wang Tiansong's declaration lack clarity? He was mighty, but no single hero could save them all. They were needed. What incandescent words were these? The crowd surged with renewed fervor, and Wang Tiansong, seeing their ignited spirits, knew his intent was fulfilled. He smiled warmly. Then I shall say no more. Time is life itself. Go now. Speak with your bondmates. Grow stronger. That is your soul's sacred duty. The moment he finished, chaos erupted. Hurry, hurry. Time is life. Move swiftly. Instantly, the entire assembly surged into motion. No hesitation, no stragglers. Every soul committed to action. Phew. Wang Tiansong exhaled deeply, finally having steered the fervent tide away. Ha ha. Not bad, young man. You've stirred the clan's heart. Truly impressive. But what comes next? As the last stragglers dispersed, Meng Jinka and Lin Tong approached Wang Tiansong's group. Wang Tiansong nodded gravely. I've bought us time, but how long I cannot say. What I know is this: it grants no victory, only respite, a chance to draw breath. Meng Jinka's approving nod confirmed the truth of his words. Even at their slowest, the arthropod and many-eyed clans would unravel the symbiont clan's true strength within mere months. No obstruction could delay that reckoning indefinitely. Naturally, this battle revealed a vital weakness: the arthropods recoil violently from fire. Like common insects, their physiology, though magnified, remains fundamentally unchanged. Thus I possess countermeasures. I shall compile a list of required materials. Clan Chief, I ask you to procure them. These substances will prove decisive. Meng Jinka nodded firmly. Rest assured, it shall be done. Consider it my solemn vow. Relief softened Wang Tiansong's features. Then the small group turned and walked toward the horizon. They had no intention of lingering idly where they stood. Clan Chief, tell me of the many-eyed clan. I understand the arthropods, but the many-eyed remain shrouded in mystery. Having secured the arthropod front, Wang Tiansong now turned his attention to the many-eyed clan. Meanwhile, deep within the arthropod and many-eyed clans, a state of frenzied mobilization took hold. Every resource, spies, divination arts, reconnaissance networks, was deployed to pierce the veil shrouding the symbiont clan's true strength. To them, the symbionts were an enigma, utterly inscrutable. Yet one certainty remained: such a clan must not endure. Its continued existence would inspire terror, unacceptable to either hegemon. Thus, however arduous the investigation, they would stop at nothing to unveil the truth. Guided by Wang Tiansong, every symbiont clan member now displayed varied aptitudes, strengths differing wildly. Daily discourse shifted deliberately, each conversation calibrated to sow confusion among the arthropod and many-eyed clans. The tactics seemed crude, yet undeniably effective. When an entire people performs daily relentlessly to outsiders, illusion becomes indistinguishable from reality. Likewise, Wang Tiansong and his three companions abandoned play. Having attained the manifest spirit stage, their path now demanded rigorous cultivation, not diversion. How's the investigation going? In the sacred city of the crawlers, within the cave of a towering mountain, a massive body lay coiled, its cold triangular eyes fixated on another creature crawling before it. Although the other creature was also large, it paled in comparison. At this moment, the creature crawling before it was a leader of the crawlers, nervously prostrating itself. Upon hearing its lord speak, it finally breathed a sigh of relief and said, "There's still no clarity. However, based on what I've observed so far, there are no signs of a leader, which means the symbiotic race likely doesn't have a leader stationed here." At this moment, the leader began to speak. "Fool!" the gigantic lord bellowed, causing the leader to shudder, even taking an involuntary step back. The lord was evidently still very angry and continued, "Are you a stupid pig? Have you not considered how, if that were the case, you would explain how the symbiotic race managed to destroy our 5 tribes almost simultaneously? Tell me, is that possible? Oh wait, it's not impossible. If the symbiotic race has 5,000 people, then having 500 of them reaching the level of a leader is conceivable, but, you fool, tell me, if there are that many leaders, would they fear us?" At this moment, the lord was evidently furious with the report from his subordinate. "My lord, please calm down. It was my oversight. I failed to investigate thoroughly." At this moment, the leader was thoroughly frightened, his body trembling, clearly afraid that his lord might kill him on the spot. "All right, Snake, you need not be so angry. This matter has only passed 3 days, and if they truly had that kind of strength, why would the symbiotic race hide it? There are only 2 possibilities. One, within the symbiotic race there exists another, even more powerful entity acting as a trump card, wishing to remain concealed for now. Or the other, as this leader just suggested, is that they have no leader at all and merely used some special means to annihilate our 5 tribes. The reason they are being so secretive is clearly to bluff. So anything is possible. You should send more subordinates to investigate. It's only been a few days. It's normal if we can't uncover any results." At this moment, a voice that sounded much gentler came through, seemingly harmless. However, the leader shuddered in fear upon hearing this voice, evidently more intimidated by its owner than by the lord before him. Yet having heard these words did provide some comfort to the terrified leader. "Since my elder brother has spoken, considering you are also a leader, I can spare your life. However, I do not wish to hear such answers from you again in the future." At this moment, the cold light in the snake lord's triangular eyes made the leader shiver, not daring to say anything further, and slowly retreating from the cave. Watching the leader leave, the snake lord gazed outside, seemingly lost in thought. After a long while, he spoke. "Brother, do you think the symbiotic race really has a leader-level powerhouse, or is there some other powerful force?" At this moment, the snake lord spoke. Upon hearing his words, a rustling sound came from behind the massive body of the snake lord, and then a hideously black head emerged slowly saying, "From the current situation, it is evident that the symbiotic race must have at least 2 leaders. This is my initial guess, and I still hold this belief because I genuinely cannot find any reason. After all, even I cannot simultaneously conquer 5 tribes in such a short time." At this moment, the tone of this individual had clearly shifted from its previous gentleness to seriousness. Looking outside, he took a deep breath and said, "However, we have never actually gone to see them. If we did, it would be much easier." At this moment, this being spoke again, and the Snake Lord was taken aback, clearly realizing that his elder brother also had doubts. After all, the messages they transmitted had all been through blood, but no one knew what exactly had happened at that time, which was the most troublesome part. Meanwhile, in the multi-eyed clan, a place resembling a grand palace for rough-skinned, rather unattractive men sat within. Notably, all 4 had 7 eyes. "So, Simon, you mentioned you used your distant sight to observe the crawlers' tribes. The 5 tribes closest to the symbiotic race have all been annihilated. Does the symbiotic race possess beings like us?" At this moment, one of the 7-eyed men sitting in a refined chair spoke with a serious expression. The one called Simon, who had been shouting and making a fuss after the destruction of the 5 crawler tribes, was now the most burdened among them. "It was definitely the work of the symbiotic race, because our 6-eyed clan members are only equivalent to the leader level of the crawlers. Even if our attack methods have an advantage, it shouldn't be possible to annihilate an entire race. Moreover, if our clan members had mobilized, we would definitely have known about it. Yet that day, none of us moved. So could it be that the crawlers wiped out their own people? That's completely impossible. Therefore, it must be them. However, after observing for the past few days, I found that there's absolutely nothing unusual within the symbiotic race. Those people continue to live as usual, and there is no longer the tense atmosphere that used to exist, nor are they frantically cultivating. They seem harmonious and peaceful. It's as if they don't know what has happened." As Simon said this, he looked at the man who had just asked him a question and said, "Bado, what do you think?" Upon hearing this, Bado frowned and shook his head, saying, "I can't clearly describe this feeling. There are 2 scenarios. One, there is a 7-eyed existence within the symbiotic race. And if there is, then there must be at least 2. Otherwise, it wouldn't be possible to wipe out 5 tribes when the crawlers didn't even have time to provide support. However, based on your observations, the symbiotic race appears harmonious and peaceful with no sign of particularly strong beings. The other scenario is the one I least want to see." Upon reaching this point, Bado suddenly stopped, his expression shifting from seriousness to one of fear. This expression naturally startled the other 3, and then Simon reacted, saying, "Are you implying?" Bado looked at Simon, forcing a smile, and said, "It's very possible. I've sensed it for a while now. You all know that a potential powerhouse from the upper realms of the 18 universes may descend here, and this individual is definitely not a good-natured one." Bado spoke in a lowered voice, clearly wary of this being. As for the others, they were all taken aback. "The upper realms. We are just a lower tier of the symbiotic star in the mid-level realms. But what would someone from the upper realms want here?" At this moment, Simon seemed puzzled, clearly confused about the existence they all sensed, even questioning why such a person would come to the symbiotic star. Was it for tourism? Clearly not. We don't know. However, based on the timeline we previously estimated, it shouldn't have arrived yet. Therefore, the crawler situation is unlikely to be the doing of this mysterious powerhouse. If it's not them, it must be the symbiotic race. So from now on, let's investigate thoroughly. Don't miss a single detail. At this moment, Bado said this, clearly setting aside the fear of the entity that had instilled terror in them, as scaring oneself is never a good thing. After Bado spoke, Simon and the other 3 nodded and departed. Meanwhile, the symbiotic race was engulfed in tension. Of course, this tension was an internal one. They all knew that a great battle was about to begin. A full week had passed without any incidents, but during this week, Lin Tong and Meng Jinka had a hard time because the items Wang Tiansong requested were very easy to find. There were many within their symbiotic race, and even if they weren't present inside, they could search in the forests outside that didn't belong to the crawlers or the multi-eyed clan. It was indeed simple, and this alone wouldn't make them feel so weary. The main issue was that the amount Wang Tiansong wanted was simply too large. Of course, compared to the struggles of Meng Jinka and Lin Tong, when they saw Wang Tiansong simply sitting alone in a medium-sized room for an entire week, always working without ever seeming to rest, they felt relieved. However, they had no idea what Wang Tiansong was doing. Meanwhile, Meng Lulu and the other 3 were assigned to the border near the crawlers. 3 more days passed, and Meng Lulu temporarily left her post, arriving at the door of Wang Tiansong's working room. She had heard about Wang Tiansong through her father and was quite surprised. Moreover, she had heard that Wang Tiansong seemed not to have rested at all up to now. Not knowing why, she felt a surge of worry, so after informing Lin Yu and Gang Tianlin, she hurriedly went to Wang Tiansong. At this moment, she stood at the door, momentarily hesitating to knock, feeling somewhat foolish. After a long while, as if she finally gathered her courage, she took a deep breath, raised her right hand, and just as she was about to knock, the already somewhat worn wooden door opened by itself. Meng Lulu's heart raced, but after a long time no one emerged, and she finally let out a sigh of relief. "You startled me." "Ooh, I thought he had suddenly appeared." At this moment Meng Lulu patted her small chest, speaking with a hint of guilt. Soon Meng Lulu felt something was off and couldn't help but furrow her brows, thinking, something's not right. I'm here to visit someone, not to steal something. Why am I so scared? Meng Lulu was also unclear about why her emotions had turned this way. Feeling somewhat annoyed, she frowned, then shook her head, opened her palm, and gently pushed the slightly ajar door. Curious, Meng Lulu cautiously examined the things in her sight, but found only a simple wooden house with nothing that appeared special, which was perplexing. At the same time, she caught a whiff of a pungent smell, causing her brows to furrow as she thought, what is that smell? So foul. As she spoke, Meng Lulu extended her left hand to fan in front of her nose. What she didn't know was that every time someone came here to deliver materials, they couldn't stand the smell, and some even threw up. Even Meng Jinka and Lin Tong couldn't tolerate it when they occasionally came to take a look. Of course, while they couldn't bear it, they were still preoccupied with thoughts of Wang Tiansong, which distracted them somewhat. At this moment, as she slowly opened the door, she began to see more and more. Piled in the corner were materials and some scraps that looked like they were no longer useful. As for other items, some were wrapped in cloth while others were sealed in metal boxes. For the Prince Wang Tiansong, this wasn't particularly difficult, but at this moment Meng Lulu didn't know what these items were or what they were for. Is this what he has been doing? Not cultivating, just doing this. Meng Lulu still wore a puzzled expression, utterly baffled as to why Wang Tiansong would do such things. Just then a white figure suddenly appeared before her, startling her into nearly screaming. But before she could let out a sound, a soft, gentle little paw pressed against her mouth, accompanied by the prince's voice saying, "Shh, don't make a sound. Tiansong just fell asleep for a bit, and don't disturb him." The voice was somewhat urgent, and the white figure before Meng Lulu was naturally the prince. He had intended to come and close the door, but upon noticing it slightly ajar, he realized someone was coming. Afraid this person would make noise, he wanted to remind them, but he hadn't noticed that his own movements were a bit too swift, frightening Meng Lulu instead. Meng Lulu quickly regained her composure and let out a sigh of relief while the prince retracted his little paw. "Prince, what happened? Why did Wang Tiansong just fall asleep?" Meng Lulu still looked confused. "You don't know?" The prince spoke, clearly still worried. "These past few days Tiansong has been acting like he's gone mad. In his own words, he's been fueled by chicken blood. He hasn't stopped at all, constantly busy with this and that. He clearly failed at the beginning, and I was just there to help. At first, even I couldn't hold on, and I fell asleep in a daze. When I woke up, he was still working on something even I didn't know about. In all these days, he's only slept twice, each time for no more than 4 hours. Today, he said this should be enough to intimidate others, and seemed somewhat satisfied, only then finally managing to sleep. I've been watching over him, not daring to let anyone disturb him." The prince spoke, and Meng Lulu nodded, following the prince's lead as they walked along a relatively even path, bringing them much closer to Wang Tiansong. She squatted down and quietly watched Wang Tiansong, who was disheveled but sleeping soundly. At this moment, Wang Tiansong's breathing was steady, without a trace of vigilance or defense, sleeping peacefully. His dusty appearance did not conceal his tranquility, and when Meng Lulu saw this, she was surprised, whispering, "He looks so cute when he's sleeping." As she spoke, she glanced at the prince floating beside her. At that moment, even the little raccoon peeked out from Meng Lulu's body, observing Wang Tiansong's sleeping face, but for some reason it revealed a mischievous grin. Neither the prince nor Meng Lulu noticed this, especially Meng Lulu, who had a peculiar expression on her face, partly surprised, partly stunned, and partly relieved. "What kind of expression is that?" The prince, noticing Meng Lulu looking at him like that, shuddered and instinctively covered his front with his little paws, resembling a girl about to be pursued by a pervert ready to resist. Meng Lulu was dumbfounded by this action. It was indeed amusing and funny, yet had a slightly perverse charm. At that moment, the petite prince's gesture made anyone with a bit of emotional richness want to take him home as a pet. Meng Lulu felt the same way, but she also somewhat understood the meaning behind the prince's action, which made her feel a bit angry. What was the prince thinking all day? What kind of thoughts are occupying your mind? Of course, she felt both angry and amused, her expression a mix of laughter and tears. She couldn't help but chide. "What kind of action is that? I won't do anything to you." As she spoke, she still wore a helpless expression, clearly not expecting the prince to have such a lively side. Meanwhile, the prince revealed a row of pearly white teeth, grinning widely. His cat-like face appeared even cuter with this smile. "Hee, I learned this from Tiansong." Just when Meng Lulu found the prince much more adorable, the prince suddenly said this, causing her to glance at the sleeping Wang Tiansong again, feeling a wave of embarrassment. After a long time, she finally said, "Could it be that this is just my illusion? Yes, how could such a somewhat lewd, pretentious, and somewhat unserious person have such a tranquil side? Muttering to herself, the prince nodded along, saying, I think that makes sense. It must be an illusion. Fortunately, their conversation was not heard by Wang Tiansong. Otherwise, he would have spat blood, probably exclaiming, What have I, Wang Tiansong, done to deserve this? Does one have to sleep like a rogue? Of course, Wang Tiansong was completely unaware of this. Certainly, joking aside from the prince's words, Meng Lulu learned that Wang Tiansong had hardly had any time to cultivate these days, and he had not even stepped out of this door. All his food and drink were mostly taken care of by the prince. Most of the time, they couldn't let anyone in, and at this moment, it was clear that the neatly wrapped items and those packed in metal boxes had already occupied about a third of this roughly 30 square meter room, indicating that Wang Tiansong had been working on this quite diligently. What on earth is Tiansong preparing? At this moment, Meng Lulu still looked puzzled, observing Wang Tiansong's tranquil appearance, gradually calming down herself, while beginning to ponder what he was making. At this point, even the prince had fallen silent. Actually, I wanted to say earlier, the 2 silver lines on your forehead have turned into 3. According to what Tiansong said before, this should indicate that the symbiotic compatibility between you and Tiansong has truly reached the 3rd stage of manifestation. Additionally, it made me recall that while soul division is not wrong, if one soul is extremely fatigued, the other will share its energy with the exhausted one. In this case, both souls will feel fatigued. When one must rest, the other's spirit will also not be well. However, it's clear that your spirit is fine, yet Wang Tiansong is sleeping very deeply, which seems illogical. After a long while, Meng Lulu said this while the prince nodded, saying, I've noticed this myself, even Tiansong has observed it. But it must be a good thing. Clearly the prince couldn't articulate it well, but he felt this was a good thing, definitely not a bad one. At this point, Meng Lulu could only nod. She wasn't sure of the specifics, so she let it go. Symbiotic beings, come out and face your doom. Just then a loud voice suddenly echoed from outside, startling Meng Lulu, and Wang Tiansong immediately opened his eyes and sat up at the moment the voice came. Meng Lulu felt something approaching her from the side, instinctively turning her head, and at that moment, Meng Lulu and Wang Tiansong both exclaimed in surprise. The prince and the little raccoon looked utterly bewildered, one a fox-tailed cat, and the other a raccoon, making their expressions even more comical. However, while it was comical, it became awkward as one tensed up instantly, while the other reacted subconsciously, resulting in an embarrassing situation where their lips inadvertently pressed together. Of course, the next moment, Wang Tiansong broke the awkwardness with a cough, saying, it's fine. I just fell asleep for a bit. It seems the insect clan has come to cause trouble. Lulu, you came to see me, right? Yes, thank you. Just let me sleep a little longer. You go and handle that side of things. Wang Tiansong awoke, hearing the clamorous voices, which made him realize it was the insectoid clan, and he felt a sense of relief. He then looked at Meng Lulu with a serious expression, as if nothing had happened before. At this moment, Meng Lulu's face was as red as boiling water, appearing aggrieved and on the verge of exploding. However, upon hearing Wang Tiansong's words, she was momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond. All right, hurry up. By the way, Meng Lulu, how did you end up here? Could it be that you took advantage of my sleep too? At this moment, Wang Tiansong felt a bit uneasy. Despite having grown up understanding women, his striking appearance had kept him distant from them, and he had never truly interacted with one. Now, waking up with their lips almost touching, he felt anxious, fearing Meng Lulu's reaction. Thus, he appeared extremely frightened, which only infuriated Meng Lulu further, as she was clearly the victim in this situation. Even though Wang Tiansong was oblivious, it seemed that now it looked as if Meng Lulu was about to do something to him while he was asleep. Because of this, Meng Lulu snorted coldly, displaying her displeasure, and then directly walked out the door, ignoring Wang Tiansong, slamming the door behind her without leaving a word. Phew. Seeing that Meng Lulu had finally left, Wang Tiansong breathed a sigh of relief. It was only because he had a thick skin that he could come up with such a flimsy excuse, which turned him into an innocent victim. Wang Zi burst into laughter, saying, Now you've really offended Meng Lulu. I wonder when she will forgive you. Wang Zi wore a look of schadenfreude, leaving Wang Tiansong speechless. I say, aren't we supposed to be on the same side here? Oh, I remember you said that when there are beautiful women around, abandoning your friends at the first moment is the right choice, isn't it? Wang Zi teased, causing Wang Tiansong to nearly choke. This was merely a joke he made to ease his nerves, otherwise he wouldn't be able to withstand such intense work. Now he was being teased by Wang Zi. Wang Tiansong shook his head, too lazy to argue further with Wang Zi, and turned to look at what he had created, smiling, as he was evidently quite satisfied with the result. This makes things much easier. Let's try to delay for a day, as there aren't many who can really be counted on as combat power within the clan right now. As he spoke, Wang Tiansong appeared relaxed, showing no signs of tension from his earlier outburst. and promptly fell back asleep so quickly that Wang Zi was astonished. He lay down and was asleep in no time. At the same time, Lin Yu and Gang Tianlin were facing off against the three leaders of the insectoid clan. The two appeared unconcerned, calmly observing the three formidable figures before them. Another lizard leader, and that one should be a gecko, right? Lin Yu had an indifferent expression as he looked at the three leaders of the insectoid clan. The lizard leader seemed quite imposing, but compared to another leader that looked similar yet distinct, it appeared much weaker. Of course, this weakness was relative, as one was 25 meters tall and the other 23 meters, a significant difference. Meanwhile, another one remained crouched on the ground, yet no one doubted how troublesome this creature could be, for it was a crocodile. This crocodile had reached a size of 28 meters, and despite Lin Yu and Gang Tianlin appearing relaxed on the surface, they were internally on high alert. It seems Wang Tiansong was right. The initial attacks won't be too strong, merely probing strikes. If we can block these probing attacks, we might delay for some more time. What happened? At this moment, Meng Lulu appeared to have just arrived, looking somewhat fatigued. You're late, Lin Yu replied succinctly, looking at the three leaders before him. Meng Lulu nodded, gazing at the three leaders outside the boundary of the symbiotic clan. However, at this moment, these were the only three leaders present. No one else had come. This was a tactic. If there were truly powerful beings within the symbiotic clan, annihilating three leaders would be no problem, and bringing a bunch of subordinates would be a death sentence. It was better to let only three come to avoid unnecessary sacrifices. Additionally, while three leaders were not insignificant for the insectoid clan, with only a few tribes, it amounted to just a few leaders. Having lost 5 previously to Wang Tiansong, and others 3 more now, would still be a considerable blow, but not overly exaggerated, as their strongest power remained with the 3 lords. As long as the lords remained, their foundation would not falter. These 3 leaders had naturally prepared to face death, arriving at the boundary of the symbiotic clan to provoke them. However, at this moment, the guards at the boundary of the symbiotic clan consisted only of these 3 individuals, which left the leaders somewhat astonished. Was this all they had? Or did the symbiotic clan not believe that 3 leaders could do anything? The 3 leaders were clever enough not to consider that the symbiotic clan might not have any counterbalancing forces to send out, especially with the previous tragedy of 5 tribes still fresh in their minds. They concluded that the symbiotic clan clearly did not regard the 3 leaders with any seriousness. This assumption undoubtedly angered the 3 leaders, yet it also filled them with surprise. After all, to directly ignore 3 leaders indicated that the symbiotic clan indeed had a lord. Moreover, it was likely that just as the previous Snake Lord and the other 2 lords had stated, there was not just one lord. This was certainly not what they had hoped to see, but now that they were here, they had to investigate the situation thoroughly. The symbiotic clan is so cowardly that they send just 3 little brats to stop us. Let's have something substantial. The crocodile leader spoke first, sounding extremely furious. Sorry, but everyone in the symbiotic clan is resting today, and no one has time to receive you 3. So please head back and don't make things difficult for us. Gang Tianlin spoke with an extremely relaxed demeanor. This statement left the crocodile leader bewildered. Receiving, resting. They didn't quite understand, as these were all new terms taught to Gang Tianlin by Wang Tiansong. The insectoid clan certainly knew even less, but they understood roughly that the symbiotic clan had no intention of acknowledging these 3 uninvited guests. This realization further shocked the 3 leaders. How dare you? A mere symbiotic clan, and you act so arrogantly. You're asking for death. At this moment, the lizard leader was furious, violently whipping its long tail, causing the previously calm winds to become turbulent, creating chaotic flows that battered the surroundings, causing the clothes of Gang Tianlin and the others to flutter wildly. As the tail descended, Gang Tianlin wore a helpless expression and said, "Don't fight, it will ruin the atmosphere." He looked like a good Samaritan, unwilling to engage in conflict. In the next moment, however, Gang Tianlin's palm was covered in silvery hair, and his entire hand expanded at least 2 sizes. His legs straightened, and his right arm extended as the long tail did not hit anyone, but instead struck Gang Tianlin's palm. The sound that emanated was akin to a violent explosion, causing the other 2 leaders to smile, clearly feeling that they had succeeded, while the lizard leader appeared horrified, as this full-force strike had not yielded the desired result. Cough, cough. Well, if we're going to fight, let's just do it. Why create so much dust? I need to go back and complain. There's so much trouble just watching the door. At this moment, Meng Lulu complained while Gang Tianlin chuckled, saying, "Aren't you going to learn from me? I'm holding my nose with my left hand." As he said this, Gang Tianlin was still shrouded in dust, and no one could see him. However, from the sound, there was no fluctuation whatsoever, indicating that he had easily blocked the lizard leader's attack. In the next moment, Gang Tianlin no longer hesitated or made any noise. He didn't even really cover his mouth and nose. Instead, he tightened his fist, bending his left leg back, causing it to swell, and then he punched out. The lizard leader had not reacted in time, and its tail, which had been swung out 3 meters, was directly broken. Roar! A piercing scream erupted from the lizard leader's mouth, and in the astonished gaze of the other 2 leaders, its 3-meter-long tail flew into the air, blood gushing forth, and forming a small rain of blood, which then fell heavily to the ground. Heavens! When did the symbiotic clan become this insane? How could such a strong individual emerge? The lizard's defense isn't that weak, yet how could it be bullied like this? At this moment, the crocodile leader looked utterly shocked, unable to comprehend what was happening. I said not to fight, we're just guarding the door. There's no need to go against us, right? As the dust gradually settled, Gang Tianlin spoke impatiently, appearing very reluctant to do so, revealing a pained expression himself upon seeing the lizard leader's suffering. His expression seemed as if he deeply sympathized with the lizard leader's injury, which only fueled the anger of the 3 insectoid leaders, contemplating whether to simply crush Gang Tianlin on the spot. Clearly it was his doing, yet he wore such an expression. What did he want? However, despite their thoughts upon hearing Gang Tianlin's words, the 3 leaders became unusually calm. He claims he's just a guard. This means he's merely a mid-tier strength individual within the clan. At this moment, the 3 leaders began to discuss among themselves, completely ignoring Gang Tianlin and the others. Yes, so it means that Gang Tianlin's strength can only be considered mid-level within the entire symbiotic clan, and he's just a door guard. Clearly his status isn't high, and there must be higher-ups in the clan, and definitely not just 1 or 2. Does this mean there are at least 10 high-ranking individuals in the symbiotic clan that surpass us? This reasoning led the 3 leaders to conjecture based on Gang Tianlin and the others' performance. There was no other way. The calm demeanor of Gang Tianlin, along with his seemingly casual strike, forced the 3 leaders to elevate their perception of the symbiotic clan's strength by at least 3 tiers. In their speculations, these so-called 10 high-ranking individuals all possessed peak leader-level strength. Since the leaders they brought were the best among leaders and Gang Tianlin appeared at ease, it proved that the strong individuals within the symbiotic clan were even more abnormal. This move itself utilized the opponent's suspicions, which was precisely the task that Wang Tiansong had assigned them, to act as convincingly as possible. The more convincingly they acted, the better. Clearly today this strategy truly worked. At this moment, Gang Tianlin could naturally see the intense shock in the eyes of the 3 leaders. The more they imagined, the more they felt the terrifying strength of the symbiotic clan, leaving Gang Tianlin and his companions feeling both amazed and amused. Are we really just letting them go? Is that all right? At this moment, Lin Yu was still somewhat worried, watching the 3 leaders leave, her brow furrowing. Then what do you want to do? Are you planning to take action? After all, they were all at the leader level, and among them was one that stood 28 meters tall, indicating that within the leaders there was basically no one who could rival him. Furthermore, considering that the leaders were equivalent to our 3rd layer of manifestation, it meant that our strength was on par with those 3 bugs. If a fight were to break out, the outcome was truly uncertain. At this moment, Gang Tianlin spoke, while also keeping his eyes on the direction the 3 bugs had departed, frowning deeply. However, as Tiansong said, the leader level is indeed very strong. But that lizard leader, being 25 meters tall, is also a formidable figure among the leaders. Yet when we fought, I held the advantage. I am not even at the peak level of manifestation, and truly the only one I find threatening is that 28-meter crocodile leader. However, I believe that if I truly reached the peak of manifestation, that crocodile leader would also be negligible to me. All things considered, their strength classification seems more refined and stronger than ours in the symbiotic race. This is indeed a great piece of news for us. Through the brief battle earlier, Gang Tianlin roughly analyzed the situation, while Meng Lulu and Lin Yu nodded in agreement. Lin Yu, you should report this to my father and the others. It confirms Tiansong's speculation and is indeed a good thing. At this moment, Meng Lulu spoke. It was normal for someone else to leave after Meng Lulu had departed earlier. He'll go now. Lin Yu said no more, nodded and left. The remaining 2 continued to stay at the boundary, appearing much more relaxed, chatting and laughing together. Little did they know, far from where they were in the city of the multi-eyed race, Simon was watching this scene with a tense expression alongside 3 other members of the 70 multi-eyed race, namely Badwa and the others. No way, those 3 were just guards. And guards are that strong. That shouldn't be possible. Moreover, I didn't find anyone in their race who could directly compare with us. Could it be that they cannot perceive anything when they are not in conflict? At this moment, Simon spoke seriously. It should be this way. Look at that kid who acted earlier. Now, while conversing, his aura is completely retracted. Although the distance is great, I cannot sense any aura at all. This means his aura is fully contained. Thus, it is also possible that the other symbiotic race members are similarly concealed. Beside him, another 71 Wei spoke up, while the other 2 remained silent. This was their most serious moment, and they were indeed the four strongest of the multi-eyed race, the four leaders at a tense moment. I never expected the symbiotic race could produce such a powerful group. Moreover, judging by the harmonious atmosphere within their race, it seems their fear of the crawling race and us has dissipated. Bodwa stood in the middle, his voice sounding much calmer now, yet within that calmness was a hint of seriousness. At this moment, Simon Wei and later stood beside Bodwa, seemingly eager to hear his opinion. How I can't say for sure, but you all should know that there are no absolutes in this world. I have long thought that one day the symbiotic race might use the spirit stones to create a batch of powerful warriors. However, to restrain the crawling race, I have never dealt a fatal blow to the symbiotic race. Moreover, the crawling race is aware of our covetousness for the spirit stones, and they naturally would not allow us to do so. Little did I expect this has resulted in such a great disaster. Bajuo's words clearly indicated that the situation had entered an extremely urgent state for them, and this was not a good thing for any of them. So what do you think we should do now? From this situation, it seems that the symbiotic race has casually sent out a few people, and they are all at the manifestation level, which is already impressive. What's more, they are merely guards. Doesn't that mean their status isn't very high? How about the strength of their higher-ups? At this moment, Simon and the others reached this conclusion: the strength of the higher-ups must not be underestimated. You should have also noticed Meng Jinka and Lin Tong. These two are undoubtedly the spiritual pillars of the symbiotic race. In the past, they wore frowns every day, clearly oppressed to an extraordinary extent, which we all observed. But now how do they appear? With springtime radiance and spirited enthusiasm, they truly exhibit the demeanor a clan leader should have. From this demeanor, I sense a threat. Evidently, Meng Jinka and Lin Tong are now probably on the same level as we are. Bodwa did not hesitate to say this, instantly elevating the symbiotic race to an unknown number of levels. However, they did not know that all of this was orchestrated by Wang Tiansong, who had directed the symbiotic race to act in this manner. Moreover, in order to establish rapport with the symbiotic beasts, their daily lives had naturally changed significantly, creating the appearance of harmony. As for Meng Jinka and Lin Tong, they understood Wang Tiansong's instructions almost immediately, intending to deceive the crawling race and the multi-eyed race, creating the greatest illusion to confuse them. So what now? It seems that the symbiotic race has many experts. If this continues, the best-case scenario would still be a three-way standoff. What if the strength of the symbiotic race far exceeds ours? At this moment, the usually silent leader finally spoke, his tone carrying a hint of ruthlessness. Although this is my least desired choice, we may have to do it. We should wait for the crawling race to approach us. They will definitely act first. After all, in recent years, we have maintained relatively amicable relations with the symbiotic race. If the symbiotic race seeks trouble, they will certainly start with the crawling race. We just need to wait for their signal. Bodwa stated, walking towards the inner hall, while the other three finally stopped looking. What did you say? Not long after, within the holy city of the crawling race, three massive figures stirred, causing the gigantic mountain peaks to tremble. Below, the three leaders were filled with trepidation, hardly daring to speak, further waiting in silence. These three leaders were precisely the three who had gone to the boundary of the symbiotic race, and at this moment they were lying prostrate. You mean the symbiotic race has placed manifest-level beings equivalent to our leaders simply to guard their borders, eh? Moreover, they appear to be no more than 10 years old. One of the kids even smashed your tail with a single punch. The snake leader's raised head swung back and forth, clearly very agitated. Yes, at the time we couldn't believe it. We even had doubts that the symbiotic race might be bluffing. However, among those three, I casually selected one for an experiment, and the strength of that kid is extremely terrifying. If he were to kill me, it is very likely I would be dead within 3 moves. At this moment, the lizard leader unashamed relayed all the information he had gathered and his deductions. Impossible. The existence at the leader level can be easily deployed as guards. Among our kind, there are only a few leaders. Moreover, each one has become a tribe chief. Are they merely guards in the symbiotic race? The snake leader could hardly believe this could be a fact, but seeing the 3 leaders, he immediately realized that this matter was likely true. You've worked hard, you may leave now. Meanwhile, the enormous being that had been lying prostrate finally spoke. At this, the 3 leaders sighed in relief, clearly feeling much lighter, and slowly withdrew. The massive cave fell silent once again, with no further movement. The 3 enormous beings within, no one spoke, as they were all deep in thought, contemplating how to deal with the symbiotic race. From the looks of it, the symbiotic race was not just powerful, but had become excessively strong. Second brother, what do you think? At this moment, the being lying on the ground spoke. Subsequently, a massive entity seemed to stir deeper within the cave. It is certain that the symbiotic race must have acquired something, or perhaps they have endured humiliation to survive until today, finally achieving strength to confront us, even the power to annihilate us becoming more ostentatious. This voice had a hint of femininity, yet it was only a slight feeling with an underlying chill that made the other two colossal beings somewhat uncomfortable. It is certain that they must have 3 Lord-level existences, meaning at least equal in strength to us. Moreover, allowing leader-level beings to guard is already quite impressive. I believe the symbiotic race is no longer something we the crawling race can deal with. At this moment, the enormous being lying on the ground also spoke. At that moment, though the other 2 lords remained silent, their understanding was immediate. The centuries-long war between the arthropod clan and the polyocular clan would, temporarily at least, cease as both turned their focus toward the symbiote clan. How utterly unimaginable. Just over 10 days had passed since 5 tribes were annihilated. And now suddenly the symbiote clan's strength proved far more terrifying than anyone had dared conceive. How could they possibly believe it? Yet their reconnaissance, though only superficial, revealed precisely what mattered most. True power is often most transparent at the surface. Take these sentinels for instance. Naturally low in status and weak in cultivation, they represent merely the base tier. If even their ranks held such presence, how formidable must the clan's elders be? The mere thought sent chills down their spines. Meanwhile, a full day and night had elapsed. Wang Tiansong had finally slept deeply, a rest so profound it restored his spirit entirely. Yet his awakening came not of his own volition, but by the sharp rapping at his door. What is it? As Wang Tiansong stirred awake, that acrid odor struck him once more. He had not left the wooden hut for days. Dazed and drowsy, he rubbed his eyes, his face smudged with grime, then opened the door to find Meng Jinka and Lin Tong smiling warmly outside. Clan Chief. Uncle Lin, you've come. Ah, let's speak outside. It's far too cluttered in here, Wang Tiansong said, his voice tinged with mild embarrassment. Meng Jinka chuckled and waved dismissively. You truly are something, young man. Go on, tidy yourself first. We'll talk at my place shortly. Though Meng Jinka left the rest unsaid, Wang Tiansong understood instantly his initial strategy had borne fruit. The arthropod clan had launched only a probing assault and then vanished. For 5 days thereafter, utter silence reigned, not a whisper of impending battle. This very contingency had been stipulated beforehand. Should the arthropod clan withdraw after a single strike, Meng Jinka was to inform Wang Tiansong without delay. At first, Meng Jinka himself had found it baffling. Even in his own estimation, the arthropod clan needed only to deploy all 3 lords simultaneously for a total annihilation of the symbiote clan. Such overwhelming force would leave no room for resistance. Yet no lord had stirred. Faced with this reality, and corroborated by Wang Tiansong's precise prediction, Meng Jinka could not help but be profoundly impressed. Within half an hour, hurried yet efficient, Wang Tiansong emerged dressed in a simple white short-sleeved shirt, arriving at Meng Jinka's residence. There Meng Lulu and 2 others awaited, along with several elder symbiote clan leaders, veterans who, due to stagnation in cultivation advancement across generations, had long occupied the highest echelons. Only recently had any meaningful shift begun. So the arthropod's assault was merely a test, and they've not reappeared since. But how many days has it been now? Wang Tiansong asked boldly upon entering, his gaze sweeping across the assembled elders. A full day has passed. Counting from the day you eradicated 5 arthropod tribes, nearly half a month has elapsed. Meng Jinka spoke with solemn gravity. The survival of the symbiote clan brooked no levity. Yet he did not object to Wang Tiansong's outward nonchalance. Experience had taught him that beneath that casual demeanor lay unerring precision. Even when delegating tasks, Wang Tiansong appeared unreliable, yet his outcomes were invariably flawless. Then bring forth the fruits of my work over these past 15 days. I'll instruct you how to wield them. But first, I must ask, what is the current cultivation level of our people? As he spoke, Wang Tiansong casually claimed a seat, his expression shifting subtly towards seriousness. All clan members aged 6 and above have reached the first stage, initial awakening. 200 have attained the second stage, partial integration. Only 13 present here, including yourselves, have achieved the third stage, manifest spirit. Meng Jinka admitted, a faint note of awkwardness coloring his tone. Wang Tiansong glanced around idly and instantly grasped why these 13 sat among the elders. Including himself, Meng Jinka and Lin Tong, only 7 had reached manifest spirit. Though impressive progress for 15 days, it fell far short of what would be required to win this war outright. This exceeds my expectations, yet remains a welcome surprise. I'd anticipated rapid advancement through the symbiote clan's first 3 stages, but even swift progress demands foundational time. Some among you already possessed latent aptitude, others built upon emotional resonance, forged over years. Thus your breakthroughs were both natural and remarkable. Still, this strength alone cannot withstand either the arthropod or polyocular clans, let alone their likely alliance. His words stunned the assembly. Even Meng Lulu and her companions stared in disbelief, none having foreseen such an outcome. Meng Jinka and Lin Tong, however, remained composed, as if they had already contemplated this possibility. It is inevitable. My empty city stratagem deceived the polyocular clan while sowing deep uncertainty among the arthropods. Their intelligence networks, crude and blood-based, failed to convey accurate strength assessments. To their eyes, our sentinels, mere guards, were already peerless commanders. Any rational mind would conclude our inner ranks teemed with masters, and thus fear took root. Moreover, the polyocular clan's greatest asset lies in their eyes, capable of firing laser beams and possessing telescopic vision spanning thousands of li. Yet they perceive only the battlefield's surface distant skirmishes' approximate power levels. When they witnessed the effortless combat in Gangtian Grove, doubt must have curdled into dread. Surely they realized this conflict defied easy resolution. For generations our clan endured in quiet obscurity, submissive, invisible, surviving by yielding. This sudden reversal could only trigger alarm and immediate countermeasures. Both clans will unite without hesitation, neither dares act alone. Only combined might can unleash the lightning strike assault they now deem necessary. Their sole recourse is a blitzkrieg against us. Hence our preparation must not target one enemy, but the unified host of the polyocular and arthropod clans. Wang Tiansong's tone grew measured, grave, deliberate, and that shift alone tightened the air with palpable tension. Then what do we do? Wang Tiansong, your stratagem bought us roughly 15 days, but we need far more time. If we cannot resist the arthropods at full strength, how could we possibly withstand their coalition? That is doomed, isn't it? Before the speaker could finish, Wang Tiansong completed the sentence. Silence fell. No retort, no murmur, only stillness. Do not underestimate yourselves. Besides, these 15 days were no idle respite. Rest assured, I will teach you everything swiftly and simply. And remember, we hold the initiative. Having foreseen their next move, how could we possibly fail to respond? They seek a lightning strike. Excellent. Then let us deliver a mortal blow, shattering their coalition with devastating precision. His voice rang with fervent conviction, his confidence absolute. Can we defeat the arthropod and polyocular clans outright? Meng Lulu's voice trembled with excitement. Trusting Wang Tiansong implicitly after past events, she seized upon his words as a beacon of hope. No, we merely deepen their terror, buying ourselves more time. That is all. A collective sigh hung in the air. Seeing their silence, Wang Tiansong smiled gently. You yourselves admitted it. Neither clan can be resisted, heeding correct. Yet consider this, the longer time passes, the stronger we grow. Did not Gangtian Lin himself affirm it? At every cultivation tier our strength surpasses the arthropods, and the polyoculars match the arthropods exactly. Thus across all levels the symbiont clan stands supreme. With my guidance, trust me, we need not destroy them, nor can we. What we require most is time. Time is the crucible in which our power will forge itself. Time is life. For the symbiont clan this truth has never burned more fiercely. One by one they fell silent. Understanding crystallized. Their sole imperative now was to stretch that fragile vital span of time, further, longer, deeper. Time fleeting, yet slow, the sky remains as azure as ever, but the people have become busy, the multi-eyed clan, the insect clan, and the symbiotic clan. A tripartite balance is evident, despite the symbiotic clan appearing to have a minuscule territory that could easily be squished by the insect clan and the multi-eyed clan. At this moment, no one dares to doubt the significance of the symbiotic clan. One day, just one day after Wang Tiansong made his next deduction, 1,000 furied warriors of the multi-eyed clan, 200 five-eyed warriors, 5 six-eyed warriors, and 1 seven-eyed warrior. Impressive. This battle power could already be said to be enough to initiate a grand war, yet it is all gathered in the city closest to the symbiotic clan. Meanwhile, within the city, the ordinary three-eyed, multi-eyed clan civilians have all been evacuated, leaving only warriors behind. However, besides the multi-eyed warriors, there are also insect warriors. Although the symbiotic clan seems like a heavenly river separating the two races, in reality, they occupy just a tiny bit of space, making it quite easy for the insect clan and the symbiotic clan to meet. At this moment, a similar formation is present with 1,000 soldier-level insect warriors, 200 generals, 5 leaders, and 1 lord, the somewhat anxious Snake Lord standing alongside Wei. Though he appears significantly larger than Wei, the Snake Lord tries to coil his body to avoid looking so enormous, partly out of respect for Wei. What a joke! Wei is equivalent to a lord of the insect clan and cannot possibly be afraid of the Snake Lord. To intimidate this guy, this is his territory, isn't it? Just asking for trouble. Thus being low-key is the priority. Another reason is that the multi-eyed clan and the insect clan are on the same front. They are effectively allies. It's best not to put on airs among allies, especially when the two races have a history of enmity. If they start acting aloof, internal strife would already be a sufficient burden. The symbiotic clan directly slaughtered your 5 tribes, yet you still have 200 generals. At this moment Wei furrows his brow, while speaking showing some surprise, clearly not expecting that the insect clan initially targeted still possesses so many powerful generals. Is that so? This is nearly all our clan's generals. Unlike your multi-eyed clan, our high-level combatants are indeed fewer, but our mid-tier combatants are almost double compared to yours. That number is not insignificant. If it weren't for this, how could our 2 clans be at such a stalemate? While speaking, the Snake Lord displays little emotion, his tone cold. After all, Wei has touched upon a sore spot for the insect clan, so there's no way he would have a pleasant demeanor. Wei merely smiles. Although his prior question was simple, it had a hint of sarcasm, so he doesn't elaborate further to avoid unnecessary trouble, which neither of them wishes to see. Alright, since the army has assembled, let's move forward. At this moment, Wei adds. Beside him, the Snake Lord, whose head is slightly larger than Wei's entire body, suddenly turns and says, Wei, although our strengths are equal, I have no way to deal with you, and you cannot do anything to me either. Therefore, I think we need to clarify something while we have the chance. The Snake Lord's words cause Wei to nod, showing no impatience. Instead, he shrugs and replies, I'm willing to hear your suggestions. His demeanor clearly shows indifference. Just one thing, we are now on the same front, and our enemy is the symbiotic clan. I do not wish for your multi-eyed clan members to harm my insect clan during the alliance. Otherwise, I won't hesitate to kill your multi-eyed members without leaving a trace. The Snake Lord speaks with a strong sense of threat. However, after hearing this, Wei merely smiles, faintly saying, we have indeed considered this. The current situation is severe, and I have already informed our clan members about the symbiotic clan's combat capability, so you can rest assured that they will not stir up trouble. Is that satisfactory to you? Furthermore, I told my clan on the day of the alliance to set aside all prejudices. At this moment, we are allies. If anyone dares to strike, I will personally eliminate them. But I also have some concerns regarding your insect clan. Wei's words cause the Snake Lord to nod slightly, and then snort, saying, you need not worry about that. Our insect clan is the most united, and the hierarchy is very strong. The words I convey will be followed without question. With this, the 2 highest commanders of the alliance reach a consensus, and none of them speak further, focusing ahead as they give the order to advance. Meanwhile, 1,000 miles away, high above in the sky, even the multi-eyed clan has not noticed a figure observing the black dots squirming within the city. 3 tumter-long fox tails form a seat adorned with 3 silver claw marks on its forehead, and the brownied Wang Tiansong has been hovering in the air for a full hour. At this moment, seeing those squirming black dots, a smile rises on his face. Finally, they're moving. I've been waiting for this. In the cold high altitudes where the wind howls and the air has thinned considerably, these factors pose no threat to Wang Tiansong. At this moment, it seems as if Wang Tiansong rises from the ground, standing upright before diving down, transforming into a phantom as he rushes towards the symbiotic clan. All half-fusion level warriors within the symbiotic clan, step forward. Bring along the things I prepared. This time, let everyone experience the thrill of slaughtering enemies. Wang Tiansong's voice resonates from the sky, powerful and unwavering, and from his words there is not a hint of unease, only confidence. This is truly shocking. Meanwhile, the people of the symbiotic clan are becoming increasingly excited upon hearing his words. After all, the achievements of Wang Tiansong and his companions have already stirred their emotions, and they understand that their own strength is not weak, which means they can also wreak havoc like them. This being the case, everyone is eager to go into battle and kill the enemy. At this moment, they finally have the opportunity, and upon hearing Wang Tiansong's confident words, they naturally roar out. I've wanted to go into battle for a long time. Damn it. Kill these aliens. Haha, let the blood flow like rivers. Many are shouting excitedly, while Wang Tiansong stands high in the air, visible to everyone in the symbiotic clan, looking down at the crowd with a smile, saying, everyone, I can understand your feelings, and I will fulfill your dreams. Trust me, this time I will ensure that the alliance of the multi-eyed clan and insect clan returns in defeat. As he speaks, Wang Tiansong is filled with confidence, and the people can feel his determination from his words. Roar. In an instant, the roar shakes the heavens, and at this moment they do not seem human, but rather like beasts desperately in need of release. Follow me. Wang Tiansong shouts, suddenly turning towards the eastern border, and all half-fusion level experts within the symbiotic clan mobilize. Of course, this number cannot be considered too many. Even after several days, the number of manifesting level experts hasn't changed, and the half-fusion level only increased by 1, resulting in just over 200 warriors in total. However, it is these 200 who possess a mindset geared towards slaughter and absolute confidence, which starkly contrasts with the anxiety of the insect and multi-eyed clans. In this situation, just the mentality gives the symbiotic clan an edge. Symbiotic clan eastern border. The allied forces can already see the border of the symbiotic clan ahead, Yet they are momentarily stunned, for they also see a large group of people standing orderly at the border facing them. Those clearly are the members of the symbiotic clan, as if they have long been waiting for them. Stop! Wei and the Snake Lord speak simultaneously, prompting the allied forces to halt. The grand procession stands amazed despite their flashy advance after assembling. The symbiotic clan should not have known about them. Could it be that the defensive forces have suddenly increased nearly 100-fold? This is entirely improbable. Thus it only proves that the other side has long been prepared. Huh. Snake Lord, Wei, you two lead the allied forces to our symbiotic clan, which indeed surprises us. At this moment Wang Tiansong is at the forefront, not flying, yet laughing heartily. His voice, despite being over 100 meters away, accurately reaches Wei and the Snake Lord's ears. Who is this kid? His voice is so loud and confident, and it seems he is the highest leader of the opposing forces. But why is there only a crew of slightly over 200? The Snake Lord's massive form no longer coils but stands rigidly surveying the front. With a glance he assesses their numbers. At this moment, even Wei is perplexed, having not noticed this kid before. However, it makes sense. A Wang Tiansong has crossed over. Prior to that, the one called Ham, the previous owner of Wang Tiansong's current body, was meek and unremarkable, not worth paying attention to. Naturally, he didn't draw attention. But when Wang Tiansong appeared, even as he was being verbally advertised within the symbiotic clan, he remained hidden, working and waiting until today, when he finally made his appearance, which caused these people to realize they had no idea who Wang Tiansong truly was. What? You're surprised? Wang Tiansong can naturally see the astonishment on the other side's faces, wondering how this seemingly nameless kid became the highest leader. And judging by his appearance, he looks to be less than 10 years old. Who exactly are you? Knowing we have formed an alliance, you dare to use such a small force to stop us. Don't make me laugh. At this moment, the Snake Lord snorts, coldly roaring at Wang Tiansong. I am Wang Tiansong. You don't know me, but that's natural. My fame is so great that it's quite normal for you country bumpkins to be unaware. However, now that I have stepped forward, you will remember me. Though I may not be very strong within the symbiotic clan, dealing with you country hicks is quite easy for me. I suggest you come over quickly. Let's wrap this up quickly, so I can go home for dinner. If I'm late, there will be no food, and I'll be angry. Wang Tiansong's words leave the allied forces of the insect and multi-eyed clans nearly stumbling. Who is this person? Addressing everyone as brother. Does he not know the status of the Snake Lord? Let alone, is this really just a casual attitude towards war? Is he that confident? And he wants to hurry back for dinner. Has this guy lost his mind? At this moment, these are the thoughts of the allied forces, while the Snake Lord is even angrier. This kid seems to have no remarkable qualities, yet dares to address him as brother, which infuriates the Snake Lord, yet he does not dare to act recklessly. Because he knows even if Wang Tiansong has been kicked in the head by a donkey, he must understand the current situation. Moreover, how could the symbiotic clan send such a lunatic as their highest leader? So if he dares to speak like this, he must possess considerable confidence. What now? Just stand here. The Snake Lord looks down at Wei, who slightly furrows his brow. His 7 eyes turn pale simultaneously, and the next moment 7 beams of laser shoot out from his eyes. This results in 7 beams, which merge into one at incredible speed midway. Whoosh. The whistling sound travels directly towards Wang Tiansong, who brightens upon seeing the laser beam, thinking they've taken the bait so quickly. Just in time, let me see how strong you Lord-level beings truly are. As this thought crosses his mind, Wang Tiansong has already completed his fusion with the prince. At this moment, Wang Tiansong has a serious expression, his 3 tails tightly aligned, resembling a tonter-long giant rod. At this moment, Wang Tiansong snorts, coldly exerting force with his legs, running forward, while lifting off the ground, spinning his body, causing the dust on the ground to form a small whirlwind that grows larger. Whoosh. The next moment, the beam of light collides with Wang Tiansong. With a breath, the dust swirling around Wang Tiansong scattered, as if forcefully disrupted by some unseen power. At this moment, the members of the symbiotic clan felt the disturbance even more intensely, as the airflow stirred up by Wang Tiansong became chaotic, spreading out in different directions. Even the semi-melted members of the symbiotic clan found it hard to maintain their footing, needing to merge with their symbiotic beasts to withstand the onslaught, which showcased the terrifying nature of this collision. Meanwhile, Wei continuously attacked Wang Tiansong, yet his heart was increasingly shaken. This guy? He can actually block my attacks. Although I can tell he is struggling, he still managed to stop them. Wei realized what this meant. He was the strongest of the multi-eyed clan, yet now a single Wang Tiansong stood in his way, which was a tremendous blow. This indicated that the combat power of the symbiotic clan was far beyond what ordinary people could imagine. Of course, this was merely Weiss' one-sided assumption. How could they know that when the coalition forces of the multi-eyed clan and the reptilian clan mobilized, the symbiotic clan had already sent out their entire forces? Naturally, Wang Tiansong would never let them know this. The more they were kept in the dark, the greater the pressure on the multi-eyed clan and the reptilian clan, which was precisely Wang Tiansong's intention. At this moment, Wang Tiansong was filled with joy. Despite feeling like he was spinning like a top due to the use of his tail, he felt a sharp pain in his rear as he collided with the laser. It seemed as if his tailbone might crack. Additionally, part of the laser's force acted like a penetrating attack on Wang Tiansong's body. However, thanks to the prince's protection, and because this penetrating force was not too strong, he only felt a surge of blood without any other issues. This is exactly what I expected. Indeed, the 70 strongman of the multi-eyed clan is comparable to a lord of the reptilian clan. Their levels seem to be slightly higher than ours, but every level of the symbiotic art is indeed stronger than theirs, which means that although I am at the 3rd level of manifestation, he appears to have reached the 4th level, yet his strength is only marginally greater than mine. Indeed, my gamble paid off. Only then did Wang Tiansong truly believe that his theory was correct. After all, he was the strongest. This strongest individual should theoretically correspond to the 4th level of their clan's opening and closing strength, yet he clearly does not reach such heights, which truly reassured Wang Tiansong. However, it was precisely because of this that Wang Tiansong suddenly realized that the symbiotic clan's symbiotic art was absolutely not simple. If the symbiotic clan can master the 4th level of the symbiotic art, then on this symbiotic star, they would undoubtedly be tyrants. No one could rival them. What multi-eyed clan and reptilian clan are mere fodder. It's a pity that they have fallen. This is only my speculation regarding the 4th level, yet the symbiotic art has a total of 9 levels. At this moment, Wang Tiansong's heart raced, his blood boiling, further fueling his excitement. What kind of clan was the symbiotic clan at its peak? Wang Tiansong pondered this question, but it didn't linger for long. Soon he laughed heartily, with 2 tails continuing to block, while one separated, a flash of white light emanating as a white arc suddenly shot out, crashing violently into the laser. A buzzing sound resonated akin to the sound of hard metal striking the ground. Wei let out a groan and took a step back, while Wang Tiansong was sent flying back into the ranks of the symbiotic clan with a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. As he descended, he even felt slightly unsteady, only to be caught by Gang Tianlin. Despite appearing disheveled, Wang Tiansong was extremely pleased, laughing heartily. You are one of the 4 leaders of the multi-eyed clan, Wei, right? I have looked into your background. You truly are the strongest. I admire you. As Wang Tiansong spoke, his turbulent blood gradually calmed down. His 3 large tails swayed back and forth. This should have seemed like alluring foxtails, yet no one felt it was inappropriate for Wang Tiansong. On the contrary, he now appeared immensely powerful, with his 3 tails resembling fierce venomous snakes ready to strike at any moment, completely devoid of any alluring aura. The symbiotic clan is not simple. At this moment, Wei quietly said to the Snake Lord, whose triangular eyes grew serious. Watching the somewhat disheveled Wang Tiansong gradually recovering, he appeared to be looking at Wei with a lingering interest. Clearly, in the earlier clash, Wei held the advantage, yet Wang Tiansong was still capable of fighting him. This also meant that the Snake Lord could take on Wang Tiansong. Both the multi-eyed clan and the reptilian clan have clear weaknesses. The multi-eyed clan relies on their long-range attacks through their eyes, which are indeed powerful. I must admit, especially the long-range attacks, which give no chance for close combat. However, because of this, once they are engaged at close range, even if you are the strongest, I can easily kill you. The reptilian clan is even more apparent. They possess great strength, speed, and defense, yet all their attacks are as reckless as wild beasts, lacking any true method to utilize their strength. Because of this, both your clans are far too monotonous. Even if you unite, it's merely an additional attack method, and you sent so few people. You might as well give up. As Wang Tiansong spoke, he waved his hand, his earlier excitement giving way to absolute confidence. Clearly, in his view, the previous clash was not a setback at all. Instead, it was a test. If they truly launched an attack, the symbiotic clan would undoubtedly emerge victorious. At this, both the Snake Lord and Wei were taken aback, never expecting that after such a brief truce, Wang Tiansong would draw such a conclusion. Meng Lulu Lin Yu Gang, Tianlin Meng Jinka Lin Tong, just focus on fighting when the time comes. Everyone else, just watch quietly, don't complain to me. Especially now, your combat power is indisputable, but your combat skills are equally crude. Moreover, given the number of opponents, if you can't defeat them, they will surely flee. I don't want any unnecessary sacrifices this time, just consider it a practical lesson. Wang Tiansong's words were filled with arrogance. Upon hearing his audacity, the members of the symbiotic clan recognized some performance within, but they could also sense his confidence. Having witnessed the previous attack, they were all rational beings and understood that had they been in his position, they likely would have been killed by Wei. Therefore, Wang Tiansong's command to refrain from action was seen as an opportunity, and they all began to laugh mockingly, gradually stepping back. In contrast to their ease, the members of the multi-eyed clan wore grim expressions, while the warriors of the reptilian clan were restless, their eyes burning with fury, clearly eager to attack and devour Wang Tiansong and the others. Are you angry? Sorry, but that won't help. The battlefield relies on strength. Bring it here. As Wang Tiansong shouted, members of the symbiotic clan immediately brought over a six-sided disc no larger than a basin. Is that a mirror? Wai's keen eyes instantly recognized what it was. The disc was a mirror, but even he didn't expect it to appear so smooth and clearer than any mirror he had ever seen. What do we need a mirror for? The Snake Lord looked puzzled, while Wei was even more perplexed, unable to fathom why they had brought out a mirror in good order. Could this thing be used as a weapon? While they were filled with doubt, Wang Tiansong grinned, fastening the disc to his right arm, seemingly securing it to prevent it from falling off. Meng Lulu and the others did the same, and at the same time, they each held an iron bucket. Differing from before, the lid of this iron bucket was open, revealing a green liquid inside. Ugh, what a disgusting smell. Lin Yu grimaced in disgust, fanning his nose with his left hand. Bear with it for a bit. Also, try not to inhale this gas, that's not good for your health. Of course, I believe your constitutions should handle it well. Remember, try not to directly touch that stuff. Trust me, it won't do you any good. Just sprinkle it on the battlefield later. There's no need to physically contact them. Wang Tiansong spoke lightly, as if the battlefield were merely child's play to him. What the hell are they planning? Upon hearing Wang Tiansong and the others discussing so boldly in the distance, the Snake Lord and Wei were further puzzled, while their subordinates grew even angrier, clearly agitated by the audacity of their enemy. So leisurely. They don't seem to take us seriously at all. Aren't they going to attack? You all must not act rashly. It was evident how their subordinates felt. Wei and the Snake Lord quickly cautioned them, for they were the highest commanders at the moment and couldn't afford to act recklessly. The more the enemy appeared this way, the more they felt there was a trick at play, so they had to avoid acting rashly until they understood their opponent's intentions. Otherwise, it could very well be their side that faced casualties. Wang Tiansong looked at the cautious-looking Snake Lord and Wei, chuckling as he said, Come, eat me. Don't be afraid, there's no need to be so tense, right? At this moment, Wang Tiansong spoke in an infuriating manner, accompanied by a flamboyant gesture, making even Meng Lulu and the others want to give him a couple of punches. However, this was indeed effective. After all, even their own people wanted to hit him. How could the Snake Lord and Wei not be enraged? They watched as Wang Tiansong and the others prepared, some taking off to the skies, while others slowly advanced, appearing utterly unhurried. I can't see any tricks. Wei, with his keen eyes, observed carefully. Despite his lengthy observation, he still couldn't discern Wang Tiansong's true intentions. The Snake Lord certainly couldn't figure it out either, and furrowed his brow, saying, What should we do? Advance or hold back? The Snake Lord was also in a dilemma at this moment. Wei was troubled as well, but seeing the opponent approach and glancing back at the allied forces who were filled with fury, it was clear that their anger had boosted morale. He nodded and said, Regardless of their tricks, our soldiers are already in high spirits. Rather than waiting around in uncertainty, we should take the initiative. We have the numbers. You, the reptilian race, excel in close combat, while we, the multi-eyed race, specialize in ranged attacks. This combination of close and long-range tactics will be more than enough to deal with these overconfident foes. Finally, Wei made a decision. The Snake Lord, unable to say anything further, nodded and declared, Brothers, I know you are all angry. Then let's charge. Remember, follow orders and don't break formation. With the Snake Lord's command, his massive head, which was almost half his body, slammed back to the ground, creating a thunderous impact. At that moment, the earth trembled, and the members of the symbiotic race felt the terrifying shockwave, their hearts racing as they watched the enormous creature lying on the ground. It was quite a disconcerting sight. After all, in front of such a giant, one couldn't help but feel small, an innate feeling that any being would experience. Charge. Wang Tiansong laughed heartily. Seeing the enemy move was exactly what he hoped for, otherwise who knew how long they would have to wait. If they all made a move while the allied forces remained still, it would be quite troublesome for them. Only in the chaos of battle could they achieve the maximum effect, which was precisely the scene Wang Tiansong wished to see. At this moment, Wang Tiansong, Lin Yu, and Meng Jinka had already taken to the skies. Behind Lin Yu, a pair of 5-meter-long fiery wings made him appear almost divine, evoking a sense of intimidation, while Meng Jinka looked even more formidable. With flames enveloping him, he soared through the air, seemingly propelled by the combustion of oxygen, much like a jet engine. As for Wang Tiansong, looking at Meng Jinka, he felt he resembled a character from a past encounter, and now he looked even more fitting. So the one who plays with fire among the Fantastic Four is here. Wang Tiansong joked, but Meng Jinka, not understanding, simply did not inquire further. Meanwhile, Wang Tiansong simply smiled at the sight of a massive force of nearly 3,000 charging toward them, which even made him feel a bit nervous. The ground shook with a rumble, as if the earth was roaring. The reptilians quickly crawled forward while the multi-eyed race stood in perfect formation at the back like a battalion of artillery, their eyes gathering beams of light that merged into a single point before laser beams were fired. The first wave of attacks was upon them. "Prepare," Wang Tiansong shouted, and the three in the air quickly split apart, avoiding many of the laser attacks, while the three on the ground raised their right arms using what appeared useless to Wei and the Snake Lord as a shield. "Haha, ridiculous. Have you symbiotes forgotten? Our lasers can't be blocked by any shield. In this world, there is simply no shield that we cannot penetrate." Upon seeing their intention to use this as a shield, Wei laughed and almost wanted to call them fools. The next moment, over 100 lasers shot toward Gang Tianlin. He hid behind the shield but still felt a chill of fear. "Damn it. Today I'm going to be blown to bits by these lasers, and I won't let you Wang Tiansong get away with it." Though he said this, it was because the lasers indeed appeared incredibly daunting. Just imagine if someone told you that you could wear some armor that could withstand missiles. That would indeed be terrifying, but when you actually saw over 100 missiles flying toward you, panic could easily turn into despair. At this moment, Gang Tianlin felt just that. However, they still believed in Wang Tiansong. In the past few days, Wang Tiansong had done nothing but continuously create various items, and this mirror shield was one of his inventions. Moreover, he had confidently stated that it could absolutely withstand the laser attacks from the multi-eyed race, but he had speculated that it could only block part of them, while the rest they would have to endure themselves. This was a tool meant to mitigate damage when evasion was not an option, and for those like Gang Tianlin, who could only advance on foot no matter how agile they were unless they reached speeds like Meng Lulu, they couldn't expect to dodge most attacks. Thus, this item was incredibly crucial for them. The speed of the lasers was incredibly fast, and Gang Tianlin's mind was quick as well, envisioning countless possible outcomes, some involved being blown to bits. But just thinking about it was useless at this moment, seeing so many lasers flying toward them. Mamma mia! Finally, Gang Tianlin could no longer overcome his fear, dared not look, and threw himself behind the mirror shield, waiting quietly. Bang! Gang Tianlin felt a tremendous force rush at him, as if he had been punched heavily. However, this time he suffered no harm, only sliding back. But with his stability, he managed to steady himself after just 3 or 4 steps. The silence that followed made Gang Tianlin feel strange. Is it over, he thought. Simultaneously, he could hear some of the reptilians howling in pain, as if they had suffered a heavy blow. Moi! Gang Tianlin quickly realized he was alive. He immediately lowered the mirror shield and looked ahead, finding he had indeed suffered no harm, not even the shield was damaged. Only his right arm felt numb and slightly sore. He also saw dozens of corpses. Those were the corpses of the reptilians. What the hell is going on? I didn't do anything. How did they die? Gang Tianlin exclaimed in shock. Just as Gang Tianlin was exclaiming, more lasers shot out. Gang Tianlin's eyes widened in disbelief as he saw lasers shooting from their direction toward the advancing reptilians. This surprised Gang Tianlin, making him look back and realize he was still in the symbiotic camp, which relieved him. After all, the sudden barrage of lasers was quite frightening. Only the multi-eyed race could execute such an attack. They had yet to witness anyone from the symbiotic race doing so, making Gang Tianlin feel as if he had switched sides. In contrast to Gang Tianlin's astonishment, the multi-eyed race and the reptilians were horrified and bewildered. Originally, the many lasers emitted were dazzling and powerful, possessing immense destructive force. How could such a formidable attack be entirely rebuffed? And those three had only taken a few steps back, their right arms merely feeling numb. How could that be? This is insane. What kind of weapon do you have? What is that thing? Could it be the legendary weapon of the gods? At this moment, Wei was genuinely astonished, unable to believe that such a mere shield could withstand their attack. Surely only the supreme deity could achieve this. Haha, I never thought you would believe in the gods too. Don't make me laugh. In the past I might have had some superstition, but now I only believe in one thing: my own power is my own. All of this was mythological to my past self, but now I possess it. I am even becoming stronger and stronger. There are no gods, only power. Or rather, intellect. As Wang Tiansong spoke, he pointed at his head, clearly intending to mock Wei. Meanwhile, in the distant city of the multi-eyed race, the 3 leaders of the multi-eyed were each more surprised, even horrified to the point of trembling, causing the other 2 leaders of the reptilians to feel astonished and suddenly anxious. What happened on the battlefield? One, entirely crimson, with small eyes comparable to a person's size, stared at the minuscule Badu. This entity was one of the 3 great leaders of the reptilians, the Ant Emperor Lord. Measuring 36 meters long, despite his size, he still couldn't discern what transpired on the battlefield, and could only rely on the three leaders of the multi-eyed race standing on the high platform using their farsight to observe. The multi-eyed race's attack was countered by the symbiotes using some special means. Although Bodwa was reluctant to speak out, he knew he had to say it now. This matter was undoubtedly of great importance. What does this imply? As long as the Coexistence clan possesses such a weapon, the Many-Eyed tribe, no matter how powerful, they will be unable to inflict any harm on the Coexistence clan. Although they have some close combat capabilities, the few tricks of the Many-Eyed tribe will surely be wiped out by the Coexistence clan. At this point, it can be said that the Many-Eyed tribe is like a warrior missing an arm in battle, extremely passive, and has become a burden. Impossible. The Ant King was taken aback, unable to believe this was true. He had long dealt with the Many-Eyed tribe and had experienced the attacks of their leaders. He knew just how terrifying their lasers were. Their strength was unimaginable to ordinary individuals. Especially the intensity of the lasers as they were emanated by a Lord-level powerhouse. It was horrifying enough to pierce through the bodies of at least 10 leader-level reptilian warriors in an instant. Even their lords with much stronger defenses than the leaders did not dare to confront those lasers directly. At that moment, not only did the Coexistence clan successfully withstand the assault, but they also managed to rebound the attack. They all understood what this meant. As long as they could rebound the attack, it would undoubtedly harm their own people, and this was something they did not wish to see at all. This essentially meant friendly fire, and the Many-Eyed tribe had completely become a burden that didn't need to engage in battle. At that moment on the battlefield, all the warriors of the Many-Eyed tribe were dumbfounded. It was the first time they had seen a mirror shield intercept their attacks, and even rebound them. Impossible. This cannot be. Where did it go wrong? At this moment, there were over 100 corpses on the ground. These were all reptilian warriors, mostly soldier level, with a few at the general level. Fortunately, the leaders were commanding from the rear, which prevented any leader-level warriors from dying. Yet this was still horrifying. The Coexistence clan had not lost a single soldier, nor had they even launched a real attack, yet they had already destroyed part of the military strength of the alliance between the Many-Eyed tribe and the reptilians. This was something no one could accept. There's nothing you can't do if you set your mind to it. Haven't you heard this saying? A bunch of fools. Huh. Charge. The Many-Eyed tribe is already crippled. Only the reptilians remain, and they are nothing to fear. As Wang Tiansong spoke, there was a hint of battle frenzy in his voice, which stirred the emotions of others. At that moment, even those who hadn't entered the battlefield were fired up. They didn't expect that such a small mirror could nullify the attacks from the Many-Eyed tribe. How terrifying is that? However, none of them knew that such mirrors were relatively common on Earth, known as reflection mirrors, which inherently reflect light. And lasers, no matter how lethal, are merely a form of light. Moreover, it was clear that their power hadn't reached the terrifying level of Earth's laser cannons. The lasers emitted from their eyes were limited in power. Thus, the effectiveness of Wang Tiansong's reflection mirror was astonishing and even unbelievable. However, Wang Tiansong was cautious and did not show it. He was aware of how terrifying the eyes of the Many-Eyed tribe were capable of shattering even the strong bodies of the reptilians, leading him to avoid truly confronting them. There had to be something special about this. If it were just such lasers, it would be too simple. He had already sensed that even the attacks of six-eyed, many-eyed warriors combined with others only forced Gang Tianlin and the others to take a few steps back. But if it were only this, Wang Tiansong would feel somewhat disappointed, even thinking that it was not enough to be considered. Such power is simply inadequate. Wang Tiansong felt a wave of frustration. He could clearly sense that such power would not intimidate the reptilians. Just from the previous attack, despite its density and sudden change, it only resulted in a significant number of soldier-level warriors dying, while the general level suffered few casualties, and the leader level even less so. Thus, merely having this level of power was truly not impressive. However, at least instilling fear in these guys is a plus. Although Wang Tiansong had doubts, he temporarily suppressed them as he flew through the air. From time to time, a white arc would descend, and the reptilians would lose some powerful warriors, including generals. Similarly, Ming Jinka occasionally launched a fireball. While it appeared small, each one would cause the reptilian warriors to scream in pain, often killing several at once. Just the aerial attacks of these three had already given the reptilians a headache. Moreover, when lasers were used against them, they would be rebounded, allowing Wang Tiansong and the others to move freely. As for Gang Tianlin and the others, though they appeared somewhat disheveled from the laser attacks, they were not injured at all. Their strength was actually slightly stronger than the leaders, and although it seemed like a swarm of soldier and general-level warriors charged at them, they posed no threat. If this continues, we will surely lose. Soon the Snake Lord realized this issue and began to panic. Similarly, Wei also felt defeated. No one had expected that such a mirror could have such a significant effect. Use your other move. That's the killer move. This kind of attack is no longer applicable. If the other move doesn't work against them, then we have no need to continue cooperating. You all would be nothing but a burden. The Snake Lord finally became furious, ceasing to spiral, and instead leaping into the air with his serpent tail moving at such speed that Wang Tiansong and the others were momentarily stunned. In an instant, he flew over their heads and headed towards the rear of the Coexistence clan. Damn it! Throw down the iron barrels! Wang Tiansong shouted, and the 6 of them simultaneously discarded the iron barrels, causing the liquid inside to spill out. Wang Tiansong also used the white arc he generated to shatter the barrels in the air, scattering the foul-smelling green liquid, which then rained down onto the battlefield, drenching the reptilian warriors. After witnessing Wang Tiansong's abilities, the reptilian warriors were all frightened, and even the Snake Lord quickly halted. No! The Snake Lord cried out in alarm. He had begun to fear that the methods of the Coexistence clan were so terrifying. A mere mirror could nullify the many-eyed tribe's attacks, and now that this liquid was falling, was it a group attack? Almost all of the reptilian warriors were contaminated by this liquid immediately, to varying degrees. Just that little bit made them shiver. They even wondered just how lethal this liquid was, and whether it might kill them instantly. There were simply too many preceding methods that had wiped out their 5 tribes, and now intercepting the many-eyed tribe's attacks was enough to stir their imaginations. However, this time nothing happened. It was as if the rain from the heavens had merely fallen upon them. The liquid simply landed on them, causing nothing but a pungent odor. Nothing happened. The Snake Lord could not hover in midair and jumped down startled, but this was not a problem for him. Meanwhile, Wang Tiansong and the 6 quickly returned to the front of the Coexistence clan in a state of high alert. Clearly, they feared that the Snake Lord would charge at them, which would indeed be beyond the Coexistence clan's capacity to stop. Quick, bring over the remaining iron barrels. If that big guy comes, we'll take him down. Wang Tiansong shouted, and at that moment no one hesitated. They hurriedly brought over the remaining iron barrels, adding 5 or 6 more to the side. However, everyone could see that the liquid had not caused any harm to the reptilians. Why did Wang Tiansong still want them? Wang Tiansong did not explain much, but rather waited silently. You little brat. You tricked me. The Snake Lord roared furiously, clearly considering Wang Tiansong's previous actions as a deceptive tactic, using the effects of the reflection mirror to make them subconsciously believe there was something wrong with the liquid. As a result, the Snake Lord was terrified and his offensive momentum halted, but unexpectedly it seemed that nothing had happened. Haha, yes, I did trick you. What are you going to do about it? Wang Tiansong laughed heartily, simultaneously tossing the remaining 5 or 6 iron barrels with the white arc following suit to smash into the barrels, causing them to explode and drench the battlefield in liquid. Some of it even splashed onto the Snake Lord, who showed no reaction, merely watching with rage. Die! The enormous body of the Snake Lord suddenly lurched forward. Although his speed was not fast, his massive size meant that even a slight movement covered dozens of meters. Haha, good. Let me see how strong you really are, Lord. Wang Tiansong declared as he charged forward alone, clearly planning to go solo. Brothers, did you see? Look how we are tormenting the reptilian warriors. They are utterly fragile. You all can do it too. Get your shields ready and slaughter with abandon. These guys have always been our enemies. Wang Tiansong's voice echoed in the ears of the warriors of the Coexistence clan. It didn't take long for everyone to react, and they burst into laughter, their eyes filled with excitement. They naturally witnessed Wang Tiansong's actions, and at this moment, they finally had the opportunity to showcase their abilities. Most importantly, they had endured humiliation for too long, to the point where they had forgotten what it meant to resist, to be mad, or to be free. Now they needed to experience these feelings. They craved it. As soon as they took action, the moment the slaughter began, they would immediately feel that urgent need. Only then would they truly gain motivation, pushing their emotions to the limit. Previously, Wang Tiansong had not allowed them to engage because they had little combat experience, and facing the alliance of 2 tribes, they naturally had to be cautious. If they didn't practice, how would they know how to respond? Moreover, after witnessing the large-scale slaughter, they would genuinely understand that seeing is believing. Through their hard-hitting tactics, they also communicated to everyone just how far they could go, and now the battle had truly erupted. Kid, if you want to seek death, I won't stop you. The Snake Lord was furious to see Wang Tiansong challenge him alone. As for the others from the Coexistence clan, he didn't regard them at all. What could such a small number do? Besides, if they were to speak of strong individuals, the Coexistence clan indeed had some, and they were quite formidable, but were they all that strong? Then this race would surely have flourished, no doubt about it. So in his view, the others were merely ordinary soldiers. Haha, exactly what I wanted to say to you. As Wang Tiansong spoke, a white phantom appeared as he exerted force with his arm, and a hand as thick as 10 meters emerged above his right arm. In the next moment, Wang Tiansong swung it down hard. A mere trick. The Snake Lord roared, not caring for such an attack. However, in his fury, he failed to notice the sinister smile at the corner of Wang Tiansong's mouth. Then you can feel it for yourself. Wang Tiansong shouted, striking down with his fist. Bang! Wang Tiansong's gigantic fist slammed into the Snake Lord's head. Boom! The ground erupted with a deafening roar, shaking violently, as Wang Tiansong's punch sent the Snake Lord crashing to the ground. That overwhelming momentum was completely dissipated. In the air there stood a figure barely over 1 meter tall, Wang Tiansong, who simply gazed ahead, quietly watching as the once seemingly invincible giant figure lay flattened. In that moment, who was truly the giant, the Snake Lord or Wang Tiansong? At that instant, no one could give a definitive answer. All the reptilians and many-eyed tribe warriors were dumbfounded, watching as Wang Tiansong rained down punch after punch on the Snake Lord's head, the latter's body twisting wildly, unable to escape the nightmarish barrage. The sensation was akin to an adult overpowering a child who had no capacity for resistance whatsoever. Boom, boom. The thunderous impacts echoed loudly, spaced far apart. Yet no true combat had erupted. Everyone stood frozen in disbelief, watching Wang Tiansong single-handedly brutalize the Serpent Lord of the Arthropod clan. What unfathomable strength was this? None could even begin to comprehend it. Is this truly a lord? No, rather, what manner of power does this symbiote possess? Even the other 3 leaders of the multi-eyed clan paled, their multiple eyes wide with shock and dread. What? You say third brother is being humiliated? At that moment, the Ant Emperor Lord stared incredulously at Bado. It would have been startling enough if Bado alone were stunned, but clearly all 3 symbiote chieftains wore identical expressions of utter disbelief. Impossible. I know third brother's strength well. Even I find him vexing. That youth is merely at the manifest spirit rank, the level of a commander. How could he possibly rival us? Another colossal crouching figure spoke, its earlier composure utterly shattered, replaced by raw astonishment and confusion. But fact remains fact. We witness it with our own eyes. That youth strikes blow after blow upon the Serpent Lord's skull. At this rate, your lord will be forced to assume his true form. Bado uttered this with a wry, almost mocking tone. Consider it a mere commander-level youth driving a lord to resort to morphological transformation. Could this youth truly be so formidable? Is third brother truly compelled to undergo morphological transformation? The Ant Emperor Lord could do nothing but gape in disbelief. After all, this was a lord. And from the outset of battle, it had been clear no lord-tier warrior from the symbiote clan had even appeared. In other words, their strongest had not yet stepped onto the field. How then could anyone possibly stand against them? They possessed 2 lords. Yet one lord had been rendered ineffective, blinded by the enemy's reflective mirror, even endangering his own allies. And now the second lord was being humiliated by a mere commander-tier youth. What on earth was happening? Indeed, the battlefield itself remained paralyzed. Neither side had yet reacted. Gang Tianlin was the first to break free from stunned disbelief, bursting into hearty laughter, his voice brimming with exhilaration. Brothers, if their lords are so easily broken, how strong can their underlings possibly be? Cut them down. With a mighty roar, Gang Tianlin charged forward, his body shifting and swelling until a towering 10-meter-tall version of himself stood before them, covered head to toe in shimmering silver fur resembling a colossal bear. Yet this bear bore no gentleness. Its claws struck with lethal precision. 2 arthropod soldiers, standing shoulder to shoulder, were cleaved cleanly in half by a single swipe. Seeing Gang Tianlin act, Meng Lulu and the others swiftly snapped back to awareness and joined the fray, while the symbiotes surged with renewed fervor. Morale soared to its absolute zenith. If even their strongest warrior could be so thoroughly dominated, then no matter how many troops the enemy fielded, defeat was inevitable. A chorus of savage roars erupted as warriors flooded the battlefield. Screams pierced the air, crimson and emerald blood sprayed in arcs. The metallic stench of gore instantly saturated the field. Slaughter had begun. Charge! Though their lord was pinned, and even battered, the arthropods still commanded 5 commanders. They could not afford to stand idle. Moments after Gang Tianlin's rallying cry, they rallied with furious howls, jolting their warriors from stupor. They knew full well hesitation meant certain death. And so they plunged into battle. Yet the tide flowed overwhelmingly in one direction. Alarmed, the 5 commanders exchanged frantic glances, while the multi-eyed clan sensed something deeply amiss. This makes no sense. The arthropod's combat prowess should not be this feeble. In truth, only a dozen or so among them possessed genuine fighting strength. The rest were comparatively weak. So why did their warriors now fight with such alarming frailty? Wei immediately sensed the anomaly and felt a chilling gap in their calculations. His gaze drifted to the battlefield, to the green liquid earlier dismissed as a feint. Now a cold dread coiled in his gut. That fluid was far more dangerous than it appeared. Meanwhile, Wang Tiansong dared not relent. not for an instant. He knew the moment he paused, the Serpent Lord would rise and engage him in earnest. Seizing this advantage and ending the Lord here was paramount. A Lord cannot possibly possess such meager capability. Though I hold the strength to contend with a Lord, enough to avoid immediate defeat, I should never be able to suppress one so utterly. Even with the insecticide's effect, such dominance defies reason. Wang Tiansong's thoughts grew sharper. Something was profoundly wrong. That very green fluid had been his own preparation, a notion he found darkly amusing. Insecticide, a common earthly compound designed specifically to eradicate arthropods. Against the arthropod clan, it was devastatingly perfect. Of course, this hinged on his discovery that despite their colossal size, the arthropods shared the same fundamental biological architecture as terrestrial insects. Only then did he dare attempt this strategy. And now, its efficacy was undeniable. Why hadn't the insecticide killed them outright? The answer was simple: their titanic physiques demanded impossibly vast doses of toxin to achieve lethality. Thus, outright extermination was impossible, but drastically degrading their combat effectiveness. Entirely achievable. Consider this: a toxin potent enough to kill a fingertip-sized insect cannot possibly kill a human, though it may induce severe discomfort. The principle was identical. Add to that Wang Tiansong's innate capacity to withstand a Lord's assault, and the Serpent Lord's diminished strength, and the balance tipped just enough to grant Wang Tiansong parity in battle. Truly vexing. I had to scour endlessly just to locate suitable reptilian analogs. Crocodiles left me helpless, but serpents, I knew precisely how to counter them. Hence I synthesized both arthropod and serpent-specific toxins. Yet, could the Serpent Lord truly be this weak? Watching the Serpent Lord suffer relentless blows, Wang Tiansong's vigilance deepened, until abruptly his resolve hardened. Damn it. No more hesitation. If he won't strike back, I'll crush his skull first. Perhaps this is all he has. Perhaps this is all he has. Doubt dissolved. Wang Tiansong entered absolute combat focus. Merciless, decisive, determined to end the Serpent Lord now. Whoosh. At last the Serpent Lord raged. These blows, though delivered by a lesser foe, inflicted real harm. Worse, he sensed foreign corruption surging within his body. Unfamiliar toxins disrupting his physiology, gnawing at his vitality. His horror mounted. Engaging Wang Tiansong, now he could barely muster half his true power. Under such sustained assault, survival itself hung by a thread, so the Serpent Lord snapped. His tail lashed like a thunderclap, whipping toward Wang Tiansong's head. Wang Tiansong's eyes gleamed, so he moves at last. A wave of calm washed over him. As the tail descended, his body blazed with radiant white light, coalescing into a luminous cocoon that enshrouded him completely. Sever. With a thunderous bellow, every muscle locked, power erupting to its apex, he launched himself into the descending tail. Schhhrrt. Like tearing silk, the Serpent Lord's tail erupted in arterial spray, then sagged unnaturally. Only then did it become clear Wang Tiansong had severed it. A deafening guttural shriek tore from the Serpent Lord, rage contorting his features beyond recognition. His trembling skull reared upward as he roared, "Wang Tiansong, you have provoked my wrath." As he spoke, a cacophony of cracking echoed across his body. Then fissures exploded across his flesh like shattering stone. Kaboom! His body detonated, yet not a single drop of blood spilled. Wang Tiansong instinctively raised his guard, anticipating treachery, only to plunge into sudden absolute darkness. Darkness! He frowned, then lifted his gaze and froze. A serpent's head loomed overhead, mountainous, immense. One single eye alone could swallow him whole. Its colossal body coiled across a full third of the battlefield, brutal, primordial, terrifying. A collective gasp choked Meng Lulu and the others. None had anticipated that the Serpent Lord's body would swell to such colossal proportions in an instant. According to the Symbiont clan's official classification, beings between 30 and 40 meters qualify as lords. At entities exceeding that threshold are scarcely documented, yet undeniably more formidable. And this one, over 100 meters long. Wang Tiansong began calmly, but by the final words he was shouting outright, suddenly struck by the chilling realization that he'd been grievously misled. Still, he knew clearly this being's sheer scale was undeniable, and its power had indeed surged, but fundamentally it remained firmly within the Lord tier classification. That much at least offered reassurance. Otherwise, a 100-meter form would imply strength beyond comprehension. At the very least, Wang Tiansong had no desire whatsoever to provoke it. Death would be all but certain. Fools of the Symbiont clan, you understand nothing. If mere length dictated true strength, wouldn't that render your entire logic absurd? Let me enlighten you. We possess transformative morphology, capable of both expansion and contraction. Crucially, we distinguish between our natural form and our combat form. And this towering manifestation is my combat form. For serpentine beings like us, such magnitude is innate, yet maintaining it perpetually would be untenable. It would simply be too terrifying. The serpent lord sneered. Ha ha, so I truly misjudged after all. Of course, I reasoned that even the largest terrestrial serpents rarely exceed 10 meters. How could mere size elevate one to the rank of general? Wang Tiansong chuckled softly, still grinning. Every member of the reptilian clans measures half a meter at birth. That is their natural baseline. Upon shifting into combat form, they invariably increase in size, but not always uniformly or solely in length. The serpent lord left his sentence hanging unspoken. Meanwhile, his titanic form rippled, a single undulation vast enough to dwarf a human's stride across several meters. You needn't utter another word. I grasp your meaning perfectly. Though combat forms vary widely across species, body length remains an unmistakable gauge of the raw energy coiled within. Likewise, one's natural form length reveals intrinsic tier. Serpents, for instance, are exemplary in this regard. Such staggering disparity arises precisely because natural and combat forms diverge so radically. Other reptilian lineages, however, undergo far subtler physical shifts upon entering battle, yet their defensive resilience and offensive might invariably surge. That elementary principle dawned on me the moment I witnessed your transformation. Do you truly take me for a child of 3, expecting me to be led astray by such transparent obfuscation? You underestimate me, far too naively. Wang Tiansong had already fully deciphered the situation. Upon hearing Wang Tiansong's analysis, Meng Lulu and the others exchanged silent, knowing nods. Suddenly, the reptilian clan's nature crystallized with startling clarity. Internally, Wang Tiansong sighed. So this does echo certain earthly parallels. Giant serpents do exist there, but the scaling is utterly inconsistent. Even ordinary insects among the reptilian clans measure half a meter at birth, a fundamental violation of terrestrial biological law. Thank the heavens I abandoned my initial assumptions. Otherwise, I'd be standing here utterly dumbfounded. Wang Tiansong exhaled in quiet relief. Clarifying this distinction proved vital. Though countless facets of this world defied earthly logic, cognition inevitably defaulted to terrestrial frameworks. Thus, grounding oneself in foundational principles remained indispensable. Ha ha, sharp-witted youth. You grasp truth swiftly, and your tongue wields remarkable fluency. Yet tell me, once I swallow you whole, will those words still escape your lips? The serpent lord now stretched over 100 meters. His voice thundered like collapsing mountains, sending waves of visceral discomfort through every heart, Wang Tiansong's included. Fortunately, the tremors remained bearable, for now. Still, Wang Tiansong frowned deeply and retorted, you intend to swallow me. I advise against it. I'll reduce your stomach to utter ruin. He grinned, radiating unshakable confidence. Youth, do not mistake composure for invincibility. I sense that viridian fluid's potency. It has sapped 1/10 of my strength. My subordinates fare even worse. Yet, even diminished, do you truly believe yourself my equal? The serpent lord spoke coldly, his gaze snapping toward the distant symbiont clan, eyes flashing with lethal frost. Wang Tiansong sensed the shift instantly, and with it a sudden creeping unease. Ha ha, the symbiont clan, indeed formidable. Beings who rival us, yet shrouded in such profound mystery, never before revealed, never before witnessed. But before me you cannot hide. No matter your strength, I defy you to slay me. With that thought, the serpent lord lunged forward, not toward Wang Tiansong, but straight across the battlefield, surging toward the symbiont clan itself. If you seek my clan's elders, first pass my trial. Wang Tiansong roared from behind him. What are you? Step aside. The serpent lord snarled, lashing his regenerated tail toward Wang Tiansong. A single sweep capable of crushing 4 or 5 beings his size. Yet Wang Tiansong merely scoffed and bellowed, do you presume the symbiont clan is yours to enter or depart at will? Intrusion is a capital offense. At Wang Tiansong's thunderous decree, a colossal spectral silhouette erupted behind him, its massive white claw seizing the serpent lord's tail midair. Symbiosis breathes life. Dual spirits merge. Power manifests. Spirit manifestation. Wang Tiansong chanted like an incantation, and the phantom figure behind him solidified its presence, anchoring the serpent lord's forward momentum. Stunned, the serpent lord hadn't even turned to glance back before vertigo seized him. Return now, Wang Tiansong bellowed again. His right arm snapped forward, and the spectral claw obeyed, gripping the 100-meter serpent and hurling him backward with brutal force. The serpent lord's gargantuan form slammed back into the reptilian ranks, his descent so immense, so sudden, that warriors stood frozen, unable to flee. A chorus of shrieks pierced the air, then were instantly silenced beneath the crushing weight of his body. Staggered by the turn of events, the serpent lord scrambled upright, only to behold the corpses of over a dozen of his own warriors crushed beneath him. Fury ignited like wildfire in his chest. You! He began to roar, then froze, eyes widening as three enormous foxtails, each over 10 meters long, swayed ominously in the air, while a tiger-like behemoth 30 to 40 meters tall stood bristling with primal fury locked onto him. What is this? The Serpent Lord recoiled in genuine shock. He had never seen its like. You've scarcely glimpsed the breadth of what lies beyond your knowledge, Wang Tiansong retorted coolly, standing motionless, his towering spectral guardian looming behind him. So vast. What is it? When did Tiansong acquire such power? Even Gang Tianlin stared in disbelief. He could amplify his own form, yet had never mastered conjuring phantasmal avatars. By contrast, Meng Jinka and the others remained composed. This is clearly a high-tier manifestation of spirit manifestation. Meng Jinka murmured inwardly. His understanding ran deeper than most, yet none grasped the truth more intimately than Wang Tiansong himself, who knew precisely what had awakened within him the authentic power of spirit manifestation. Indeed, the symbiont stone declared my combat prowess reached spirit manifestation level, likely reflecting my actual strength. Yet my cultivation realm lagged behind. Only recently, when the silver marks upon Prince's brow increased from 2 to 3, did I truly ascend to the third tier of spirit manifestation. Yet if the symbiont stone judged my power at the peak of half-fusion as already matching spirit manifestation standards, then my current capabilities must surpass them significantly. Wang Tiansong reflected, his gaze fixed upon the Serpent Lord still reeling in stunned silence. So even with enhanced strength, lords still hold dominance over me, proving they are no trifling adversaries. He furrowed his brow. Though newly ascended to the third tier, he could contest a lord. Yet this only underscored the symbiont clan's profound weakness. The silver lining. Once our kin collectively attains spirit manifestation, even if not quite lords, they shall stand nearly equal to them. Just imagine their faces. How many lords do you truly possess? Your commanders are few, and your generals, though numerous, prove ineffectual. We shall crush you utterly. For now my sole objective is to hold you at bay. This insecticide may falter against you, but against your weakened underlings, they stand no chance. What are you waiting for? I'll hold this behemoth. I need you to eliminate those below now. Wang Tiansong roared. Behind him loomed a colossal spectral image, the magnified form of Prince Z. This was the very essence of the symbiotic art. Only now had Wang Tiansong truly begun mastering its combat applications, and the true battle had barely commenced. Yet even this nascent mastery proved insufficient against the Serpent Lord, though it was enough to temporarily restrain him. How dare you? The Serpent Lord bellowed, preparing to unleash his immense bulk upon the warriors below, only for Wang Tiansong to exhale a cold snort and surge forward. Instantly the spectral prince surged in tandem, his speed rivaled the Serpent Lord's own. In the next breath the prince's talons seized the Serpent Lord precisely at his vital weak point, the nape behind the head. Though vastly enlarged, the Serpent Lord's anatomy remained discernible, and Wang Tiansong with swift appraisal pinpointed his vulnerable spot without hesitation. Even the Serpent Lord recoiled in stunned disbelief. Never had he imagined being so effortlessly grasped, nor felt such primal dread rise from his core, as if death hung suspended by a single thread in Wang Tiansong's grip. The thought itself sent a shiver of horror through him. A serpent who fails to know his own weakness. Clearly you've grown too soft in your gilded seclusion. Wang Tiansong sneered, and the spectral talons clamped down, intent on crushing the Serpent Lord's life out in one decisive motion. But the Serpent Lord was no fool. His supple body coiled and rebounded like a living spring, evading the crushing grasp with serpentine agility. Trivial tricks. Seeing his strike fail, Wang Tiansong showed no trace of anger, only calm disdain. His own hands reshaped into razor-edged claws, carving arcs through the air. Simultaneously the spectral talons lashed out, not merely slicing air, but rending flesh. One devastating blow tore open the Serpent Lord's hide, spilling crimson blood across the battlefield. A guttural howl tore from his throat as his tail thrashed wildly, unleashing indiscriminate devastation upon the reptilian warriors who now suffered grievously under the chaotic onslaught. Meanwhile, Meng Lulu pushed her speed to its absolute limit, slaying over a dozen reptilian warriors in an instant, whether elite officers or rank-and-file soldiers, all falling before her without resistance. Ganga Tianlin meanwhile maintained his colossal form, his arms swung like titanic scythes, each sweep either crushing foes outright or hurling them violently backward, their vitality extinguished before they struck the ground. Both were already formidable warriors. 14 days of rest and refined combat intuition had honed them into unstoppable forces. Watching their ferocity, the symbiont's blood surged with fervor, until almost without noticing dozens of reptilian lives had already been erased from existence. The reptilian force deployed here numbered barely 1,200 souls, and now they were vanishing at terrifying speed. Meng Lulu and Gonga Tianlin bore the greatest credit, even Lin Yu paled beside their relentless fury. Meanwhile, the Multivision clan stood paralyzed, stunned into silence, utterly unable to intervene despite the battle's prolonged intensity. Wang Tiansong still held the Serpent Lord in check, immovable, unbreakable. To weigh this was profoundly unsettling. Wang Tiansong's words had carried unmistakable implication. Far greater powers lurked within the symbiont ranks. Perhaps not one or two, but many. How then should the Multivision clan respond? It was a dilemma both maddening and inescapable. How vast was the symbiont strength? Even with eyes that saw 1,000 li, the Multivision clan found themselves staring into impenetrable obscurity. Wei himself stood frozen, watching the carnage unfold while his clan remained powerless to act. Though plans stirred in his mind, he dared not move. The Serpent Lord burned with impotent rage, watching his kin slaughtered, yet utterly helpless to stop it. That agony was unbearable. Get away from me. Enraged beyond reason, the Serpent Lord lashed out with his tail, coiled his body to constrict, snapped his jaws. Yet none succeeded. Each attempt to disengage was swiftly thwarted. Wang Tiansong sensed his intent and hauled him back with ruthless precision. You tell me to retreat, and I obey? Where would that leave my dignity? Wang Tiansong chuckled darkly. Though the Serpent Lord struggled to maintain composure, his inner turmoil was plain, making him easier to manipulate, easier to defeat. We fight at full strength, but part of yours is suppressed, and your mind is fractured. How then can you possibly stand against me? Wang Tiansong laughed aloud. By now the reptilian warriors lay nearly annihilated. In truth, the entire battle had lasted mere minutes. Yet in that fleeting span the tide had turned utterly. Effortlessly the symbionts had shattered the reptilian assault. Meng Lulu and her companions understood well why victory came so swiftly. Part was their own prowess. But another key factor was the green liquid Wang Tiansong had called insecticide. They could feel it plainly. These soldiers and commanders were far weaker than those they'd slain in the 5 tribes just weeks prior. 2 weeks earlier, Wang Tiansong had slaughtered 5 reptilian commanders, then launched a deliberate assault on 5 reptilian tribes, sowing deep suspicion and fear toward the symbiotes. This planet was vast. Reptilians claimed nearly half its territory. Though they naturally minimized their size for comfort, they could not shrink indefinitely. Thus their numbers remained relatively low, yet still numbered in the tens of millions. Each tribe housed roughly 300,000 souls, while the rest dwelled in the holy city, except for the 7 tribes nearest the symbionts, whose populations were smaller, fewer than 5,000 each, with the 5 closest totaling barely 20,000. Though Meng Lulu, Gonga Tianlin, and Wang Tiansong lacked their current power 2 weeks ago, they were already commander-tier warriors, more than capable of overwhelming 5 leaderless tribes. One wielded tactical brilliance and relentless ranged assault, another moved with blinding speed, slaying a dozen enemies in a heartbeat. The third, through sheer mass alone, crushed 4 or 5 reptilians with every step. Thus, before blood signals could spread, the trio eradicated every reptilian soul across all 5 tribes. That feat alone stunned both reptilians and Multivision clans alike, for neither could match such ruthless efficiency. If even 5 major tribes fell so easily, both clans might abandon all resistance and flee symbiosis star entirely. Now, witnessing the symbiont slaughter, the Serpent Lord watched in horror as 4 of his 5 elite commanders perished, one after another. Wei, what are you waiting for? My people are being wiped out. Will you still hesitate to unleash the Aurora Light? My people are being wiped out. Will you still hesitate to unleash the Aurora Light? The Serpent Lord screamed, wild with desperation. Wei flinched, jolted awake as if from a trance, and shouted, all surviving reptilians, scatter. He spoke, but hesitated, hand trembling, still refusing to act. Fool, act now. The Serpent Lord's voice cracked with madness. Wei stared stunned, then clenched his teeth and commanded, all Multivision clans, activate the Aurora Light. Laser beams possess no real power. Why must they be specially activated? Wang Tiansong's assault faltered. Something in that phrase unsettled him, and the Serpent Lord's frenzied expression confirmed his dread. A deep unease settled over him. Beware, Wang Tiansong bellowed, abandoning the Serpent Lord entirely, launching himself toward the symbiont ranks. Huh? Think you can flee now? Too late. The Serpent Lord roared, unleashing a torrent of furious attacks. Before they had locked in stalemate, Wang Tiansong gaining advantage through strategy. Now the Serpent Lord fought with suicidal fury, and the symbionts would pay dearly. Wang Tiansong's face paled. Trapped, he could not break free. The Serpent Lord had abandoned all defense, seeking only mutual annihilation. But such a bargain was unwinnable. His life was no match for the Serpent Lord's indomitable vitality. He could not afford the exchange. Damn it. At that moment, a beam of light erupted from Wei's eyes, superficially resembling earlier laser fire. Yet Wang Tiansong's pupils contracted sharply. Previous lasers had been thin beams. This was a thick pillar-like column of light. Its magnitude dwarfed anything before. Though Wang Tiansong had never endured it firsthand, its nature was unmistakable. Light no longer merely illuminated. It coalesced, solidifying like water freezing into ice. Its destructive power had leapt beyond measure. Flee. With no means to block it, trapped, as he was, Wang Tiansong could only shout the warning. The symbionts instantly grasped the peril, but the aurora light moved too fast to evade. Whooshed. From the crowd, a phantom-like figure shot forth, her reflective mirror blazing with incandescent brilliance, transforming her entire form into a radiant milky white streak of light. In the next instant, that streak collided head-on with the colossal light column. Crack! A sharp, brittle sound echoed, and Wang Tiansong's heart clenched. No! Wang Tiansong cried out as a figure hurtled backward into the symbiont ranks. Her right arm reflector shattered midair, clattering onto the ground with a heavy metallic thud, while a small fox spirit tumbled free from her body. Shaoli. Lin Yu caught the exhausted, blood-soaked creature, her breath shallow, her energy spent. Save Sister Meng. She whispered, the sister meaning Meng Lulu. At Wang Tiansong's cry, Meng Lulu and the others, knowing him best, immediately understood the aurora light was no ordinary threat. Yet its velocity defied interception. Without hesitation, Meng Lulu seized her reflector, harnessing her peerless speed and kinetic force to meet the aurora light head-on. She did not know that Newton's third law would cost her dearly. Indeed, the aurora light dwarfed ordinary lasers, especially when wielded by Wei. Its power was absolute. Any who stood before it perished instantly. That Meng Lulu survived, though gravely wounded and unconscious, was testament to her extraordinary strength. Another would have died outright. Wei too suffered terribly. Unlike lasers, the aurora light remained psychically tethered to its caster, and the violent recoil had left him severely shaken. He staggered, unable to recover for long moments. Yet even then he commanded, Multivision clans, prepare for assault. Attack, denying Wang Tiansong any respite. One after another, thick pillars of aurora light blazed forth, turning Wang Tiansong's face ashen. Run! The symbionts, having witnessed the first strike's devastation, needed no second warning. They scattered in every direction, desperate to avoid the beams. Yet however much they wished to evade them, the aurora light moved faster still. Damn it! Only a handful of symbiont clan members who happened to be farther from the battlefield's epicenter managed to escape. Yet even they knew full well that evading what loomed ahead was all but impossible. What do we do? Meng Jinka and the others stood frozen in place, watching the auroral barrage streak toward them, utterly powerless, helpless, as they beheld Meng Lulu lying unconscious, grievously wounded. Though Meng Lulu had merely brushed against one of Wei's strikes, her instantaneous catastrophic injury revealed the aurora's terrifying lethality. And though the other Multivision clan warriors' assaults paled beside Wei's own, their sheer number rendered this onslaught, this converging storm of light, far more horrifying than any single strike Wei could ever unleash. Retreat now. Even if escape proves futile, we must still flee. At that moment, Gang Tianlin roared, a thunderous command, and his body blazed with silvery white radiance. All present saw it clearly, 3 brilliant silver scars blazing across his chest. Gang Tianlin uttered no further words. Their margin for deliberation was vanishingly thin. The only reason they still had breath to think was that this auroral assault, though devastating, moved just fractionally slower than Wei's own. His flesh flushed crimson in an instant, his body swelled like a titan inflating. Muscles hardened into granite, bulging with raw, sculpted ferocity. In the blink of an eye, Gang Tianlin, already over 2 meters tall, swelled into a living mountain. That man's gone utterly mad. Wang Tiansong cried out from midair, frantic, yet pinned down by the Serpent Lord's relentless assault. Meng Lulu lay gravely wounded. It was evident Gang Tianlin had truly ascended to the third realm of the symbiosis art, manifestation of spirit. Yet Meng Lulu was nearly there herself. And now, Gang Tianlin intended to shield them all with his bare body. This was sheer recklessness. Yet the moment Gang Tianlin moved, Meng Jinka drew a sharp, shuddering breath. He could scarcely fathom what would follow, but without hesitation he withdrew at once. Fall back, to the village. Meng Jinka bellowed, wreathed in roaring flame, as he swept Meng Lulu into his arms and fled. Around him, the symbiont clan warriors gazed upon Gang Tianlin with profound reverence, yet none hesitated. They retreated swiftly, eyes forward, not daring to glance back. Boom. Tum. A cascade of detonations shook the earth. The shockwaves seared the backs of those who lagged behind. None doubted that the land ahead had been reduced to a shattered wasteland of deep, jagged craters. Yet, they remembered, one man immovable as a mountain standing firm where devastation reigned. Tianlin. Lin Yu remained, still on the battlefield. Indeed, he alone remained capable of action now. Pattering down from the sky came fragments, like gravel, yet flecked with gore, some flung far, trailing a thick coppery stench of blood. Lin Yu's face darkened. He knew those fragments were Gang Tianlin's flesh. His blood spilled in torrents, saturating the air with its metallic reek. The mountain before them collapsed in ruin, then slowly coalesced into a slender youth no taller than 1.3 meters, eyes tightly shut. His clothes had long since vanished beneath the storm of impact. Lin Yu caught Gang Tianlin mid-fall, his arms trembling violently. "Oh, filthy wretches of the Multivision clan, I shall reduce you all to ash." In the next breath, crimson and tangerine flames erupted from Lin Yu's back, engulfing him whole, while Gang Tianlin lay cradled behind him, shielded within the inferno. From the front, Gang Tianlin's body was unrecognizable, limbs torn, flesh shredded beyond coherence. Even his heart pulsed, visibly exposed and quivering. Faint, desperate, horrifyingly fragile. His eyes remained sealed, his face contorted in a mask of grim resolve. How much agony he had endured none could know. Yet his will was absolute. Not 1 inch of ground would yield, not one strike would pass beyond him. Even now, unconscious and hovering at death's threshold, his expression did not falter. Flames filled the sky. Heat surged violently. Suddenly, the arthropod warriors' morale, briefly lifted after the Multivision clan's early successes, crumbled into silent dread. Their reptilian forms recoiled, instinctively wary and fearful. Fire was their ancient terror, and Lin Yu's mastery over it left even Wang Tiansong speechless. Once held in reserve as a final trump card, Lin Yu now refused to wait. He defied Wang Tiansong's command. He could bear it no longer. Meng Lulu lay broken and insensate. Gang Tianlin was a ruin of blood and bone, his fate unknown. Lin Yu burned, with pure, incandescent fury. Die. All of you die. Infernal conflagration. Lin Yu rose into the air, his voice low, yet every warrior of the Multivision and Arthropod clans shuddered. Its glacial chill froze their limbs, locked their breath. Arthropod forces, fall back. Multivision warriors, regroup and press the assault. The Serpent Lord shouted, still locking blades with Wang Tiansong high above. Lin Yu, the Aurora's power is immense, but it requires a brief latency. First annihilate the arthropods. Wang Tiansong's order followed, toneless, devoid of emotion. Earlier he had raged or fretted, but now not a tremor betrayed his inner tempest. Its magnitude needed no declaration. No need for your orders. I know precisely what must be done. Lin Yu laughed, a wild ringing sound, as the arthropods began retreating. In a single heartbeat, a towering wall of fire, over 10 meters high, erupted, sealing them instantly within a perfect blazing ring. All remaining arthropod warriors, commanders and foot soldiers alike, were trapped inside. Damn! The Serpent Lord recoiled in genuine alarm. That colossal ring of flame ignited primal dread. His serpentine nature, cold-blooded and flame-averse, magnified his terror tenfold. Thinking of fleeing? Then let us play on. Did you truly delight in witnessing my earlier desperation? Rest assured, I'll offer no mockery, but you will not slip through my fingers. Wang Tiansong's voice remained unervingly calm, yet that very stillness sent a blade of ice down the Serpent Lord's spine. To divert even a sliver of attention now would mean certain death. Find a way. The Serpent Lord cried out in desperation. Wei Tu stood paralyzed, confronted by that vast, impassable curtain of fire. No chance. My infernal conflagration. You vermin dare imagine breaking it. Lin Yu scoffed. No incantation, no gesture, only a gaze. And the towering infernal ring surged upward, another dozens of meters in height. Even the elite arthropod commanders could only crane their necks in awe. Then, without pause, the colossal wall of flame folded inward, sealing every gap, compressing relentlessly. Screams tore through the air, raw, unending, agonized. Multivision warriors watched horrified as the firing tightened, blackened, twisted shapes emerging one by one, curled, contorted, unmistakably racked by unbearable torment. Roasted alive flesh, crisping, nerves screaming. Gods above, what manner of being is this? Wei stood stunned, disbelief freezing his limbs. Under his command, the arthropods had crumbled like dust. Was it merely fire that undid them? No. That viridian fluid deployed earlier was insecticidal, its toxic potency crippling most arthropods. Their strength already eroded, their bodies exhausted from prior combat. They faced Lin Yu now, enraged, unleashed, operating at peak ferocity. Against any foe short of the Serpent Lord's colossal form, Lin Yu feared nothing. Lin Yu hovered midair, His face gradually paling, though bathed in firelight, it appeared only deeper, more vividly crimson. The symbiote clan dies today. The Serpent Lord howled in fury. He saw it plainly. Not a single arthropod warrior would emerge alive. His entire contingent was doomed to extinction here. Huh, how absurd. You mistake annihilation. Yours is the fate sealed tonight. Wang Tiansong retorted, and behind him the colossal phantom of the three-tailed prince grew denser, sharper, more real than ever. You'll never land a blow. Wang Tiansong snarled, renewing his assault, relentless, furious. Two titanic figures clashed, one nigh impenetrable, the other vast, yet uncannily agile, neither landing a decisive strike, neither gaining ground. A deadlock forged in fury. Yet each second of stalemate claimed more arthropod lives, and Lin Yu's face twisted into a cruel, ecstatic grin so chilling that even Wei recoiled in visceral horror. What is this being? The symbiote clan truly harbors horrors beyond measure. Wang Tiansong is one. Lin Yu another. Wei stood transfixed, awestruck, and hollow, watching his allies erased, powerless to intervene. The Multivision clan's greatest ability lies in the radiant beams emitted from their eyes. Should this luminescence falter, their combat prowess would instantly plummet. Such flames require but a single strike to reduce them to nothing more than ash and bone. Just a little more, just a sliver short of Aurora power. At that moment, Wei murmured inwardly. As the strongest among them, and the first to wield Aurora, he recovered the fastest. They contemplated firing laser bursts to disrupt the enemy, yet doing so would prolong Aurora's charging time. Moreover, Lin Yu held a reflective mirror, far from trivial, and his aerial agility rendered him nearly untouchable. Unthinkable. The symbiote clan must not be allowed to survive, no matter the cost. Wei clenched his resolve, knowing full well that if the symbiotes endured, their own annihilation was inevitable. But that supreme entity of the symbiote clan has yet to appear. Just how formidable could it truly be? Before him stood adversaries whose strength rivaled their own. Did that imply? A chill crept up Wei's spine. The situation was spiraling beyond control. Meanwhile, high command leaders of the Multivision and Reptilian clans, far from the battlefield, stood grim-faced, sharing Wei's dread. Damn it, I'll obliterate them all. At that moment, the Ant Emperor Lord could bear it no longer. He'd just learned that the Multivision clan's Aurora had struck with devastating effect, gravely wounding one key symbiote and possibly killing another. Yet immediately thereafter came word of the Reptilian clan's total annihilation. Only the Serpent Lord remained alive, and even he was now isolated. Worse still, the Multivision clan awaited its next barrage, yet they knew the symbiotes still stood unbroken. And that terrifying, unseen entity likely surpassed them all. Enough. Lin Yu and Wei spoke in unison. As Lin Yu finished speaking, the inferno vanished, leaving only charred corpses reeking of acrid decay. Simultaneously, Wei's Aurora charge reached its apex. Meanwhile, lesser Multivision warriors, though weaker, required less time to charge their Aurora. They were now ready to strike without delay. Multivision clan, full assault. Wei roared, his 7 eyes locking onto Lin Yu, midair voice laced with venom. The symbiotes had filled him with terror and bewildering awe. Lin Yu, unleash your flames around your body. Let them burn unrestrained. Push the heat to its utmost limit. Then evade ceaselessly, Wang Tiansong shouted. Escape alone was futile. Oh, every attack converged upon Lin Yu. Huh. Wait and see, the boy is doomed. The Serpent Lord laughed triumphantly, already envisioning Lin Yu pierced and shattered by Aurora. His elation was profound. Lin Yu too knew flight was impossible, and at Wang Tiansong's command, he hesitated, not nodding once he ignited searing flames around his form. Simultaneously, his body darted, shifting, twisting, evading. Can I truly dodge these? He wondered, then noticed the air around him warping. He recognized it as a consequence of extreme thermal distortion, yet paid it little mind. At last the Aurora fired. This time it targeted none but Lin Yu alone. Die, shrieked the Serpent Lord, wild with exhilaration. We symbiotes simply hadn't witnessed the Multivision clan wielding such Aurora before, hence our initial misstep. But now that we've seen it, do you truly believe it will work again? Wang Tiansong scoffed coldly, gazing upon the Serpent Lord with biting derision, well aware of the other's thoughts, and utterly dismissive. Your so-called strategy is worthless. He cannot possibly evade every beam. One hit, and the rest will follow unerringly, reducing him to a pincushion. The Serpent Lord shrugged off Wang Tiansong's mockery, seeing it merely as a petty ploy to provoke or belittle him. Then let us watch and see. Wang Tiansong snorted again, resuming his assault. The two remained locked in stalemate. From the moment the Serpent Lord transformed into his 100-meter serpentine form until now, neither landing a blow, only exhausting themselves in futile exchange. The barrage began. At first Lin Yu dodged with ease, the Aurora swift, yet he swifter still. Soon, however, the volleys intensified, growing dense and perilous, testing his limits with mounting severity. It's over. Lin Yu stared at 3 aurora beams hurtling toward his face. Dodging was now impossible. Then meet them, Hedon. Attack his defense. Gritting his teeth, he prepared to strike. Keep moving. Just then Wang Tiansong's voice cut through the chaos, sharp, commanding, startling Lin Yu, but eliciting no resistance. His body twisted sideways, yet the aurora was already upon him. I'm finished. Lin Yu's heart constricted. Then a miracle unfolded. The beam, capable of piercing his skull, warped violently, mere half a meter from his face. It contorted at blinding speed, losing trajectory entirely. Coupled with Lin Yu's evasive motion, it veered even farther from his body. The sight stunned not only the multivision warriors, but Lin Yu himself. Huh, so I can do this. Huh, Tiansong, you're incredible. I didn't even know I had this power. Looks like I've got superhuman abilities after all. A surge of exhilaration flooded his spirit. Wang Tiansong's lips twitched. Your very flames fall within the realm of superhuman power, you fool. What do you mean now I have abilities? Such was his silent retort, even as a quiet relief settled within him. As I suspected, aurora remains light, albeit weaponized. Though mirrors reflect light, once light becomes a lethal force, reflection alone fails. To evade such an attack, the optimal strategy is not avoidance, but deflection. Light travels through space, yes, but who decreed it must travel in straight lines? Humph. Intense flame distorts ambient spacetime. Warping aurora is therefore effortless. Applying his knowledge with lightning precision, Wang Tiansong had deciphered the Multivision clan's aurora. Within the symbiote clan, only Lin Yu, and perhaps Meng Jinka, could withstand it. That meant the Multivision posed no true threat to them. A profoundly auspicious revelation. Impossible. It cannot be. This defies all reason. The Serpent Lord raged, unable to comprehend how Lin Yu had achieved the unthinkable. He too could only dodge or endure. Evasion itself was deemed impossible. Yet Lin Yu not only evaded, he bent the aurora beams near his body with uncanny, almost magical precision. All stood aghast. Stunned though they were, the assault never ceased. They refused to yield to disbelief. In their minds, failure stemmed only from insufficient speed. Redoubling their barrage would guarantee success. Alas, their stubbornness bore no fruit. After nearly 2,000 concentrated aurora strikes, Lin Yu emerged unscathed. Is that all? Lin Yu blinked, astonished. In scarcely any time at all, he had evaded the entire onslaught. Since you've finished firing, let me return the favor. As Lin Yu spoke, his flames vanished, leaving the Multivision clan once again in aurora cooldown. To Lin Yu, they were now utterly harmless. Defense was no longer necessary. Multivision clan, retreat. Wei's voice cracked, chilled by the malevolent smile on Lin Yu's face. Think you can flee? Lin Yu roared, soaring like a raptor across the sky. With a thought, incandescent fire engulfed Wei. Af! A scream tore forth. Ordinary fire meant little to the thick-skinned Multivision, but Lin Yu's blaze was no ordinary flame. Humph. 7 eyes. Equivalent to a reptilian lord. Deprived of ocular assault, you're nothing but trash. Die. Though only 9 years old, Lin Yu's ruthless ferocity made even Wang Tiansong flinch. In an instant, the flames receded, revealing Wei blackened and lifeless, crumpling silently to the ground. Yet at the sight of that charred figure, Lin Yu shuddered, his earlier aura dissolving into hollow tremors. His lips moved numbly. I killed someone. All the warriors of the multi-visual clan present stood frozen in shock. No one could have imagined that Kyan, the formidable 70'd one whom even the 3 sovereign lords of the arthropod clan had failed to subdue, had just been roasted to a crisp. And he had been slain right among the multi-visual clan themselves. What a... Kyan is dead. At that moment, even Ant Emperor Lord, who resided far away within the multi-visual clan city-state, was profoundly startled, as were all the other sovereign lords. Meanwhile, Bado and his companions turned ashen-faced, though seething with fury. They now grasped the terrifying truth that their foe possessed overwhelming strength. This realization paralyzed them, rendering them utterly unwilling to act rashly. How is this possible? I once fought Kyan myself, and the battle ended in stalemate. Yet now he lies dead. And Emperor Lord's voice trembled with disbelief, clearly refusing to accept that Kyan could have fallen at the hands of the symbiotic clan. Dead. In contrast, Serpent Lord remained eerily calm, yet beneath that stillness lay a chilling numbness. A being equal to him in rank, and perhaps even superior in power, had just been roasted alive before his very eyes. Who among them could truly bear such a sight? At that instant, Wang Tiansong burst into thunderous laughter. Even your highest sovereign has fallen to our blades. Humph. Did you truly believe you'd ever lay eyes upon the mightiest master of the symbiotic clan? A fleeting surge of exhilaration momentarily tempered his rage, Yet ever pragmatic, he seized the moment to amplify his psychological advantage. Simultaneously, he noticed Lin Yu's unusual demeanor and frowned. This boy, Wang Tiansong, was baffled. But Lin Yu stood utterly dazed, his gaze blank and unblinking as it locked onto Wang Tiansong. His voice trembled. Tiansong, I've killed someone. The words struck like lightning. Even the multi-visual warriors, who had already paused in stunned silence, now recoiled in fresh horror, staring at Lin Yu with mounting revulsion. What did this mean? Was Kaiyan truly the first life he had ever taken? And if so, how could his first victim be a being of such staggering power? Naturally, Wang Tiansong sensed Lin Yu's terror, his raw, unvarnished panic. He understood that feeling well. The multi-visual clan differed fundamentally from the arthropod clan. Against the arthropods, no moral hesitation arose. Such vast biological and cultural chasms rendered each kill devoid of psychological weight. Indeed, their cruelty only deepened with every slaughter. Yet the multi-visual clan, though alien, bore outward resemblance to Lin Yu's own kind. So much so that slaying Kaiyan felt less like killing an enemy and more like extinguishing one of his own. Wang Tiansong knew this sensation intimately. The first time any human takes a life, even the coldest, most ruthless soul, leaves an indelible scar upon the psyche. I understand what you feel, but remember, he was our enemy. An enemy we had to eliminate. You did what was right. If you hadn't struck first, he would have slaughtered us all. Recall our vow to eradicate these vermin without mercy. He is but one among many. They are foreign invaders, despoilers of our sacred land. They must die. Wang Tiansong spoke with unwavering composure. Though not reborn across lifetimes, his seasoned wisdom told him precisely what needed saying and doing in this critical moment. Perhaps even Wang Tiansong himself would have faltered upon drawing first blood, but he would have mastered his nerves instantly. He knew full well weakness now meant surrendering opportunity to the enemy and certain annihilation. Yes, Lin Yu jolted awake as if from a nightmare. They are our enemies. If we spare them, we perish. Tianlin lies gravely wounded, perhaps beyond saving. Meng Lulu bleeds from grievous injuries. Killing him was justified. His death was inevitable. With those words, Lin Yu steadied somewhat, but Wang Tiansong saw through the facade. This forced calm was unsustainable. No, it won't do. Most multi-visual warriors remain disoriented for now, but once they regain their wits, Lin Yu, still shaken, will never withstand their onslaught. Wang Tiansong thought this fiercely, but dared not utter it aloud nor order Lin Yu to retreat. To do so would betray Lin Yu's vulnerability, inviting immediate lethal focus from the multi-visual ranks and sealing Lin Yu's fate. Kill. In that split second of Wang Tiansong's distraction, Serpent Lord roared and lunged toward Lin Yu. Oomph. Wang Tiansong snarled, whipping his colossal tail, a weapon of peerless devastation, straight toward Serpent Lord's massive skull. Dangerous. Lin Yu instantly recognized his own instability, but attempting to recalibrate felt clumsy, his mind still saturated with Kaiyan's image, the multi-visual warrior he had just slain. You cannot stop me. Serpent Lord sneered again. He was no fool. During Lin Yu and Wang Tiansong's exchange, he had sensed the fissure in Lin Yu's resolve and acted with preternatural swiftness the moment Wang Tiansong committed to his strike. I've long said the arthropod clan possesses distinct combat and civilian forms, but did I ever claim those were their only forms? Serpent Lord now raged with manic intensity. His sole target was Lin Yu. Defeating Wang Tiansong was impossible, but here stood Lin Yu unraveling before his eyes. He would end him, no hesitation. What a... Serpent Lord's declaration startled Wang Tiansong, just as the 100-meter-long serpentine sovereign shrank, violently vanishing from sight in an instant. Of course, he hadn't truly vanished. Wang Tiansong still perceived him, a figure barely half a meter tall, materializing directly before the sweeping arc of his colossal tail. It was Serpent Lord. This metamorphosis had amplified his speed beyond measure, far outstripping even Wang Tiansong's reflexes. Incredible speed. So the arthropod clan truly possesses hidden depths, not only dual forms, but the ability to miniaturize. This is no ordinary power. By shrinking, his bodily density surged, enhancing every facet of his physical might. Wang Tiansong recoiled, inwardly astonished by this unforeseen ability, and that very astonishment cost him dearly. He failed to intercept Serpent Lord. Should Serpent Lord breach Wang Tiansong's defense, Lin Yu's death would follow without delay. Umph, you spared me no mercy before, yet now you deliver yourself straight into my grasp. After the initial shock, Wang Tiansong settled into unnerving calm, and instead of chasing Serpent Lord's diminutive form, enveloped Lin Yu completely within his massive foxtail. The instant Lin Yu vanished inside that protective coil, Serpent Lord erupted from above, plunging downward with lethal velocity, aiming to pierce Lin Yu's skull with his entire body. But Wang Tiansong held firm. The blow slammed into his spectral tail with brutal force. His expression contorted, for though the tail was illusory, its connection to his true self transmitted the agony directly. Yet Wang Tiansong smiled, and with his remaining 2 tails sealed Lin Yu within a radiant sphere of light. Lin Yu was gently expelled from its core as the 3 tails fused into a single blinding orb. Impressive, but you erred in omission. You never claimed your forms were limited to 2. Likewise, since I can summon a phantom of such immense scale, you should have deduced I possess mastery over its size as well. As Wang Tiansong spoke, others saw nothing, but he beheld Serpent Lord, now scarcely half a meter tall, pinned motionless within the crushing radiance. Boy, what have you done? Serpent Lord bellowed, fury laced with primal dread. Yet pride forbade surrender, even in extremis. Nothing at all. I merely invited you to rest within my luminous sphere. Oh, and though I don't know your tastes, I personally adore meat buns. You'll miss yours, but fear not. I'll gladly consume yours on your behalf. Wang Tiansong grinned, then spread his arms wide, beginning a slow, inexorable contraction. To the multi-visual onlookers, the colossal sphere mirrored his movement, tightening relentlessly. You, Serpent Lord realized Wang Tiansong's intent and recoiled anew. Truly, had you maintained either your civilian or combat form, I'd have been powerless. But your hubris led you to shrink, overlooking the fact that if I can summon such a titanic phantom, I can also reshape it at will. His eyes gleamed with predatory ferocity as he spoke. Frankly, this miniature form is your strongest. Blazing speed, immense strength, formidable resilience, compact agility. Few could counter you. Yet your impatience betrayed you, grief over your fallen kin destabilized your spirit, narrowing your focus solely on Lin Yu, and thus handed me the chance to seize you. I admit, your physiology is astonishingly durable. Even under this compression you resist flattening. But no matter, I welcome your recklessness. My sphere can compress to the size of a clenched fist. At that point you'll cease to exist. Wang Tiansong spoke without inflection, and that very detachment terrified Serpent Lord most. Every word rang with absolute, unflinching truth. No, you can't do this to me. Serpent Lord's tone fractured, his earlier arrogance dissolved entirely. Oh, and why not? Wang Tiansong wore an amused smirk, but his arms kept closing inexorably. Even with enhanced density, hairline fractures now spiderwebbed across Serpent Lord's form. Moreover, the light had already permeated his entire being, locking every muscle, every nerve, before commencing its agonizing compression. Serpent Lord endured that exquisite torment, and Wang Tiansong relaxed and grinning drew his arms tighter. Stop him. Don't let him do this. At last the multi-visual warriors snapped from their stupor. Kaien's sudden demise had left them reeling, but now they grasped the stakes. If Serpent Lord fell, their doom was sealed. Lin Yu, hold them off. If any dare advance, cut them down. Wang Tiansong growled the command, but Lin Yu remained unresponsive, his mind still gripped by terror. Boy, do not fear slaughter. Do not flinch from death. In days ahead your hands will stain with far more blood. This is but a single drop. Remember, while you hesitated, they butchered countless innocents. Does that comparison not settle your conscience? Then our duty is clear. Deliver the final blow. Annihilate them. Erase them utterly. Wang Tiansong's visage twisted into savage resolve, offering the multi-visual warriors no quarter. Their combat effectiveness had crumbled. Though they might trouble Wang Tiansong, to Lin Yu, they were little more than prey. Yes, this fear is meaningless. Lin Yu grasped the truth at last, not through evasion or distraction, but through total focused clarity. You slaughtered our kin. Why should I tremble over taking your lives? Perhaps Wang Tiansong is right. This was my first kill, and that is precisely why I feared it. Yet before this I slew many arthropod warriors, without registering their deaths as killing at all. Now you may all die. Lin Yu's face hardened into cold, merciless resolve. His fear of slaughter at last receded, replaced by grim, unyielding purpose. Flee. At this moment, only 2 members of the Symbiont clan stood before them. Yet these 2 were undeniably the clan's most outstanding warriors. One held the Serpent Lord's life in his grasp with no sign of escape. Indeed, the Serpent Lord appeared moments away from death. As for Lin Yu, he wielded mastery over flame, striking without warning, instantly incinerating an opponent. One of the strongest warriors among the many-eyed clan. Hearing Wang Tiansong's command and witnessing Lin Yu's cold, ruthless demeanor, the many-eyed warriors trembled in fear. Their attacks proved utterly futile against Lin Yu. Laser beams reflected harmlessly off his mirror-like shield, while aurora beams he evaded with effortless grace. Thus they were left utterly defenseless, helpless prey awaiting slaughter. No being would willingly accept such a fate, yet here refusal was no longer an option. Never imagined that beings I once deemed invincible, this entire clan, would one day face my retribution. Truly unimaginable. Lin Yu's heart churned with conflicting emotions. Though fury burned within him, his mind remained razor-sharp. He knew full well that despite never having battled this race before, he had possessed no chance whatsoever of standing against them. How could he ever have conceived of retaliation, when even glimpsing a mere dozen-meter-long centipede warrior from the arthropod clan had once left him paralyzed with terror? This reversal was owed entirely to Wang Tiansong. He had brought hope, kindled courage, and liberated the savage fury long buried within Lin Yu's soul. Slaughter. Though he recoiled from bloodshed, though Wei's spectral image still haunted his vision, he knew with absolute clarity he had already surmounted the threshold of fear. In this instant, Lin Yu was a god of carnage to the many-eyed. To see him was to flee, or await certain death. Die! Lin Yu roared. Flames erupted violently from the earth. Ferocious flames indeed. Even Wang Tiansong instantly sensed their terrifying intensity, his brow furrowing as he murmured those words. Simultaneously, he felt the Serpent Lord straining within the luminous sphere, attempting shape-shifting to break free. Yet Wang Tiansong granted him no such chance. Within that orb, even the Serpent Lord's might was stifled. Shrinking enhanced defense speed and striking power, but when one's entire body was utterly immobilized, strength became meaningless. It was precisely this constraint that allowed Wang Tiansong to subdue him so effortlessly. Quick, find a way. At this rate, we'll be annihilated. Ba Duo and the others had long ceased observing the battlefield. Dispatching over 3,000 alliance warriors as vanguard had yielded catastrophic results. The sight chilled their blood. Most alliance soldiers remained unaware of the true situation. Yet merely witnessing their highest commander's grim expressions told them all they needed to know: the battle had turned dire. Has the alliance been defeated? Murmurs rippled through the ranks. The many-eyed exchanged terrified glances. The arthropod warriors fell into eerie silence. Once bitter enemies, they now instinctively recognized a shared existential threat: the Symbiont clan. Damn you, release me! The Serpent Lord bellowed inside the sphere. His shrunken form, barely half a meter, was drenched in blood. His triangular eyes, once fierce and commanding, now radiated hollow despair, stripped of all former majesty, mere bluster masking utter helplessness. Serpent Lord, am I the fool, or are you? Release you. Go die instead. Wang Tiansong sneered. The Serpent Lord's diminution did pose a minor hindrance. Compressing him further was impossible, for his density was already immense, his innate power extraordinarily formidable. Though his aura had waned, Wang Tiansong still could not deliver a decisive killing blow. Lin Yu, by contrast, cut through the many-eyed with terrifying ease. In mere moments, 200 to 300 warriors, previously unscathed, were reduced to charred husks by his searing flames. Their numbers continued to dwindle as the survivors fled in panic. Yet flight was meaningless against Lin Yu, who soared freely through the skies. Die, all of you died. Lin Yu stared at face after face, contorted in terror. Though he'd never witnessed his ancestors' battles against the many-eyed, he knew instinctively their own expressions in those ancient wars must have mirrored these very ones. Ancestors of the Symbiont clan, do you see? Even the warriors of the many-eyed now tremble before us. We strike back. Lin Yu's eyes blazed crimson. Unseen by any tears welled in those bloodshot orbs, held back but never shed. At last the stain of humiliation would be washed clean, a sensation so profound it flooded Lin Yu's soul with exhilaration. At last this day has come. Lin Yu threw back his head and howled toward the heavens. His slaughter intensified, not diminished, pouring forth decades of searing shame. Exhilarating, yes, but achingly sorrowful. Lin Yu. Wang Tiansong watched Lin Yu chase fleeing many-eyed warriors deeper into the distance. Impressive, yet perilous. He knew Lin Yu's flames were finite. More critically, their range was bound to his physical presence. Were it otherwise, had Lin Yu been able to unleash fire endlessly across Symbiont territory, the arthropods and many-eyed alike would stand no chance. This won't do. Wang Tiansong sensed Lin Yu's emotional turbulence mounting dangerously. Extreme agitation erodes reason, an outcome he refused to permit. Lin Yu, return. Wang Tiansong's thunderous command carried clearly across 700 or 800 meters. Lin Yu halted midair. The crimson haze slowly receded from his gaze. Below, he simply watched the many-eyed scatter, silent, motionless. Within Lin Yu's body, horror, the spirit fused with him, also sensed the shift and stirred with concern. Lin Yu, I'm fine. Lin Yu's voice cracked thick with unspoken anguish, as if something lodged deep in his throat. Then, after a long suspended silence, Lin Yu unleashed a guttural roar that pierced the sky. 2 slow, glistening tears traced paths down his cheeks. Wang Tiansong sighed, softly, unable to reconcile this raw vulnerability with the boisterous, carefree youth he'd always known, so unlike the stoic Gang Tianlin. Clutching the luminous sphere, now incapable of further compression, Wang Tiansong flew toward Lin Yu. While Lin Yu hung suspended in midair, eyes wide open, fists clenched, face upturned as he wept. Anguish so piercing, grief so profound it struck Wang Tiansong like a physical blow. Let the past rest. Those were the deeds of your ancestors. You merely bear a legacy. Now you possess shoulders broad enough to carry it. That is cause for joy. Wang Tiansong spoke low and solemn. The first time in years his voice lacked triumph after victory. Not that he felt displeasure, this was undeniably a moment of great vindication. Yet genuine elation remained elusive, a nameless weight difficult to articulate. Though he'd lived among the symbionts for only a few years, immersion had deepened his understanding of their culture and history. And now, standing as one of them, he too felt it, a slow, quiet lifting of an ancient burden from his heart, followed instantly by an overwhelming urge to weep. It was the same sensation as the lone survivor who, after decades of hardship and self-mortification, finally achieves vengeance, roaring triumphantly to the heavens, yet sobbing uncontrollably. Yes, I should rejoice. I won't cry. I refuse. These vermin. Today they've merely escaped fate. Lin Yu drew a deep breath, turned, and met Wang Tiansong's gaze with unabashed, bloodshot eyes. He felt no shame in his tears. Wang Tiansong burst into hearty laughter. Good. That's the spirit. Let's go. Back to the village. As for the Serpent Lord, it's high time we settled matters properly. Clapping Lin Yu on the shoulder, the two soared homeward together, laughter ringing across the sky. Meanwhile, the allied forces of the many-eyed and arthropod clans stood frozen, faces ashen with disbelief and dread. Impossible. That contemptible race. How could they possibly rise again? It defies reason. It should not be. Even the normally unflappable Ba duo roared in outrage. The colossal leader of the three arthropod lords, who rarely stirred, now stood utterly still, a silence far more terrifying than any shout. And among the rank-and-file soldiers, icy dread spread, not just fear of defeat, but of the symbionts themselves. Along the eastern frontier of the symbiont clan Mengjinka and all others stood vigil. The battlefield, originally nearby, had stretched unnaturally long due to Lin Yu's and Wang Tiansong's pursuit, rendering even their keen eyes unable to discern precisely what had transpired. Lin Yu returned. The sheer authority in Wang Tiansong's voice reverberated powerfully, though every listener heard it clearly, and with that dread settled heavily upon each heart. Moments later, a piercing, soul-rending wail pierced the air. No, I must go see for myself. Meng Lulu could bear the uncertainty no longer and grew visibly anxious. Do not go. Even now you would be of no aid to Wang Tiansong and Lin Yu. Let us wait a little longer. If they withstood the Multivision clan's Aurora strike, then surely they remain unharmed. Moreover, you are grievously wounded. Though you have awakened, your presence would only burden them. Meng Jinka spoke without restraint, his tone stern and unyielding. At that, Meng Lulu fell silent. She had witnessed Gang Tianlin's injuries firsthand. Though she saw identical wounds on Xiao Pang, the profound resonance between their two souls confirmed he faced no mortal peril. Yet the sheer devastation of that assault was unmistakable. Had Gang Tianlin not fully attained the third tier of manifestation, that strike alone would have ended him utterly. Thus dread gripped them all. They had never known the Multivision clan possessed such an Aurora strike, and their bitter defeat now left them too wary to step forth again. At last, two figures, and a colossal radiant sphere 3 meters wide, rushed swiftly toward Meng Jinka's position. It's Wang Tiansong and Lin Yu. Lin Tong exhaled deeply, his anxiety instantly dissolving. Yet awe and exhilaration surged within him. They all knew the Aurora strike's terrible might. Yet both Wang Tiansong and Lin Yu had evaded it entirely and returned unscathed. What staggering strength must they possess? Wang Tiansong hovered midair, his appearance slightly disheveled after the fierce battle. Lin Yu fared worse. Having just wept uncontrollably, his face bore raw anguish. Lin Tong watched with mounting concern, fearing his son might be gravely injured. Everyone, this is the Serpent Lord of the Arthropod clan. I entrust him to you now. How you proceed is entirely your decision. As Wang Tiansong spoke, the 3-meter sphere detonated violently. A body less than half a meter long erupted outward, elongating rapidly until it stabilized at over 30 meters. Coiled motionless, drenched head to tail in blood, its form grotesque and terrifying. Yet all sensed it, the great beast's breath had grown feeble beyond measure. This was Wang Tiansong's stratagem. Mere compression could not slay the Serpent Lord, and the prior battle had drained him severely. He felt faint with exhaustion. To act personally was impossible. So he cast the mortally wounded Serpent Lord into the symbiont clan's midst, where warriors capable of subduing him abounded. After all, the Serpent Lord's current strength paled beside even a peak-conditioned commander, posing no threat whatsoever to the symbiont clan. It truly is the Serpent Lord, reduced to this state. Gods above, how did they accomplish it? At once the symbiont clan murmured in disbelief. Wang Tiansong smiled faintly and added, "There's no need for astonishment. This serpent lord merely outwitted himself, and I seized the chance to deliver a thorough reprimand. As for the rest of the arthropod warriors, they've all been slain by Lin Yu. Even the Multivision clan's supreme commander Wei was roasted alive by Lin Yu, and the entire Multivision host was hunted down fleeing for their lives before him alone. This battle, we have won." Silence. Profound, absolute silence. Wang Tiansong showed no surprise. He understood well for a race oppressed for decades, even centuries, sudden liberation defied belief. Especially to the people themselves, it felt surreal, like a dream unrealized. Is it real? Have we truly risen? Just like that? Can this possibly be true? Many whispered thus. Indeed, their fierce combat fervor stemmed partly from Wang Tiansong and Lin Yu's dazzling feats, but equally from their own grim realization, if they failed to fight now with backs against the wall, extinction would be inevitable. They refused to die cowering, humiliated, powerless, forgotten. And now, they beheld victory, a dawn breaking through endless night. Such triumph was simply inconceivable, to any symbiont, to every symbiont. And so wonder seized them all. This is the Serpent Lord, no doubt about it. Meng Jinka remained comparatively composed, yet his ragged breathing betrayed how deeply he too was shaken. The Serpent Lord? Yes, it is him. If Wang Tiansong could reduce even him to this broken state, then perhaps this victory is genuine after all. Many echoed those words, trembling with excitement, their eyes blazing anew, while the Serpent Lord, racked by agony, could barely stir. Insignificant insects. One fleeting victory proves nothing. When our main host arrives, you'll have no hope left. Contempt dripped from the Serpent Lord's voice. At that the symbionts fell still, gazing silently upon their dying captive, yet none moved to strike. But stillness did not mean inaction. In one fluid motion, Wang Tiansong raised his blade, white arc flashing across his palm as he slashed downward. With a single decisive cut, 5 meters of the Serpent Lord's tail severed cleanly away. Enough noise. Do you still fancy yourself a lord? You are now our prisoner, helpless at our mercy, and yet you dare speak so arrogantly. Impressive backbone, is it? His voice resonated with ruthless, unassailable authority. The symbionts froze, then after a long pause burst into realization. Yes, he's our prisoner now. What is there to fear? Exactly. Just a captive, nothing more than that. He's no longer the Serpent Lord. Hearing these cries, Wang Tiansong smiled, not glancing at the Serpent Lord's murderous glare, but turning instead to the symbiont ranks. Friends, today I tell you plainly, you possess the power to topple both the arthropod and Multivision clans. You simply never knew it. Now your strength surges, gathering momentum, until the moment ripens and transformation flows as naturally as water finding its course. Remember, this world is called Symbiosis, Star, and we are the Symbiont clan. We are the rightful masters here. The arthropods and Multivision are mere usurpers, interlopers who seized what was never theirs. It is time we reclaimed our sovereignty. Wang Tiansong's voice swelled thunderous and commanding, while the symbiont's eyes burned crimson, their spirits soaring with fervent elation. Even Meng Lulu trembled with exhilaration. These petty creatures, they owe us restitution, and now is the hour to collect. Wang Tiansong roared again, gesturing sharply toward the Serpent Lord, who now felt the hostile gaze of dozens converging upon him, sensing horrors he dared not imagine. Wait, I am your prisoner. You cannot kill me. At last the Serpent Lord shifted tactics, his defiance softening into supplication. At that plea, surrounding voices hushed. Wang Tiansong regarded him with amused curiosity. Oh, pray explain, why cannot we kill you? His tone feigned inquiry, yet the Serpent Lord, catching that glint in Wang Tiansong's eyes, felt a desperate spark of hope ignite within him. I am one of the 3 Serpent Lords of the Arthropod clan. My execution would ignite total war, a catastrophe offering you no advantage. But return me unharmed, and you may bargain with my kin. My brothers will never stand idle. If I fall, their wrath will know no bounds. As he spoke, the symbionts fell quiet. They understood this was but the vanguard, their crushing defeat notwithstanding. Full-scale war would mean clan versus clan, and many shrank from such a prospect, even trembling at the thought. For the Arthropod clan numbered in the tens of millions, while the symbionts stood at a mere 5,000. That chasm of disparity loomed undeniable and stark. Conversely, returning the Serpent Lord would open negotiation, but Wang Tiansong merely smiled and asked, bargain? You mean, secure a truce between your clan and ours? Precisely. Return me, and my brothers will grant you peace, for we are bound by blood. And should the Arthropod clan lose one Serpent Lord, chaos would consume us. You grasp the stakes, do you not? The Serpent Lord spoke as though victory were already assured. Wang Tiansong nodded slowly, then asked almost casually, by the way, were you three brothers born of the same mother? Huh. The Serpent Lord was momentarily stunned, clearly unprepared for the question. Are you and Wang Tiansong really born of the same mother? Which left him utterly speechless. What's wrong? Are you frozen? Let me rephrase it, are you three blood brothers? Wang Tiansong asked again. Only then did the Serpent Lord reply, of course not. We merely all attained the rank of Lord, so we adopted fraternal titles, and have called each other brother for 2 centuries. Naturally, our bond runs deep. As the Serpent Lord answered, he couldn't help but find Wang Tiansong strange. What on earth was the meaning behind these questions? Then why the hell are you shouting? No wonder you look nothing alike. You're clearly not even born of the same mother. If that's the case, what right do you have to negotiate with me? Unexpectedly, Wang Tiansong's tone shifted in an instant. Fierce, unhinged, laced with seething fury. The Serpent Lord recoiled in shock. He had no inkling this sudden transformation was coming. Even the Symbiote clan members stood bewildered, utterly perplexed as to Wang Tiansong's true intent. Do you take me for a fool? Return you, and expect your reptilian clan to simply withdraw from war. Surely you all understand well enough what this means now. The strength within our Symbiote clan is beyond anything you could possibly imagine. A single detachment dispatched at will could shatter your vanguard forces into scattered petals. How could you not tremble before us? How could you not lie awake at night, tormented by dread? Do you truly believe releasing you would spare us your aggression? What utter absurdity. I suspect the moment I hand you over, the Multi-Visage clan and the Reptilian clan will instantly concentrate all their might against our Symbiote clan. No hesitation, no delay. So tell me, what tangible benefit lies in surrendering you? Wang Tiansong's gaze pierced like twin blades, cold, incisive, as if he had already laid bare the Serpent Lord's very soul. At that moment, the Symbiote clan erupted in murmurs of astonishment. They finally grasped the truth. Their earlier idealism had been dangerously naive. This was no longer a matter of choice. It was a fight to the death. The Multi-Visage and Reptilian clans had both suffered grievous losses. Under such circumstances, how could they possibly afford mercy? The reality was now stark and unambiguous. This was life or death. No third path existed. Yes, I was foolish. My thinking was far too optimistic. Very well. Keep me as a hostage. That way my Reptilian clan dare not move against you. Seeing his ploy so effortlessly exposed, the Serpent Lord panicked. He truly had no wish to die. Tell me, Serpent, does your head truly lack even a shred of sense? Keep you as a hostage. You actually dared utter those words. The two clans are now allied solely to eradicate us, the Symbiote clan. Your presence, or absence, means absolutely nothing to them. Remember, this is war. A terrifying, all-consuming war. Do you honestly believe raw strength guarantees respect? Before legions numbering in the tens of thousands, there are warriors stronger than you, and many weaker. But united, their collective might dwarfs yours beyond measure. That overwhelming numerical advantage renders your individual existence utterly irrelevant. Who then would care whether you live or die? We don't care, and I doubt your allied armies do either. As Wang Tiansong spoke, his gaze remained fixed upon the Serpent Lord, as if seeing through flesh and bone to the very core of his being. The Serpent Lord stood thunderstruck, staring at Wang Tiansong's unervingly calm countenance, his heart pounding violently. This boy can't be more than 10 years old, yet possesses such penetrating intellect. Even I couldn't have foreseen all this, yet he has dissected every flaw with surgical precision. What kind of prodigy has the Symbiote clan birthed? At that moment, the Serpent Lord was profoundly shaken, intimidated, even terrified, left utterly speechless. Wang Tiansong merely smiled faintly and said, "It seems you've run out of words. Then it's time you departed this world." In the next instant, before the Serpent Lord could even react, Wang Tiansong raised his hand. A brilliant white arc slashed across the air, cleaving the Serpent Lord's 30-meter-long body cleanly in two. Life vanished in an instant. The Symbiote clan members stood silent, not only because Wang Tiansong's strike had been blindingly swift, leaving them no time to respond, but also because they tacitly endorsed his judgment. Wang Tiansong turned his gaze upon the assembled symbiotes. Though these were not all of them. Many others lacking sufficient cultivation had been deliberately excluded from battle. Still, over 200 stood before him now, faces clouded with anxiety and deep-seated fear. To them, Wang Tiansong smiled gently and said, "Friends, I trust you've all heard what he admitted. Should full-scale clan warfare erupt, we would indeed be overwhelmed. Yet passivity is no salvation. It is slow, suffocating death. I assume none of you desire that fate." His words met with silence, but he saw defiance flickering in their eyes, and some shook their heads in quiet refusal. Observing this, Wang Tiansong nodded with quiet confidence. "Since that is settled, then tell me, what is the first thing we must do now? Not weakness, not waiting. For we have neither time to wait nor room for hesitation. Every minute of surrender draws us 1 minute closer to annihilation. Every moment of passive endurance inches us nearer to extinction. Therefore, what we must do is precisely what I just did to the Serpent Lord: kill them, slaughter them to the last, expel them utterly from our land. Do not forget, this is Symbiont Star. We are its rightful masters. Wang Tiansong delivered the final line himself, his voice resonating like a gong across the silent assembly. One more thing I nearly forgot while you hesitated over whether to release the Serpent Lord to buy survival. Trust me, the reptilian and multi-visage clans showed no mercy. All they know is that their vanguard was slaughtered without quarter, nearly to the last man. They will not simply walk away. They will not relax their guard. They will come, swarming in their thousands, perhaps tens of thousands. Their colossal armies surge forward with but one purpose: to utterly exterminate our entire race, fewer than 5,000 souls. So tell me now, is surrendering the Serpent Lord truly wise? As Wang Tiansong spoke, many flinched, suddenly grasping the grim logic. He smiled faintly and added, "Understand this: the most essential act in this world is not indecisive bargaining for peace. So how does peace arise? Simply put, it is forged in violence. When your fist is unbreakable, who dares scheme against you? They lack the courage. They know disturbing you is tantamount to suicide. They do not wish to die. Thus, true peace rests entirely upon the foundation of war. Should your strength be absolute, none would dare threaten you, for fear alone paralyzes their will. But if you persist in endless submission, as you have done, forgive me, the result is inevitable consumption. By then resistance will be impossible. You'll have lost even the chance to fight back." His voice turned glacial, so cold it sent shivers down every spine. The symbionts understood the consequences of inaction, but felt powerless to change their fate. "Then what can we do?" Meng Lulu suddenly cried out. Wang Tiansong glanced toward her, and a subtle knowing curve lifted the corner of his lips. He knew perfectly well she was playing her part, orchestrating a duet of persuasion. "It's simple. They wage war, not because our world holds resources they covet. It is far too small for that. No, the sole reason is clear: they perceive us as a threat. When does one person become threatening to another? Precisely when his strength, his fists, surpass the others. That is when fear arises naturally and inevitably. This is perfectly rational, and I trust you all comprehend it fully. Therefore let me declare plainly: this war began because they fear us." This assertion struck many present like lightning. Were the multi-visage and reptilian clans afraid of them? Was that even possible? Surely not. Yet pause and consider: if not fear, why would they launch such an unprovoked assault? Would they truly attack for mere amusement? Such a notion was laughably absurd. Anyone hearing it would dismiss it outright, refusing even to entertain its plausibility. So, if they fear us, why should we fear them? Since they tremble, let us make them tremble more. And this is where it begins. Is the Serpent Lord truly formidable? Yet I severed him without effort. How many lords can they truly muster? Didn't Lin Yu slay the multi-visage Lord Wei Ru? Are they truly strong? To me they appear pitifully fragile before us. So why hesitate? Why cower? If your only goal is to cling to life for 2 more years, then I urge you choose death instead. To live in such abject shame is worse than any suffering. Wang Tiansong's words grew colder still, eliciting discomfort among the symbionts. Yet he pressed on, shaking his head. "You all fail to grasp one fundamental truth: your strength is real and immense. Yet you yourselves have overlooked it. Consider this: just 2 of us stirred the entire battlefield into chaos. Could you not do the same?" Lin Yu frowned inwardly upon hearing these words. The prior battle had been meticulously orchestrated, a convergence of strategy, unique techniques, and calculated deception. A repeat engagement would yield vastly different results. Indeed, victory had hinged upon multiple fragile conditions: the multi-visage clan's misstep against Lin Yu, the Serpent Lord's rage overriding his reason, all aligning perfectly. Yet Wang Tiansong now portrayed it as though the 2 of them alone had crushed the entire vanguard. Yet as the symbionts reflected carefully, they realized, astonishingly, they had contributed little. In truth, the battle had been won by just 2. Wang Tiansong had in fact manipulated perception to perfection, and now a faint satisfied smile played across his lips. It was a desperate measure, but necessary. Without restoring genuine morale immediately, without making them realize this war was unavoidable, the outcome would be catastrophic. And after enduring oppression for so many years, do you truly believe continued subjugation is desirable? Can you still bear it? Or is there any justification left to endure it? Has humiliation not already reached its unbearable zenith? Wang Tiansong continued, and at last his words struck the deepest wound in their hearts. Faces flushed with outrage, fury burned in every eye. He smiled softly. "It seems you are unwilling. Good. One final point. Perhaps the most vital, that you must recognize first and foremost. We have already annihilated 5 reptilian tribes. That is irrefutable fact. Now we have shattered the allied vanguard of the multi-visage and reptilian clans. Few survive to return. The enmity is already profound. So, what further escalation could killing the Serpent Lord possibly bring? The barefoot fear, no-shoed man. Even if we are ultimately defeated and wiped out entirely, that fate is still nobler than perishing slowly, humiliated and broken. Tell me, which path do you choose? Wang Tiansong's voice boomed, sending tremors through their very bones. Recent events had shaken them to their core, none more profoundly than this. Better to die fiercely than live cravenly. That conviction, etched plainly upon their faces, was all Wang Tiansong needed. He smiled, knowing his objective had been achieved. In the next breath he declared, "It appears your choice is made. Then so is ours, since the multi-visage and reptilian clans refuse us life. We shall grant them none. We will never compromise." With a thunderous cry, Wang Tiansong summoned another radiant white arc, this time striking the lifeless corpse of the Serpent Lord. Instantly the body exploded into 8 grotesque fragments. This time no symbiont stood dumbfounded. Instead a fierce unified roar erupted from their throats. They had chosen unyielding defiance. "Xiaopeng, how are you faring?" In a quiet, simple room adorned with a single bouquet, a neatly made bed held Gang Tianlin, still unconscious. Beside him lay Xiaopeng, visibly frail and weakened. Xiaopeng's chest wound had fully scabbed over. The newly regenerated flesh appeared grotesquely contorted. Witnessing it, Wang Tiansong's fury surged, but he suppressed it tightly, holding his emotions in check. Seeing Wang Tiansong's deep concern, Xiaopeng offered a faint smile. "Brother Tiansong, don't worry. I've pulled through, so Tianlin will surely recover too. He simply requires extended rest and recuperation." As he spoke, his plump, bear-like face radiated a tender, vulnerable charm. Wang Tiansong sighed helplessly, murmuring, "It's my fault. If only I'd sensed the danger sooner, none of this would have happened." "That's not your fault," came the calm reply. "Even our clan's intelligence network was unaware that the Multivision clan possessed a technique as devastating as Aurora Light." At that moment, another figure entered quietly from the doorway, carrying a fresh bouquet. She approached. Wang Tiansong glanced at the gravely injured, unconscious Gang Tianlin, and her brows furrowed in quiet dismay. "Lulu, how are you holding up?" Wang Tiansong didn't turn around. He recognized her voice instantly and asked without hesitation. "I've fully recovered. That strike landed lightly on me thanks to the reflective mirror you crafted, and the vortex it generated while spinning formed an additional protective barrier. Just 3 days were enough for full restoration. Moreover, I've truly ascended into the third realm manifest spirit." Meng Lulu smiled faintly, removed the withered bouquet from the vase, and gently placed the fresh flowers inside. Then she stood silently beside the bed, gazing at Gang Tianlin, Wang Tiansong, and Meng Lulu now flanking him on either side. Well, everyone's here." Lin Yu burst through the door, grinning broadly upon seeing Wang Tiansong and Meng Lulu. "Hey, you could at least show some decorum." Wang Tiansong frowned, still not turning. Lin Yu merely chuckled, gliding forward swiftly, yet soundlessly, each step muffled, as if walking on air. "Don't fret. When Gang Tianlin transformed, I was right there beside him. Absolutely magnificent. His muscles, dense as mountain stone. Even after sustaining such a blow, he'll never fall so easily." Lin Yu's optimism echoed Wang Tiansong's own temperament. "Indeed, I know that. But when will Gang Tianlin awaken? Recall, as symbiont clansmen, our souls are bifurcated. We share wounds equally. Thus Gang Tianlin bore only half the impact. During recovery, he channels the symbiosis art alongside his symbiont beast, accelerating healing synergistically. That's why Lu recovered in 3 days. So why hasn't Gang Tianlin awakened? 3 days have passed, and he remains comatose. This reveals the sheer severity of his injuries and hints at the terrifying potency of the Multivision clan's assault. Next time they won't send mere scouts. A coordinated Aurora Light barrage. 4 of us fighting together might still cost lives to withstand." Wang Tiansong's voice grew heavy with gravity. 3 days earlier, returning victorious, he'd done everything possible to rally the symbiont clan's morale. Yet he knew full well those foes were only vanguard forces. Though slaying Wei and the Serpent Lord was an unexpected triumph, it shifted the grand strategy not at all. This is indeed troublesome. Lin Yu's usual boisterousness faded. His carefree demeanor had always been a deliberate performance, to buoy his comrades' spirits and lift Wang Tiansong and Meng Lulu from despair. Yet clearly it hadn't worked. "One bright spot: both of you have solidified your ascension into the third realm manifest spirit thanks to this battle." A subtle smile softened Wang Tiansong's features as he spoke. He knew well how staggering the power surge was upon true attainment of the third realm. He himself had faced the Serpent Lord alone. Gang Tianlin had even withstood a concentrated aurora light barrage from nearly 2,000 multivision warriors. Such strength commanded profound respect, and over these past 3 days Lin Yu and Meng Lulu too had ascended. They now possessed 4 quasi-lord level cultivators. Moreover, their powers were profoundly distinct. Wang Tiansong's colossal spiritual projection could shift and adapt endlessly, unlike the rigid monotonous abilities of the multivision or reptilian clans. In true confrontation, superiority remained undecided. Yet this applied only to elite strength. Their mid and lower tier forces totaled a mere 5,000, their entire population. A single reptilian clan, Wang Tiansong estimated, boasted at least 10 million souls, even accounting for vast territories and low population density. That sheer number could effortlessly drown countless symbiont clans. Over these 3 days, 3 more cultivators have reached the second realm half-fusion, but the third realm manifest spirit remains unchanged. Wang Tiansong's brow nodded. He understood perfectly time was their most critical scarcity. Though they'd won this battle, and though he now knew they possessed real resistance, they would pay a horrific price in open combat. Victory was impossible. At best, they might inflict grievous losses upon the multivision and reptilian clans, a Pyrrhic outcome unworthy of the sacrifice. What they needed was time, but time remained cruelly insufficient. The third realm is no easy threshold, though I cannot say why we 4 possess such uniqueness. Perhaps due to the exceptional quality of our symbiont beasts granting us advantages beyond ordinary manifest spirit cultivators, we remain far from the fourth realm opening and closing. Wang Tiansong's brow furrowed deeply, his right hand massaging his temples in restless frustration, as if seeking answers, yet finding only silence. After a long pause, he finally spoke. Time. Yes, time. That is what we lack most. With time, our combat strength would swell exponentially. Though this was only a probing strike, our symbiont clan hasn't deployed a single soldier, making it a psychological blow to the allied forces. They'll likely need time to reassess and re-strategize before striking again. Lin Yu paused thoughtfully before offering this observation. True, but the multivision clan's other 3 leaders are no fools. These past 3 days, they've surely scrutinized our clan closely. That legendary elder we collectively fabricated, never seen, never confirmed, will inevitably raise their suspicion. Once they reach 5 or 6 parts certainty, they'll attack. And that moment, I fear, draws near. Meng Lulu spoke, grimly frowning. Wang Tiansong listened in silence, his brows knotted into a tight, helpless knot. No solution forthcoming. A soft, fragile voice broke the tension. All 3 instinctively turned toward Gang Tianlin's bedside, only to find Xiao Pang's eyes slowly opening, gazing weakly at them. Wang Tiansong and the others hurried closer, sensing he wished to speak. I'm thirsty. And in 3 faces fell slack. Wang Tiansong even laughed. A wry, exasperated chuckle at Xiao Pang's perfectly timed, utterly mundane interruption. Still he turned and left, returning moments later with a glass of water. Gently lifting Xiao Pang's slight frame, he helped him sip. Xiao Pang steadied the oversized cup with both tiny paws, drinking slowly. After drinking, Xiao Pang seemed marginally revived, his breathing eased, color returning faintly to his cheeks. There's no need for such despair. Though Tianlin remains unconscious, all 3 of you, and your symbiont beasts, are whole. Your reasoning is sound. Given time, the symbiont clan could reverse its fortunes. Yet even your sharpest stratagems cannot stretch time far enough. Still, another path exists. You have all genuinely attained the third realm manifest spirit as prescribed by the symbiosis art. I feel it clearly. My bond with Tianlin is absolute, inseparable. Mere telepathic communion is no longer sufficient. It is time. You must begin true cultivation. Xiao Pang's words ignited a sudden spark in Wang Tiansong's eyes. He knew concocting insecticides would no longer suffice. The reptilian clan would be vigilant. Cultivation, however, was indispensable. But how much can our strength truly increase? Will it meaningfully shift the tide? Meng Lulu acknowledged Xiao Pang's logic, but time, she felt, remained the unyielding bottleneck. Strength is the ultimate arbiter of truth. Victory demands not just numbers, but transcendent power. If time is scarce, then elevate the few into paragons, including Tianlin and all 3 of you. I am certain cultivating the symbiosis art will allow rapid advancement. For you, ascension is not distant, it is imminent. Xiao Pang's confidence was genuine, and Wang Tiansong naturally noticed it, his eyes brightening, as if he understood something. Right? Xiao Pang is absolutely correct. How could I have forgotten this? At this moment, Wang Tiansong seemed to suddenly grasp something. Lin Yu and Meng Lulu were also taken aback, not understanding why Wang Tiansong suddenly appeared so spirited. Think about it up until now. While we all know that the level of manifestation is the highest level of mental connection with our symbiotic beast, from here on we cannot rely solely on this. To continue advancing, we must begin our cultivation. However, the three of you completed the tasks I assigned under tight time constraints without much actual cultivation. Meanwhile, I was busy making pesticides and reflective mirrors, also pressed for time. Yet this busyness is a form of cultivation in itself, and it is precisely this form of cultivation that has granted us even greater strength in this battle. As Wang Tiansong spoke these words, Meng Lulu nodded in agreement. They all sensed that their strength was evidently stronger this time compared to their previous attempt against the 5 leaders. Trust me, life itself is a form of cultivation. It is something we often say back home, and it is undeniably true. As long as we are alive, whether through the growth of our mindset or the advancement of our bodies, we are cultivating. We have only spent a few short days, and without any systematic practice, our strength has already improved. If we were to train systematically, our power would surely increase even more. Now we are comparable to the level of lords. If we advance further, we could surpass them, right? After saying this, Meng Lulu and Lin Yu did not refute, but still felt it was not quite right. Consider this, in any battle, regardless of which side initiates it, a leader is needed. Clearly, we are now the leaders of the symbiotic tribe. There is no denying this. If our strength increases further, it means the strongest member of our tribe gains more power, which in turn places pressure on the opponent. This will give us more time to allow other tribesmen to advance. Thus, we should not be so pessimistic. Instead, we should seize the time we have to further enhance our strength. After all, we are currently the strongest force, and only by becoming stronger can we provide our subordinates with more development time. Wang Tiansong's theory made Meng Lulu and Lin Yu feel it was reasonable. At this juncture, they also understood that without power, they could only await slaughter, which could be seen from the symbiotic tribe's nearly 100 years of life akin to servitude. The absence of strength is indeed a terrifying thing. All right, it's settled. No need to think too much. You all take care of the gang Tian Lin while I draft a plan. This plan should not pose any issues for Uncle Meng Jinka and the others. Wang Tiansong said this and had already left. Meng Lulu and Lin Yu were still a bit confused, but they set aside their doubts. They knew there was no time for hesitation. Since a plan had emerged, they might as well act on it without overthinking. Thus, the symbiotic tribe began to mobilize. Grouped into teams led by Wang Tiansong, Meng Jinka, and Lin Tong, among others, they found their most suitable roles after Wang Tiansong established the training plan and split up to train. The intensity of this training far exceeded what Wang Tiansong had witnessed when he first saw other children training upon receiving his prince status, yet this intensity was clearly manageable for them. Many spectators were taken aback, realizing they had been overly eager for quick results. Perhaps it was the crisis faced by the symbiotic tribe that led the entire group into a state of crisis and inexplicable urgency that compelled everyone to strive harder, thereby risking their own futures. Wang Tiansong had started with no burdens, which allowed for the achievements of today, and he could continue to advance. I never expected to find myself on this grand stage one day, Lin Yu panted, speaking these words. What grand stage? With a punch aimed at Lin Yu's face, Wang Tiansong said breathlessly. I had never thought I would stand among the upper echelons of the symbiotic tribe. It never happened before, and even now it feels incredibly surreal. As Lin Yu spoke, a phantom appeared beside him, prompting both Lin Yu and Wang Tiansong to instinctively attack it, yet they still missed. You possess the ability and strength. Naturally, the tribe respects you, which is why you occupy a high position, right? Similarly, Meng Lulu, breathless, appeared in midair and slowly descended, clearly being the phantom. At this moment, the three of them were burdened with weights totaling over 100 pounds on their hands and feet, yet they were engaged in a high-intensity three-way battle, their breaths uneven. In truth, they had maintained this combat for a full hour and a half. Lulu is right. Wang Tiansong withdrew his fist, reverting from the combined state, and Lin Yu and Meng Lulu followed suit. We are currently the strongest within the symbiotic tribe. We are not lone wolves, nor do we have the luxury to act as such. If our tribe is lost, we lose everything. Thus, what we must do now is to find ways to rapidly improve ourselves to earn more time for the tribe. Wang Tiansong said, his body trembling, clearly struggling to support the burden after reverting from the combined state. Tiansong, are you all right? The prince hovered in the air, appearing somewhat disheveled. Wang Tiansong looked at him with a hint of reluctance in his heart, but at this moment he had to steel himself, because if they could not grow stronger now, how could they expect anything from the tribe? Haha, I'm fine. If you can still hold on, prince, let's continue. I can sense that during the combined state, we actually need some buffer time to enter a perfect combined state. In previous battles, I realized this buffer time was impossible to come by at the onset of high-intensity combat. So considering this, Wang Tiansong and the others were not in their best condition during the last battle. After a week of fighting, I can clearly feel that my required buffer time has significantly decreased. If this continues, I should be able to resolve this issue. As Lin Yu spoke, the next moment flames surged from his body as he punched toward Wang Tiansong, who swiftly evaded, moving 3 to 4 meters away, while sweat flew into the air only to be evaporated instantly by Lin Yu's flames. Recently, the reptilian and multi-eyed tribes have been unusually quiet. Ming Lulu chuckled, joining the fray as she spoke. That's for sure. The previous intimidation surely left a significant impact on them. They probably no longer dare to act recklessly, giving us some time. However, I estimate that the time for a major conflict is not far off. Indeed, it has been too quiet lately. The more so, the more concerning it becomes. Lin Yu sighed. The fortunate thing is that Tian Lin has awakened, but it will take some time for him to recover from his injuries. Meng Lulu added, while Wang Tiansong frowned, sighing, thinking a storm is brewing. As Wang Tiansong spoke, he gazed into the distance towards the direction of the multi-eyed tribe's city-state. He sensed that a great battle was imminent and time was running short. What are you looking at? Lin Yu shouted angrily, punching Wang Tiansong in the face, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood with a large burn mark on his face. Lin Yu showed no mercy. Wang Tiansong merely chuckled and said, "You bastard. You hit me." As he spoke, the prince's phantom appeared behind him, and a gigantic fist swung toward Lin Yu. Who's afraid of whom? Lin Yu snorted, and behind him a massive firebird nearly 40 or 50 meters tall emerged, with its tail divided into 9 streams enveloped in red, orange, and yellow light. With a flap of its wings, the flaming fist charged toward Wang Tiansong's fist. Such training was unique to the symbiotic tribe, making the past week a time of constant awe for them. Meanwhile, within the multi-eyed tribe's city-state, Badu and several leaders were observing the symbiotic tribe. "Are you sure?" said Salmon, who was slightly lower in rank than Badu. The 2 multi-eyed tribe leaders were responsible for observing the symbiotic tribe today. Badu frowned, evidently still hesitating. There should be no mistake. Such high-intensity training has persisted for a long time, and the entire tribe no longer appears as relaxed as before. Moreover, that seemingly powerful individual has yet to make a move, it seems. We have been played. Over the past week, Badu and the others have been observing the entire symbiotic tribe, but have not seen anyone they did not recognize who seemed particularly strong. Instead, the atmosphere within the tribe has grown tense. From this, it appears that the so-called strong individual was likely just a ruse from the start. Is this even possible? Salmon exclaimed in shock. Had the symbiotic clan truly played them for nearly a month? Even now, they had no idea what kind of power resided within this clan. This shouldn't be the case, right? Bado smiled at Salmon and said, "Look at your own face. You know very well that this is already a fact. How could a clan's highest leader remain silent when their people are being invaded by outsiders?" His subordinates Wang Tiansong and Lin Yu were clearly strong enough, but why had this leader not shown himself yet? Moreover, for us, Wang Tiansong is already very difficult to deal with, so why hasn't this leader appeared? He should be stronger than us. It should be simple for him to handle us. But his absence can only prove one thing: this person doesn't exist at all. Otherwise, just his intimidating presence would be enough. Wang Tiansong and Lin Yu have already killed Wei and the Serpent Lord. This alone demonstrates how terrifying their strength is. At this moment, Bado spoke with evident anger, and Salmon was gradually coming to understand. Meanwhile, the Ant Emperor Lord and several others were also present. They were the highest leaders of the reptilian clan and the multi-eyed clan gathered here, but each of them fell silent. For them, this might be a particularly crushing truth. How is this possible? At this moment, even the usually reticent giant spoke up. The massive Ant Emperor sighed helplessly and said, "Wang Tiansong is truly hiding deep. Although he is the enemy, I must admit I respect him." At this point, they could all see that the grand performance put on by the symbiotic clan was undoubtedly orchestrated by Wang Tiansong. It seemed that Wang Tiansong was likely the true leader within the symbiotic clan now. That's right. It must be him. He has spoken the most from start to finish, and he is the most familiar with those strange items, including the mirrors and the green liquid. Clearly, those items appeared because of him, and he was also the one who quickly identified the flaws in the aurora. His strength is exceptionally formidable. Though not as powerful as the Lord, he is not far behind. Under such chaotic conditions, it should have been extremely disorderly, yet because of him, everything seemed orderly. Such ability is beyond our reach. Though he is the enemy, they all understood Wang Tiansong's strength and capabilities. For the symbiotic clan, this person was equally crucial. Gather everyone. Wang Tiansong has yet to directly attack, which clearly indicates they are either afraid or deliberately stalling for time. If there is anything that is severely disadvantageous to them right now, it is their overall combat strength. Their total number of clan members is only about 5,000. As for us, the reptilian clan alone has no less than 10 million members. If we launch a full-scale war, the outcome will be satisfactory. The usually quiet leader of the reptilian clan spoke more at this moment, but all of this was precisely what Wang Tiansong feared, and this person had seen through it. Bado remained silent, quietly listening to this person's words. He too had thought of these things, but had kept them to himself. These individuals were all very cautious and shrewd, unwilling to fight battles without assurance. They also understood that the symbiotic clan likely no longer possessed any strong warriors. It was precisely because of this that everything they were doing was clearly an attempt to stall. If they could stall long enough, perhaps the symbiotic clan would manage to complete something unexpected. For the multi-eyed clan and the reptilian clan, this was undoubtedly bad news, something they would absolutely not want to see. It would be a fatal blow, and they were well aware of it. Thus, they felt that choosing to strike now was absolutely correct, but they also considered another possibility. Although this possibility was slim, it was not impossible. There indeed exists a super strong warrior within the symbiotic clan, and that warrior has likely surpassed them in strength. However, if such a super strong warrior existed, it would not be impossible for the leaders of these two clans to join forces to confront him. They could even potentially hold him back, and in that case the symbiotic clan would be unable to avoid the danger of extermination. Then if this strong warrior has not shown himself, there is only one reason: he is seeking to advance further to strengthen his power even more. Once he takes that step, his strength would become an existence beyond their reach, incapable of being shaken. By then, no matter how many members the multi-eyed clan and the reptilian clan had, they would be unable to save the situation. Forget it. If there is indeed a possibility of a super strong warrior existing, then let him show himself. Even if he does exist, he might very well be in seclusion. If that is the case, then let him remain in seclusion. Staying in seclusion proves he hasn't completed his training. In any case, from any angle, we must attack now. If we delay any longer, we will truly be finished. At this moment, even one of the usually silent leaders of the multi-eyed clan later finally spoke up. All right. At this moment, Bado Saman and the Ant Emperor Lord spoke simultaneously. For them, this was the last opportunity, and this time the strike would be most advantageous for them. Missing this chance would lead to unimaginable consequences. Brothers, Bado and the massive leader of the reptilian clan shouted simultaneously, calling their warriors. This time we will truly mobilize our entire strength. You wouldn't believe it. What we are about to confront is merely the symbiotic clan, which we once deemed the weakest. Even now, they have only 5,000 members, which is their total clan population. Yet this group now has a chance to turn the tables. They posed a tremendous threat to our clan. To eradicate this threat completely, we must find a way to crush them. That is why we chose to form an alliance. Now if we attack, we can catch the symbiotic clan off guard. Moreover, we have only this opportunity to strike. Once we miss this chance, future strikes will be exceedingly difficult, so now all troops heed my command. Attack! Bado and the leader of the reptilian clan shouted in unison, and below the restless crowd began to stir. They were aware of the circumstances surrounding the coalition's vanguard, and the final outcome had turned out like this, which was unacceptable to them. Especially for those who had escaped, there were indeed a few, but only a couple of hundred multi-eyed warriors. This left them with nothing but anger and resentment. The past week had been torturous for them, and they desperately wanted to charge out and annihilate the symbiotic clan. They did not believe that so many of them could not overwhelm the symbiotic clan, but their highest leader had always hesitated. Finally today he spoke, and they all became agitated. Kill! A unified roar erupted from both the multi-eyed clan and the reptilian clan, igniting excitement among their members. This made the leaders nod in approval, but at least their morale was intact, which was the most important. Half an hour after the order was given within the symbiotic clan. How do you feel? Wang Tiansong smiled upon seeing Gang Tianlin, who had just changed clothes after completing training and had gotten out of bed. Gang Tianlin had not participated in training from start to finish, as his body was only in the early stages of recovery. However, once he awakened, his recovery speed had indeed accelerated significantly. Your complexion has nearly returned to normal. It truly surprises me, Wang Tiansong remarked, clicking his tongue in astonishment. He had not expected Gang Tianlin's recovery speed to be this fast. It was thanks to little fatty for absorbing some of the damage for me. If not for that, I'd probably still be lying down now. Wang Tiansong shook his head and said, all right, you should just take some walks for now. There's no need to do anything else. Overexertion will not benefit your injuries. Gang Tianlin merely nodded, watching the three who had just finished training with envy. He too wanted to train, but clearly his body did not permit it. But can you manage with this 100-pound weight tied to you? Gang Tianlin had been observing Wang Tiansong and the others who were always carrying around a 100-pound weight, whether during combat or in daily life. Your mistake in a training has just concluded, so now we bear 300 pounds. However, I also did not expect that our symbiotic clan possesses such high-density metals, just perfect for me to use as sandbags. Don't find it strange, haven't you noticed? The prince has never appeared because we are still in a combined form. He now that we are, if we fight, our combat capability should be stronger than in the previous battle. Wang Tiansong spoke with great confidence, and Gang Tianlin noticed the 3 silver claw marks on his forehead. He no longer expressed surprise, and instead wore an envious expression. Fortunately, even though I was unconscious for a long time, more than 10 individuals in our clan reached the half-fusion level during that time. This is certainly a good thing. At this moment, Gang Tianlin let out a sigh of relief. He was evidently impressed by such a rapid increase in strength, while Wang Tiansong nodded and said, "Yes, as long as we are given a bit more time, even if the coalition arrives, we." But before he could finish, Wang Tiansong keenly heard a strange sound. Boom. A muffled sound. It was muffled because by the time it reached Wang Tiansong's ears, the sound was already very faint. However, Wang Tiansong could imagine that if it were nearby, the sound would be deafening. What? Wang Tiansong's expression changed instantly as he looked into the distance, while Gang Tianlin still appeared puzzled. Tiansong. At that moment, an apparition flashed by, and Meng Lulu appeared before Wang Tiansong. Did you feel it too? Wang Tiansong's expression darkened further. Not only did Lulu feel it, but so did I. Lin Yu appeared before Wang Tiansong carrying 3 different colored flames, his expression equally grave. The coalition is coming. Gang Tianlin could tell something from the expressions of these 3. He quickly guessed the situation and furrowed his brows in surprise, clearly not expecting it to turn out like this. Yes, the coalition is coming. Wang Tiansong did not doubt it for a moment, nodding simply. He then looked at Meng Lulu and said, "Lulu, you are the fastest. Notify all strong warriors above the half-fusion level in the clan at the fastest speed. Gather everyone at the same place as before." After finishing, Wang Tiansong looked at Lin Yu and said, "Let's head to the battlefield first." Lin Yu did not hesitate, directly following Wang Tiansong as they left. As for Gang Tianlin, he said little. He understood that his presence would only be a burden as he had yet to fully recover. "Tianlin, are you going?" Little Fatty, perched on Gang Tianlin's shoulder, looked at him with confusion, evidently not understanding why he chose to stay behind. He can't you see my intentions? If I went, I would just be a burden. Rather than rushing in and causing chaos out of momentary passion, it's far more important to stay behind and recover my strength as quickly as possible." At this moment, Gang Tianlin took a deep breath, his voice filled with determination. "We don't have much time to waste, little Fatty. Let's sit down and cultivate. This way I can recover my strength as quickly as possible. I have seen Wang Tiansong cultivate like this. When he sits cross-legged to sleep at night, a white glow naturally appears around him. There are techniques involved in this, and I have inquired about it. It is very beneficial for my recovery. Let's give it a try." Gang Tianlin understood that this matter was likely even more difficult to resolve than he had imagined, so he appeared unusually serious. "All right." Little Fatty grinned widely, looking very cute, but his heart was boiling with excitement. He was equally eager for battle. Otherwise, it wouldn't have come to this. Meanwhile, Wang Tiansong and Lin Yu soared into the sky, arriving at the battlefield of their last encounter. At this moment, both of their expressions changed. "An army. The army has arrived." Wang Tiansong took a deep breath and finally uttered these words. Could this dense mass truly be the coalition? At this moment, Lin Yu glanced at Wang Tiansong before continuing to gaze ahead. It was afternoon, the sun was somewhat harsh, and the air seemed distorted, yet they could still see the densely packed mass on the ground. Even from high above, it was shocking, especially with the synchronized sound of footsteps. Thump, thump. Their advancing steps echoed like war drums, so thunderous that Wang Tiansong instinctively furrowed his brow at a loss for words to articulate his rising unease. A vast pitch-black tide surged forward. With every stride, the very earth beneath them sank imperceptibly, as if bowing under the weight of their collective might. At this moment, warriors of the arthropod clan and the many-eyed clan marched side by side in relentless formation. Though no spears or shields were visible in their hands, their savage, feral visages sent a chilling tremor down Wang Tiansong's spine. How formidable! What kind of power is this? Lin Yu stood stunned. Though he had already witnessed true warfare and tasted blood firsthand, such an overwhelming host would not have daunted him merely by its sheer numbers. That was simply impossible. It is aura. Each soldier stood tall and defiant, radiating raw savagery and unbridled madness. One such presence would command awe. But when millions upon millions bore that same indomitable aura, the cumulative force became an irresistible tide, shattering even the strongest will. Not even I can stand unmoved, and my own limbs tremble before it. Wang Tiansong voiced his fear without restraint. To suppress terror only magnifies it. To name it aloud, to transmute dread into resolve, is far more vital. How could they possibly close the distance so swiftly? And judging by the army's staggering scale, Lin Yu still saw no end to its rear. Like an entire mountain range gliding sideways across the horizon, its tail vanishing beyond sight. The sheer magnitude. Lin Yu was utterly astounded. Wang Tiansong nodded gravely. If my deduction holds, the many-eyed clan's thousand-mile vision allowed them to observe our skirmish with their vanguard. Later during our brief respite, the supreme warrior we fabricated never appeared. Thus they concluded he must be either illusory or real, yet sequestered in deep cultivation, ascending to a higher realm, and therefore temporarily absent. Had the Alliance's commanders, the chieftains of the many-eyed and arthropod clans, overheard Wang Tiansong's analysis, they would have been struck dumb with astonishment, for it mirrored their very own initial reasoning. Then you mean this is precisely the moment they deem optimal for assault, because delaying further would multiply their cost tenfold. Lin Yu grasped the implication instantly and turned to Wang Tiansong beside him. Wang Tiansong was mildly startled. He himself possessed 2 lifetimes of experience, and yet Lin Yu, a boy not yet 10 summers old, had pierced through the fog of war with startling clarity. It was truly beyond expectation. Precisely. Moreover, their assessment is not unfounded. Our sole objective has always been to buy time, and the longer we delay, the greater our advantage grows. Yet now lies our most vulnerable hour. Our strength is at its nadir. This offensive time to perfection threatens us more than any other moment could. So, we truly cannot withstand such a colossal host. Lin Yu, seeing Wang Tiansong fall silent, anticipated his unspoken thought and voiced it plainly. Wang Tiansong drew a slow, deep breath. He wished not to utter it, but truth demanded acknowledgement. Not only that, we risk total annihilation. There is no recourse. Our population base is catastrophically thin, barely 5,000 souls, and among them only 4, ourselves, possess genuine combat prowess. Even Uncle Meng and your father fall short without exaggeration. Wang Tiansong spoke with unflinching gravity, his tone utterly rational, yet Lin Yu offered no rebuttal. After prolonged companionship, Lin Yu's earlier skepticism toward Wang Tiansong had long since dissolved, replaced by profound respect for his strategic acumen, decisive leadership, and unmatched martial superiority. Having endured several brutal campaigns, Lin Yu had matured markedly. He no longer clung to blind faith. He weighed logic, assessed reality, and understood with sober clarity that this crisis defied simple solutions. Then what do you propose we do? Lin Yu furrowed his brow, not out of disbelief, but because though he fully grasped the peril, no viable path forward presented itself. Fight with our backs to the river. Wang Tiansong did not hesitate. Retreat would reveal our fatal weakness, that the so-called supreme warrior was a fiction, stripping away their last shred of hesitation. Then their onslaught would become unrestrained, swift, and absolute. Only by committing every able-bodied soul within the Symbiosis clan to battle can we force uncertainty onto the field. Moreover, the arthropod and many-eyed clans rely on brute numbers, lacking versatility in tactics or technique. Against our adaptive, unpredictable warfare, even overwhelming odds hold room for reversal. Agreed. Lin Yu wasted no time. He trusted Wang Tiansong's judgment completely and possessed no better alternative. Let us proceed to the battlefield. The clan must already be assembling. Wang Tiansong glanced back. A streak of flame erupted from the Symbiosis clan's heartland. Meng Jinka, unmistakably. Others too were surely converging upon the front lines. Drawing upon lessons from the prior engagement, even the integration of fresh fighters lent the Symbiosis host newfound cohesion and discipline. Alas, only from 200 to nearly 300 warriors. Were each of these fighters equal to Wang Tiansong's caliber, he would feel no anxiety. But presently fewer than 20 among the Symbiosis clan have even attained the 3rd tier of manifest spirit, let alone surpassed it. That stark reality left Wang Tiansong feeling profoundly powerless. That endless black line stretching across the horizon. Surely it's the allied army. Meng Lulu asked urgently, as Wang Tiansong and Lin Yu descended from the sky. From ground level, the enemy host lacked sharp definition, but the sun cast a stark silhouette, a sinuous obsidian line snaking across the land. As the earth itself trembled beneath their advance, all present knew this was no mere vanguard. The many-eyed and arthropod clans had committed their full might. Indeed, Wang Tiansong replied with grim resignation. They intend our utter eradication, granting us not a single breath to rally. His face was carved from stone. Meng Lulu and the others paled visibly. More Symbiosis warriors now assembled in disciplined ranks, marching forth with fervent zeal only to falter inwardly upon beholding that distant ominous black line. Wang Tiansong sensed within this band of fewer than 300 souls the first tremors of wavering morale. Listen well. His expression stern. Wang Tiansong rose slowly into the air, not high but just enough, hovering 2 meters above the crowd, gazing down upon them all. Instantly the murmur of voices ceased. The allied forces of the many-eyed and arthropod clans have mobilized their entire military might. This is no longer a vanguard of 2 or 3,000. It is an army of millions, perhaps tens of millions. Wang Tiansong delivered the truth without embellishment. What? Millions? Gods above, we number only hundreds. How can we possibly fight? A hushed, disbelieving murmur rippled through the ranks. Many voices, not just one. Wang Tiansong found this reaction unsurprising. Confronted by such overwhelming force, despair was inevitable, even for seasoned warriors. But, before panic could erupt anew, his voice thundered, drowning out every other sound. I ask you, have you forgotten how for millennia the Symbiosis clan has suffered under the heel of the many-eyed and arthropod clans? Oppressed, humiliated, bound by chains of inequity, crushed beneath their tyranny, until today. At long last we have drawn breath. And never, not once in all our history, has that breath been so deep, so defiant. 5 arthropod tribes lie extinguished by our hand. 3,000 allied soldiers fled in abject rout. Whatever your feelings, mine are pure, unadulterated catharsis. Every word Wang Tiansong roared carried a resonant, commanding aura. The same force that once shattered Lin Yu's descent into madness. Now fused with truth and passion, those cries ignited flushed, feverish color upon the faces of the fearful. Most of you fought in the last battle. You slew arthropod warriors with your own hands. You know that surge of vindication better than anyone. And some of you, did you not join us precisely to strike down your enemies, to unleash the pent-up fury buried deep within your hearts? Was this not your very purpose? He continued to roar, and not a single soul dared speak. Yet in every pair of eyes dimmed light reignited, burning brighter than before. Victory in this battle means the irreversible collapse of both the arthropod and many-eyed clans. Yes, I acknowledge the odds appear slender. But hear me now, do you truly believe the odds are against us? In my eyes, we march home victorious, back into the arms of your parents, into the embrace of your wives and children. With hearts pounding, you shall recount this legendary battle, not as survivors, but as legends reborn. Wang Tiansong's words reverberated through the hearts of the symbiont people, stirring their emotions until their faces flushed with fervent excitement. Do not mistake my words for empty rhetoric. Think carefully, what is this planet called? No one answered aloud. Meng Lulu and Lin Yu exchanged a glance, as if sealing an unspoken pact. Symbiont Star. The two cried out in unison, a cry that jolted the dazed crowd back to awareness. Indeed, it was Symbiont Star. At that very thought, coupled with the realization of their own identity, a surge of profound pride welled up within them. Though they could not recall the precise splendor of their ancestral glory, they knew with absolute certainty their people had once reigned supreme. This world itself bore their name. Exactly. Symbiont Star. Then tell me, who are we? Wang Tiansong narrowed his eyes, hands clasped behind his back, radiating sovereign authority, the very embodiment of none but I may rule. His presence struck deep into every soul, quelling doubt and hesitation once and for all. The Symbiont Clan. Nearly 300 voices roared as one. The Symbiont Clan. Yes, we are the Symbiont people. Once, oh how long ago, this was a clan of unparalleled brilliance. Once, beyond memory, this pride burned brightest in our hearts. And now, where has that glory fled? Why does that ancient buried pride remain dormant, refusing to awaken? Brothers, comrades. As he spoke, even Wang Tiansong's own heart surged with passion. The longer he dwelled among the symbionts, and the more battles he fought alongside them, the deeper his spirit fused with theirs. In this moment his allegiance was complete, he was one of them. He, Wang Tiansong, was a member of the Symbiont clan. Behind him loomed the colossal shimmering silhouette of Prince, a figure far denser and more vivid than the faint apparition from half a month prior. His massive tail lashed back and forth, his eyes blazed wide open. Though shaped like a feline, he exuded a majesty and ferocity surpassing even the fiercest mountain tiger. Now layered with newfound pride, this awe-inspiring manifestation left the symbiont people breathless. Fervent, electrified, their blood roaring in their veins. Are we truly the last ember of the Symbiont clan, destined to flicker out here and now? We have risen to resist. Shall we fall before the first strike lands? We hold the chance to reclaim our pride. Will we surrender it without a fight? Raise your heads. They are noble, meant to compel the crawling clans and the many-eyed to bow in submission. We are the kings, the sovereigns. This planet belongs to us. They are nothing. Their brazen invasion is an unforgivable affront. As he spoke, Wang Tiansong even let slip a coarse oath, but no one flinched. Instead, anticipation crackled through the ranks. Many had already entered symbiotic fusion, their symbiont beasts flickering visibly at their sides. Retreat now and defeat is certain. The clan will vanish from history in our hands. Fight, and a sliver of hope remains. Speak. Do you truly wish to forget your former glory? Has your pride been utterly erased? Wang Tiansong's roar echoed again, Behind him, Prince's colossal form trembled violently, while gales shrieked across the battlefield. Yet those nearly 300 stood rigid as iron pillars, eyes blazing crimson with unchained ferocity, their primal spirit finally unleashed. Kill. Only one word answered him, but that single syllable stirred such overwhelming emotion within Wang Tiansong that tears threatened to spill. In that instant his heart whispered, it has returned, finally returned. The pride of the Symbiont clan. He was not born to this clan, yet their indomitable war spirit had ignited his soul beyond measure. Good. Suppressing his surging emotions, Wang Tiansong spoke low and steady, then turned gazing upon the vast dust-choked army advancing like a living storm. He threw back his head and laughed, a bold, resonant laugh, and declared, brothers, fight for yourselves, for your parents, for your wives and children waiting anxiously at home. Unleash your full potential, for yourselves alone. Fight gloriously. These words ignited a thunderous, unified roar from the Symbiont ranks. Roar. That war cry pierced the air, reaching even the Allied forces. Though the enemy host marched with earth-shaking force, countless soldiers heard that fierce, defiant bellow and froze mid-stride, stunned into stillness. Their commanders' pupils contracted sharply. This Symbiont clan is no ordinary foe. All leaders reached the same conclusion, and with it a chilling realization: this battle would be far more perilous than they had imagined. Clutch your fists tight. Grip your reflective mirrors firmly. Any one of you may fall today, but remember, you may die, but die gloriously. Die meaningfully. Let them know, we are the monarchs of this world, its undisputed masters. Our dignity is inviolable. Even in decline, the fire in our veins cannot be trampled, not by these inhuman insects, nor by monstrous abominations. Wang Tiansong's voice grew more impassioned, and with each rising cadence, so too did the fervor of everyone present. Their bodies trembled, not with fear, but with exhilaration. All they craved now was battle, to charge forward and tear their enemies limb from limb. Seeing this, Wang Tiansong laughed aloud and proclaimed, listen, well, everyone, follow my commands in battle. This day your name shall echo through eternity. This day your valor will make enemies flee in terror. With our backs to the wall, we seize one last chance. To save our clan, to save ourselves. Fight. Wang Tiansong roared, and instinctively a unique energy signature of the Symbiont art pulsed outward from his body. Every Symbiont present felt it instantly, a wave of raw, unbridled emotion that swept over them like wildfire. Fight! A single deafening shout erupted from 300 throats, its power shaking the enemy ranks anew, sending fresh tremors of dread through their soldiers' hearts. Suddenly, despite their overwhelming numbers, the Allied troops felt dwarfed, not by the Symbiont army, which appeared distant and ant-like, but by an invisible, towering presence they could neither define nor displace. Allied forces, heed this command. The symbionts have clung to Symbiont Star for far too long. Out of mere pity for these vermin, we allowed them to scurry on, until now. Yet now these crawling pests dare rise up against their masters. Such insolence is utterly unforgivable. Advance. Shatter these creatures, once and always insignificant, now reduced to dust. Sweep over them like an unstoppable flood. Their commander too stoked the flames of zeal. His words had effect. The soldiers' unease subsided, though only superficially. Deep down, a quiet anxiety lingered. By contrast, the symbionts stood radiant with unwavering resolve. None hesitated, none waited. Had Wang Tiansong not held them back, they would have charged headlong. This was war after all. Wang Tiansong hovered calmly in midair as Prince's spectral form slowly dissolved. He refused to waste precious strength before the battle even began. The earlier display had served its purpose, sustaining it would be folly. Come then. If you dare oppose the Symbiont clan, you must first pass through me. Wang Tiansong scoffed, and did not even notice how profoundly he now sounded like one of them. Meng Lulu, Lin Yu, you are ordered to bypass all lower-tier adversaries and slaughter their subordinates, without mercy. As the enemy host drew near, Wang Tiansong issued his first tactical command. Understood. Yes, sir. Two sharp replies rang out, both women's eyes gleaming with ruthless intent. Meng Jinka, Lin Tong, and all soldiers who have reached the third tier, manifest spirit. Listen, avoid enemy commanders, and above, protect yourselves and your comrades, and strike freely among lower ranks. Wang Tiansong spoke with lightning speed, yet each word was razor-sharp, crystal clear, to every ear on the field. Yes, only that single word replied, yet it carried absolute conviction. Somehow, without ceremony or decree, Wang Tiansong had become the undisputed leader of the entire Symbiont host. Everyone else, kill without restraint. Remember this, all of you, you are symbionts. Fail to slay at least 30 enemies, and you will sever your own throats after battle. Though stern, the order instilled unshakable confidence. Wang Tiansong trusted their strength implicitly. Each of them was capable of taking on dozens alone. Harsh as it sounded, it ignited their fury, and their response thundered louder than ever. Yes. Damn it. So that's how lethal we are. Then let's get to work. 30. I'll take 50, no 100. More? Such thoughts raced through their minds. Having issued all orders, Wang Tiansong gazed ahead and declared, as for me, I'll disrupt the enemy's entire formation. With Gang Tianlin absent, that role falls to me. He voiced this openly, yet no one doubted his capability. They had all witnessed him stand alone against the Serpent Lord. Even when the beast swelled to 100 meters, Wang Tiansong matched him blow for blow, even gaining the upper hand. Fueled further by his fiery rhetoric, their trust in him had grown almost blind, and now they stood silent, awaiting the clash of the two great armies. No member of the Symbiont clan spoke nor moved. Their formation remained disciplined and orderly. Yet heavy, ragged breaths rose and fell across the ranks, and many fidgeted restlessly, hands unsure where to rest, repeatedly rubbing the reflective mirrors strapped to their right or left forearms. Half an hour later, the Allied forces drew within 300 meters of the Symbiont clan, no more than 300 souls strong. 300 meters seemed distant, but for these three races it was perilously close. Not only could the Multivision clan discern every detail with their twin eyes, even the crawling insect clan's vision pierced the distance with crystalline clarity. The symbionts themselves, having cultivated their bodies, possessed enhanced physiques. Moreover, each had entered a semisynthetic state with their symbiotic beasts, heightening all six senses. To them, the enemy stood as vividly as if face to face. The crawling insect clan advances at the front, the Multivision clan holds the rear, so they intend to use the former as a diversion while unleashing the latter's aurora power as the main force. Indeed, a sound strategy. Wang Tiansong fell silent. Unlike the others' labored breathing, his own was calm and even, his emotions stilled like a still pond beneath ancient stone. In that quietude he gathered momentum, not for restraint but for cataclysmic release. Meng Jinka and Lin Tong adopted the same composure. Wang Tiansong found this unsurprising. They were adults, veterans of past skirmishes, well-versed in attuning themselves to peak readiness. Yet Meng Lulu and Lin Yu gave him pause. Though unable to fully still their nerves, they strove earnestly toward calm. How old were they truly? Not yet 10 summers. For children so young to master such self-command astonished Wang Tiansong deeply, though the astonishment lasted only an instant. Now the two armies stood locked in confrontation. Even the sky above the allied host dimmed heavy with gathering shadow, while the Symbiont clan shone like a fragile solitary flame poised on the brink of extinction. Wang Tiansong had once doubted such phenomena, but now, standing on the cusp of battle, he witnessed nature itself respond, a truth no longer theoretical but visceral. As if cleaved by an unseen blade, light and darkness parted before them. Will the Symbiont clan still refuse surrender? Do you truly wish annihilation? Seeing the symbionts stand unbowed and unbroken, both clan chieftains felt their hearts sink. A chilling intuition stirred. Their earlier assumptions had been flawed. Within this clan lurked a terror beyond reckoning. For without an overwhelming patron, some indomitable presence shielding them, their fierce, unyielding spirit would be impossible. Yet they were grievously mistaken. The words issued from the colossal ant sovereign lord, laced with unmistakable menace. You're nothing but vermin, a crawling speck. Dare you bark at us? Crawl back to your anthill and play king there. Here you hold not a single chance. None anticipated Wang Tiansong's thunderous roar. Waves of sonic force struck the allied ranks like hammer blows to the chest, leaving soldiers gaping stunned. No one expected such raw, unvarnished aggression at first sight. This wasn't psychological warfare, it was outright insult. Had a scolding crone stormed the battlefield. Even more astonishing, the phantom silhouette behind Wang Tiansong, once barely 40 meters tall, now loomed over 50 meters, solid, radiant, immense. Without hesitation, Wang Tiansong charged forward. You dare march upon my threshold and still prattle nonsense? Filth! Die! Die! Like a lawless brawler, he offered no quarter, launching skyward in a single explosive motion. Though 300 gene of weighted gear slowed him slightly, only relative to his own prior speed, he moved faster than before. And now he had no intention of fighting burdened. With a sharp flick of his right arm, the silver bracer on his wrist shot forth toward the allied host. Simultaneously, his left bracer and leg guards followed, hurled with savage force. Oomph! The ant's sovereign lord recoiled in surprise, not merely at the swiftness of the assault, but at its origin. They hadn't provoked it, the symbionts had struck first. Still, he dismissed the flying metal shards as trivial, mere scraps of iron. He knew not they weighed together 300 gene. Nor did he grasp that Wang Tiansong had hurled them with full force, releasing power worthy of 1,000 gene in that instant. Boom! The ant sovereign raised his massive head, instinctively meeting the projectile's heat. A deafening crash echoed across the field. Amidst the symbiont's triumphant cries and the allies' dumbfounded stares, the sovereign was sent sprawling, overturned by sheer impact. What? Ba Duo and his companions gaped in disbelief. Even the colossal figure slumped motionless upon the earth, stirred in shock. This is only the beginning. Simultaneously, Meng, Lulu, and Lin Yu shed their own weights. This time the allied forces learned swiftly, scattering in panic. Still some were struck, none were sovereignty or their hides thick enough to shrug off such blows. A commander-level soldier crumpled under impact, blood spraying as he collapsed, incapacitated instantly. Lower-rank warriors were flung bodily through the air. Thus, before true combat had even begun, 3 crawling insect soldiers lay dead. This is the Symbiont clan's answer to you. Filth, you dream of greatness. Dream on. Kill. Wang Tiansong's command rent the air from above. Kill. Eager beyond endurance, the symbionts completed their fusion, slipping instantly into battle form, and surged forward against the allied host. The ant sovereign, truly worthy of his rank, possessed staggering resilience. Though dazed by the blow, he staggered upright again. A deep dent marred his skull, but his combat prowess remained undiminished. Fools. Idiots. You spurn mercy, so perish utterly. Close combat units, advance. Humiliated and enraged, the ant sovereign issued the order. Other chieftains followed suit. Shamed by the symbiont's sudden strike, the allied host now advanced en masse, fury driving their charge. These close combat units were in truth the crawling insect clan. For simplicity's sake within the coalition, they bore that designation, while the Multivision clan served as long-range artillery. Truly foolish. Only now do you move. Wang Tiansong and his 2 comrades, already primed, already striking, felt instantaneous lightness as their burdens vanished. That exhilarating freedom absent for so long moved them nearly to tears. Freed thus, their speed, already formidable, now blurred into shimmering afterimages. Meng Lulu was most terrifying of all. Layer upon layer of phantoms bloomed in her wake. Hundreds of illusory cells flickering across 300 meters in the blink of an eye, her velocity reaching absolute zenith. At such velocity, the concussive force she generated was no trifling matter. From the first clash, she began her slaughter. In moments, over a dozen allied warriors, commanders and foot soldiers alike, were pierced clean through. Spectators watched in horror as torsos slumped lifelessly to the earth, while severed limbs hung suspended midair, like fish caught in water refusing to fall. Even Wang Tiansong stared stunned, then emboldened. For them, this battle was always a desperate gamble, 9 chances of death to 1 of survival. Yet here, seizing the initiative, Wang Tiansong realized he had underestimated his own side's might. Lulu's brilliance knows no bounds. A man will not lag behind. Lin Yu laughed aloud, 3 luminous auras swirling about him. Where the ground had lain still, miniature active volcanoes now erupted one after another. Each tiny volcano claimed a crawling insect warrior. In short order, Meng Lulu and Lin Yu together had slain over 100. Lin Yu, this task is grave. Harass the Multivision clan by any means necessary. Only you can fulfill it. Tread carefully. Wang Tiansong's voice dropped low, heavy with gravity. Lin Yu nodded solemnly. Rest assured. You said it yourself, seek no glory, only avoid failure. I'll take no unnecessary lives, only disrupt them. His words startled Wang Tiansong. True, Lin Yu could have slaughtered countless Multivision warriors, but this time their barrage would be relentless, unceasing. One hit would invite a second certain doom. Yet Lin Yu, though burning with fervor no less intense than the others, held his fire with remarkable discipline, earning Wang Tiansong's profound respect. Then I'm off. Without waiting for reply, Lin Yu dashed forward. War had begun, hesitation meant ruin. He pressed onward, heedless of what unfolded behind him. Think you'll break through? At last the colossal serpentine body coiled upon the earth shot upward, speed matching Lin Yu's own. At this rate, he would surely intercept. But Lin Yu ignored him, pressing ahead. Your opponent is me. Wang Tiansong's voice rang out. 3 titanic tails lashed around Lin Yu, forming an impenetrable shield. The leaping behemoth slammed into those tails, harder than tempered steel, and rebounded thwarted. So this is the eldest of the 3 sovereign lords, the centipede demon. Merely more legs than most. Let me sever them all, then see if you rise again. Wang Tiansong sneered, releasing arcs of white light whenever his hands were free, each striking down scores of crawling insect soldiers. Before blades even crossed, the crawling insects paid dearly, enraging their sovereign beyond measure. Now the beast coiled, its very existence justifying its rank. Its length neared 40 meters, crossed that threshold, and it would ascend beyond sovereignty entirely. Such a being demanded Wang Tiansong's utmost seriousness. Youngling, you possess clever tricks, but now you've ignited my wrath. Let me show you plainly you are but clowns dancing on a stage. The centipede sovereign finally exploded in fury, a rage-dormant Freeans. To be mocked by a symbiont, whom he deemed already broken, gasping out final breaths before judgment, was intolerable. Wang Tiansong roared with laughter. Rage freely. I'd love to weigh your fury, see if it outweighs me. At Wang Tiansong's level, numbers lost meaning. His sole objective was clear the centipede sovereign. Topple him, and the crawling insect's morale would shatter. Naturally, the centipede sovereign harbored the same conviction. He too recognized that though Meng Lulu and Lin Yu were extraordinary, the true linchpin was Wang Tiansong, making their intentions eerily aligned. Now the ant sovereign himself rushed forward. This was war. No honor-bound rules barred overwhelming force. Wang Tiansong welcomed it. His plan was unfolding perfectly. His aim had always been to destabilize the battlefield, and the first step was binding the enemy's strongest warrior. That freed his allies to act. Every tier of the symbiont clan surpassed their foes in strength, with the sovereigns occupied, and Meng Lulu, Meng Jinka, and others holding the line. Even numerical superiority would yield only carnage. Two crawling insect sovereigns, honored indeed to face you both. Without further word, Wang Tiansong lunged, his colossal phantom prince mirroring the motion. A single devastating fist hurtled toward the ant sovereign. Trivial sleight of hand. The ant sovereign no longer regarded his opponent with disdain, yet even this seemingly simple fist strike failed to fully command his gravity. His crimson body arched, transforming into a vast scarlet arch, resembling a bridge forged from molten ore. Suddenly, a pair of nearly translucent wings snapped open, deflecting Wang Tiansong's colossal fist with effortless force. In the same instant, the ant sovereign launched himself skyward, soaring higher than Wang Tiansong himself. Then came the rapid, resonant hum, his wings vibrating at blinding speed. Remarkable defense. Those wings are no ordinary appendage. Wang Tiansong felt the astonishing resilience of those wings the moment his fist recoiled. With a single blow, he could make the ground tremble for seconds across a radius of 1 li and shatter Earth into craters 7 or 8 meters wide. Yet this time his strike had been dismissed as lightly as dandelion fluff. Such was the terrifying might of that winged defense. Yet seeing the ant sovereign vault so effortlessly into the air, Wang Tiansong simply abandoned pursuit. Instead, he cast a glance toward the uplifted head of the centipede lord and chuckled darkly. With a swift pivot, his massive tail swept horizontally across the battlefield. A cacophony of shrieks erupted as countless arthropod warriors were hurled skyward, while others collapsed inward, crushed into unrecognizable pulp. Though the centipede lord knew Wang Tiansong was agile, he had never imagined such preternatural fluidity. Simultaneously, fury surged. He had been utterly ignored, dismissed as irrelevant, while Wang Tiansong turned his wrath upon the arthropod rank and file. This is war, not some duel of honor. If you two dare strike me together, why should I refrain from striking your soldiers? Even as he spoke, Wang Tiansong continued his assault, his velocity rivaling Meng Lulu's own. Between just these two alone, the allied melee forces were thrown into utter chaos. Damn it, brother, I'll handle that girl. You must take down this youth. The ant sovereign had already realized the peril. Meng Lulu's illusions numbered in the hundreds, each a perfect phantom, sowing unbearable confusion across the battlefield. To allow this unchecked would cost the arthropod clan dearly. Leave it to me, the centipede lord replied tersely, then shot forward with impossible speed toward Wang Tiansong, whose expression hardened instantly. Earlier, Lin Yu's aerial velocity had already been extraordinary, yet this centipede lord matched its stride for stride. Clearly, Wang Tiansong held no advantage in swiftness, but paradoxically that very realization settled his nerves. Lin Yu, stay vigilant. The sole figure still gnawing at Wang Tiansong's composure was Lin Yu. As the ranged division, the Multivision clan's 3 paramount leaders remained far from the front lines. They had witnessed Lin Yu's annihilation of Wei firsthand, and knew well without their strongest offensive, their defensive frailty rendered them little more than lambs awaiting slaughter. Thus Lin Yu now faced not one but all 3 Multivision lords in concert, alongside an endless tide of their warriors. Tiansong, I'll reinforce Lin Yu. My flame attacks can support him too. Meng Jinka swiftly closed the distance to within 30 meters of Wang Tiansong, propelled by controlled flame detonations midair, and called out. No, your flames erupt outward. They cannot shield you. Your duty is to protect the rest of the symbiote clan and slay as many enemies as possible. Wang Tiansong's tone brooked no dissent. Though Meng Jinka bore the title of clan chief on this battlefield, Wang Tiansong commanded, and a soldier obeyed without question. He granted Meng Jinka no deference, for indulgence here could cost her life. Meng Jinka understood completely. She offered no protest, not even a nod, before vanishing skyward, accelerating faster than before. So you fancy yourself a general now, but with so few under your banner, what difference can you possibly make? The centipede lord roared with mocking laughter. Laugh all you like, for soon you'll have far more reason to grimace. Wang Tiansong grinned slyly. Behind him loomed a 50-meter ethereal silhouette, dwarfing even the centipede lord by over 10 meters. Fist after fist flew, but Wang Tiansong soon realized his foe possessed equal agility. Most blows missed entirely, and those that landed inflicted negligible harm. Meanwhile, the initial bloodshed subsided, and the two armies finally collided. The thunderous crunch of bodies clashing drowned out battle cries, and madness seized the entire field. At the elite front, Meng Lulu danced around the Ant Sovereign with dizzying speed, taunting, evading, landing sporadic strikes. Yet after several brutal impacts, the Ant Sovereign's carapace transmuted into gleaming gold. Thereafter, Meng Lulu's blows, powerful enough to slay commanders outright, bounced off harmlessly. She recognized the truth. He had activated his combat form, unchanged in size, but fortified beyond measure. Whenever she attempted to break away and strike other frontline warriors, the Ant Sovereign anticipated her every move. Circling each nearby soldier, he bombarded them relentlessly, forcing her phantoms to coalesce into reality. Should she target another warrior, he'd leap instantly, interposing his body to halt her advance. A stalemate ensued. Elsewhere, Wang Tiansong and the centipede lord fought in mirrored fluidity, though the latter held superior raw strength, a fact Wang Tiansong keenly sensed. The former wielded ethereal projections, not flesh and bone. Each impact harmed only the projection, leaving Wang Tiansong unscathed. Conversely, the centipede lord absorbed several strikes, but Wang Tiansong's preparations were often incomplete, rendering his blows superficial. Thus, this arena too settled into deadlock, and the allied ranged forces, held at bay, single-handedly, by Lin Yu. Lin Yu had slain no one. Yet whenever enemy archers or mages prepared to fire, he unleashed searing flame barrages to disrupt their aim. Any projectile aimed at him met only empty air as he darted aside with uncanny reflexes. For now, the ranged division stood paralyzed, utterly unable to aid their beleaguered melee comrades. Then emerged the rarest, most surreal spectacle imaginable upon any battlefield. The symbiotes, bereft of insecticide support, slaughtered arthropod soldiers in relentless succession. And not a single symbiote bore so much as a wound. This surge must stem from that initial ambush, morale inflating their ferocity. But exhaustion will claim them soon enough. The centipede lord stared stunned at the lopsided carnage. Yet he mastered his shock, drew a deep breath, and deduced a plausible explanation. But what followed shattered his assumption utterly. Each symbiote conserved energy with surgical precision, expending minimal stamina for maximal effect. Fatigue was unthinkable. Moreover, though surrounded on all sides, not a single symbiote had suffered injury, even now. Meanwhile, arthropod casualties mounted past 1,000, outpacing even the pace of Wang Tiansong's skirmishes. Impossible. Both the centipede lord and the Ant Sovereign froze in disbelief. That feat, so utterly inconceivable, had materialized before their eyes. And it was the symbiotes who had wrought this miracle. Wang Tiansong merely smiled faintly at the centipede lord's astonishment, unmoved, unbothered. Inwardly he mused, of the symbiotes I know best. Our collective strength surpasses yours, so when matched evenly, victory is ours by design. Thus our strongest three hold your strongest at bay, while our manifest spiritier warriors engage your commanders, overwhelming them with ease. This frees them to shield our half-fused ear fighters, against whom your soldiers and officers pose no threat whatsoever. Even if a commander slips through, another manifest spirit warrior stands ready to intercept, nullifying the breach. We appear few, but precisely because of that our formation is compact, our perimeter manageable. Beyond our trio, over a dozen manifest spirit warriors remain, more than sufficient to seal every angle of this 300-strong circle. Every incoming attack is intercepted. Tell me, how then do you intend to fight on? Wang Tiansong's confidence was absolute. This was the very strategy he had devised at the outset, now unfolding at its zenith. Meng Jinka and the others reaped the full benefit of this masterstroke, each awestruck, humbled, and empowered beyond measure by Wang Tiansong's commands. Annihilate them. Fueled by this momentum, the symbiote's aura surged. 300 warriors outnumbered tenfold, or more, pressing back an entire legion of arthropod soldiers with unassailable dominance. Impossible. Kill them now? Even if these foes are formidable, their numbers are pitifully few. We could drown them in our sheer mass. At this moment, the Lord-tier commanders were all detained elsewhere. The highest ranking among those present was merely a captain-tier arthropod warrior who now assumed temporary command. Yet his composure crumbled instantly. Witnessing such carnage, he stood dazed and paralyzed. Already over 20 or 30 of his peers, fellow captains, had fallen. They could not fathom it. What manner of beings were these? How could they possess such overwhelming combat prowess? Not a single one had even been wounded, let alone slain. Meanwhile, the 300 symbiont warriors held unbroken formation while waves of arthropod soldiers surged forward, only to be cut down one after another. Full army, heed my order. Advance and retreat as one. No one shall break ranks. Within the symbiont battle circle, Meng Jinka served as supreme commander. At his decree, every warrior unified their will. Their formation, a tightly coiled ring, contracted further, still advancing as a single seamless entity. This was Meng Jinka's own tactical insight. He sensed that their overwhelming dominance had instilled paralyzing dread in the arthropod ranks. To charge forward now was tantamount to suicide. So many simply froze in place. Yet prolonged stalemate invited peril. Ranged assaults loomed ever closer. Though Lin Yu's interference disrupted targeting, such attacks remained imminent and would prove catastrophic. Thus now was the hour to crush the arthropod's last vestige of hope. As the arthropod close combat forces instinctively recoiled, Meng Jinka did not loosen his formation. Rather, he tightened it further, binding his warriors into absolute synchrony. To slay they advanced as one, to defend they hardened into an unbreakable iron sphere. No force dared dream of shattering it. Kill. Once the compact formation surged forward, directly toward the stunned, hesitant arthropod warriors, they reeled in disbelief. What was this? Could it truly be that thousands upon thousands of warriors could not breach the defense of fewer than 300? Their staggering losses were grievous enough, but now as fear rooted them in place, the symbionts launched a disciplined offensive. Targets were selected with ruthless precision, none were engaged out of sequence, none strayed from the formation, thus forging their unity ever more unassailable. Wang Tiansong, observing from afar, could not ignore the scene. The stench of blood hung thick and cloying. Even at great distance high above the battlefield, its metallic tang assaulted his senses. This crimson miasma carried urgent pheromonal signals to the Centipede Lord and the Ant Emperor, igniting their fury. Was it possible? Fewer than 300 symbiont warriors had routed the arthropod legions, leaving them scrambling, helpless, stripped of all resistance. Wang Tiansong diverted his attention momentarily, surveying the fray, and a cold, sardonic smile curled his lips. Gather tighter. Gather even denser. Just a little more, and it will be perfect. His pulse quickened, not outwardly but inwardly, while his hands never slackened their relentless assault upon the Centipede Lord. The Lord's mounting agitation in turn fractured his strikes, making him easier prey. Ha! You have lost. Wang Tiansong roared with laughter. Nonsense. The Centipede Lord, no longer able to mock, Wang Tiansong spoke through teeth clenched in icy contempt. Wang Tiansong merely chuckled, dismissive, provoking the Lord's wrath until he bellowed, his body swelling violently from 7 or 8 meters in girth. It swelled past 10, and its length continued to stretch inexorably. I knew it. The Serpent Lord possessed a battle form, so too did the Ant Emperor, and even rank-and-file arthropod warriors bore their own. Was the Centipede Lord truly exempt? Yet he had withheld it until now, surely due to some grave flaw. Wang Tiansong thought thus. Just as the Centipede Lord transformed into a being vaster even than the Serpent Lord, colossal enough to blot out the sky. At that sight, Wang Tiansong's heart lurched violently. Dangerous. Before Wang Tiansong could gauge the Lord's newfound power, the other 3 battle zones registered the transformation and recoiled in shared shock. Not good. Lin Yu and Meng Lulu cried out almost in unison. Meng Jinka's face blanched white. Symbionts, advance without pause. Maintain formation. Evade en masse. Wang Tiansong's command thundered into every symbiont's mind. Instantly their awe dissolved into razor-edged focus. Their eyes sharpened with lethal intent as they redoubled their assault, now fiercer, more ferocious than before. How absurd, the Centipede Lord laughed. Yet you have forced me to unveil my battle form. That at least proves your worth. Even as he spoke, his titanic body plummeted downward. Sluggish and unwieldy compared to his former agility, this body, twice the Serpent Lord's size, threatened annihilation with a single crushing descent. So his speed has indeed slowed. Wang Tiansong drew a deep breath, relief flickering, though fleeting. He inhaled sharply. Behind him, the colossal, ethereal silhouette solidified. Radiant white light pulsed across his frame. Then, the phantom merged seamlessly into his flesh. 3 tails, each 3 meters long, reappeared at his back. His irises turned amber, his right fist clenched midair as he shot upward, gathering luminous energy with terrifying intensity. The descending behemoth eclipsed all light, its shadow swallowing the sky, its descent chilling the soul. Wang Tiansong's gaze turned glacial. Shake heaven. His right fist surged upward, launching a searing white beam 5 to 6 meters wide, faster than thought. It struck the Centipede Lord's massive form with a detonation like a missile's point-blank blast. Earth trembling, Wang Tiansong's robes whipping wildly, sand and stone erupting skyward, gales tearing wildly. Dozens of arthropod warriors were hurled aloft, or torn apart outright. Uncoagulated blood leapt from the earth, scattering like crimson rain. The symbionts, however, wove their unique energy signatures into a unified shield, a natural barrier. Though tremors reverberated through it, the formation held firm. Meng Jinka and the strongest warriors formed its unyielding outer shell, impervious to such concussive force. Unlike the arthropods, who staggered in disarray, a silent spurt of blood erupted from Wang Tiansong's mouth. He plummeted, limbs uncontrolled, toward the ground. Prince! At his mental cry, Prince's immense phantom reappeared, halting Wang Tiansong's fall just in time. Yet even so, Wang Tiansong's face had turned deathly pale. Such a colossal form. It is truly Mount Tai descending. Even with every ounce of my strength, I barely stemmed its descent. Wang Tiansong's heart sank. But the centipede lord fared no better. Armor cracked where the beam struck. Concussive force left him gasping, his downward momentum violently reversed by that titanic blow. All witnesses stood frozen, Meng Lulu and Lin Yu included. None had imagined Wang Tiansong could halt such a mountainous assault. Not one among them could have accomplished it. Let us see how many times you can endure this. Stunned and wounded, the centipede lord reeled inwardly. How could Wang Tiansong possess such monstrous might? Yet as the direct opponent, the lord sensed Wang Tiansong's exhaustion. He was spent, nearing collapse. So the moment his descent was halted, the lord gathered power anew, his body descending once more, heavier, deadlier. Do not go. Another impact may shatter your body. Prince's voice echoed urgently within Wang Tiansong's mind. He knew it well. He was already bleeding profusely, his internal organs displaced. But he understood, if he failed now, the symbiont's formation would splinter. Their sole advantage, unity, would vanish, plunging the battle into its most brutal, desperate phase. No, Prince, lend me your power. Wang Tiansong resolved, fierce and unhesitant. Though Prince had counseled restraint, he offered no resistance, knowing full well should Wang Tiansong falter, all would be lost. The sunlight vanished, eclipsed by a colossal silhouette, plunging toward the symbiont clan like a divine pillar anchoring the seas. Taking a deep, steadying breath, Wang Tiansong suppressed all turmoil within, his emotions, his grievous wounds, all silenced beneath iron discipline as he calibrated himself for peak combat readiness. Though the centipede lord's strike was deceptively slow, its descent would annihilate the symbiont clan outright if left unchallenged. Prince's immense astral projection dissolved once more, while Wang Tiansong's aura of white light blazed with renewed, incandescent intensity. It must be blocked. Not even Wang Tiansong alone bore this resolve. Prince too resonated with his mind and heart, comprehending the immutable truth. Upon their shoulders rested an irrevocable burden, and they would bear it. The white radiance swelled ever brighter, so dense, so potent it began to transmute at its core. Wang Tiansong himself now shone like a miniature sun, blinding radiant. Yet still he gathered energy, drawing power deeper into his being, shaking heaven. At last he unleashed every ounce of his accumulated might, a searing beam of white light, far grander than before, surging forth. At its vanguard all beheld the unmistakable visage of the ancient Chinese dragon, twin horns, long flowing whiskers, and massive fangs, etched in luminous clarity. In that instant the beam shimmered with nascent draconic form, on the cusp of transcendence. A cold, sharp snort escaped Wang Tiansong's lips as he declared, "Centipede Lord, I concede I underestimated you. Your battle form surpasses even my gravest expectations. Yet do you truly believe such a form can shatter the unity of the symbiont clan? You will pay a terrible price." Fury hardened Wang Tiansong's gaze, while the centipede lord, sensing his assault had not only been halted, but wounded him, understood instantly repeating the same strike would yield the same result. So he escalated, pouring greater force into his descent. Let us see how you dare block me. The monstrous centipede lord plummeted, deliberately accelerating his fall, gravity itself lending terrifying momentum to his descent. Yet Wang Tiansong's counterstrike was no less formidable. Both fought with absolute, desperate commitment. The centipede lord to break the stalemate, Wang Tiansong to preserve it. Boom! A cataclysmic detonation shook the battlefield, its shockwave engulfing the entire field. The earth beneath them fractured violently, and the maelstrom of wind coalesced into razor-edged gales capable of severing flesh. Scores of arthropod warriors were sliced apart midair by those lethal wind blades. The symbionts, though battered by the gale, remained untouched. Their comrades among the arthropods intercepted every wind blade at the outer edge of the formation. Still the ground trembled beneath them. Where once stretched barren steppe, now sprawled an expanse of lifeless desert. The last vestiges of vegetation were torn from the soil, its vitality utterly extinguished. Wang Tiansong's robes shredded violently in the tempest, his facial muscles contorted under sheer pressure. Crack! His right arm fissured, deep, jagged cracks spiderwebbing across his skin. Blood erupted from the fractures. Then his face, lacerated as if struck by shattered glass, followed by his neck, chest, and down to his feet, until his entire body was a tapestry of wounds. His spiritual aura collapsed, suddenly devastatingly spent. You seek breakthrough? Then you shall pay the price. Wang Tiansong sneered, unyielding despite his ravaged form. With his final reserves, he channeled every remnant of white light into the lingering beam, aiming precisely where he had already wounded the Centipede Lord, an injury the foe vainly concealed, yet could not hide from Wang Tiansong's relentless perception. Blood gushed anew from the wound. The Centipede Lord staggered under grievous harm. And then, Wang Tiansong fell utterly drained, his body powerless, descending like a spent star. Symbiont clan, disperse the formation. Each word tore from Wang Tiansong's throat in a spray of blood, some flecked with viscera, but still he roared the command. Even Prince, drenched in crimson, separated from their fused state, collapsing weakly away. The Centipede Lord's colossal form continued its descent, not with predatory fury, but with the dreadful inertia of a fallen titan spent beyond resistance. Yet even in collapse, its mass struck with the force of a mountain dropped from heaven. At Wang Tiansong's cry, the symbionts reacted without hesitation. Divide into 4 groups: southwest, northwest, northeast, southeast. Meng Jinka's urgent shout ignited immediate motion. In an instant, the unified force fragmented into 4 swift, agile units, surging outward along cardinal axes, so sudden, so precise that the arthropod warriors stood frozen, unable to react as the symbionts vanished into motion. The great centipede body crashed down, while Wang Tiansong lay utterly depleted, incapable even of lifting a finger. Then, a streak of white phantasm surged forward, swelling rapidly. Wang Tiansong felt himself enveloped in a gentle, yielding force. Prince, frail and trembling, curled limply against his chest, and Wang Tiansong's heart clenched with sorrow. I'm sorry. I've drawn you into this too, he whispered inwardly. Prince shuddered violently, sensing the apology, and slowly opened wide, luminous eyes. He crawled weakly to Wang Tiansong's chest, tiny paws gently encircling his neck. What you did is what I wished to do. I am proud of you. There is no need for apology. His voice was faint, fragile, yet it lifted Wang Tiansong's spirit, easing his agony, if only for a breath. A 3-tailed kitten nestled quietly in Wang Tiansong's arms while Meng Lulu cradled him, close, carrying him swiftly back to solid ground, then darting straight to Meng Jinka's side. How is he? Meng Jinka's small contingent parted, instantly clearing space at the center, where Wang Tiansong was gently laid. Critically weakened, his body riven with fractures, but with prompt treatment he may yet survive. Meng Lulu's voice carried glacial severity. Meng Jinka watched his daughter's kneeling silhouette, her back rigid, her expression unreadable, and his own gaze grew complex, layered with quiet awe and something deeper unspoken. Place him under my protection. None shall touch him, unless they first step over my corpse. Yes, rest assured, we will protect Lord Wang Tiansong. Awe rippled through the onlookers, many instinctively addressing the 10-year-old boy as Lord, stunned into reverence by his transcendent strength. Wang Tiansong, grievously wounded, could only sigh inwardly, too exhausted even to protest. No. Meng Lulu's reply was absolute, her eyes flashing with such piercing frost it seemed ice might crystallize in the very air. She lifted her gaze toward the distant, shrinking form of the fallen Centipede Lord. With me here, who dares harm him? Her conviction dwarfed all others present, absolute, sovereign, unassailable. As long as she stood, no force, no army, no god, could breach her will to shield him. Wang Tiansong's eyes shifted faintly, gazing upon the girl's resolute, heartbreaking silhouette, and something long dormant within him stirred, deep, tender, and profoundly human. Lin Yu. Meng Lulu's commanding voice cut through the chaos, summoning Lin Yu back from his engagement with the multi-eyed clan. In mere heartbeats, Lin Yu returned, long crimson hair disheveled, bearing signs of fierce combat, yet his fighting spirit undimmed, his power intact. All recognized the steel in Meng Lulu's gaze, the wrath burning beneath, and understood Wang Tiansong could no longer lead. Now she would assume command. It seems you'll need to activate the celestial flame plan ahead of schedule, she said, her tone edged with reluctant apology. Though Lin Yu stood at the periphery, unable to see Wang Tiansong directly, he'd grasped everything the moment he witnessed his friend's abrupt, uncontrolled descent from the sky. In over a month of relentless skirmishes, Wang Tiansong had never once exhausted himself, let alone fallen from the heavens in such ruin. Leave it to me. Even without your order, I intend to burn these vermin to ash today. His friend's grievous injury had ignited a furnace of fury within him, just as it had when Gang Tianlin lay broken upon the battlefield. Without pause, Lin Yu launched skyward. Glancing at the scattered symbiont formations, he gave a curt nod. Flames of 3 hues blazed across his body, and behind him a colossal firebird, 50 meters tall, materialized. According to Wang Tiansong, this was no ordinary beast, it was Zhu Ke, the vermilion bird, divine phoenix of legend. The phoenix unfurled wings vast enough to span 20 meters, leaving the arthropod warriors dumbstruck mouths agape. Even the newly arrived ant emperor recoiled in shock, uncertain of Lin Yu's intent, yet overwhelmed by a primal sense of peril. Full alert, he bellowed. The arthropod ranks snapped into defensive posture, motionless, paralyzed by the certainty that any misstep would invite annihilation. All Aurora archers, prepare for volley, Ba Duo shouted urgently. Freed from Lin Yu's interference, the multi-eyed clan's ranged division seized the opening, drawing their weapons, readying their celestial beams. Don't move. Nothing pleases me less than your reckless motion. Lin Yu's thoughts burned with cold fury, while his eyes caught the distant flickering glow of gathering light. He knew the multi-eyed clan was about to unleash the Aurora barrage. Symbiont forces, hold formation, execute high-speed evasion. Lin Yu's command echoed, and instantly every symbiont moved as one. No questions asked. Their paths were narrow yet ceaselessly fluid, dancing just beyond reach. The Ant Emperor remained baffled, until Lin Yu's lips curled into a chilling smile. Let these provincial fools finally taste the true meaning of Celestial Flame Scourge. Burn in the sacred fire's pure devotion, Celestial Flame Scourge. Lin Yu roared, and from his very core erupted a spiraling column of tri-hued flame soaring nearly 20 meters high. The air around him warped visibly, shimmering, distorting under unbearable heat. Simultaneously from beneath the earth, without warning, identical columns of 3-colored fire burst upward, modest in height, only 3 or 4 meters, but spreading across half the battlefield. More than half the arthropod warriors screamed in agony, some vanishing into ash before a cry could even escape their throats. This was the true Celestial Flame Scourge, a technique designed to consume all who entered its radius. The Celestial Flame plan had been conceived by Wang Tiansong from the outset, using the symbiont's circular formation as bait, luring the arthropod warriors into tight proximity, so that once the entire enemy host converged within Lin Yu's flame domain, he would unleash the Scourge, annihilating the Alliance's melee forces in a single decisive stroke. The Alliance had long known of the Scourge, but previously Lin Yu had improvised it, spontaneously refining it after merging with horror and gaining profound insight into flame resonance. Though its existence was known, its current potency was incomparable. Even with forewarning, Wang Tiansong's early deployment of Lin Yu against the multi-eyed clan had dulled the arthropod's vigilance, and the symbiont's impenetrable cohesion had forced the enemy into dense formation. Yet Wang Tiansong's collapse disrupted the perfect timing, robbing the Scourge of its full potential. Still, its devastation was undeniable. The 3-colored flames swept across the field like grim reapers harvesting life after life. Despair, helplessness. That was all they felt before the fire, utter, irreversible helplessness. Not long after, every warrior present could smell a burnt odor, and it was clear that it was the smell of flesh being charred. However, this meat was not from ordinary beasts, but from the bodies of countless soldiers of the insectoid race. The tricolor flames did not extinguish, but continued to burn, forming a natural barrier that perfectly separated the forces of the symbiotic tribe from those of the insectoid race. This left the coalition in a state of despair as countless blood evaporated in the air and the ground was stained black with the blood that had been dried up. After a long duration, the flames finally began to subside, and the surviving insectoid warriors had diminished by half compared to before. At this moment, not only the coalition, but even the symbiotic tribe gasped in shock. They were aware of Lin Yu's power, but they never imagined that he could be this formidable, inflicting such a significant loss to the insectoid race with a single strike. For the entire coalition, this was akin to Lin Yu single-handedly annihilating a quarter of their fighting strength. This is insane. It truly is insane. How many strong warriors does the symbiotic tribe possess? Just that single attack would have likely killed several of us Lord-level fighters. At this moment, even the Ant King Lord was immensely shocked. He could never have imagined that a single member of the symbiotic tribe could so thoroughly weaken a quarter of their coalition's fighting strength. Of course, such a powerful attack appeared terrifying to outsiders, but with such intense power, there would naturally be a corresponding price to pay. Originally, according to Wang Tiansong's plan, although this strike could not wipe out the insectoid forces completely, it should have diminished them by 3/4. In other words, it should have left the insectoid forces with less than 30% of their fighting strength. Yet at this moment, they still had 50% remaining, failing to achieve the intended goal. Even Lin Yu wore a reluctant expression, but his stamina no longer allowed him to unleash the same attack again. Thus he knelt on the ground, seemingly devoid of the strength to stand. All right, you did exceptionally well. We'll take care of the rest. Meng Lulu patted Lin Yu on the shoulder, sensing his unwillingness, and offered a few comforting words. It can only be this way. As Lin Yu spoke, he sat cross-legged on the ground, taking a deep breath. The flames surrounding him did not extinguish, though they were not as fierce as before. They exuded an inexplicable gentleness. For streams of fire gently appeared around the 4 small divisions of the symbiotic tribe, tightly encircling them. Good. The flame defense has been established. While this fire cannot prevent the coalition's attacking forces, it can effectively shield against long-range attacks in conjunction with your reflective mirrors. Meng Lulu nodded upon seeing the encircling gentle flames. This fire was an attack method specifically devised by Lin Yu during their special training sessions. Though it was termed an attack, it was more accurately a defensive posture. This fire had minimal issues, yet it could easily achieve the effect of distorting light, significantly diminishing the effectiveness of the multi-eyed tribe's attacks. At this moment, the members of the symbiotic tribe were slightly taken aback upon seeing this flame shield, but they soon accepted it. Their army formation has been disrupted. Take advantage of this moment. Attack. Although the Ant King Lord was astonished by Lin Yu's attack, he quickly regained his composure, realizing that the symbiotic tribe's defense was no longer as solid as it had been before. Thus, this was the best opportunity for them to attack. Simultaneously, over a dozen Lord-level insectoid warriors slowly carried the gasping Centipede Lord away, which relieved the Ant King Lord, knowing that at least his elder brother would not perish. Die. Surprisingly, the first to speak was none other than Meng Lulu. At this moment, phantoms reappeared. Merely these dozens of phantoms left the multi-eyed tribe at a complete loss, and among the insectoid race, there was no one who could match this speed. The only one who could was the Ant King Lord, relying on his high defense to withstand the attacks. At this moment, Meng Lulu had obviously pushed her speed to the limit. Even the Ant King Lord was taken aback, as he could no longer keep up with Meng Lulu's pace. At this moment, Wang Tiansong, whose body was cracking and appeared as if it would shatter into pieces at any moment, suddenly opened his eyes, causing blood to surge through the muscles of his entire face, awakening the prince as well. Compared to Wang Tiansong, the prince had actually suffered very little damage, as Wang Tiansong had used his body as a shield to block the attacks, enduring 70% of the damage, while the prince had only taken 30%. Thus, the prince still had some strength remaining. This is bad. Wang Tiansong did not speak, but the prince heard him. As they were of one mind, Wang Tiansong's deliberate transmission of sound allowed the prince to hear it. What happened? The prince was puzzled, unable to understand what had gone wrong. From the current situation, they clearly had the upper hand. Meng Lulu has lost her rationality. Wang Tiansong's heart tightened. He knew Meng Lulu very well, and could feel it keenly at this moment. Meanwhile, the prince still wore a confused expression, lifting his little head with difficulty, his ears drooping down, looking pitiful. Watching Meng Lulu weave in and out without sustaining a scratch, the insectoid race had once again lost over 100 warriors. Even the Ant King could no longer defend, and the other warriors of the symbiotic tribe understood that their defense was no longer as strong as before. Thus, they primarily focused on defense and did not actively provoke combat, while the insectoid warriors were hesitant to act recklessly, having been instilled with fear from previous encounters. They would attack occasionally, but those were merely sporadic strikes, making it difficult to discern that the symbiotic tribe's defense was already quite weak. As for Meng Lulu, her attacks appeared somewhat monotonous, but in such rapid movements no one could contend with her. This terrifying combat power, even with Lin Yu's earlier performance, left the prince in awe. Yet at this moment, Wang Tiansong claimed that Meng Lulu had lost her rationality. Why is that? No. Right now, Sister Lulu's attacks are extraordinarily swift, even more powerful than before, and until now no one has been able to harm her. How could this be the action of someone who has lost their reason? The prince still looked puzzled. You are still too naive. If you compare closely, while Lin Yu's attacks are extremely fierce, it does not mean he has no strength left to continue unleashing that terrifying heavenly fire. However, if he does release it, even if he can kill more enemies, he will have no energy left to maintain the shield to protect the symbiotic tribe. Yet Lin Yu in his anger can still retain some of his physical strength. But what about Meng Lulu at this moment? She is completely using all her strength. Such attacks may appear dazzling and kill countless foes, but once she exhausts her stamina, she will be at the mercy of her enemies. Moreover, at this moment, Meng Lulu is deep in enemy territory and will certainly be surrounded. At that time, even if the symbiotic tribe attempts to rescue her, it may be impossible. Wang Tiansong continued to transmit to the prince, and only then did the prince truly freeze in place. Upon carefully observing the now distant Meng Lulu, it became clear. She is deep behind enemy lines, killing countless foes without holding back, not leaving herself an escape route. She is solely focused on utilizing all her strength to slay lacking any defense, and the only reason she can avoid injury is due to her astonishing speed. What should we do? I can barely move now. The prince became anxious and spoke to Wang Tiansong. Wang Tiansong could only bitterly smile in his heart. He couldn't even move. The mere act of suddenly opening his eyes due to anxiety caused blood to spurt from his face, let alone speak. At this moment, he could only lie still, completely unable to move. How did it end up like this? The prince appeared helpless, while Wang Tiansong did not speak again, but he knew very well that Meng Lulu's current state was directly related to him. Lulu, is it worth it? Suddenly Wang Tiansong thought this, and his thoughts drifted far from the battlefield. He recalled the first time he met Meng Lulu, the girl who clearly longed to smile, yet forced herself to appear serious and even cold the moment he accidentally kissed her lips, and her cute aggrieved expression after he explained himself now blossomed vividly in his mind. Sigh. Faced with his true feelings, Wang Tiansong could only completely retract his somewhat irresponsible thoughts. However, I must find a way to notify Lulu. If this continues, she will definitely not make it out. At this moment, Wang Tiansong appeared anxious while the prince looked helpless. He could still slightly move his little head, but he could no longer move any further, let alone speak. Uncle Meng, find a way to rescue Meng Lulu. Just as Wang Tiansong was pondering how to respond, Lin Yu's voice slowly rose. At this moment, Lin Yu opened his eyes, appearing emotionless as he gazed at the increasingly fierce Meng Lulu. Lulu has lost her rationality. If this continues, she will be trapped in the enemy ranks and, lacking stamina, will never be able to escape. I can no longer move and can only maintain this flame shield. Anyone among you who can notify her would be appreciated. At this moment, Lin Yu's voice was urgent yet remarkably calm. Wang Tiansong's eyes were wide open, yet he couldn't even manage to move them, but it seemed as if he could see Lin Yu's solemn expression, making his astonishment even more palpable. Lin Yu's intellect was truly that of a genius. After all, he had the experience of 2 lifetimes, yet Lin Yu was a genuine child under 10, observing with such meticulousness that even Wang Tiansong felt ashamed. This won't do. At this moment, someone among them had already been injured, but was immediately replaced by others, so it went unnoticed. If any of us were to go out and meet Meng Lulu, it wouldn't matter if that person could return. The battle situation here would only become more chaotic. Meng Jinka was more anxious than anyone as she was his daughter. However, he had to understand that if he left now, the situation here could fall apart. In that case, both Lin Yu and Wang Tiansong would be in grave danger. Even if he went, he might not be able to notify anyone, resulting in a significant loss of the symbiotic clan's warriors. If that happened, Meng Lulu would likely fight to the death. This is troublesome. Lin Yu, though vaguely aware of Meng Lulu's reasons for her fury, furrowed his brow. He knew that this would lead the upcoming battle towards an unpredictable direction, and the outcome was uncertain. It was even possible that the symbiotic clan's warriors would suffer heavy casualties. What should we do now? Meng Jinka was equally anxious, helpless in his own lack of strength, afraid to venture out. If he did, the situation here would fall apart, and Meng Lulu might not be saved. He'll go. Just as everyone was anxious, a heavy voice came from behind, startling everyone. Despite the battle circle being divided into 4, everyone heard the voice and was momentarily stunned. Then came the sound of thudding. Wang Tiansong had suffered greatly. Every tremor of the ground caused his muscles to involuntarily twitch, causing blood to surge within him, making him appear almost like a bloodied figure. Oh, Tiansong, you've been hurt so badly. Don't worry, he'll avenge you. Before long, the voice appeared beside Wang Tiansong. The figure looked somewhat large and seemed anxious. Only Wang Tiansong could see the cunning glint in Gang Tianlin's eyes. Wang Tiansong shot him a fierce glare, unable to move at all. As for Gang Tianlin, he merely adjusted the atmosphere slightly, knowing the importance of priorities. He didn't do anything excessive, gradually shrinking down to a childlike form of about 1 meter tall. Is it you, kid? Meng Jinka looked at the much larger Gang Tianlin and couldn't recognize him at first. Only after Gang Tianlin had shrunk did he realize, feeling astonished. He didn't know why, but now Gang Tianlin gave him a sense of caution. Yes, it's me. Well, there's no time to reminisce. My injuries are mostly healed, and after resting for a while, I can help with the escape without any issues. Gang Tianlin said, glancing towards the distant Meng Lulu, who had already plunged into the enemy ranks, furrowing his brow. Pay attention to your defenses, he'll be back soon. After finishing his words, Gang Tianlin dashed through the fiery shield set up by Lin Yu, and as his body began to grow larger, the rumbling sound returned, making Wang Tiansong grit his teeth in frustration. However, Gang Tianlin was indeed formidable. Once on the battlefield, the signs of injury were completely gone. He leapt high into the air, resembling a small mountain suddenly springing up, soaring over 20 meters. Who could believe this? Yet at this moment, Gang Tianlin achieved just that. Simultaneously, a massive illusory figure appeared behind Gang Tianlin. The moment the illusion manifested, Lin Yu and the others were all stunned, for this figure was even larger than the prince's illusion behind Wang Tiansong. Reality and illusion merge into one. Gang Tianlin shouted, and the next moment the massive illusion began to shrink while Gang Tianlin's body expanded instead. The two figures gradually drew closer in the air as if they might merge at any moment. This left everyone bewildered. What is happening? What occurred? Even Lin Yu couldn't comprehend how this was happening despite them all being powerful beings of the manifestation level. Yet they still couldn't understand what was going on. In the blink of an eye, the gigantic illusion had shrunk to about 20 meters, while Gang Tianlin's body had also grown to over 20 meters. At this moment, the illusion and Gang Tianlin's body finally merged into one, revealing the distinct form of the white bear. It appeared like an enlarged version of a fusion, but clearly the essence was entirely different. This caused everyone present to furrow their brows, each pondering what this meant, yet none could comprehend. He has reached it. At this moment, Wang Tiansong felt an exhilarating rush. He could sense the energy fluctuations in the world. The intensity of these fluctuations was overwhelming, and he could naturally feel what had occurred. I never expected that the first to reach the fourth level of fusion would be Gang Tianlin and Little Fatty. I thought it would be us. Wang Zi appeared somewhat envious while Wang Tiansong chuckled, saying, "Stop thinking about that. At this time, who cares about the order? Since Gang Tianlin could reach a higher level even with his injuries, at least this battle would be safe for us." Wang Tiansong felt a sense of relief. From now on, even if it were just Gang Tianlin standing in front, it would be difficult for anyone other than the few Lord-level beings to harm him. Of course, reaching this fourth level of fusion for Gang Tianlin was no easy feat. It was akin to a fleeting opportunity. The connection between the bear and the person was already high enough. They had tempered their bond through battles and had narrowly escaped death together, which equated to truly sharing hardships. Additionally, both felt an urgent desire to assist on the battlefield, wishing to recover and grow stronger swiftly. Thus, even in a brief moment, less than half an hour, their shared thoughts and ideas led to a longing to expedite their recovery. The complete unity of their minds allowed for an open and close connection between them, achieving true flexibility. This enabled them to enter the fusion level. Otherwise, even with Gang Tianlin's skills, it would be impossible to recover so quickly. At this moment, the actual 20-meter-tall form, though it might not seem as imposing as the Ant King, nonetheless exuded the dignity and might of a white bear. The fierce glint in its eyes alone sent shivers through many warriors present. At that moment, before Gang Tianlin had even landed on the ground, he began to spin in midair. His hands transformed into bear claws, stretching out. Using his body weight, he defied the laws of physics, spinning in the air as silver-white light flickered around him. In the next moment, all the energy was finally released, and Gang Tianlin descended from the air at incredible speed. Now looking at Gang Tianlin, it was like a spinning top. However, this top showed no fear of touching the ground. Boom. The ground was kicked up in clouds of dust, with several boulders the size of a person being overturned and crashing down. Speed was Gang Tianlin's weakest point, but at this moment the strong friction between his spinning hands and the ground caused him to spin faster and faster. Gradually, not just his claws, even his body generated airflow. Though not as terrifying as the gale from Wang Tiansong's battle, it still wrapped around Gang Tianlin like a tornado. With each successive attack, all energy was unleashed, resembling a rapidly moving reaper, crashing forward relentlessly, not aimlessly, but targeting every potential target as much as possible. This guy, another freak. At that moment, hiding behind the originally listless Scorpion Lord, regained some spirit thanks to his robust physique, which was something Wang Tiansong couldn't compare to. They watched as a silver-white tornado spun, kicking up dust and debris with flesh and blood flying about. Many insect warriors caught in the crossfire. Such a fierce attack was overwhelming, instilling despair in everyone. Oh, no warrior was willing to step forward to stop this move. Naturally, this move caught Meng Lulu's attention, and her mind immediately cleared up a bit. Indeed, Gang Tianlin's goal was achieved. "Hey girl, you went berserk so quickly. I thought you were quite demure, but now you've turned into this. Isn't that a bit much?" Gang Tianlin's voice slowly reached Meng Lulu's ears, causing her to pause for a moment. The next second, she immediately realized how foolish her previous actions had been. Despite her fierce fighting now, she truly had very little strength left. "Hurry back. Delay any longer, and I won't be able to help you." At that moment, Gang Tianlin continued speaking even as he spun. Upon hearing his words, Meng Lulu's eyes flickered with reluctant resignation before she sighed and shook her head. "Understood," she said quietly. With that, she left behind dozens of afterimages, and in the next instant stood beside Gang Tianlin. Sensing Meng Lulu's approach, Gang Tianlin halted his rotation. His colossal claw extended outward. Without hesitation, she leapt onto it. In a single explosive motion, he hurled her skyward, sending her soaring toward the distant ranks of the symbiont clan. The towering Gang Tianlin grinned mockingly at the arthropod clan. Though his massive frame was commonplace among them, not a single warrior dared step forward. Not now. Still wished to fight. He chuckled aloud. The arthropod warriors froze in place, motionless, breathless. Even the ant sovereign lord, a sovereignty or powerhouse, stood paralyzed. His perception far surpassed that of others. He sensed boundless, inexhaustible power coiled within Gang Tianlin's comparatively smaller form. Before a single blow had been struck, the ant sovereign lord already knew. This man was beyond his reach. Not even the centipede sovereign lord could prevail against him. So you've abandoned the thought of battle. Then let us declare a truce. Return home, sip tea, admire blossoms. Would that not be more agreeable? Gang Tianlin shrugged nonchalantly. The arthropod warriors recognized his mockery instantly, but though fury burned in their veins, none dared move nor even twitch. A blinding streak of auroral light shot forth like a celestial arrow. Before the arthropod warriors could react, Gang Tianlin remained rooted in place, gazing calmly at the radiant projectile hurtling toward him, his expression utterly unchanged. Such an attack. Withdraw it now. Gang Tianlin snorted coldly, still unmoving, as the auroral beam struck his body. Not a single wound appeared. It rebounded like a slender dagger striking tempered steel, leaving only a faint white scar upon his skin. What? Even Meng Lulu and her companions stood stunned. The Multivision clan too gasped in disbelief. That strike had not come from Bado or the other 70 elders, but from a six-eyed warrior under their command, merely a probing test. After all, even Bado sensed this was no time for open war. Yet none had anticipated this. They'd witnessed Gang Tianlin withstand such a blast before, but always with grievous injury. Now, he bore no wound at all. Only a pale, ghostly mark remained on his flesh. Absurd. Preposterous. At last the symbiont clan, especially Lin Yu and the others, understood why awe and instinctive submission stirred within them. Gang Tianlin's strength had undergone yet another ascension, and this time it was nothing short of a qualitative leap. A true metamorphosis. Though speed was never his forte, both his raw power and defensive resilience had surged dramatically. Consider this: how could one spin like a whirlwind while launching devastating attacks, unless one possessed impenetrable defense? Just look. The ground beneath him, nearly 100 meters wide, now gaped with a deep trench carved by his claws. Without extraordinary fortitude, such a feat would be impossible. Thus, even a six-eyed warrior's assault required no conscious defensive stance from Gang Tianlin. It simply held no threat. Gang Tianlin merely grinned and asked, "Shall we continue?" "I am more than willing to oblige." Even Gang Tianlin himself scarcely believed it. Though he'd trusted his own resilience, he hadn't expected such effortless defiance, especially given his prior injury, which still haunted him. Yet he felt it clearly. Wang Tiansong lay gravely wounded. Lin Yu had exhausted every ounce of strength. Meng Lulu had pushed herself to the brink of collapse, and Gang Tianlin himself remained injured, even now having ascended. To persist in combat would spell ruin for their alliance. With 3 of their 4 principal commanders incapacitated, any opening would shatter their lines, allowing the enemy to surge forward unimpeded. So he chose intimidation instead. Yet it had worked, almost too perfectly. Indeed, witnessing that display, the arthropod warriors instinctively retreated, step by step. With such invulnerability, wouldn't their fangs shatter upon impact? Could any of their other techniques possibly harm this monstrous being? Even the ant sovereign lord's heart lurched with alarm. How could such overwhelming power exist? Was he perhaps the reclusive cultivator rumored to dwell within the symbiont clan? But no, that couldn't be right. He'd seen Gang Tianlin on the battlefield before, and then the man had been weak. The more he pondered, the less coherent it became, leaving him trapped in indecision. In sheer numbers, they held absolute superiority. But could they truly advance? One supreme entity alone could halt half their coalition's might, and Meng Lulu was no mere ornament, nor were the 4 symbiont factions mere formalities. What odds of victory remained? Gang Tianlin did not yield an inch, occasionally even stepping forward, forcing the arthropods to retreat anew until not a single warrior dared challenge him. Yet inwardly he burned with urgency. He longed desperately to withdraw. If this stalemate dragged on, they'd be forced into a desperate, fatal clash. Their numbers were staggering, enough to drown him in a tide of bodies. Only his awe-inspiring display had spared them bloodshed. What now? Both sides searched for answers, one seeking swift withdrawal, the other a way to breach Gang Tianlin's unyielding line. Then, beneath their feet, the earth trembled, faint yet unmistakable. Every soul on the planet felt it, without exception. An earthquake. Wang Tiansong, suffering most acutely, nevertheless remained composed, sensing the ground's unrest. Moments later, the quaking intensified, growing steadily more violent. No, this is wrong. Though barren, this land lies within the plains, where seismic waves exert the least effect. This defies all natural law. Wang Tiansong's suspicion deepened. All present now sensed the disturbance, and instinctively scanned the horizon searching for its source. A low guttural shriek pierced the air, followed by a distant muffled explosion. A tiny flame streaked across the sky, so small, yet its detonation reverberated with ominous weight. They knew. The distance alone explained its muted roar. What object so distant can ignite visible fire and produce audible thunder? Lin Yu murmured. Meng Lulu glanced at him, her expression oddly unsettled. I admit, I don't know the exact size of our world. But tell me, does that distance even fall within our planet's bounds? Her words silenced the crowd. Every gaze snapped toward her, faces shifting instantly from confusion to dawning horror. They looked again, and there it was, a blazing fiery projectile descending with terrifying purpose, straight toward their battlefield. Boom, boom, boom. The concussive blasts turned every face grim, every pulse quickened with dread. Danger, grave danger. Gang Tianlin, now the strongest among them, felt it immediately. Whatever approached carried a force so immense it radiated pure visceral threat, the chilling premonition of death itself. Symbiont forces, retreat. Now. Without hesitation, Gang Tianlin roared the command. After a fleeting pause, the entire symbiont army withdrew, maintaining formation, moving swiftly. Lin Yu rose from the ground, his flame barrier dissolved. Supported by Meng Lulu, he fled without delay. On the trembling earth, Wang Tiansong watched the fiery descent, silent, unwavering. After a long moment, he sensed something within it. Not mere rock, but something else. This isn't a natural fall, it's deliberate, Wang Tiansong concluded. At that instant, Meng Jinka scooped him up, heedless of all else, and began to run. Uncle Meng, Tiansong says, set him down. Prince Z pressed close to Wang Tiansong's chest, though whispered. The transmission reached Meng Jinka clearly. Nonsense. This is life or death. We cannot leave him. Meng Jinka recoiled, then flared with anger. Wang Tiansong lay broken. How could he possibly remain? Was he courting suicide? No, he has a plan. He senses something extraordinary, subtle yes, but real. This force holds no malice toward him. It may even be an opportunity. Prince Z relayed the message, eyes alight with quiet faith. He trusted Wang Tiansong without question. So now, though reason offered no justification, he pleaded earnestly for Meng Jinka to release him. Meng Jinka stared, helpless, torn between the boy's imploring gaze and the frail, stubborn body cradled in his arms. Fine, fine. If this is your will, I'll stand with you. Should disaster strike, I'll give my life to save you. Resigned, Meng Jinka sank to the ground. Wang Tiansong gazed at him, grateful yet hesitant. Trained as an elite soldier, his senses had always been preternaturally sharp, a trait that had lain dormant since joining the symbionts. Now, however, an uncanny intuition surged. This falling object might bring not destruction, but revelation. That certainty compelled him to stay. Yet the feeling remained elusive. If he misjudged, his shattered body would grant him no second chance. Death would be certain, and Meng Jinka remaining beside him would likely perish too. That was the outcome he dreaded most. What do we do? Prince Z asked softly. Wang Tiansong paused. Then his gaze hardened with resolve. Stay. This time, I surrender to instinct. This sensation is faint yet profoundly trustworthy. Wang Tiansong held fast to his conviction. Prince Z fell silent. Meng Jinka sat still and sent urgent word to all nearby. They departed instantly. As Gang Tianlin passed, Meng Jinka issued one final instruction. Gang Tianlin, whose faith in Wang Tiansong bordered on the absolute, nodded once and vanished. The allied forces withdrew even faster. Closer to nature, their senses surpassed even Gang Tianlin's, making the looming peril feel sharper, more immediate. Bado and the other Multivision chieftains watched the flaming descent, and memory stirred. Celestial visitors. The Multivision clan possessed eyes that saw 1,000 li, and glimpses of past and future. Though exaggerated, their prophetic sense was real. Vaguely, they'd foreseen the arrival of an overwhelmingly powerful being upon Symbiont Star. Now, facing this blazing, irresistible presence, the prophecy crystallized before them. Both sides fled the battlefield. The symbionts regrouped at their clan peripheries, activating innate abilities to safeguard kinfolk. The allied forces retreated further still, 3 kilometers in under half a minute, and kept retreating. Meng Jinka sat tense and anxious, convinced staying meant doom. Yet Wang Tiansong refused to budge. Enough. I've lived long enough, and finally avenged old wounds. No regrets remain. Let me indulge this boy's madness. Should we die, we'll share the underworld's company. Nothing untoward about that. Meng Jinka spoke with quiet sorrow, certain in his heart that death awaited them both. Wang Tiansong felt something strangely off upon hearing Meng Jinka's words, yet he remained silent, his gaze fixed on the sky. He could already sense the searing heat radiating from the flames. The ground had long since ceased trembling, yet the oppressive pressure in the air had intensified markedly. Strangely, the blood flowing from his wounds had stopped surging. Instead, faint signs of healing had begun to appear. Given the severity of his injuries, this spontaneous recovery left him deeply perplexed. Soon after, Prince Wang rose to his feet, still not fully recovered, yet clearly regaining some strength. What on earth is happening? Prince Wang wore an expression of pure bewilderment, while Wang Tiansong stood motionless, eyes closed, neither speaking nor overthinking, merely contemplating in quiet stillness. There is something profoundly unusual here. Wang Tiansong remained silent. Though his body was mending, he was far from capable of speech. Prince Wang, having heard his words, likewise held his tongue. Strange, the combat exhaustion seems to have vanished entirely. Could this devastating force actually be restorative in nature? Meng Jinka stared in utter bafflement, utterly unable to fathom the underlying logic of what was unfolding. Wang Tiansong grew even more bewildered. By now all others had fled the area, yet he continued to observe, until suddenly the pain returned, first a dull ache, then escalating rapidly into excruciating agony that made his entire body convulse. Miraculously, his body began healing anew, this time starting from the soles of his feet. Even his tattered garments regenerated alongside his flesh, yet the torment remained agonizingly vivid. What is going on? Meng Jinka gaped in shock at Wang Tiansong's violent spasms, and at the sight of his steadily mending form. His own vitality too surged back. Prince Wang, now bouncing about with unrestrained energy, bore no resemblance to the battered youth moments before. At last the pain peaked, and Wang Tiansong let out a guttural cry. The unbearable intensity left him mentally drained, yet even his spirit gradually revived. When every fissure across his body sealed, and his eyes slowly reopened, he appeared utterly unscathed, as if no battle had ever taken place. Prince Wang watched him with profound concern. Though not sharing the physical agony, Prince Wang felt it viscerally through their bond. Tears welled in his eyes, his heart aching with helpless tenderness. He's fine now. Wang Tiansong finally spoke his first words, then sat upright. Glancing briefly at Meng Jinka, he suddenly sensed a streak of light flash past his face, leaving a thin crimson gash across his right cheek. Instantly, the wound sealed itself. Incredible speed. Wang Tiansong recoiled in astonishment. Turning, he saw a deep fissure cleaving the earth, originating 5 meters away, now extending directly to his feet and still lengthening. Simultaneously, a golden radiance erupted from the mysterious object, enveloping Wang Tiansong and Meng Jinka in a dazzling, resplendent aureole, transforming their world into a vision of celestial opulence. What in heaven's name is happening? What is that thing? Meng Jinka stood paralyzed, not merely by awe but by sheer incredulity. An unknown object had descended, yet wrought no devastation, not even a crater. It had merely fractured the ground within a radius of less than 10 meters. What kind of phenomenon was this? Wang Tiansong too was stunned, but now wariness sharpened his senses. Unbeknownst to them, tempests were erupting in relentless succession across the barren plain where they had fought, spreading outward like ripples across still water. The once cracked earth was now utterly renewed. Yes, renewed soil, freshly loosened, rich and fertile as virgin earth. Wave after wave of ferocious gales surged toward the allied forces and the symbiote clan, though by the time they reached those fronts their fury had greatly diminished. Even so, only with the combined efforts of Gang Tianlin, Lin Yu, and Meng Lulu, aided by numerous symbiote warriors, were they barely able to withstand the onslaught. Fortuitously, though the gales persisted without pause, each successive wave retained the same intensity. None grew stronger. Yet witnessing this spectacle, Meng Lulu's heart plummeted. She knew, beyond doubt, that Wang Tiansong and Meng Jinka stood precisely at the storm's epicenter. And there, at the very heart of chaos, were they already dead? No. Meng Lulu had no time for grief. Agony seized her chest, draining her strength in an instant. Had she not borne a solemn duty, she might well have collapsed into unconsciousness. In truth, just as Wang Tiansong and Meng Jinka remained oblivious to the outer world, those outside had no inkling of what transpired within the storm's radiant core. Within that golden luminous realm, the enigmatic figure wreathed in flames gradually shed its incandescent shroud, revealing beneath the blazing aura a chilling ice-blue luster, so profoundly cold it pierced the soul. Even amid the surrounding golden brilliance, its frigid radiance remained unmistakable, crystalline, merciless, as if carved from eternal frost itself. 3 chi in length, its entire form shimmered with uniform glacial azure, a cold so intense it defied ordinary description. Indeed, one might rightly call it the very source of that terrifying bone-deep chill. What a... Wang Tiansong's eyes widened in disbelief. Emerging from the icy blade was a hand. only the palm and a sliver of forearm visible gripping the weapon with eerie finality. That must be a human hand. As for the object itself, Meng Jinka frowned in confusion. He had never seen such a weapon before, only that it measured 3 chi, bore a guard, and possessed double-edged sharpness. Its tip, however, remained buried in the earth, hidden from view. It's a sword, Wang Tiansong blurted out, the unmistakable silhouette of a water-blue longsword. Yet this realization only deepened his astonishment. Why? A sword, arriving here with a severed hand attached. The more Wang Tiansong pondered, the more his thoughts unraveled, while Meng Jinka, unfamiliar with swords altogether, simply stared in mute bewilderment. Traditionally, a jian is called a 3 chi green blade, referring to its standard length of 3 chi or occasionally 3 chi and 3 cun, with a width roughly equal to 2 fingers pressed together. This blade matches that width, but its length, the portion buried underground, remains unseen. Even so, it appears to measure at least 3 chi. Wang Tiansong trailed off, yet understood implicitly this sword was likely far longer than it seemed. Why a sword? The notion grew increasingly absurd, even ludicrous. A sword flying through the heavens to land here. How could that possibly be? And why with a hand attached? Staring at that hand, Wang Tiansong surmised its owner must be long dead, only this single limb remaining fused to the hilt. Yet that very fact unsettled him further. To survive atmospheric entry intact, ordinary objects would vaporize, even meteorites shed mass fiercely during descent. How could a mere sword endure? Or had it in fact been partially consumed? But if so, how could its form remain so flawlessly preserved? And the hand, just an ordinary human hand. Wang Tiansong wagered even Gang Tianlin's legendary defenses would leave nothing but ash after such descent. Yet here lay a whole intact hand. How was that possible? Wang Tiansong's mind reeled. Too many contradictions, too few answers, each question birthing yet another. How did it arrive here? The moment this object appeared, my wounds healed completely. I am now restored to peak condition without doubt. Moreover, when the flaming blade grazed my cheek, I felt only the keen edge, not the searing heat. Does this sword somehow repel fire's temperature? Wang Tiansong's questions multiplied relentlessly. Meng Jinka stood silently beside him, equally mystified yet unburdened by knowledge of swords, and thus spared the cascade of speculation plaguing Wang Tiansong. Good heavens, what a torrent of questions. They're giving me a headache. This is symbiosis, Star, isn't it? If so, then it fits perfectly. Young man, you possess rare courage. You didn't flinch when I descended, even grievously wounded. Your defiance impresses me. How would you like to serve me as my loyal vassal? A voice rang out, startlingly youthful, yet dripping with absolute unassailable authority, as if its pronouncements brooked no dissent. Who goes there? Wang Tiansong snapped alert, utterly unprepared to encounter another presence here. As he merged with Prince Wang, a colossal ethereal silhouette unfurled behind him, Meng Jinka instantly assumed a battle stance. Oh ho ho, I'm standing right before you. But you must address me as Lord Reincarnation. The youthful voice continued. Then steam erupted from the ice-blue sword, and the surrounding air instantly froze solid. From the crystalline mist emerged a childlike figure, wild tangled hair, like unkempt grass, large dewy eyes, lips tightly pursed, hands planted defiantly on narrow hips, radiating haughty sovereignty. Of course, given your valor, I shall permit you to call me Broken Sword Reincarnation. Broken Sword Reincarnation. Wang Tiansong furrowed his brows, not the slightest softening in his expression despite the boy's youthful cherubic face. On the contrary, his vigilance deepened, for how could a normal person suddenly emerge from within a sword? And now he stood perfectly balanced atop the hilt itself. Indeed, doesn't it sound magnificent? The boy wore an air of haughty pride, glancing disdainfully at the hand still clinging to the hilt, then casually kicked it away. The hand dissolved into the wind, vanishing as if eroded by millennia. What a... Meng Jinka stared, utterly incredulous, unable to fathom what had just transpired. Wang Tiansong remained silent, his gaze unwavering and sharp, fixed upon the boy. Humph. Third-tier manifestation. High-grade no less, and stronger than that man beside you. Yet do you truly believe your meager strength could ever overcome this sovereignty? His arrogance remained undimmed as he spoke. The words sounded merely arrogant. Yet Wang Tiansong flinched, startled. The child's phrasing revealed intimate, precise knowledge of the symbiont clan's ancient history. Indeed, his understanding seemed even more refined than that of the clan's own descendants. Who or what are you? Wang Tiansong's brow tightened further, his wariness intensifying with every passing moment. In mere instants, the boy before him had transformed from curiosity into something profoundly terrifying, his caution surging like a rising tide. Hey, don't you at least understand gratitude? After all, this sovereign just saved your life. Without me, your gravely wounded body would have been slain 1,000 times over. His tone carried weary exasperation. At that moment Wang Tiansong noticed it. The profound, ageless weariness in the boy's eyes, deep and enigmatic, stirring genuine dread within him. He had met elder sages whose wisdom spanned centuries, but none possessed a gaze so unsettling, so primordial. Was it you who healed my wounds? Wang Tiansong finally relaxed his combat stance, just slightly. Obvious. Do you think that useless hand did it? That wretch was nothing but a slave, and yet he perished. Sigh. I had no choice but to flee here myself to Symbiont Star. Speaking of which, this is the 9999th planet, isn't it? The boy spoke with nonchalant indifference, barely sparing Wang Tiansong a glance. Yet each word struck deeper, shaking Wang Tiansong to his core. How many worlds had this child traversed? Was Symbiont Star truly the 99th planet, or the 9999th? What cosmic order governed such numbering? Hey you, are you stunned? The boy waved a hand, observing Wang Tiansong's dazed expression. Wang Tiansong blinked, snapping back to awareness, only to find himself speechless, staring at the boy without knowing what to ask. Weren't you babbling questions just moments ago? You asked plenty, yet don't expect answers from me. You hold no right to know. I'll grant you one concession: your courage impresses me, staying behind when others fled. So submit willingly as my servant. Fulfill my standards, and I shall forge you into the absolute strongest being across the entire cosmos. As he spoke, the boy traced the blade's surface with idle fingers, occasionally testing its edge, his expression one of quiet satisfaction, never once glancing at Wang Tiansong. No interest. Excellent. The boy instantly brightened, then deflated just as swiftly upon seeing Wang Tiansong's impassive face. What? Did you think I expected you to agree? His dejection left Wang Tiansong wordless. What kind of logic was that? Enough talk. Know this. I just saved your life. You feel the severity of your injuries yourself. Yet healing you was as effortless for me as drinking water. Surely you grasp the magnitude of my power. To serve me is no disgrace, it is destiny. I will make you the absolute strongest being across the entire cosmos. The boy declared this grandly, yet Wang Tiansong only shook his head. I am deeply grateful for your aid. Thank you. But becoming the strongest being in the cosmos holds no appeal for me. Not strongest, absolutely strongest. The boy frowned, hopeful. Wang Tiansong responded with a cold, mirthless smile. What is the difference? 2 extra words, nothing more. They only render the phrase absurd. To become a slave. Better to die outright. His voice remained detached, unmoved, never swayed by the boy's boasts or promises. I can make you the supreme sovereign of all existence. Women will flock to you, wealth will overflow, 100 sects will kneel in reverence. Do you truly refuse? The boy gaped at Wang Tiansong, as if beholding some alien anomaly. Apologies. No interest. Wang Tiansong's reply was stark, final. At last the boy's expression darkened, frost coalescing around him. 10 meters away, Wang Tiansong felt biting cold pierce his skin. White luminescence flared instinctively from within, but the chill seeped past his defenses, overwhelming even his resilience. Meng Jinka, though wielding flame, found his fires snuffed out, leaving him helpless on the verge of annihilation. Brat, your tongue is sharp, isn't it? I've met countless like you. Proud, hollow, foolish. Pretending virtue while clinging to delusion. How dare you claim disinterest so lightly? The boy's voice shifted, suddenly devoid of childish whimsy. Only then did Wang Tiansong realize this was no child. It has nothing to do with pride. Compared to freedom, all power is meaningless. No matter how great, it only binds one as another's slave. Then what reason remains to live? Under such crushing pressure, Wang Tiansong had first faltered, but hearing those words he steeled himself, growing calm. Oh, the boy's expression flickered. Then he burst into laughter. Ha, you fool. Wang Tiansong stared at the boy, laughing wildly while hurling insults, utterly bewildered. What manner of child was this? Was something fundamentally mistaken here? Without strength you are butchered at will. Without strength your kin are seized before your eyes. Without strength you become another's slave. That is the immutable law of existence. And you speak to me of freedom. You possess no right to utter that word. As he spoke, the boy placed his hand upon the hilt, and drew forth the blade, a sword of glacial ice. Wang Tiansong recoiled, stunned to see the blade stretch fully to adult height. Impossible. How could such a long sword be concealed, and drawn so effortlessly? Is this sorcery? The boy only sneered. That is none of your concern, for now. As he spoke, blizzards erupted spontaneously along the blade's flawless cerulean surface. No flourish, no preamble. Only pure, elemental fury. Wang Tiansong had not anticipated this. What? A blizzard within the blade. He gasped, then recoiled further as a colossal icy consciousness surged from the blade, its chill dwarfing even the storm's bite. A speck of dust dares resist my will. Within Wang Tiansong's mind, a titanic figure of frozen ice materialized, a colossus towering over him who shrank to the size of an ant beneath its shadow, trembling on the precipice of annihilation. For a fleeting moment, Wang Tiansong lost himself, then snapped back, sensing the intrusion. My body won't move. Pain exploded as he bit hard into his own tongue, jolting him violently from the mental illusion, restoring control over his limbs. Yet even then, movement remained arduous beneath the blizzard's weight. Enough talk. I know I cannot defeat you, but I fear you not. If you mean to kill me, then do it. Why so many justifications for taking a life? To strip another of freedom. What remains of humanity? Tell me, beyond brute force, what else defines us? Dignity, honor, soul. These may seem foolish, worthless, until faced with death. Then they become the very essence of who we are. I may lack your power, but I will never surrender my will to enslave me. You are unworthy. Wang Tiansong let out a sharp, contemptuous snort, freezing the boy mid-gesture. The boy narrowed his eyes. Very well. Excellent. So you intend to cling to your selfhood until the very end. His voice dropped, laced with glacial menace. Wang Tiansong snorted again, and as his spiritual projection merged seamlessly with his physical form, he lunged forward, roaring. Then witness this, your arrogant might cannot break me. The boy had not foreseen it. The man he'd crushed into submission now rose defiant, launching a direct assault. Fascinating. Utterly fascinating. In the boy's eyes, frost still reigned, but deep within their abyss, a faint burning heat flickered, almost imperceptible. Meng Jinka could only watch, bound motionless, as the confrontation unfolded. As Wang Tiansong charged toward that childlike supreme being, Meng Jinka could do nothing, not even muster the courage to speak. Yet Wang Tiansong's expression was resolute. Then let me see just how deeply you yearn for freedom. At that moment the child spoke, and simultaneously a towering sword taller than a man slashed through the air. Though the child was far smaller than the blade, he wielded it with effortless ease, leaving Wang Tiansong utterly bewildered. But Wang Tiansong had no time to ponder such anomalies. Instead, he scoffed coldly and surged forward, hurling a colossal phantom fist straight at the child. This grotesquely mismatched clash struck even Wang Tiansong as perilous. Yet still he pressed on without hesitation, unwavering in his resolve to strike. Seal. The child's voice turned ethereal, its single syllable dissolving all of Wang Tiansong's thoughts like vapor. It felt as though every ounce of energy had been siphoned from his very being, a profoundly unsettling sensation, at least to him. A mere utterance had robbed him of awareness. His strength now felt alien, no longer his own, an experience few would ever welcome. Damn it! Wang Tiansong gritted his teeth and forcibly snapped back to consciousness. Yet his power had already dwindled to merely 80% of its former strength. Meanwhile, the child merely chuckled, and at the tip of his sword a maelstrom of blizzards erupted, freezing the giant phantom fist midair, while Wang Tiansong's own body began crystallizing inch by inch, suspended motionless in the void. You dare speak of freedom to me? You're too weak, far too weak. His tone remained haughty, then shifted. Well then, what say you now? Still brimming with indifference, he added, do you truly intend to resist me further? I shall oppose you until my final breath. Though his body stood utterly encased in ice, rigid, silent, immobile, his inner spirit burned fiercely. Hearing the child's words, he responded only with a mental sneer, his gaze sharpening into something feral and unyielding. As if reading his unspoken defiance, the child laughed aloud. Very well, let me test just how much you are willing to sacrifice for your freedom. As he spoke, the sword in his hand ceased radiating raw cold. It instead coalesced inward, its aura no longer chaotic, but dense, restrained, and profoundly ominous. This quiet intensity was far more terrifying than any storm. Truly still things inspire the deepest dread, for when such suppressed chill erupts, Wang Tiansong knew with chilling certainty his body would be reduced to dust in an instant. There was no question about it. No, I cannot die like this. Wang Tiansong's anxiety surged, but he was utterly powerless. The ice crystals clung like an inescapable prison, binding him tight. Not a muscle could twitch, not a wisp of chi could be summoned. To stand frozen, helpless as death loomed, was agony beyond measure. Do you finally feel your own helplessness? This is your last chance, the final one I grant you. Submit and become my slave, or perish before me. The child spoke now with sovereign arrogance, different from mere pride. This was the detached gaze of a master surveying a subordinate, emotionless, inevitable, born purely of absolute supremacy. He was strength incarnate. Wang Tiansong weakness made flesh, and contempt for the weak required no justification. Go to hell. Do you think I'd bow to you? Try again in your next lifetime. His life on earth had been mundane, so dull it bordered on hollow. But upon arriving at Gongxing Star, everything changed: its people, its perils, its pulse-quickening chaos. Though he'd spilled blood and raised entire races, deeds no decent soul would condone, he felt alive, truly alive, because this was the existence he craved: fierce, unchained, electric. That too was freedom. Yet if shackled as a slave, if stripped of autonomy, even this exhilaration would vanish. What then would remain worth living for? Better to die outright. Thus, though mute, Wang Tiansong's will hardened into unbreakable steel, absolutely refusing to yield. Then die. At last the child ceased speaking, merely offering a disdainful smile before gripping his sword with both hands and lunging at Wang Tiansong. It's over. Meng Jinka watched paralyzed as the child drove the blade straight toward Wang Tiansong's heart, certain death should it pierce. Yet Wang Tiansong grew eerily calm, smiling faintly as he murmured, "You wish to kill me? Then you'll pay a price for it." He scoffed, and at last faint glimmers of white light shimmered across his body. Mortal peril has always been humanity's greatest crucible, where latent potential surges forth most violently. Wang Tiansong was no exception. His fanatical refusal to submit had driven him to the brink, but also paradoxically cleared his mind like never before: pure, singular, radiant freedom. He would rather die than be enslaved. In that instant his heart resonated perfectly with Prince C's, harmonizing so completely that at last he ascended. Fourth realm opening and closing. Yet trapped within the ice, he could unleash only a fraction of his newfound might. Still he channeled every shred of power he could command, until the crystalline shell fractured with sharp, echoing cracks. "Opt!" Wang Tiansong roared, and hurled a blazing fist at the child. White light blazed around him like celestial radiance, though his murderous scowl clashed jarringly with that holy luminescence. Heh! Unheard by anyone, even Wang Tiansong. The child's lips curled upward in quiet, fleeting satisfaction. The smile vanished as swiftly as it appeared, the chuckle barely a whisper. In the next heartbeat, the colossal fist missed its mark entirely, passing clean through the child's form. Off balance from the failed strike, Wang Tiansong lurched violently forward, toppling headlong. Yet, abruptly, his falling body halted, held aloft, as if by unseen hands. A thunderous boom shook the earth as shockwaves rippled outward in concentric explosions. Yet Wang Tiansong teetered on the edge of collapse, without ever falling. Wang Tiansong instantly recognized this was no feat of his own levitation art. It was another force lifting and sustaining him. The cyclic sword of reincarnation: uphold your true heart, abide eternally in singularity. That is the essence of wielding a blade. Without an unshaken heart, there can be no heart of a true cultivator. You have earned the right to hold this sword." The child's youthful voice rang out. Wang Tiansong stared baffled, then looked down at his own hands. There, glowing with cerulean brilliance, rested the great sword, vibrant, luminous, and astonishingly gripped tightly in his own grasp. What in the world is happening? His confusion deepened, just as unbidden new knowledge flooded his mind. The Big Dipper star chart lies upon an island southeast of Gongxing Star. Its surface bears the shimmering image of the 7 stars, glowing brightly at night, mirroring the heavens above, only then revealing its hidden truths. The child's voice echoed once more, and within Wang Tiansong's mind unfolded a vast, intricate map, the entirety of Gongxing Star. Wang Tiansong recoiled in astonishment. For Gongxing Star was twice the size of Earth, dominated by land masses. Though oceans existed, they occupied less than a quarter of the planet's total surface. And the fabled Big Dipper star chart lay hidden somewhere upon one of those islands, within that very sliver of sea. The 9-star god-slaying art, since the sword now exists only as the cyclic blade, fragmented and incomplete. Only its first 4 techniques remain. They shall suffice, for now. I trust you won't disappoint me. The child's voice fell silent at last, yet Wang Tiansong's mind continued to overflow with memories. Vast in number, yet all confined strictly to Gongxing Star. Yet still they eclipsed everything he'd learned during his years there combined. Who are you? How do you know so much? Wang Tiansong stood stunned, utterly unable to comprehend what had transpired. I am reincarnation. Or call me Broken Sword Reincarnation. I care not. If you ask who I am the reincarnation sword itself. You are its 10th wielder. I place no expectations upon you. Should you perish, I shall simply depart for another world, to seek the next bearer. Now go, forge your own path. Reincarnation's words were breathtakingly indifferent, leaving Wang Tiansong speechless with exasperation. Yet then came shock. 10th wielder. How many had borne this blade before him? Reincarnation, how long have you existed? Wang Tiansong asked, choosing this question first amid the storm of uncertainties. That spans eons, back to the dawn of creation itself. You need not know more. I sense your questions. Why did I come here? Why did the previous wielder fall? Such matters are irrelevant. Know only this: your temperament meets the sword standard. Yet among countless bearers your Tao heart ranks merely middling. Others surpass you, and not by one or two, but many. Understand this: holding me grants you power, beyond doubt. But it also binds you to a solemn duty, one of immense gravity. Though you need not fulfill it, yet the time will come when you confront it directly. For now I offer only provisional acknowledgement. True recognition. You remain vastly unworthy. Many of your predecessors became interstellar pirates. Some even reached the demon star realm. Yet even that in my eyes is but a timid first step onto the stage, dwarfed by billions of leagues beneath my original master. And yes, many of you perished prematurely. In short, I hold little hope for you. Reincarnation spoke bluntly, yet Wang Tiansong hearing this released all lingering doubts. As Reincarnation said, knowing too much may bring no benefit, so ignorance for now was wisdom. And in that instant Wang Tiansong realized, truly realized, he had just claimed a treasure beyond mortal dreams. A prize countless souls would kill to possess. Though terms like interstellar pirates and demon star realm meant nothing to him, he sensed their magnitude. Vaster realms, grander skies, lives infinitely more thrilling than anything on Gongxing star. You speak plainly, but tell me I've been pent up for far too long. I need release. Stimulation is my natural element. Even if I fall along the way, that is my fate. Death holds no terror. Far more tragic would be a life drained of passion, empty, barren, devoid of thrill. Wang Tiansong spoke these words rooted in his own past. Reincarnation nodded approvingly indeed. Who soars across the cosmos fears no death. To fear it is to abandon the stars, to huddle on one's homeworld, wasting away until life's final breath arrives as relief. At that moment two beings once opposed stood in perfect harmony, natural, inevitable. For in that shared conviction, in that fierce, unyielding love of freedom, they had found absolute resonance. The golden light faded. Meng Jinka regained mobility, and gaped. Wang Tiansong now held the broken sword. Reincarnation, while the terrifying child had vanished. Words failed him. Instead he surveyed the surroundings. The wasteland had transformed into rich, fertile soil, barren of vegetation, yet unmistakably reshaped by overwhelming force. The sheer scale of this metamorphosis left both Wang Tiansong and Meng Jinka stunned. Fear not. I descended from such heights that cowards fled at the mere sight of me. My appearance unsettles, so I offered them a lesson. Should any have perished, well, misfortune is theirs alone. Now then, earthling, what shall you do next? Reincarnation's voice resonated. What? You did this? Wang Tiansong reeled, unbelieving that this transformation had sprung solely from Reincarnation's will. Then his pupils contracted sharply. How did you know I'm from Earth? For me this is a very simple matter. Who am I? I am Reincarnation. When you become the holder of the sword, I can also understand your innermost thoughts. I know about your other soul, the prince, and naturally, I am aware of your background. You are a fellow from Earth, and the original owner of this body unfortunately succumbed to depression and ended his life. You just happened to inhabit this body and began cultivating in a muddled manner. Isn't that all there is to it? Why are you so surprised? Aren't you also trying to explain to everyone in the symbiotic clan that you are not one of them? However, now that a great war is approaching, you have grown accustomed to life among the symbiotic clan and gradually forgotten that point. Are you truly surprised by my slight mention of it? Reincarnation spoke naturally, seemingly, without causing him any psychological fluctuations. As for Wang Tiansong, he furrowed his brow, but soon relaxed. Just as Reincarnation said, this matter was far simpler than he had imagined. Wasn't it just a small issue? It's just an identity. There's no need to dwell on it. Yes, I did cause this place to become like this. Alright, let's go back. You all in the symbiotic clan must have many things to attend to right. The reptilian clan and the multivision clan will not let this go easily. TSK. When I first came here, the reptilian clan and the multivision clan were merely vassals of the symbiotic clan, exceedingly weak. I never expected the symbiotic clan to have fallen to such a state. Reincarnation spoke with an expression of helplessness, while Wang Tiansong was no longer as surprised. Knowing that Reincarnation could even connect to the period of the world's creation made it only natural for him to know about these matters concerning the symbiotic clan. Tiansong, are you alright? Meng Jinka looked at Wang Tiansong, who was tightly gripping the broken sword. Reincarnation, and couldn't help but frown. Seeing Wang Tiansong standing still, unsure if he was alive or dead, made Meng Jinka even more anxious. Uncle Meng, I'm fine. Let's go back. Wang Tiansong snapped back to reality. He had almost forgotten about Meng Jinka. At this moment, there was little to say, so he quickly suggested they return to the clan, leaving other matters for later. Meng Jinka was also straightforward, following Wang Tiansong back to the symbiotic clan's interior quickly. Lulu, could you please let me go? Upon returning, Meng Lulu hugged Wang Tiansong tightly and did not let go. Although Wang Tiansong enjoyed the soft embrace, it was quite awkward to remain in such a position. Meng Jinka chuckled and said, I say girl, your father is right here, and you don't even say to hug me a little. Why are you holding him so tightly? Hearing this, laughter erupted around them. Meng Lulu raised her flushed eyes to look at Meng Jinka and said, please don't act old and wise, okay? You're already an old hand at this. Besides, I've hugged you plenty of times, okay? Can't I let Tiansong enjoy it a bit? With these words, the laughter grew even louder. As for Meng Jinka, he wore an awkward expression and finally sighed helplessly, murmuring, what can I do about this? It's like my elbow is turning outwards. Wang Tiansong could only chuckle and say, Lulu, don't you see him fine? Come on, let's go back, shall we? There are still many matters to address. This time, although we achieved a great victory, if they come again, the Allied forces won't hold back. Moreover, the vanguard suffered losses, and the first battle was also a setback. It's likely they won't use any tricks this time, but will charge straight and possibly not giving us a chance to catch our breath. Therefore, what we need to do is to quickly adjust our state and prepare for the arrival of the Allied forces. After this statement, the laughter of the nearly 300 people around instantly ceased, and even Meng Lulu did not linger in Wang Tiansong's embrace for long. This meeting continued into the night, and now the border alert level of the symbiotic clan reached an unprecedented height. With nearly 300 people mobilized, they took turns guarding in groups of 60. As for the others, such as Wang Tiansong, they went to rest. After all, they knew that whether this battle could be won depended on these high-end combat powers, especially Gang Tianlin, who had now advanced to the 4th level of opening and closing. This was unexpected for everyone, but also a reason for joy. Naturally, they were all elated. This time, Gang Tianlin even fought while injured, having only 70% of his strength, yet still being so powerful. If he were to fully recover, how strong would he be? This gave them all hope. Those who did not participate in the battle felt even more excited upon hearing the battle conditions described by their returning family members. They all hoped to quickly attain such strength to join the fight. For a moment, the morale of the symbiotic clan surged while the Allied forces naturally faced much more gloom. In the depths of the night, Wang Tiansong slowly emerged from his meditative state, calling for the prince to rest while he himself remained seated as the candlelight flickered. His parents had already fallen into a deep slumber. Wang Tiansong placed his right hand on his chest, and amidst a flickering blue light, a water-blue long sword was slowly drawn out, which was none other than the broken sword reincarnation. Upon returning to the clan, Wang Tiansong had already put it away, partly to keep it secret for the time being, and partly because it would serve as a major trump card. Although he wasn't certain if the Multivision clan had seen it, it was best not to reveal it for now. This was definitely beneficial and not harmful to them. What? Do you still have many questions for me? At this moment, reincarnation seemed to have guessed Wang Tiansong's thoughts and spoke slowly. However, at this moment, Wang Tiansong shook his head and asked, how do I cultivate the 9 stars killing god technique? Although I now have the cultivation method, I feel unable to immerse myself in it. The intricacies of this sword technique are even more terrifying than I imagined. What on earth is going on? Wang Tiansong directly entered the topic without unnecessary embellishments. Oh, you're quick to act. Have you already started studying the 9 stars killing god technique? You must understand that this is a secret manual that is rare even in countless universes, and only the holder of the broken sword reincarnation can enjoy this benefit. However, despite saying this, to obtain such good things, you must also pay a corresponding price. This price is actually not much for you, and is a trial. If you cannot even pass this, it would be better for me to find the next owner. Reincarnation was still speaking directly, and Wang Tiansong only slightly frowned as he sensed that the difficulty of this matter was not simple. The 9 stars killing god technique, as the name implies, if you can truly cultivate to the level of the 9th star, even a god can be killed. Of course, in reality, this sword technique is much simpler than you think. The only difference is that it requires constant practice. Perhaps many sword techniques pursue a certain realm, which is correct. The realm is very important. However, one point that people often overlook is that the essence of sword techniques lies in this realm, but when that realm reaches its peak, and it becomes increasingly difficult to break through, it signifies that the sword technique has matured. At this point, you should practice the sword technique, continuously focusing more on the experiences and techniques of using the sword rather than on seeking a higher realm. The 9 stars killing god technique is such a sword technique. In terms of realm, the 9 stars killing god technique has already reached the pinnacle, and there is no possibility of improvement in the short term. This sword technique was born this way. What you need to do is very simple, just practice more. If once is not enough, then do it twice. If twice is not enough, then do it 4 times. If that is not enough, then do it 1,000,000 times, 1,000,000,000 times. Reincarnation spoke simply, but Wang Tiansong furrowed his brows and asked, is it really that simple? At this moment, Wang Tiansong felt that he might have overthought it. If it really is just like this, then there is no need to achieve much. Continuous practice would be enough. What? Do you think it's that simple? What you are learning is the strongest sword technique in the world. It's not some mediocre skill. You can completely demonstrate the sword techniques you know. Don't worry, those techniques are quite simple, and you can try swinging the sword right here. Reincarnation spoke with an air of arrogance and command, while Wang Tiansong felt a surge of anger. There should be a limit to underestimating others. Almost provoked, Wang Tiansong gripped the broken sword. Reincarnation took a deep breath and began the initial stance, as described by the 9 stars killing god technique, channeling all the strength in his body. But the next moment, the broken sword reincarnation fell to the ground, and Wang Tiansong was drenched in sweat, collapsing directly onto the ground. How could this be? Did this already exhaust all my strength? Wang Tiansong was astonished, never expecting that merely a simple initial stance demanding the activation of all his strength would leave him completely drained. He even lacked the strength to hold the sword. How could Wang Tiansong not be astonished? Do you understand now? This is about practice. If you can't even master the initial stance in half a year, I might as well find another owner. While saying this, reincarnation remained carefree, but Wang Tiansong had already disregarded this and began to form a completely new understanding of the 9 stars killing god technique. The next day, everyone found it quite strange. Wang Tiansong once again locked himself away alone. However, this time he chose a rather large single room, and then no one knew what he was doing. He would return home for meals at the regular times and occasionally chat with Meng Lulu and the others. Aside from that, he spent almost all his time in that room, and 3 days passed in a blur. During these 3 days, aside from normal meditation, Wang Tiansong practiced continuously in this room without the slightest relaxation. This level of perseverance was enough to make even reincarnation take notice. For Wang Tiansong, these 3 days involved the same starting technique repeated over and over again. He had long forgotten how many times he had done it, yet he remained fully engaged in the repetition, knowing that he needed to progress. How could he improve? To do the same thing repeatedly, while maintaining a sense of freshness rather than numbness, was essential. After an indeterminate amount of time, even Wang Tiansong, who had lost track of time, finally executed the starting technique in its entirety. Although it was merely a fleeting moment that left him exhausted, it was enough to fill Wang Tiansong's heart with exhilaration. How could this be? 5 days, and I can already execute the starting technique. Reincarnation observed Wang Tiansong's progress and effort, feeling both pleased and impressed. However, it was truly astonishing to see that in just 5 days he had already executed the starting technique. How does my speed rank among the many holders? Wang Tiansong asked, looking at Reincarnation, who bore an expression of shock akin to that of a child. Reincarnation understood what Wang Tiansong was really asking and responded solemnly, "Your speed ranks 173rd. This data is quite precise," Wang Tiansong thought, filled with astonishment. He never expected that despite his relentless efforts, he would still only rank over 100 among the numerous holders. Don't think of yourself as slow. The physique of the symbiotic clan is very similar to that of Earthlings, with the only difference being the presence of symbiotic beasts. The soul is split, but other than that there are no significant differences. You have used your own strength to execute the starting technique in just 5 days. This speed is already extraordinarily rapid. Of course, there are some prodigies among the holders whom you cannot compare yourself to, but among the majority, even though they execute the starting technique quickly, they have their reasons. The first is the issue of race. Although they are all human, there are strengths and weaknesses within the human race that lead to differences in physique. Some can only achieve such speed by relying on their advantages. Among so many holders, being ranked close to 200 is already an impressive achievement. Moreover, you haven't even tapped into the power of your fusion with the prince yet. I truly look forward to seeing what that situation will be like. At this moment, Reincarnation revealed a faint smile, the first genuine smile he had shown to Wang Tiansong. It looked so sincere and appreciative, perhaps indicating that he had discovered Wang Tiansong's strengths. I see. Hearing Reincarnation's words, Wang Tiansong did not feel relieved at all. He was not one to make excuses for himself. Since this was his current standing, so be it. After all, despite being quite outstanding in his life, he had never reached the top. Gradually, he had grown accustomed to this, and to this day his mindset was already well adjusted, so he naturally did not care about these things. Knowing his own shortcomings was what mattered most. Even though he had indeed lost track of time, he still understood that the coalition could attack at any moment. Therefore, his training time was quite limited. After 5 days of cultivation, Wang Tiansong had only barely managed to execute the starting technique. This realization made him understand just how monstrous the 9 stars god-slaying art was. It was likely that mastering just one technique to perfection would be sufficient for a lifetime. At this moment, Wang Tiansong was particularly eager to master this technique quickly, as doing so would significantly increase his chances in the coming battle. By the way, Reincarnation, you call yourself a broken sword, and also refer to yourself as the cycle of the broken sword. Furthermore, the 9 stars God-slaying art currently only has the first 4 stars. What is the reason behind this? The 5 days of intense training had made Wang Tiansong weary, and naturally he needed some rest. With this moment of leisure, he instinctively began to ask reincarnation some questions. You shouldn't ask me about this. Even I am not entirely clear. All I know is that I received orders from the first-generation master. My mission is to find someone capable of wielding the cycle until that person reaches the pinnacle. Yet up to now I have not encountered that person. As for why I only possess the cultivation method for the first 4 stars, I am equally unclear. I do not even know where the remaining 5 stars have gone. Reincarnation spoke with a sense of helplessness and confusion, clearly indicating that these matters were also unclear to him. Then how did you find one planet after another? Wang Tiansong was shocked to discover that reincarnation's memory seemed to be problematic. This comes from the memories I carry. Although some parts of my memory are missing, this portion remains intact. I have been using this as a basis to search for individuals who meet the criteria set by my first-generation master for sword wielders. So far, I have found 9,999 individuals, yet none have met my master's requirements. As reincarnation spoke, he was filled with sorrow, evidently reminiscing about the past. Wang Tiansong, however, was stunned. A broken sword. This sword appeared to be complete at first glance. How crazy must that person have been? To give a sword an order and have it continue to this day without finding a single qualified individual. Otherwise, it would not have been Wang Tiansong's turn. How difficult must that be? Wang Tiansong couldn't help but think about how the first-generation master seemed to expect people to reach a certain qualifying standard, but evidently that standard was excessively high. Otherwise, how could they search through so many planets in the vast universe and still find no qualified candidates? This made Wang Tiansong wonder, was it even possible for him to succeed? Could he qualify? You're thinking too much. Right now, you shouldn't even think about qualifying. You merely possess the qualification to wield a sword, and beyond that you have no entry-level opportunity. You are still far from it. Reincarnation sensed Wang Tiansong's thoughts, but offered no consolation, bluntly delivering this harsh reality. Could you at least try to comfort me a bit? Why hit me with such simple blows? Wang Tiansong responded helplessly while reincarnation shrugged and said, there's nothing I can do. I have experienced far more than you can imagine, and I naturally see through many things. Your strength is truly too weak and far from adequate. To put it simply, although you have performed well, executing the starting technique in 5 days has earned you a ranking of 173, but with your current strength you are genuinely the weakest among all sword wielders. Upon hearing this, Wang Tiansong felt even more stifled. He was the weakest. Were there truly more formidable existences? Yet those individuals ultimately failed to qualify. What about himself? The more he thought about it, the heavier Wang Tiansong's heart became. Don't think that just because you say this I will give up. As reincarnation watched, Wang Tiansong ceased those meaningless thoughts, smiling at the side of reincarnation, who was momentarily taken aback. As I said, life cannot lack interest, which is why I am not afraid of these challenges. What I truly fear is losing my pursuit of goals. Now it appears I have been directly given a sufficiently large goal, which makes it a bit hard for me to breathe. But that doesn't mean I truly cannot achieve it. As he spoke, Wang Tiansong began to laugh heartily, visibly recovering from his exhaustion as he grasped the hilt of the broken sword of reincarnation. Your memory is evidently incomplete, and up until now there has not been a single sword wielder capable of helping you recover any part of it. It seems that restoring your memory is not a simple matter, but I can give it a try. You can trust me, I will definitely help you. As Wang Tiansong spoke, he began the starting technique once more. There were no more words, only steadfast eyes. At this moment, Wang Tiansong indeed felt pressure, but that pressure was still too distant for him, and there was no need to impose unnecessary stress on himself. Wang Tiansong was aware that at this moment what he truly needed was not to think about the matters of the broken sword of reincarnation, but rather to focus more on the symbiotic clan. The coalition's strength remained formidable, and even though he and Gang Tianlin had both advanced to the 4th layer of the opening and closing realm, it did not guarantee survival amidst the sea of tactics. Thus, Wang Tiansong required immense power. The 9 stars God-slaying art represented a transformative opportunity for him. No matter what, I must master the first star before the next coalition attack. Wang Tiansong set this goal for himself, even though he understood that it was entirely impossible. 5 days had already passed, and even if the coalition adjusted their battle plans and rested, 5 days was sufficient for them to prepare. This meant that in just a few days they would likely begin their attacks again, leaving Wang Tiansong with increasingly limited time. I must intensify my training. Wang Tiansong took a deep breath, his gaze becoming even more profound. What he needed to do now was simply repeatedly hone his own skills. Luan Hui watched silently from the side. The unyielding resolve in his gaze conveyed one unmistakable message: this task must be completed. Not merely attempted, but fulfilled. Once Lin Hui perceived this distinction, he smiled faintly, a quiet satisfaction flickering in his eyes. He nodded and silence descended once more, broken only by heavy labored breaths that lingered long into the stillness. 3 more days had passed, an inconceivable span for any symbiote clansman. No one was foolish enough to underestimate the gravity of the situation. The Allied forces, having suffered a crushing defeat, now fully grasped the symbiont's overwhelming strength. Seeking peace was utterly impossible for centuries. Nay, millennia. The Arthropod clan and the Multi-Eyed clan had relentlessly oppressed the symbiotes. With such deep-seated enmity, no opportunity for reconciliation remained. Now that the symbionts had seized their chance to rise, they would rather perish together than grant their enemies even a sliver of mercy. The Allied forces surely understood this, and thus knew they must reorganize their armies with utmost urgency, amass greater numbers of warriors, and launch their assault without delay. Every passing day tilted the balance further against them. Yet over a week had elapsed, and still no movement. This was profoundly unsettling. Indeed, the very abnormality of it stirred even Wang Tiansong, who had been immersed in secluded cultivation. Sensing that the matter ran deeper than he'd first imagined, he abandoned his meditation, returned home, and began attending strategic meetings without pause. 6 more days passed under heightened vigilance, 2 weeks in total, before the Allied forces finally stirred. At last they moved. Why such agonizing slowness? Were they waiting for the centipede lord to fully recover? Even with his formidable constitution, such grievous wounds could not heal completely in 2 weeks. Meanwhile, our own clan had birthed numerous half-fused warriors, and one had even ascended to the 3rd tier of manifestation. Our fighting force now exceeded 300, its collective power markedly enhanced. Why then do they strike only now? High above the battlefield, Wang Tiansong and Lin Yu observed the Allied advance. Though Lin Yu had yet to reach the opening and closing realm, he stood at the absolute apex of manifestation, his strength scarcely inferior to Wang Tiansong's. What hidden design do you suspect, eh? Lin Yu furrowed his brow, utterly baffled by the enemy's intentions. Heaven's wisdom is beyond me. If I knew, I'd be a sage of celestial foresight, Wang Tiansong replied with a wry, helpless shake of his head. Enough observation. Our people have already mobilized. None slacken, all remain vigilant. A most auspicious sign. Let us descend. Wang Tiansong glanced downward. The symbionts were already in motion. The moment the first tremor of movement reached them, they surged toward the battlefield without hesitation. What is the situation? Meng Lulu and the others, already braced for battle, hurriedly greeted Wang Tiansong and Lin Yu as they landed. Their forces appear fully restored, even strengthened, but their growth pales beside ours. Wang Tiansong's reply was terse, yet his brow remained deeply furrowed. Every plausible explanation had been discarded, yet the Allied forces' 2-week delay defied all logic. And those 14 days, far from weakening the symbionts, had only fortified their advantage. These vermin truly harbor no goodwill. What calamity do they intend? Gang Tianlin, never one for deep contemplation, stood utterly perplexed, voicing his bewilderment aloud. The rest stared blankly, lost in confusion, as the earth continued to shudder beneath the thunderous advance of the Allied host. Its dust clouds vast, its momentum fierce. Yet its former terror now held little sway over the symbiotes. Something is wrong. Wang Tiansong suddenly cried out. All eyes instantly turned toward him, eager for his revelation. The aura. Yes, that's it. I sensed something amiss earlier but failed to grasp it. Now it's unmistakable. Their aura is deeply unnatural. An army shattered by our onslaught should bear the scars of broken confidence. Its aura subdued, its spirit dimmed. Yet there's blazes like the midday sun, a hallmark not of a defeated host, but of an invincible one. His words struck a chord instantly. Exactly. Many echoed his realization. Wang Tiansong surveyed the faces around him. Each wore the same furrowed uncertainty, and none held answers. Lin Hui, do you know anything? Wang Tiansong finally turned to Lin Hui. After all, Lin Hui had gifted him the complete map of Symbiont Star, a knowledge so profound that he must know more than any present. Perhaps, just perhaps, he held the key. Don't ask me. I haven't set foot on Symbiont Star in ages, so long ago that even I've forgotten the time. Your clans are strangers to me, and this is your war. Even if there's deception afoot, I've only just arrived. I couldn't discern a thing. Lin Hui spoke plainly, and Wang Tiansong sighed inwardly, yet his gaze returned resolutely to the horizon. Order the entire army full alertness, no lapse, no negligence. To sense danger without naming it, to perceive treachery without tracing its source, was the most grueling torment of all. It sharpened Wang Tiansong's vigilance to a razor's edge. He knew with absolute certainty the Allied forces possessed some hidden advantage. Understood. The symbionts responded in unison. For them, Wang Tiansong's word was law. No dissent arose. not when every soul felt the same disquiet. Vigilance, therefore, was not mere counsel, it was imperative. Prepare. Wang Tiansong watched the allied ranks draw nearer, the arthropods leading the multi-eyed trailing behind. More warriors joined their ranks. But while numbers had swelled since days past, their quality had visibly declined, falling far short of prior standards. If your sole strategy is brute force attrition, then this time I shall deliver utter annihilation. I will shatter you utterly, leaving you no strength left to raise a hand in resistance. A cold, ruthless edge hardened within Wang Tiansong's heart. War had narrowed to a stark choice: life or death, no middle path. In such moments, blind fervor meant swift demise. True mastery lay in icy composure. He did not believe mere battlefield setbacks could drive the Allied forces to reckless, irrational charges. If that were so, the outcome would already be certain. Two sovereignty cultivators of the fourth tier of opening and closing stood guard, beings transcending even the rank of lords. Gang Tianlin's defense alone could effortlessly nullify the multi-eyed clan's celestial light beams. Even their six-eyed elites posed no threat. And then there was Wang Tiansong himself. Though Wang Tiansong had indeed ascended to the fourth tier of opening and closing, this truth remained known only to inner circle symbiotes, concealed from all outsiders. Even he himself had yet to test the true limits of this newfound power. The symbiotes' soul dual nature deepened their resonance with the natural world, coupled with Wang Tiansong's acute battlefield awareness, honed through relentless troop training. This duality ignited an immediate visceral warning of peril. Full symbiosis, now. Without hesitation, Wang Tiansong commanded. Instantly, over 300 symbionts merged into unified forms. In the next heartbeat, the once soft earth beneath them convulsed violently. Tianlin. Wang Tiansong shouted, naming Gang Tianlin without delay. Ascend, all of you. In an instant, Gang Tianlin transformed into a twentimeter silver-white bear and roared the command. Though the others lacked his and Wang Tiansong's lightning reflexes, they snapped into action after only a fleeting hesitation, leaping skyward in unison. Gang Tianlin's eyes blazed with ferocity as his colossal beer paw slammed down upon the ground. Boom! Before his paw struck, a shimmering cerulean carapace erupted from the soil, meeting his blow heat. Gang Tianlin recoiled in astonishment. His mighty strike had left only a hairline fissure, barely worthy of notice, upon the cerulean armor. Impossible! What manner of armor is this? Could there exist within the allied forces a being capable of nearly nullifying my assault? Though stunned inwardly, Gang Tianlin's face remained stern. Fixing his gaze upon the cerulean plating, he raised his other paw to strike again. Show yourselves, cowards! Yet even as he lifted his arm, a cerulean hook-like weapon, identical in hue, lanced down from above, aimed straight at his skull. Danger! Gang Tianlin hadn't anticipated that alongside such impenetrable armor the enemy wielded weapons of matching cerulean brilliance. Enough games, emerge! At that moment, Wang Tiansong's voice resonated with sovereign authority. Behind him, his four tails coiled into a single massive appendage, like a colossal hand, seizing the cerulean weapon midair. With a sharp backward jerk, he wrenched it free from the earth. Impressive, truly impressive. No wonder the allied forces cower before you. One sovereignty warrior would be challenge enough, but two emperor-level beings among the symbiotes. No wonder the centipede youth fell so grievously. But you truly believe you've captured me? A sudden grating metallic screech pierced the air, harsh jarring, followed by the cerulean weapon writhing violently, sinuous as a living serpent. Wang Tiansong instantly realized that despite the immense pressure exerted by his tail, the creature slipped effortlessly from his grip. Wang Tiansong refused to relent. His tail's crushing force intensified. Then came a sharp crack. He knew even this seemingly impervious entity had yielded to his raw might, bearing a visible fracture. Tianlin, assist me. Gang Tianlin needed no second command. Already gripping the weapon's rear segment, he froze, startled anew. Sunlight glinting off its surface fractured into dazzling prismatic hues, radiant and exquisite like a masterwork of crystalline artistry. Is this entirely crystal? Stunned though he was, Gang Tianlin wasted no time. Clamping his massive hand onto the cerulean weapon, he joined Wang Tiansong in a synchronized titanic heave, until the earth exploded upward like a detonated mine, and a colossal entity was dragged shrieking from the depths. Only then did Wang Tiansong and Gang Tianlin behold the truth. This being dwarfed them both, combined. Wang Tiansong had sensed its danger from the outset, so he shed all restraint, unleashing his fourth-tier power and achieving perfect fusion with Prince. His form swelled to over 20 meters, standing shoulder to shoulder with Gang Tianlin, both titans among mortals. Yet even together they appeared diminutive beside this leviathan. No wonder Wang Tiansong alone could not drag it forth. The sheer mass of its body was terrifying beyond measure. A scorpion. Wang Tiansong's jaw dropped. A swift glance revealed its shape. The cerulean carapace Gang Tianlin had struck was merely 3 of the colossal scorpion's dorsal plates. And that lethal cerulean weapon, the one poised to pierce Gang Tianlin's skull, was its tail. Is its entire body forged of crystal A? Wang Tiansong quickly noted that the scorpion's entire form gleamed with cerulean luminescence, refracting sunlight into brilliant 7-hued radiance. Were it motionless, one might mistake it for a flawless sculpture, carved by a divine artisan from a single perfect crystal. If you don't take it seriously, do you really think you're invincible? The unpleasant sound of metal scraping echoed once more, sending chills down Wang Tiansong's spine, yet the strength in his tail did not wane at all. Who do you think you are? Just a mere insect. Wang Tiansong scoffed again, twisting his waist and using his tail with force to fling his massive body upwards. This creature. It looks much larger than that centipede lord. Did it just mention imperial level? Could there be beings that surpass even the lord level within the insect race? Wang Tiansong was quite astonished, but did not show it, continuing to observe. After a rough observation, he immediately realized that this creature was immense, far beyond what the centipede lord could compare to. This meant that it had surpassed 50 meters, indicating that it was an existence above the lord level and imperial level being. Let go. The crystal-like scorpion let out a loud roar. Despite its unpleasant voice, its tail began to thrash more violently. Although Wang Tiansong had exerted great effort to fling this creature into the sky, the force of the tail was something even he could not control. Crystal spike. The scorpion shouted, and in the air several crystal projectiles that resembled daggers materialized. It can crystallize the components in the air. This revelation further shocked Wang Tiansong. It was the first time he discovered that within the insect race there existed beings capable of battling by harnessing the forces of nature, just like the symbiotic tribe. In a sense, this was a form of superpower. However, anyone in the insect race relied solely on physical combat. Even if some possessed minor techniques, those could be overlooked. Now this giant scorpion had completely overturned Wang Tiansong's previous notions. Seeing the crystal spikes flying towards him, Wang Tiansong did not dare to be careless. He gathered his 4 tails in front of him, solidifying into a shield that resembled a small mountain. Just as Wang Tiansong completed his defense, he noticed, perhaps unnoticed by others, a dazzling array of colors flickering in the far background of the insect race, with beams seemingly shooting out from there. However, Wang Tiansong could only catch a glimpse, so he was not entirely sure. Clink, clink, clink. The crystal spikes struck Wang Tiansong's large tail, producing a sharp sound, and even a faint stinging sensation was felt, which further astonished Wang Tiansong. Although he had never tested it before, the brief assault just now made him realize that his 4 tails were indeed his most powerful weapon, integrating offense and defense. His defensive power was no less than that of Gang Tianlin's solid frame, and although the sound was clinking, it was enough to prove that the force had exceeded that of a beam emitted by a 6-eyed, multi-eyed creature. Whoosh! Before Wang Tiansong could fully react, a turbulent flow surged in front of him with erratic winds, causing his body to inexplicably fly upwards. What? Suddenly, as Wang Tiansong steadied himself in midair, he saw Gang Tianlin's entire body had turned as hard as granite, yet even so some stone fragments were still falling from him. Wang Tiansong knew very well that this was the flesh and blood from Gang Tianlin. What kind of attack is this? Wang Tiansong was no longer astonished. His suddenly appearing giant scorpion was already surprising enough. Moreover, the beams he had seen just as his defense was completed were evidently blocked by Gang Tianlin. As for the turbulence, it was likely caused by an excessively powerful shockwave, and since Wang Tiansong hadn't prepared in advance, he was blown away. At this moment, Wang Tiansong looked towards the rear of the allied forces. Is that it? That guy? Wang Tiansong saw that among the multi-eyed race, one looked rather unremarkable, even smaller than other multi-eyed beings. Yet now even Badu and these 70 leaders could only wait obediently at the side, not daring to act recklessly. With Wang Tiansong's exceptional eyesight, he naturally noticed that this multi-eyed being had 8 eyes, one more than Badu and the others. 8-eyed multi-eyed race. Wang Tiansong appeared to question, yet he suddenly understood. This suddenly appearing giant scorpion was so powerful that it required collaboration with Gang Tianlin to suppress it. The emergence of this 8-eyed multi-eyed being explained why the allied forces hadn't attacked for so long. The reason was simple. These 2 were their true leaders. So that's it. I should have realized this. The multi-eyed race and the insect race have suppressed the symbiotic tribe for over 1,000 years. However, to suppress them, a war must first be waged, and until the symbiotic tribe was defeated, the duration of this period would undoubtedly exceed that of the suppression. Coupled with a millennium of growth without a truly capable elder to stabilize the situation, how could they possibly stand firm? I was quite foolish. It's no wonder the multi-eyed race and the insect race could maintain such a strange balance. It was simply because both races had a supreme powerhouse, right? At this moment, Wang Tiansong had unraveled all his doubts. With every uncertainty resolved, he felt much clearer within. Meanwhile, the giant scorpion, made of something resembling crystal, had already flown towards the insect army, evidently not planning to attack again in the short term. Tianlin, how strong was that last attack? Wang Tiansong hovered in the air with his massive tail. Indeed, he looked somewhat strange. His body wasn't much different from before yet. That tail was extraordinarily large, making him appear comparable to Gang Tianlin, who stood over 20 meters tall. Not bad. However, I had activated my strongest defensive skill, turning my body into stone. Although the duration was short, and I didn't solidify into diamond, that defensive power was formidable. Yet that beam of light shattered my armor, directly causing minor injuries. It seems these two should both be Imperial-level beings. Gang Tianlin said to Wang Tiansong. From Gang Tianlin's calm demeanor, it was clear he, like Wang Tiansong, had already considered the current situation. Despite the fact that the other party had only mentioned Imperial level once, at this moment both understood that these two suddenly appearing super beings were indeed what was referred to as Imperial level existences. This is truly troublesome. Wang Tiansong furrowed his brows. At this moment, the forces of the symbiotic tribe had once again gathered, standing behind Wang Tiansong and Gang Tianlin, ready for battle. What do we do? Meng Lulu and the others were also straightforward. The brief skirmish had almost revealed all the issues at hand. It was evident that the other side had even summoned beings at the ancestor level. No wonder they dared to delay and had such high morale. It's not easy to handle. Wang Tiansong shook his head, gazing at the conspicuously obvious crystal scorpion ahead. It seems the symbiotic tribe must be eradicated. I wondered why Badu and those brats had teamed up with your family members. They must have brought out some extraordinary figures. At that moment, a distant voice emanated from the rear of the allied forces. All right, there's no time for astonishment. You take one, I take one, and the rest of the special ones, Ant King, you all can handle them, right? The crystal scorpion issued the order, and the nearby Ant King leader complied, obediently responding without further comment. This time, after their defeat, they hardly debated before deciding to summon their true ancestor-level beings. In the previous two battles, firstly, these leaders had not anticipated how difficult the symbiotic tribe would be to deal with. By the time they reacted, it was already too late to clean up, so they dared not hesitate and went to summon their ancestors. Moreover, these two old fellows, upon witnessing the return of the broken sword, naturally sensed the unusual occurrence. After several leaders reported the situation, they realized that if they allowed the symbiotic tribe to continue developing, their doom was truly approaching. The news of the symbiotic tribe's rise prompted these two ancestor-level beings to agree to come out of seclusion, leading to today's scene. Those two little fellows from back then are still alive. Tisk, the symbiotic tribe has treated them well. Why would they want to strike at the symbiotic tribe? At this moment, the voice of reincarnation echoed in Wang Tiansong's mind. You know the ancestors of the insect race and the multi-eyed race. Wang Tiansong was somewhat puzzled. I do know them, but they definitely have no impression of me. However, I never expected that those once weak little fellows, despite not being particularly strong now, would manage to overturn your symbiotic tribe. It truly isn't easy, and I believe much of it is due to their predecessors' contributions. Reincarnation seemed to be speaking to itself. Wang Tiansong, not wishing to delve into this historical discussion, frowned and asked, what should I do now? Figure it out yourself. Clear and concise, these 5 words from reincarnation almost made Wang Tiansong lose his temper. Truly an unreliable fellow. Wang Tiansong couldn't help but curse, while reincarnation seemed indifferent, showing no concern for Wang Tiansong's remarks and remaining silent. Tianlin, you handle this crystal scorpion, and it'll deal with that ancestor of the multi-eyed race. Lulu Lin, you need to be careful. Those Ant King guys will surely come to restrain you. From the conversation just now, it's clear that a fierce battle awaits. For the first time, Wang Tiansong displayed a tense expression. This tension was not due to the impending battle, but from the uncertainty of the upcoming battlefield. That feeling was truly uncomfortable. Understood. Meng Lulu and the others knew full well that one misstep could spell total annihilation. Caution, therefore, had to be absolute. Maintain formation. If cohesion becomes impossible, disperse, but regroup immediately into smaller, mutually supportive units. Wang Tiansong uttered those words and lunged forward without hesitation. Striking first was his unyielding creed. The moment he moved, Gang Tianlin surged skyward, descending like a mountain upon the swarm of arthropod warriors. How quaint. You actually think you can crush me? The crystal scorpion sneered as Gang Tianlin plummeted from the heavens, colossal and implacable. With a contemptuous snort, it conjured a shimmering barrier of crystalline energy midair. Gang Tianlin collided headlong with the crystal dome. Though the crystal was formidable, Gang Tianlin descended with full force, a deliberate, devastating strike. Such raw power could not be halted so easily. Fractures spiderwebbed across the surface. The arthropod legions scattered in panic, while the massive crystal scorpion itself darted beneath the shattering shield, bracing for impact. Meanwhile, Wang Tiansong, distracted neither by the crystal scorpion nor by time, bypassed the arthropod ranks entirely and charged straight toward the rear, where the eight-eyed multi-visage warrior awaited. "Oh, how neatly you've divided your roles." The eight-eyed multi-visage warrior smiled faintly, all 8 eyes snapping open simultaneously. 8 beams of light converged into a single searing lance, hurtling toward Wang Tiansong. "Just lasers? Do you truly believe they'll affect me? Don't underestimate me so lightly." Wang Tiansong scoffed coldly, his massive tail unmoving, as he watched the fused beam streak toward him. With a casual sweep of his right palm, like slapping away an insect, he deflected the beam entirely. A collective gasp rippled through the onlookers. None had imagined Wang Tiansong's growth had reached such staggering heights. The eight-eyed warrior's expression hardened, gazing up at Wang Tiansong hovering in the sky, majestic, sovereign, awe-inspiring. He furrowed his brows. "You are indeed formidable, but still unworthy to stand as my opponent." As the multi-visage spoke, Wang Tiansong retorted coolly, "And your name?" He asked the question with unexpected formality. The multi-visage, unguarded, replied, simply Titan. "Titan, a bold name, yet one ill-suited to your stature. No matter, you will die soon enough. I merely wish to know the name of the one I slay, lest you perish in anonymity." Wang Tiansong chuckled darkly. Titan returned the smile. "Sharp-tongued, aren't you?" Even as he spoke, he stepped forward, and Wang Tiansong realized in that instant what true swiftness meant. Across the ground, Titan seemed to glide, not run, straight toward him. Though Wang Tiansong hovered high above, Titan's velocity ensured the distance would shrink relentlessly. And as light converged into focused assault, proximity only magnified its lethality. So Wang Tiansong shot upward, ascending sharply. In the next breath, countless beams erupted from Titan's vicinity, lancing toward Wang Tiansong with terrifying precision, each strike rivaling the aurora blast of a six-eyed multi-visage in sheer destructive force. Is this a delaying tactic? Wang Tiansong grasped it instantly. Yet no speed, even his, could outpace light. His 4 tails whipped in rapid arcs, intercepting wave after wave of radiant fury, but each parry sapped his momentum. This sensation, it feels like ascending to an entirely new realm, both for them and for us. By the 4th stage of opening and closing, Wang Tiansong sensed his combat versatility deepened profoundly. Gang Tianlin could now reshape his very body into precisely calibrated defensive forms, while Wang Tiansong himself had fully merged with Prince, his 4 additional tails unleashing strikes whose concentrated force rivaled 4 missiles detonating upon a single point. Even his physical constitution, once only modestly enhanced by fusion, now surged with unnatural vigor, as if flooded with divine adrenaline, far surpassing earlier thresholds. Yet, even so, he now witnessed firsthand the evolutionary leaps of their adversaries, the eight-eyed multi-visage transcending the 70 tier, and the arthropod emperor class rising beyond mere lord rank. At such pinnacles, both races manifested profound transformations. The crystal scorpion's assaults were no longer crude physical blows. Titan, though reliant solely on ocular weaponry, infused each blast with uncanny finesse, and his overwhelming base strength rendered even uncharged strikes deadlier than a six-eyed multi-visage's fully charged aurora blast. This compensated entirely for any need to charge, while his sheer velocity likely surpassed every member of the symbiont clan, save perhaps Meng Lulu alone. Sure 3. Laser barges hammered relentlessly. To Wang Tiansong, impacts that missed his flesh were trivial, but he sensed something unnerving. The beams struck from every direction, striking with seamless omnidirectional precision. How is this possible? His eyes faced forward. If he fires thousands of beams, they should originate from a single focal point. Yet here they come from all angles. Does he manipulate light itself? The thought flickered through Wang Tiansong's mind even as he fought, analyzing, adapting, calculating. Are you merely spectating? While I hold him off, attack. Titan's voice remained calm, yet edged with unmistakable fury. Bato and the others hesitated, not from cowardice, but awe. They watched a breathtaking duel of blinding speed and titanic force. Each of Wang Tiansong's strikes gouged apocalyptic craters into the earth, each deep enough to bury 24 arthropod warriors whole, let alone themselves. And Titan, though his attacks targeted the skies, his seemingly endless barrage of lasers left Bato stunned. None among them could sustain such relentless output, nor match the raw, aurora-level devastation each beam carried. Unbelievable. What kind of battle is this? Even Ming Lulu and her companions stood transfixed, hearts pounding in disbelief. Nearby, the clash between the Crystal Scorpion and Gang Tianlin unfolded on a far more intimate scale. Though Gang Tianlin towered over 20 meters tall, he swiftly realized his agility paled before the Crystal Scorpion's, so he condensed his form, shrinking down to just 5 meters. His speed, though still inferior to Meng Lulu's, now generated 3 or 4 afterimages. The Crystal Scorpion, however, remained motionless, merely weaving crystalline constructs from thin air to assail Gang Tianlin. But upon shrinking, Gang Tianlin's density surged exponentially. Renowned for raw power, his claws, once capable only of superficial fissures, now shattered the Crystal Scorpion's defenses outright. The Crystal Scorpion recoiled in genuine shock. It too then contracted, sparking a furious exchange. Unlike Wang Tiansong's dazzling aerial duel, theirs churned the earth, sand and stone exploded outward, crystalline shards rained like hail, and Gang Tianlin's dense bear-like frame stamped the ground with footprints 4 fingers deep. As the Crystal Scorpion shifted position, its unique physiology caused it to spin, generating a dense vortex of spiraling air around its body, forming a whirling, wind-wrapped aura. Weak as armor, it was nonetheless a tangible defense. 2 battlefronts, 2 concentric arenas. 4 warriors, unknown. 2 factions. Their forces watched paralyzed, not by fear, but by the sheer, overwhelming grandeur of the spectacle. Consider such cataclysmic turbulence, sandstorms, seismic tremors, was once reserved for full-scale warfare. Now it erupted from the fury of 2 combatants. Even Meng Lulu's speed, capable of leaving dozens of ghostly afterimages, possessed brilliance yet lacked the sheer earth-shaking presence of this duel. Here brilliance and majesty coalesced, so fiercely that any interloper dared not intervene, lest they be obliterated by the sheer concussive aftermath. What are you waiting for? Both Titan and the Crystal Scorpion issued urgent commands. Holding Wang Tiansong and Gang Tianlin in check was no guarantee of lasting advantage. The longer they fought, the clearer it became their strengths were near identical. Victory seemed improbable, and compared to the symbionts' fluid, endlessly adaptive techniques, their own styles felt rigid, predictable. If Wang Tiansong and Gang Tianlin stabilized their positions, reversal was inevitable. Thus urgency burned in both leaders' eyes. Don't just stand there. Lin Yu snapped, preparing to unleash flames to shield the others. Your opponent is me. From afar, a golden figure surged forward, massive, radiant, unhurried. Lin Yu knew even Meng Lulu could not halt him, and though her focus time was brief, he would grant her none. Symbiont forces, full defensive formation. Lin Yu barked, then rocketed skyward, her golden pursuer surging after her without pause. Rushing toward Lin Yu was none other than the Ant Sovereign Lord. The Ant Sovereign Lord wasted no pleasantries. He instantly activated his combat state, elevating his defenses to their peak. He well understood the devastating power of Lin Yu's flames, and indeed, he alone stood capable of withstanding them here. The 3 chieftains of the multi-visage clan, Bado, Lijuer, and Saman, had each assumed critical roles. Bado and Lijuer jointly deployed auroral interference against Meng Lulu. Even with her extraordinary speed, evading their synchronized assault grew increasingly arduous. Their coordination was flawless. Meng Lulu could neither close in nor slip past them. Meanwhile, Saman locked down Meng Jinkalin Tong and others holding them fast. Though outnumbered, this seasoned 70 chieftain wielded potent long-range attacks, rendering him more than a match for these third-tier warriors. Thus the battlefield stretched wide and perilously thin. Once all key fighters were thus engaged, fewer than 10 among the Symbiont clan remained at the manifest spirit tier, the rest were merely at the half-fusion stage. At that very moment, tens of thousands of fearless insectoid warriors surged forward. A brilliant stratagem. Your coalition has indeed invested heavily, deploying your strongest warriors to pin down our primary combatants. You have effectively stripped the Symbiont warriors of their wings, exposing them defenselessly before your ranks. This battle now affords us no advantage whatsoever. I must admit your strategy is disarmingly simple and devastatingly effective. Though locked in an evenly matched duel with Titan within the multi-visage sector, Wang Tiansong remained acutely aware of the shifting dynamics across every battlefield. Oh, even now you find time for such contemplation. I must confess, I'm genuinely impressed. But don't you realize such distraction leaves you vulnerable? Titan, meanwhile, remained utterly unruffled. Outwardly composed, both men trembled inwardly. Within the coalition, countering 4th-tier open-close cultivators like Wang Tiansong and Gang Tianlin demanded relentless pressure, yet their attack patterns over time would inevitably grow monotonous, revealing fatal flaws. Defeat would then be inevitable, and should either fall, the coalition's hope of victory would vanish entirely. Wang Tiansong's dread mirrored Titan's own. Drawing upon hard-won battle experience, Wang Tiansong had already observed subtle shifts. even within the multi-visage and insectoid ranks, where attacks had grown marginally more varied. Yet such variation was mere ornamentation. With just a little more time, he could decipher their rhythm. Once mastered, Titan's fate would be sealed. But he feared he'd run out of time. Before he fully grasped their pattern, the symbiote warriors might already collapse. Everyone, hold the line. I ask only that you endure. Wang Tiansong's pulse raced, yet his focus sharpened with every passing second. He replayed every movement from recent combat, the sweep of a limb, the flicker of an eyelid. Even those infinitesimal gestures now fed his tactical calculations. Simultaneously, the battlefield's front lines had stretched so far that even dazed soldiers snapped back to grim awareness. Hold fast. Stand firm. Among the symbiote's clear-headed leaders emerged, not as powerful as Wang Tiansong or Gang Tianlin, yet keenly aware that the outcome hinged upon these pivotal arenas, especially where Gang Tianlin and Wang Tiansong fought. All they needed was time. Their task now was pure defense. Every extra minute endured was a victory. In that moment, every symbiote warrior remained lucid, calm reason guiding their bodies, a single step backward tightening the formation until over 300 warriors stood shoulder to shoulder. One unshakable conviction burned within them. Even without Wang Tiansong's protection, we shall stand. Kill. From the insectoid ranks came a thunderous war cry. Then laser fire struck first, only to rebound violently off reflective mirrors. Seeing the beams, insectoid warriors either braced their bodies or dodged, clearly veterans who knew the drill. After the lasers came the insectoid legions. Some commander-class warriors launched themselves skyward with reckless fury, intending to breach the symbiote formation from within, using their massive bodies as living battering rams. Yet such brute force tactics proved futile. The symbiote ranks offered no gaps, no chinks for infiltration. Moreover, manifest spiritier warriors ranked above commander-class foes. With over a dozen still standing, even waves of simultaneous assaults were repelled effortlessly. 7 or 8 commanders perished outright under such counterstrikes. At the front line, symbiote and insectoid warriors collided. Blood sprayed wildly. Countless insectoid bodies were severed into fragments. Yet their assault intensified, not faltered. Soon the first symbiote warrior fell wounded. Instantly the injured withdrew inward, while fresh warriors stepped forward to take their place. This seamless rotation preserved stamina and ensured the outer defensive perimeter remained unbroken. The multi-visage clan's interference is intolerable. Lin Yu clashed fiercely with the Ant Sovereign Lord. Though sluggish on land compared to Meng Lulu, the Ant Sovereign Lord's winged flight speed surpassed even Lin Yu's pursuit, making aid to his kin impossible for now. At that moment, the 300 symbiote warriors resembled a fragile skiff adrift in a storm-tossed sea, surrounded on all sides by surging insectoid legions hammering relentlessly at their defenses. Still distracted, the Ant Sovereign Lord sneered, lashing forward with antennae sharper than any blade. This won't do. Within the symbiote ranks, senior officers beyond Meng Jinka's circle began urgent deliberations. The insectoid assault alone taxes us beyond measure, and now the multi-visage interference compounds it. So far 92 of us are wounded, but over 1,000 insectoid troops lie dead. Yet if this continues, breaches in our line are inevitable. And if the multi-visage keeps striking unchecked, those gaps will widen faster still. What do we do? Anxiety mounted. Even mid-discussion, some participants broke away, either newly wounded or freshly rested, to rejoin the fray. There is a way. A slender symbiote warrior spoke up, lifting his gaze across the assembly. 20 warriors who wield flame-based techniques. Step forward now. At once, 20 flame wielders gathered before him. My defensive capabilities are exceptional. What lies ahead is terrifying. I will use my body to carve a path. Your task is to close in on the multi-visage and disrupt their attacks. I know full well, this mission offers 9 chances of death to 1 of survival. Yet only by severing the multi-visage's interference can we endure longer. Comrades, this charge is likely a one-way journey. Withdraw now while you still may. At that moment his face bore absolute resolve. No retreat, no hesitation. No need to speak further. I've lived a coward's life, no more. With elders like Wang Tiansong, our symbiote clan may yet rise. To die for this cause is worth everything. Let's act. No more words. His declaration drew silent nods. Their resolve was unanimous. Good. The strategist's body now gleamed with encasing stone, his fusion state fully manifested. Brothers, clear a path. I'll lead the charge. The stone-wrought warrior bellowed. 30 warriors directly facing the multi-visage sector unleashed their utmost power, blasting a dense wall of insectoid troops aside and carving a 7 to 8 meter corridor for the 21 charging warriors. Go. The moment the passage opened, the 21 charged without hesitation. At the vanguard, the stone-wrought warriors smashed forward, Behind him, 20 warriors simultaneously unleashed torrents of flame, transforming their formation into a blazing serpentine tide. Comrades, Gang Tianlin, the nearest elite fighter, watched them surge forth, heart pounding. Gritting his teeth, he roared, "Get out of my way." His fist slammed into the crystal scorpion's crystalline shield, shattering it in one blow. Ignoring the stunned beast, he lunged forward. "Huh, trying to flee? Do you think only your people bleed? Our warriors have slain not a single one of yours, yet countless have fallen. Still they press forward. Today we leverage sheer numbers, and with your elites pinned, watch closely, you will fall." How could the crystal scorpion allow Gang Tianlin to break free? 1,000 slain for 800 lost. Wang Tiansong's spiritual sense registered the battlefield's transformation. Now both symbionts and coalition forces fought with desperate, all-consuming fury, for this was the decisive clash of battle neither side could afford to lose. Stone shards peeled from the stone-wrought warrior's body, revealing gouts of crimson blood beneath. Behind him, the 20 warriors watched blood spray past their faces, eyes burning red, yet their expressions remained unflinching. "The rest is yours," the vanguard warrior called back, voice heavy with relief. "We will avenge you." 20 voices answered as one. The flaming serpent surged past its fallen leader, shattering insectoid resistance and streaking straight toward the multi-visage ranks. The stone-wrought warrior vanished beneath the tide of insectoid bodies. The first symbiont sacrifice had been made. Yet this sacrifice held profound value. Having witnessed Lin use combat style, the 20 knew their speed fell short, but self-preservation remained assured. With 20 warriors deployed across distinct sectors, the multi-visage were temporarily bogged down, significantly easing pressure on the symbiont ranks. At the outer edge of the symbiont formation, a warrior's arm was severed by a commander-class insectoid, whose skull was then obliterated. Yet before the symbiont could recover, swarming insectoids tore him limb from limb. At last, the symbiont defensive bulwark cracked. This cannot continue. Within the symbiont ranks, another voice rose urgently. If this persists, we're trading lives, 1 for 100. Though the insectoids suffer heavy losses, most are low to mid-tier fighters, easily replaceable. But if we fall, even Wang Tiansong's strength cannot reverse our doom. All know this path leads nowhere, but what choice remains? We must hold until our elders triumph. Resignation settled over the symbionts. None felt fear. They had accepted death as the warriors do. Yet survival now demanded everything. Dying was easy, enduring was the true trial. Comrades, fear no more for us. Strike. This is the final battle. Whatever the outcome, your names shall echo through eternity. Strike. Spend every ounce of strength. Pour forth every drop of blood. Let future generations remember 300 symbiont warriors stood defiant against millions of coalition troops. And among those 300 stands your name. Strike for tomorrow. Strike for the symbiont clan's future. Strike to unleash the fury burning in your hearts. At that moment, utterly unexpected, the nearest elite Gang Tianlin let loose that rallying cry. His words stunned the symbionts into silence. Then swift confusion followed. Why would Gang Tianlin urge such abandon? Wouldn't this hasten their collapse? Yet truthfully, they longed to fight unrestrained, not cower defensively. Their rage ran deep. More of their kin had just fallen to the insectoids. How could they not burn with fury? In that instant, the defensive formation shattered and transformed into a furious, all-out assault. When Titan issued that command, it was plainly an instruction to abandon restraint, unleash yourselves, kill without hesitation, and cast off every needless burden and fetter. Strangely, those who ought to have been stunned, Wang Tiansong and the others, each wore a knowing, almost conspiratorial smile. They stood in their respective battle circles, and yet in that instant they all smiled. Can you still smile at a time like this? Your friend is certainly audacious, but does he act without thinking? To allow the Gongsheng to be attacked freely now will only hasten their deaths. Titan, seeing Wang Tiansong smile, concluded these fellows must have lost their senses. No, you have lived in comfort for so long that many things elude you. This move sounds foolish, but in truth it is a tactic I myself had not envisaged. It inspired me. Yes, the centuries of resentment harbored by the Gongsheng must erupt at last. Wang Tiansong spoke with a trace of relief. At that moment, his murderous intent intensified, yet his attacks, defenses, and evasions flowed with such natural ease they became artful and seamless. Titan felt the battle slip beyond his control. How can this be? Has this man suddenly grown stronger? Titan could not accept it, but Wang Tiansong understood perfectly. It was not that his strength had risen, but that he had ceased overthinking. He had been constraining himself, studying attack patterns, and thereby stifling his own prowess. Now he no longer cared how the enemy struck. He simply fought. See what I mean? What can you possibly do to me now? This bewildered Titan. The same change rippled through the others, and the battle's equilibrium began to tilt. Watching leaders fight with such abandon, with wide decisive strokes, stirred a fever within the Gongxing. One by one, they felt their heavy burden lift. The doubt over whether they could delay the Pakong assault until reinforcements arrived was finally cast aside. If they can fight, why can't we? They are fierce, yes, but are we weak? Their glory is theirs, our blood burns just as hot. With that resolve, the Gongxing's momentum swelled. The centuries of pent-up grievance that had festered within their people exploded outward. Killing intent surged skyward, and fueled by boundless fury, they charged at the Pakong. This was the first time the Gongxing took the offensive since the fighting began. Countless Pakong warriors fell as casualties. Every Gongxing mobilized into squads of about 15, more than 20 such squads split off, pouring out their strength until exhaustion. Yet with each spurt of Pakong blood splashing upon them, their rage eased a fraction, while exhilaration rose, invigorating them, as if their vitality were restored. They grew braver with each clash, showing no weariness. Their fighting became feral, a madness spread like blood across the battlefield. Impossible. Such reckless assaults yielding such results. This cannot be. Titan was stunned. In his view, abandoning discipline would only hasten attrition. Yet these seemingly reckless attacks were producing disproportionate gains. Nothing in this world is impossible, only beyond your imagination. I told you these centuries of resentment are beyond your conception. That grievance has been stamped into the hearts of every Gongxing until it became an indelible mark. It is humiliation. It has kept them vigilant. Now at last they possess the means to wash away that shame. Command is important, but when a man's fury reaches its zenith, when even that which angers him can be met with calm, that fury transmutes into a terrible power. You could never understand that. Wang Tiansong himself had not expected so great an effect. Although he anticipated that the Gongxing would unleash formidable combat prowess, he had underestimated the depth of their vengeful heart. Their thirst for retribution was overwhelmingly fierce beyond anyone's imagination. Recklessness alone does not win battles, but fighting without fear of death, embracing a resolve to die that is fundamentally different in essence. Here stand warriors who have cast death aside. They are legends, the pride of the Gongxing. As an ancestor of the Duomu, you should understand, should you not? Like when you once rose against the Gongxing for freedom, your forebears fought with fearless ferocity to wrest liberty. I doubt you have forgotten such scenes. Wang Tiansong's tone softened, and those words stunned Titan. For a moment, their duel paused as Titan's 8 eyes fixed on him. Memories rushed back to thousands of years ago. For freedom, for a voice of their own, they rose to overthrow the Gongxing. That war was 1,000-fold harsher than this one. Titan saw his ancestors, parents, siblings, fall one after another dead with eyes unclosed. In those gazes he read a hunger for freedom. Now watching the Gongxing before him, Titan saw uncanny likenesses to those past rebels, yet with subtle differences. Does it feel similar, yet not quite the same? Wang Tiansong spoke as if he had read everything, and Titan stunned watched him. Their exchange briefly halted the clash between them. The reason is simple: you fought for pure freedom. We are different. We endured long subjugation, and beyond yearning for freedom, we are driven by a desperate need to reclaim dignity. These things you will never ever comprehend. Wang spat each word as though it leapt from his chest, and one could hear the hatred he bore toward the Duomu and the Pakong. Titan was left speechless. From the beginning, the Gongxing had not truly mistreated those two vassal peoples, yet each bore an internal shackle. They were not free, but governed by the Gongxing. That subjugation birthed rebellion. Now the descendants' yearning for freedom and dignity burned ever fiercer. Blood-soaked vast swathes of earth filling the air with the iron tang of slaughter. Even the sun seemed veiled in a dusky, blood-tinged haze. Countless Pakong warriors tumbled down among the Gongxing. There were also fighters who could no longer continue. Whole swathes of Duomu were charred black. More than 20 Gongxing who had charged out to block the Duomu advance now lay pierced. Over a dozen fatally wounded, lying forever upon that soil, never to awaken. This is war, Wang Tiansong felt as he watched Gongxing fall one by one. An icy desolation settled in his chest. War is a meat grinder that strips life away. For the sake of the tribe, countless souls die, without understanding why. They could have left, yet they did not, for they are not solitary individuals, but a collective. Grief deepened within Wang Tiansong, and for a moment he sank into a state of despondency. Although allied casualties were mounting far faster, blood had already congealed into rivers that splattered when trod upon, and the fighting continued relentlessly. For freedom, for dignity, the Gongxing fought to avoid being swallowed by the coalition. Is everything truly over? Wang Tiansong and Titan had temporarily ceased their duel, but both knew that if either moved, the other would strike without mercy, granting no reprieve. The Gongxing have already lost no fewer than 100. At this rate, we will be exhausted. Is it really ending like this? Wang Tiansong questioned himself. War leaves only wounds. How many mothers mourn sons? How many women become widows? How many children lose one or both parents? Such is war on the battlefield. Death is inevitable. I once believed I could keep my people safe. Now that seems impossible. Immature wings draw calamity. Was my recklessness salvation or abyss for the Gongsheng? Wang Tiansong could not help but question himself aloud. A sudden calm descended upon Wang Tiansong. Even the reincarnation within him fell silent. It felt the fathomless, terrible depth of his heart in that moment. If I had not shown my edge, might I have escaped this tribulation? If I had known restraint, would they not have died? If only. A string of ifs rose within him. No, there are not so many maybes. What has happened. Good or ill events reach their end. Do you think heaven will grant you a chance to start anew simply because you dwell on what ifs? It was like two voices debating in one mind. Yes, it has happened. Then what use are ifs? Yet a world drowned in suffering. The Gongsheng, once holding a glimmer of hope, now on the brink of ruin because of me. Wang Tiansong turned to the battlefield. Around him, others fought with even greater frenzy. Even Taidan was puzzled by Wang Tiansong's state, though he dared not act rashly. No. You have given them the opportunity to release the resentment that has been trapped for centuries. Enduring for a moment brings calm, but enduring too long only leads to greater cowardice. Now the symbiotic clan has regained their self-respect, their passion, and their pride because of you. At this moment, even if they die in battle, they firmly believe that you will lead them to ultimate victory. Another voice echoed in his heart. Me? Can I really do it? In this moment, Wang Tiansong finally lost his confidence. Looking at the fighting members of the symbiotic clan, he realized that despite exhausting all methods to boost their morale, they were still on the path to annihilation. Of course you can. What did you say back then? If you don't resist, you will face certain death. If you do resist, there's still a chance of survival. Even if the chances are slim, there is still hope. For this glimmer of hope, shouldn't you give it your all? Can't you see everyone's expectations of you? When they fight, their inner desire is clear. They do not hate you. Even if they sacrifice everything, they do not hate you, for they are grateful that you can offer them a chance for revenge. Moreover, they firmly believe that you can lead the clan to prosperity and brightness. Haven't you always believed in yourself this way? Death is not to be feared. Oh, like a phoenix rising from the ashes, even in death, there is a chance for rebirth. But if you cannot seize this glimmer of hope, then everything is in vain. At this moment, this voice within Wang Tiansong spoke, and he fell silent. He could see the rivers of blood. Everyone had gone mad. Countless had fallen, yet there was no pain on their faces, nor was there relief. They had their attachments. They wished to see the day when the symbiotic clan would rise again. Yes, in their eyes there was nothing but confidence in the rise of the symbiotic clan. In their view, this was certain, inevitable. So blindly, so without any reason, yet it deeply stirred Wang Tiansong's heart. Yes, why did I suddenly become so despondent? Wang Tiansong awakened, instantly regained his clarity. He was horrified by his sudden shift to a negative mindset. Watching everyone fighting fiercely, how could he have lost confidence? Everyone, today your deaths will be remembered through the ages, and I will not disappoint your expectations. Even if there's only a glimmer of hope, I will seize it. For the comrades who died in battle, and for the future of the symbiotic clan. Wang Tiansong silently vowed. What are you looking at? At this moment, Titan's voice came from behind Wang Tiansong. Wang Tiansong's strange state had persisted for too long, leading Titan to notice that every part of him was a flaw. Though he suspected a trick, he had to give it a try. At that moment, the aurora launched, striking Wang Tiansong in the chest as he turned. Success. Before Titan could finish expressing his excitement, he was perplexed to find that the aurora he unleashed merely pierced Wang Tiansong's clothing, entering his flesh, but could not penetrate his body. Haha, sorry, I was lost in thought for quite a while. I never expected to experience such sorrowful emotions, especially in an inappropriate setting. But speaking of which, you truly are clever, yet have fallen into your own trap. Why attack my heart? As Wang Tiansong spoke, a water-blue glow appeared on his chest as the aurora gathered from light was gradually frozen. What is this? It can even freeze light. At this moment, Titan was completely stunned. He could not fathom that such a thing existed. Light, which was purely ethereal, could actually be frozen. What then is the thing on Wang Tiansong's chest? At this moment, a feeling Wang Tiansong had never experienced emerged. The fear of war, the confusion of one's own strength. Although it is not a test of reincarnation, it is still a test of a person's inner resilience. You are quite fortunate to possess another soul, otherwise you would have been devoured by the will of reincarnation. At this moment, the voice of reincarnation emerged, but this time it lacked the cold tone, instead resonating with a soothing, almost relieved feeling. The will of reincarnation. What is that? As Wang Tiansong pulled the broken sword of reincarnation from his chest, he inquired about the reincarnation. It is an ethereal concept. Even I, as the embodiment of reincarnation, cannot articulate it clearly. Simply put, do you understand what reincarnation is? Reincarnation is the cycle of life and death. Between life and death, whether it be brilliance, sorrow, pain, confusion, despair, obsession, or decadence, all will be displayed in the cycle of reincarnation. However, as part of reincarnation, a person must endure so much, yet for the cosmos itself, it has witnessed countless cycles. Just now what you endured was the onslaught of the cycle of war. As the voice of reincarnation spoke with caution, it was evident that despite calling itself reincarnation, it held a great reverence for this intangible concept. In war, various emotions arise, and they are all negative. A few battles are nothing, but in a person's lifetime spanning a century, there are countless wars. The cycle of war encompasses all the war sentiments in all reincarnations: despair, bloodshed, rage, resentment, sadness. These emotions were unleashed onto you through me, delivering a powerful shock to your spirit, causing you to instantly fall into a state of despondency. Wang Tiansong was taken aback, realizing that his feelings of compassion and anger for the deaths of the symbiotic clan members on the battlefield had triggered the invasion of this war cycle. This broken sword of reincarnation, grasping it, seems to be no simple matter. What would happen if I had not resisted the invasion? Wang Tiansong asked with a hint of fear. You would be devoured on the spot, trapped forever within an endless battlefield, fighting eternally. Even if you are utterly exhausted, the fighting would never cease. You need not fear. This is also a trial for your own will. The will of reincarnation is far more than you can imagine, and you cannot always trigger it, so there is no need to worry. Moreover, every time you pass through the trial of the will of reincarnation, your own will shall align more closely with mine, enabling you to better unleash my power. As reincarnation spoke, Wang Tiansong nodded. At this moment, holding the sword of reincarnation, he felt a sense of closeness. Although subtle, he could feel that it was entirely different from the feeling of holding a mere piece of iron, without any emotional connection during his previous training. What is this? The speed of their mental conversation was incredibly fast. From the moment Wang Tiansong pulled out the sword to when he finished, they had already completed their exchange. At this moment, Titan, astonished, asked, I can tell you this is my ultimate trump card. Wang Tiansong spoke with confidence. Previously, he had been afraid to use reincarnation, worried that a single swing would render him incapable of fighting. If that were the case, it would be better not to wield it at all. But now, at the final moment of life and death, if he did not reveal his trump card, he would truly have no chance left. Goodbye, I'm not playing with you anymore. Wang Tiansong smiled mischievously, turned, and walked away, ignoring Titan. This sudden change left Titan momentarily stunned, and he hurriedly chased after him. All members of the symbiotic clan gather. Wang Tiansong shouted loudly, retracting all his previous despondent aura. With his massive frame, he held the broken sword of reincarnation, which was taller than a person. Of course, he did not understand why this seemingly complete sword was called a broken sword, but he had never truly asked about it. Upon hearing Wang Tiansong's command, including Gang Tianlin and others, they instantly gathered. If they were determined to leave, no one could stop them. At this moment, fewer than 200 warriors of the symbiotic clan were still alive, all coming together. Looking at the bloodied people, Wang Tiansong furrowed his brow and tightened his grip even more. I'm sorry, everyone. If I had understood the need for restraint, perhaps today would not have ended like this. As Wang Tiansong spoke, his expression was filled with regret, but soon all traces of regret in his eyes vanished, replaced by determination. However, war is ultimately unavoidable. Death and war have always gone hand in hand. Now we can only fight to the death. At this moment, I will also unleash my ultimate trump card. Success or failure hinges on this. As Wang Tiansong spoke, he raised the sword in his hand, pointing towards the crystal scorpion and Titan. What is this guy trying to do? At this moment, the massive crystal scorpion stood beside Titan. As two of the coalition's strongest, they were naturally at the forefront, ready to defend against any attacks, to give their subordinates a chance to regroup. I don't know. Let's watch and see. All I can say is to be careful. This guy is not simple. Ooh, just now my aurora was blocked by that water blue stick-like thing in his hand. At this moment, the two armies stood once more in grim confrontation. Yet both bore the thick coppery stench of blood, and their overwhelming aura of slaughter had darkened the very sky, casting the heavens into brooding gloom. Wang Tiansong gripped the glacial cold wheel of reincarnation, sword tightly, drew a deep breath, and declared, all hinges upon this single strike. He knew full well that he had never truly unleashed this technique, not even once. No matter how fiercely he strained, the blade remained immovable. Yet now he had no choice but to attempt it. Without it, the symbiont clan could not prevail. Though the allied forces lay shattered and strewn across the field, the symbionts' losses were devastatingly disproportionate. 1/3 of their entire fighting strength had already been erased. Even if the alliance perished to the last soul, such annihilation would still pale beside the symbionts' irreversible depletion. Ever since acquiring the broken wheel of reincarnation, Chongqing Lu had sensed the terrifying truth a sword art, whose very opening posture, drained every ounce of vitality, must possess unimaginable power. If he could swing it, just once, even a single stroke might reverse the tide of war. Driven by this conviction, Wang Tiansong trained without rest day and night, yet succeeded only in barely executing the opening posture with no further progress whatsoever. Even the wheel itself had remarked among all those who had ever wielded it the swiftest to channel its first true strike through sheer personal strength required a full month, and he remained immeasurably far behind. Thus from the onset of battle until now, Wang Tiansong had dared not draw the wheel. Though formidable, it was useless in the hands of one utterly ignorant of swordsmanship. Wielding it blindly would be worse than fighting barehanded. Only now, with no other recourse left to secure victory for the symbionts, did he finally unsheath it. Prince, complete fusion. Wang Tiansong roared. Behind him, his four colossal tails retracted violently, compressing inward at blinding speed. Even his enlarged frame shrank back to its original height of merely 1.2 meters, and the tails vanished entirely. No trace remained visible upon his body. Yet upon his brow now burned 4 stark silvery claw marks, deeper, more profound than ever before. His right eye gleamed with human clarity, his left with the feral vertical slit of a cat. Within him the two souls fused utterly, compressing his power to its absolute zenith. His right hand seized the blade. From low to high he traced a sweeping half circle, the opening posture complete. That single motion instantly hollowed his body, but to his elation immense reserves of strength still surged within him, ready to command the sword. Clearly Wang Tiansong, empowered by the prince's essence, was an entirely different being from the one who relied solely on his own strength to wield the wheel of reincarnation. At the instant the opening posture concluded, the oppressive gloom that had gathered in the sky under the weight of slaughter dissolved, vanished as if by divine decree. Not a wisp of shadow remained. Instead, radiant daylight flooded the land, golden, unblemished, serene. Were it not for the corpses and crimson pools staining the earth, all would believe this a blessed, auspicious day. Without flourish or delay, Wang Tiansong lowered his voice and thundered 3 words: sever, reincarnation. Each syllable struck the heart, like a bronze bell reverberating thrice within every soul present. Then the azure blade descended, a clean, silent, downward cut. No sword chi erupted. No frost bloomed. No gale rose. Nothing. Yet in that instant the prince tore free from Wang Tiansong's merged form, and Wang Tiansong himself collapsed, vomiting a torrent of blood. The wheel clattered onto the ground, and only Meng Lulu's swift grasp kept him from falling. When Meng Lulu beheld his face, her composure shattered. Blood streamed from all 7 orifices, his entire visage drenched in crimson as though ravaged by catastrophic injury. Yet despite this agony, a faint, deeply satisfied smile curved his lips. It succeeded. So faint it was nearly inaudible. Perhaps his lips never moved at all. Merely a quiet, inward affirmation whispered to his own soul. What is this? A hollow bluff. Most stunned were Crystal, Scorpion, and Titan. To them those 3 words, sever, reincarnation, had sent tremors through their very cores. They braced for cataclysm, yet nothing followed. Utter silence. Wang Tiansong swung once, then hemorrhaged from every orifice, teetering on the edge of death. What manner of technique was this? Had he at the final hour chosen only to mock them? Kill. Crystal Scorpion wasted no time observing further. With nothing yet transpired, now was the perfect moment to strike. Wang Tiansong hung between life and death. This was their golden opportunity. Miss it, and all hope would vanish forever. Kill. A deafening roar erupted. Under Crystal Scorpion's lead, the arthropod clans surged forward en masse, a black, suffocating tide capable of swallowing the entire symbiont host whole. Fight to the death. Seeing Wang Tiansong's bloodied, unconscious form, every symbiont believed his final effort had failed. None blamed him. He had risked annihilation for his people, attempting an unfathomable technique no one else understood. Though it appeared to have failed, his courage commanded reverence. Disappointment gave way to fierce resolve. His sacrifice ignited their spirits, and the battlefield's murderous aura flared to its most terrifying intensity. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly the heavens convulsed, the sunlit sky swallowed whole by churning storm clouds. Within the cloud sea, lightning crackled ceaselessly, yet not a single bolt struck the earth. Closer inspection revealed only one singular cloud mass, its origin unknown. Yet the moment it appeared, every warrior froze mid-stride, rooted to the spot. They did not wish to stand still, yet an inner voice, irresistible and absolute, commanded absolute stillness. Then, a sapphire hand emerged from the cloud. Its descent seemed agonizingly slow, any mortal could have fled. Yet not a single soul dared move. Indeed, they could not. Not from reluctance, but from the crushing weight of absolute power. An instinctive primal certainty escape was impossible. Even Crystal Scorpion and Titan, ancient cunning elders, felt that same paralyzing dread. Not a thought of evasion crossed their minds. Or rather, they could not move. Their bodies were locked fast as though bound by invisible chains. Thunder rolled, and the azure hand continued its unhurried descent. We must not let it touch us. Crystal Scorpion sensed mounting terror. The closer it drew, the more his sanity frayed, threatening total collapse. This horror surpassed despair itself. Utter loss of reason, utter dissolution. A fate too terrible to bear. Crystal Shield. Before him, Crystal Scorpion erected the strongest barrier his power could muster. Meanwhile, Titan readied millions of laser beams coiled and poised to fire. The azure hand pressed onward. Unhurried, unswerving, unyielding. As though destiny itself decreed its descent. None could impede it. None could evade judgment. Those fated to fall would fall, those spared would remain untouched. Its calm, inexorable pace was the most unnerving of all, like waiting for the executioner's axe without knowing when it would fall. Hearts clenched, throats tightened, breaths held in suspended terror. Soon the symbionts noticed. The descending hand targeted only the enemy. Yet they too remained frozen, unable to stir. The hand loomed ever larger, first the size of a hill, then a mountain, then vaster still, growing without pause as though it would never land. How vast is this hand? If it has grown so colossal without even touching earth, how high then must that cloud mass hang above us? Meng Lulu and the others trembled inwardly. No imagination could fathom the origin of this titanic hand, descending as if from beyond the heavens themselves. Their gaze inevitably turned to the unconscious Wang Tiansong, eyes alight with awe, shock, and bewildered wonder. Could it be him? Meng Lulu's voice trembled with fragile, fervent hope. Deep in her heart, she longed for this to be his doing. Sever reincarnation, the first technique of the 9-star god-slaying art. Its first strike severs the target's karmic cycle, past, present, and future obliterated without mercy. The 9-star god-slaying art is inherently tyrannical. Only 9 strikes exist, yet each shatters heaven and earth. Its cultivation demands near impossible rigor. Who could have imagined that young Tian Song would dare force its activation, risking total backlash, and succeed against all odds? Meanwhile, the wheel observed with serene composure, its tone one of quiet admiration. Just as all assumed the hand had begun accelerating toward impact, the truth revealed itself. It was simply drawing so close that every ridge and whirl of its palm became exquisitely distinct. Yet the moment it reached them, those delicate textures transformed into chasms, vast, unbridgeable gulfs, as the colossal hand descended. Crystal Scorpion's ultimate crystal shield shattered without a sound. Then his crystalline carapace fractured piece by piece. Titan's million lasers struck the azure palm and left not a single mark. Titan himself was crushed flat beneath its weight. No scream, no gore, not even time to feel despair before utter dissolution. They watched, conscious and agonized, as their bodies unraveled, inch by inch, fiber by fiber. As the wheel had said, sever reincarnation does not merely kill, it erases the enemy's existence across time itself, past, present, and future annihilated. From one perspective, it renders the person never having existed in this world at all. Then how could their corpse persist? It cannot. It disintegrates utterly. For having severed reincarnation, the body belongs no longer to this realm, but to the void beyond the cycle. Such is the tyranny of the 9-star god-slaying art, and the terror of the wheel of reincarnation, total, absolute erasure from reality. And this was only the first strike, the 1-star sever reincarnation. Of 9 blazing stars destined to slay gods, only one had ignited, yet its devastation defied comprehension. What then of the remaining 8? Even if Wang Tiansong retained consciousness, he would scarcely believe this cataclysm was his own doing. Boom, boom, boom. The ground heaved violently beneath the hand's descent. Even the symbionts were thrown off balance, scrambling backward. Before that hand, resistance was unthinkable. They could only rejoice, profoundly, that its wrath was not aimed at them. What kind of destructive force is this, eh? Every symbiont's heart quaked. None doubted any allied soldier caught beneath that palm would perish, utterly, irrevocably. That certainty alone made their hearts tremble, not just with terror at the technique's might, but with exhilaration at the alliance's imminent annihilation. Did it work? Truly succeed? Anxiety surged. Meng Lulu and the others were no exception. Yet the azure hand continued its descent, as if the punishment were still insufficient, demanding full execution before withdrawal. And indeed it pressed lower still. Though the earth initially resisted, the hand soon overcame it, proving that no natural barrier, however vast, could halt its descent. This was infinitely more horrifying than merely carving a crater. It was the utter compression of an entire landmass. Can this attack defy nature itself? Meng Jinka and the others stood dumbfounded, their earlier elation gone, replaced entirely by abject dread. The technique was too powerful. One more such strike, and Symbiont Star itself would be undone. In an instant, the brilliance of the sun vanished entirely, and the earth along with every person was shrouded in the azure hue of a colossal hand. As the ground beneath the symbiotic tribe trembled incessantly, the massive azure hand continuing its descent, its duration unknown. Finally, the sky began to clear from its earlier gloom, yet the azure hand did not retract. It gradually became ethereal until it vanished completely. All the members of the symbiotic tribe were still in shock, unable to believe their eyes. Did such an attack truly occur? They questioned themselves in disbelief, but the exclamation from Gang Tianlin simultaneously awakened all the members of the symbiotic tribe. At that moment, Gang Tianlin stood at the forefront, and others hurried over to see what had happened. When they reached Gang Tianlin's side, their eyes widened to the point of nearly popping out. What they beheld was a bottomless abyss. Indeed, the once smooth earth had become a bottomless pit due to the pressure of that colossal hand. Most terrifyingly, this bottomless pit extended far into the distance. Even with their keen sight, they could not see the end of the abyss. The width it spanned was also beyond their vision, creating a stark boundary between the symbiotic tribe and the multi-eyed tribe. Many turned pale, realizing that this was no exaggeration, it was simply unreal. Yet it had indeed been realized. What could they do? In that moment, everyone's gaze turned to Meng Lulu, not just to see her, but to look at Wang Tiansong, who lay in her arms unconscious and bleeding from 7 orifices. Wang Tiansong's desperate strike seemed to have succeeded. However, it was terrifyingly excessive. In just one strike, a vast boundary had been drawn between the symbiotic tribe and the multi-eyed tribe. Let's return to the village. In the end, Meng Jinka calmed down the quickest, speaking to everyone in a detached tone. At that moment, no one felt excitement. Instead, the 200 surviving warriors of the symbiotic tribe quietly acted as Wang Tiansong's guards, silently escorting him back to their tribe. As for the alliance, with such a massive boundary, it was unnecessary to ponder where the alliance had gone or if they had perished. One strike to destroy the entire alliance. Wang Tiansong, that move of yours was truly ruthless. Meng Jinka felt a heightened sense of dread towards that azure hand, while a more pronounced tremor arose within him. Aside from gratitude and admiration for Wang Tiansong, there was now a hint of respect in his heart. This move clearly came at a great cost. In his final moments, Wang Tiansong had resolved to unleash this strike, demonstrating his dedication. A person who could go so far for their kin left even Meng Jinka feeling inferior. Fortunately, Wang Tiansong was merely severely injured, and it would take some time for him to recover. The war that determined both sides' fates ended with the disappearance of the azure hand, and everyone remained calm, whether from the multi-eyed tribe, the reptilian tribe, or the symbiotic tribe. They did not move. However, 5 cities within the multi-eyed tribe were completely annihilated due to the repercussions of that azure hand, and no member of the alliance returned, leaving the multi-eyed tribe filled with sorrow. They had anticipated this outcome, but could not believe that no one returned alive. As for the reptilian tribe, they were even more restless. Their innate ability allowed them to sense blood messages through the scent of blood, but now a full month had passed since the battle ended, and not a single message had reached them. It was inevitable, all traces of the war had been obliterated when the azure hand descended. In contrast to the despair and anxiety of the 2 tribes, the symbiotic tribe experienced the greatest tranquility over the past month. No one mentioned the battle, as there was no need. They could still vividly recall their comrades fighting valiantly. The memory of the azure hand summoned by Wang Tiansong in his final moments remained fresh in their minds. This past month, the symbiotic tribe felt at ease. After centuries, the oppression in their hearts had completely vanished. Although the multi-eyed tribe and the reptilian tribe were not entirely wiped out, they understood that after that battle, the multi-eyed and reptilian tribes no longer had the means to contend with the symbiotic tribe. The symbiotic tribe had emerged victorious. In this battle, the symbiotic tribe achieved a great victory. On the night following their victory, countless people wept loudly, releasing years of repression and humiliation, having lived without dignity like puppets. Today they regained their freedom, and the planet known as Symbiotic Star returned to the control of the symbiotic tribe. Of course, the next day was dedicated to mourning the more than 100 fallen warriors of the symbiotic tribe. The symbiotic tribe did not feel much joy from their victory. Rather, the joy of victory was overshadowed by the grief for their fallen comrades. 3 months later. Wang Tiansong furrowed his brow tightly, every part of his body aching. As the pain returned, he also awoke. Upon opening his eyes, he saw the tearful prince. Compared to Wang Tiansong, the prince had suffered the least injuries, allowing him to recover quickly. Because of this, the prince could supplement some of Wang Tiansong's nutritional needs. Otherwise, after 3 months, Wang Tiansong would have starved to death. Prince, Wang Tiansong spoke somewhat dazedly, his face filled with fatigue, even showing a hint of despair. Yes, it's me Tiansong, you have finally woken up. The prince pouted cutely, tears streaming down his big eyes. Alright, stop crying. I'm awake now, aren't I? A smile crept onto Wang Tiansong's face as he continued to look around, only to find that he was alone. No need to look around. This is a room prepared just for you to recover properly. Other than Sister Lulu and a few others, hardly anyone comes here. Just then the wooden door creaked open. Wang Tiansong looked over and saw a girl with long black hair that covered half her face, appearing fatigued and somewhat haggard. Despite her youth at that moment, Wang Tiansong could not take his eyes off her. Lulu, Wang Tiansong instinctively uttered. The girl quickly reacted, covering her mouth with her small hands, seemingly trying to suppress a shout. Lulu, why don't you come in? Another familiar voice came from behind Meng Lulu, a voice Wang Tiansong recognized all too well. It could only be Gang Tianlin. However, Meng Lulu seemed not to hear Gang Tianlin's words, her eyes instantly filled with tears. The next moment, she dashed to Wang Tiansong's side, staring at him with an expression of infatuation. Only when Meng Lulu reached in front of him did Wang Tiansong realize he had been lost in thought. Looking at the girl's haggard face, he felt a pang of heartache, but managed a faint smile, saying, "I'm sorry to have worried you." Seeing the smile on Wang Tiansong's face, Meng Lulu could no longer hold back and collapsed onto his chest, crying uncontrollably. Wang Tiansong's entire body was already aching, and now it hurt even more, but he endured it because his heart felt warm. Strangely, he felt something he had never experienced on Earth. Besides warmth, there was another feeling called happiness. Wang Tiansong, you finally woke up. Gang Tianlin exclaimed, wearing a carefree expression, his words laced with a hint of teasing, yet his reddened eyes clearly showed his excitement at Wang Tiansong's recovery. Unlike Meng Lulu, Gang Tianlin maintained a smile while looking at the weary Wang Tiansong. Wang Tiansong chuckled, saying, "You little brat, if you're still alive, how could I just simply die, right?" As they exchanged glances, the emotions contained in their eyes spoke volumes. From start to finish, Wang Tiansong did not inquire about the outcome of that battle, for seeing where he was and the noticeably healthier Meng Lulu and Gang Tianlin, he knew the result without needing to ask. Word of Wang Tiansong's awakening spread throughout the symbiotic tribe in just half a day, causing the once quiet room to become lively. Wang Tiansong felt no discontent. Instead, his heart was filled with warmth. Being cared for was indeed a wonderful thing. A week later, Wang Tiansong was finally able to get out of bed with Meng Lulu assisting him. He could move around without any issues. Is this the power of my strike? Wang Tiansong reached the edge of what had now become a bottomless abyss, gazing into its depth, which remained eerily calm, devoid of any activity. The abyss was deep and terrifying, yet Wang Tiansong remained unusually tranquil. Yes, but next time don't be so reckless. You nearly got yourself killed, do you know that? Meng Lulu admonished, while Wang Tiansong merely chuckled, choosing not to respond further. Looking at the vast abyss, he sighed inwardly. This is power. But if I have to gamble my life each time, then this is not my true power. Wang Tiansong thought to himself, while Meng Lulu, Gang Tianlin, and Lin Yu remained quietly by his side, not disturbing him. Tianjian. After a long while, Wang Tiansong uttered this phrase, leaving the others momentarily stunned, not quite understanding his meaning. Since it was a divine hand from the heavens that created this place, let's call it Tianjian. As for the Duo Mu tribe, let them continue as they are. I believe that with this Tianjian here, they will no longer harbor any thoughts of rebellion. Wang Tiansong expressed his thoughts with a hint of nostalgia, but just the thought of war made him feel uneasy. Upon hearing Wang Tiansong's words, Gang Tianlin and the others nodded in agreement. What about the crawlers? Although such a massive Tianjian here is indeed intimidating, what about the crawlers on the other side? Gang Tianlin asked again. They are still close to us. Wang Tiansong recalled the map imprinted in his mind, and based on their geographical positions, he realized that the Duo Mu tribe, the crawlers, and the symbiotes all coexisted on the same continent. There were vast areas uninhabited, not because they couldn't be lived in, but because the living conditions were too harsh, leading to abandonment. If the Duo Mu tribe wanted to meet the crawlers, they had to pass through the symbiotes, which was inevitable. After all, if they were to circumvent half a planet, the time consumed would be considerable, and crossing the vast ocean that spanned half a planet was no easy feat. Thus, from now on, the Duo Mu tribe posed no real threat to the symbiotes. However, the crawlers were different. They remained adjacent to the symbiotes, meaning that conflict could erupt at any moment. Despite the fact that the internal structure of the crawlers had become extremely weak, and even their leaders might not be able to fight, having such a glaring threat right before them was uncomfortable for anyone. If it looks uncomfortable, then let's eliminate it. Wang Tiansong felt anger just thinking about the crawlers. No matter how much the Duo Mu tribe oppressed the symbiotes, it was merely intimidation in terms of territory and strength. But what about the crawlers? They even demanded some children from the symbiotes every year as their slaves, or even as food. For this alone, Wang Tiansong could no longer forgive them. Furthermore, psychologically, he found the crawlers to be much more repulsive than the Duo Mu tribe. After all, wasn't the initial cause of the war instigated by the crawlers? Thus, it was time to eradicate this race. Lin Yu, Gang Tianlin, are you two ready to lead the team? Wang Tiansong stood at the edge of Tianjin, still not turning around, but the indifference in his tone hinted at the underlying ruthlessness of a mere 10-year-old child. However, Lin Yu and Gang Tianlin showed no signs of hesitation. Instead, they appeared slightly excited. This was exactly what they had been waiting for. With Wang Tiansong's command, they immediately sprang into action. In just a week, with Gang Tianlin and Lin Yu, who were akin to supergiants, taking the lead, it was a complete slaughter for the crawlers, who were now internally weak, possibly unable to produce a single leader. In 1 week, 0 casualties, and the crawlers were entirely annihilated. From then on, the symbiote star no longer bore any trace of the crawlers. All the crawlers were forcibly eradicated by Wang Tiansong. However, one thing puzzled Wang Tiansong. He discovered that there were no crossing devices connected to Earth on the symbiote star. This so-called crossing was a spatial transition akin to flying from one city to another, but now it was about moving between planets. However, this movement had a requirement: there had to be a connection at both ends. If only one end had it, then even if you reached the other end without sufficient technology on this side, returning would be impossible. That guy Kuan Shui tasked me with this commission from the very beginning, knowing full well it was impossible to fulfill right. After everything settled down, Wang Tiansong investigated these matters, and upon discovering this fact, felt somewhat speechless. However, he was mostly grateful afterward. If it weren't for Kuan Shui's commission, he would have never arrived at this symbiote star. Without coming here, he would have never believed that a person's power could surpass the forces of technology in the universe. Forget it. Earthlings, symbiotes, aren't they all still alive? Besides, isn't this place more suitable for me compared to that mundane existence? Wang looked up at the starry sky as he spoke. The symbiotes gained their freedom, no longer needing to shrink away in a few small villages. Naturally, the expansion of their territory began. However, matters like these would not involve Wang Tiansong. He found them too troublesome and simply left everything to Meng Jinka and the others, who had no objections. 2 months later, the power within the symbiotes once again surged. Lin Yu and Meng Lulu, after experiencing Wang Tiansong and Gang Tianlin's breakthrough to the 4th level of the opening harmony, also successively broke through to that same level. Meanwhile, among the 5,000 members of their tribe, there were no longer any who were below the half-merging tier. Perhaps it was because they had finally settled down with no threat of war that people genuinely found peace in their hearts, accelerating their advancement. Now there were actually 300 individuals at the 3rd level of the manifestation tier. With such combat power, even if the coalition had millions or more troops as support, they would still be unable to withstand the symbiotes. From the very beginning, I knew that the longer time dragged on, the more advantageous it would be for us. Yet evidently it ultimately did not drag on, and rather everyone's promotion speed increased after the war. Wang Tiansong sighed as he looked at the people coming and going. Anyone who saw him would greet him warmly, and there were even those who idolized him. Those who had fought alongside him in the past referred to him as Sir. Although it made Wang Tiansong feel somewhat awkward, he understood it was the respect the symbiotes held for him, and slowly he accepted it. Oh, I say, you still can't shake that old habit, always enjoying basking in the sun under this tree. Gang Tianlin's loud voice echoed as Wang Tiansong lay beneath a towering tree, grass in his mouth, right leg bent, left leg resting on his right, using his hands as a pillow, looking quite comfortable. Gang Tianlin's words made Wang Tiansong open his eyes, and grinning he replied, "You're back. Does that mean you got the items?" Wang Tiansong maintained his position, but his eyes were already gleaming with joy. "I didn't find what you wanted. The Beidou 7 stars chart you mentioned. I searched in that direction, but Lin Yu didn't find it either. The island isn't large, and in the end we only found this thing." As he spoke, Gang Tianlin threw a rag-like item to Wang Tiansong. Wang Tiansong caught it effortlessly, felt it a couple of times, and sniffed it, asking, "What is this?" Wang Tiansong looked puzzled. "This should be sheepskin, right? On that bare island there was nothing else, but there was this thing, and I found it suspicious, so I brought it back for you. I mean, can't you just go by yourself?" Gang Tianlin complained a bit as he sat cross-legged. "Haha, I'm just a patient, my body isn't fully recovered yet." As he said this, Wang Tiansong also sat up. "Patient, my foot. Don't think I don't know you," Gang Tianlin said, glaring fiercely at Wang Tiansong, but after that he said nothing more. "Haha, anyway, thanks for your hard work." Wang Tiansong toyed with the sheepskin in his hand, and suddenly thought of his commission to bring back a treasure map, which was a sheepskin scroll. Could it be that this is the thing? Upon thinking about this, Wang Tiansong felt helpless. He turned it over, and indeed it looked just as described at the time. It was sheepskin, and there was nothing on it appearing quite intact. Did Kuan Shui really say that something like this exists? Wang Tiansong was once again shocked, and at the same time more questions arose in his mind. If this thing indeed exists on the symbiote star, and that Kuan Shui needs me to bring it back, the transfer between planets is not so simple. Unless I can create another transfer device here and find the corresponding coordinates, I won't be able to return to Earth. But as it stands, I can't return to Earth at all. Wang Tiansong felt somewhat helpless. From a certain perspective, his commission had lasted almost 3 years and had truly been completed, but he also couldn't go back. Forget it, let's treat it as a collection. He'll study it slowly when I get back. If it's a treasure map, it should contain some secrets, right? Wang Tiansong thought this and casually put away the sheepskin scroll. Gang Tianlin saw it, but pretended not to notice. This might be a treasure map. Just as Wang Tiansong finished putting away the sheepskin scroll, he said to Gang Tianlin, sounding quite enticing. Oh, a treasure map. Is there treasure? Gang Tianlin also became interested. Yes. But this treasure map is a bit tricky. Should we go back and study it carefully? Wang Tiansong said this, and Gang Tianlin was naturally excited. Oh, a treasure map. I want to study it too. It was late at night, and the towering tree remained, but now it was Wang Tiansong and his 3 companions along with 4 symbiotic beasts all gathered together curious about the treasure map. When Wang Tiansong mentioned the treasure map and the need to study it carefully, the playful nature of the 10-year-old boys and girls was instantly piqued, and they immediately grew interested. Who could have imagined that the 4 great leaders of the symbiotic clan were now huddled together planning to study a blank parchment? Moreover, they appeared to be filled with fervor. Lin Yu was the first to ask, what exactly does this parchment contain? He had been cultivating during the day and was unaware of the events that had unfolded until Gang Tianlin came to inform him, making him the only one who had yet to see the parchment. Haha, there's no need to rush. Let me tell you, this thing has not a single word on it, because it is too mysterious. Unless some divine power is invoked, the contents cannot be revealed. At this moment, the smile on Wang Tiansong's face appeared somewhat lewd, but the others remained silent, patiently awaiting him to unveil the parchment. Wang Tiansong was taken aback as he discovered that the parchment, which seemed ordinary during the day, was now emitting a faint glow. As it was exposed to the night sky for longer, the glow became increasingly intense. Wow! Tiansong, did you activate some divine power? Meng Lulu's eyes widened in astonishment, as if witnessing a miracle. No, I haven't done anything yet. Wang Tiansong was honest, and the others were left in shock. Then, if it wasn't Tiansong who did it, could this thing be glowing by itself? At this moment, Hua Er, perched on Lin Ye's shoulder, interjected. Wang Tiansong then truly realized that this was likely a treasure map. I was just playing around trying to add a bit of mystery, planning to investigate it at night, and I actually discovered something. Wang Tiansong chuckled, not expecting that his playful attitude would lead to a genuine discovery. This is remarkable. This thing is definitely extraordinary. At this moment, everyone confirmed that the parchment in Wang Tiansong's hand was indeed a treasure map, perhaps hiding a great treasure waiting for them to unearth. What should we do next? This thing is getting brighter, but it seems like nothing else is happening. Gang Tianlin could no longer contain his impatience. Seeing the brightness increase without any other occurrence was somewhat disappointing. The others gradually lost their patience as well, for the brightness was sufficient to illuminate their small area completely, yet nothing else appeared. Thump thump. Just then Wang Tiansong's heart suddenly began to tremble, not merely beating, but vibrating, which startled him, but he quickly regained his composure. His eyes widened, and without hesitation, he drew the reincarnation sword from his chest. The moment the massive reincarnation sword appeared, Meng Lulu and the others were astonished, having witnessed its terrifying power before. What was Wang Tiansong planning to do with it now? This thing must be related to you, right? Then tell me, how can we unveil its secrets? As he spoke, Wang Tiansong's hand released the reincarnation sword, which then hovered in midair. It has been nearly 3 years since the last wielder of the reincarnation sword passed away, hasn't it? The Beidou 7 Stars map is finally about to emerge. At that moment, a voice filled with antiquity and resignation emanated from the reincarnation sword, one that all 4 of them could hear. What? Wang Tiansong was extremely shocked. What did 3 years signify? He had only been on the symbiotic star for 3 years. Was it truly just a coincidence? Was the parchment found during the commission tasked the Beidou 7 Stars map? Yet without the reincarnation sword, how could they uncover its secrets? What was the connection? Wang Tiansong's mind raced, and the next moment the ice crystal-like reincarnation sword plunged firmly into the parchment. Whoosh! A sound resembling either a dragon's roar or a phoenix's cry resonated, and in an instant white light enveloped Wang Tiansong and the others, including their symbiotic beasts. What is happening? The previously curious onlookers immediately grew vigilant, their quick-witted minds realizing that their surroundings had shifted. The white light flickered out of existence, revealing a starry sky that looked remarkably familiar to them. So beautiful. Meng Lulu exclaimed in awe, while the others, though shaken, had little to say. Don't doubt it, you're actually inside the parchment. You needn't be so wary, it poses no harm to you. As he spoke, a child who appeared younger than Wang Tiansong appeared, which was none other than reincarnation, his eyes filled with resignation and weariness. Who is this little fellow? Meng Lulu wondered upon seeing him, while Wang Tiansong stepped forward, asking reincarnation, tell me what is going on. So this is the Beidou 7 Stars map. Wang Tiansong was baffled, filled with too many questions, yet he knew that asking might not yield much. What? Do you think the Beidou 7 Stars map should only be valid if the stars are present? You are mistaken. When the Beidou 7 stars streaks across the sky, you will find that connecting these 7 stars encompasses a vast expanse of the universe. Therefore, the true meaning of the Beidou 7 stars is inclusion and embrace. And this Beidou 7 stars map is indeed a treasure map, there's no doubt about that. It can also be considered a technique, as there are many ways to understand the Beidou 7 stars map. Reincarnation spoke calmly, while Wang Tiansong remained silent, and the others refrained from interrupting. It was evident from their exchange that this was not their first encounter. Did you see it? This vast starry sky is the universe. However, this is merely a star domain within the universe, or rather the star domain you are currently in. As reincarnation spoke, Wang Tiansong looked around and nodded, saying, so these shining points are planets. In his view, these sparkling lights must be planets, but little did he know that reincarnation was wearing a mysterious smile at that moment. Suddenly, the starry map shifted as if traversing countless planets, and at this moment one planet was magnified infinitely. Do you recognize which planet this is? Reincarnation asked, but Meng Lulu and the others could not identify it. However, for Wang Tiansong, who possessed the entire symbiotic star map, it became clear quickly. This is the symbiotic star. Wang Tiansong was filled with astonishment, for he could see that although the symbiotic star was magnified many times, the brilliance shining on it did not diminish in intensity. Yet he could distinctly feel that the radiance on the symbiotic star was far greater than that of the other lights. However, very soon he saw the dazzling light on the symbiotic star gradually fading. How is that possible? Wang Tiansong was even more shocked, but at that moment reincarnation smiled and said, don't worry, this doesn't mean that a planet has perished, or rather it means that a treasure on this planet has been taken, causing the light to disappear. As reincarnation spoke, the previously magnified symbiotic star reverted back to its place in the starry sky. At this moment, Wang Tiansong and the others carefully observed and discovered that although there were many bright spots, they were indeed decreasing, meaning that treasures had been taken away. What does the brightness signify? Meng Lulu inquired. The little girl is quite observant. This brightness represents the value of the treasures. The higher the value, the greater the brightness. With this explanation, the others understood. So there have been super treasures taken from our symbiotic star, is that correct? Gang Tianlin asked, and reincarnation merely nodded without denying it. As Wang Tiansong watched reincarnation's somewhat playful smile, he felt a glimmer of understanding. Continuing to observe the surroundings, he said, then you should tell me why the Beidou 7 stars map can encompass so many treasures. Or rather, how can it encompass so many locations of buried treasures? No, Wang Tiansong, you are mistaken. From the very beginning, the Beidou 7 stars map only records a portion of the treasures. The universe is vast and filled with wonders, and the treasures within it are countless. Of course, you should be proud that the Beidou 7 stars map, while not encompassing everything, still includes half of the treasures in the universe. Reincarnation spoke with pride, while Wang Tiansong found it difficult to comprehend. After all, treasures in the universe were indeed innumerable, a fact he firmly believed. However, the claim that the Beidou 7 stars map contained half of the treasure distribution in the universe indicated its value. Yet despite this, it didn't seem sufficient for reincarnation to feel proud. Reincarnation was an ancient being. If he only felt pride for this, it seemed rather unreasonable. What? Do you think it's unreasonable for me to feel pride? Perhaps the Beidou 7 stars map is just a treasure map, and I shouldn't feel proud, even if it contains a technique that alone isn't enough for pride. However, there's one thing you absolutely cannot fathom. This treasure map was created by a single person, and the locations of these treasures are marked so clearly, even indicating where great treasures are and where they are not. Do you want to know why? It's simple. These treasures were originally scattered from his hands. Upon hearing this, Wang Tiansong was truly stunned. Wait, are you saying that this person possesses half of the treasures in the universe? Meng Lulu and the others were equally shocked, unable to believe it could be true. A single person in the universe would seem no larger than a speck of dust, yet this person actually possessed half of the treasures in the universe. How wealthy must this person be? Indeed, he truly is such an existence. Reincarnation's pride grew as he spoke, while Wang Tiansong calmed down and looked at him, asking, "Then what use is it for you to show me all this? I remember that the memory you gave me also contained part of the Beta 7 Stars map. You specifically wanted me to find it, so tell me, what exactly are you trying to achieve?" Wang Tiansong knew well that there were no free gifts, and considering the vastness of the universe, what could be said to be both a treasure map and a technique? "What exactly is this?" It's simple. I'm giving you a greater space. I believe you don't want to spend your entire life just on the symbiotic star, do you? At this moment, Reincarnation's words carried a hint of temptation. Wang Tiansong frowned and replied, "Indeed, I do want to venture into a broader world. After all, coming to the symbiotic star has made me realize that my world is too narrow and should be much wider." As Wang Tiansong spoke, the others nodded in agreement. After this experience, they even contemplated leaving their home planet to explore elsewhere. "That's it. I'm giving you this opportunity to step into the outside world. And since you have become the wielder of the sword, with power comes responsibility, which you must understand." Wang Tiansong nodded. He couldn't refute anything Reincarnation had said up to this point. The moment the words about reincarnation were spoken, they stunned everyone except Wang Tiansong, clearly indicating that no one could grasp the meaning of those words. "It seems you know everything," Wang Tiansong replied calmly. He was clearly the most informed about this matter. At that moment, Gang Tianlin and the others turned their gazes toward Wang Tiansong, evidently wanting to ask what was going on. "Of course, your aptitude can only be considered average in the universe. Even though your willpower and determination can be deemed exceptional, they do not qualify as monstrous talent. Perhaps you might progress in the future, but for now, with your current level of strength, it is utterly unrealistic to wield the reincarnation sword. In other words, your strength is simply insufficient to execute that sword strike, so the reincarnation sword itself will drain your life force. With your current strength, living to 150 should not be a problem, but because of this one action, you have directly forfeited over 100 years of your lifespan. This is still with my interference, otherwise you would have been dead by now." Reincarnation spoke lightly, clearly having seen too much of life and death. "What are you talking about? That water blue giant hand, the one-star reincarnation strike." Meng Lulu quickly caught on, and soon others understood the cost Wang Tiansong had paid to execute that sword strike. "Are you crazy?" Wang Tiansong was taken aback, realizing for the first time how solemn Gang Tianlin was in front of him, and from that expression, he knew Gang Tianlin was already angry with him. "Everyone, please don't get so worked up. Since reincarnation has said it like this, it proves that I still have a chance." Wang Tiansong spoke with a helpless expression, looking at his three friends who were glaring at him in anger as if he had committed some unforgivable crime. "All right, we won't scold you for now, but if this person cannot provide a solution, you'd better watch out." They were merely acting on emotion after all. Having spent so many years with Wang Tiansong, perhaps the time wasn't too long, but due to his attitude towards life, which was somewhat laid back yet reliable and capable of taking on significant responsibilities when necessary, he was very appealing. Moreover, they were comrades in life and death, and viewing this issue through such emotions naturally made them a bit extreme. However, the reason behind their reaction was simply that Wang Tiansong had achieved a legendary status within the symbiotic clan, greatly admired by everyone, and they hoped this pillar would always remain. But the news that he might not live past 20 years was from every perspective extremely sorrowful. "I told you the Northern Dipper star chart is not just a treasure map, it also contains a technique that can save Wang Tiansong's life." Reincarnation observed the furious expressions of the little ones glaring at Wang Tiansong, yet his voice softened remarkably. At this moment, Meng Lulu and the others shifted their gaze from Wang Tiansong to Reincarnation. At this moment, the cosmic stars inexplicably vanished, and everything returned to darkness, while in the minds of Wang Tiansong and the others a plethora of text and diagrams appeared simultaneously. Nine Heavens Reincarnation Transformation. What a peculiar name. The Nine Heavens consists of 81 layers, with every 9 layers constituting a transformation. Essentially, there are no major changes, but it can absorb the power of the stars in the universe into one's body, nurturing the body while allowing the internal formation of star power. Wang Tiansong silently recited the essence of the Nine Heavens Reincarnation Transformation. That's right, the so-called Nine Heavens Reincarnation Transformation essentially operates on a tiered system. However, 81 layers are too many, so every 9 layers transform to represent one day. But I must say, it appears there aren't many benefits. The first point is that if you complete the first layer of the first day of the Nine Heavens Reincarnation Transformation, your lifespan will increase by 1 year. Then upon learning the second layer of the first day, your lifespan will increase by 2 years, and so forth, 4 years for the third layer, 8 years for the fourth layer. Do you all understand what I'm saying? Reincarnation spoke calmly, but as he sensed the shock within the hearts of the four, he felt a sense of pride. This feeling is simply 2 to the power of 80. Wang Tiansong's first thought was to calculate it mathematically, and even he couldn't fathom what a terrifying extent his lifespan would reach if he were to cultivate the nine heavens reincarnation transformation to its highest level. Stop. And merely saying this is just one of the effects. In fact, it's the least noticeable effect. Because in truth, this increment effect reaches its maximum at the fourth day, where it will no longer increase. Once you step into the first layer of the fourth day, you will have transformed into the universe. This universe is indestructible. How could you possibly disappear? Reincarnation spoke lightly, but Meng Lulu and the others were utterly stunned. Doesn't that equate to eternal existence? Wang Tiansong, being of a higher temperament than Meng Lulu and the others, was the first to respond. Eternal? Huh, you're far from it. Just because the universe is indestructible and you are indestructible, does that mean you achieve eternity? You are too superficial. However, I won't say much more now. I must tell you that the essence of the nine heavens reincarnation transformation is to truly guide you into the path of cultivation. I must admit that reaching the pinnacle of the symbiotic technique is also formidable, but it pales in comparison to the nine heavens reincarnation transformation, because it is the star power absorbed into your body during the cultivation of the nine heavens reincarnation transformation that is the true foundation for you cultivators. In other words, once you truly cultivate the nine heavens reincarnation transformation, only then will you have stepped onto the path of cultivation. As for you now, you can only be considered half a cultivator. Reincarnation spoke as if he were a seasoned teacher lecturing his students, and the four listened attentively. After all, this knowledge was a complete blank slate for them, and it was good to be able to fill in the gaps from reincarnation. Additionally, I haven't mentioned the most crucial point yet. The so-called nine heavens reincarnation transformation is inherently connected to the nine stars god-slaying technique. Wang Tiansong, don't you think this name is quite rhythmic according to your Earth's terminology? When reincarnation spoke these words, one could clearly sense he had a sly smile on his face. Meng Lulu and the others were naturally well aware of Wang Tiansong's identity, so they were not surprised. They quietly listened to reincarnation, and Wang Tiansong showed no intention to interrupt. It's simple. Only by possessing the power of the stars can you unleash the true might of the nine stars god-slaying technique. Furthermore, I can say without exaggeration that the nine heavens reincarnation transformation is among the top techniques for absorbing energy in the vast universe. The star power absorbed into your body will naturally be the best. Utilizing the technique of the nine heavens reincarnation transformation combined with the nine stars god-slaying technique, the effect is straightforward. If you have already learned the nine heavens reincarnation transformation, then when you execute any move of the reincarnation sword, even if your strength is insufficient, the cost will be less than 1% of what it is now. As these words were spoken, Wang Tiansong's expression darkened instantly. Why didn't you say that earlier? Clearly Wang Tiansong was quite angry. Damn it. Would it have mattered if I said it earlier? You symbiotic clan and the allied forces are locked in a fierce battle. Do you have time to find the Northern Dipper Star chart? Even if you found it, how much could you possibly learn in such a short time? Reincarnation spoke confidently, leaving Wang Tiansong momentarily speechless. Having said all this, reincarnation added, of course you are currently at an advantage compared to these three little ones. Because of your cultivation of the nine stars god-slaying technique, although you executed the one-star sword technique at a very limited capacity, you have nonetheless done so. Therefore, the resonance between the star power within your body and that of the universe has already been established. In other words, it will be very simple for you to enter the path now, and you should soon be able to sense the star power and draw it into your body. As for the subsequent cultivation of the nine heavens reincarnation transformation, it requires both opportunity and hard work. Both are essential, and it depends on your aptitude. I only hope you can break through to the first day of the nine heavens within your lifetime, otherwise you won't survive. Reincarnation was clearly telling Wang Tiansong that he should quickly cultivate to the first day, otherwise, given the limited years he had left, he would undoubtedly perish before mastering the nine heavens reincarnation transformation. However, Wang Tiansong still did not understand that mastering the first day entirely would involve 9 layers, and according to the calculation of 2 to the 8th power, it would exceed 200 years. At that time, he should possess a significant lifespan, so why did reincarnation say this? He did not ask. He knew that since reincarnation had said, so there must be a reason behind it. Alright, I've said everything I needed to say. The symbiotic clan is currently stable, but you must know that stability does not mean you can rest easy. You must practice diligently, or you will repeat past mistakes. As for the 4 of you, stay obediently on the symbiotic star for 10 years practicing your symbiotic technique and the 9 heavens reincarnation transformation. After 10 years, I will take you away from the symbiotic star. Reincarnation spoke in a flat tone, yet it left Wang Tiansong and the others stunned, not understanding why 10 years were necessary. What's so strange about it? When you go out into the universe, do you expect to fly there by yourselves? Some people do that, but do you currently have that strength? You need to have something like a spaceship, right? Do you think you are like those interstellar fleets or pirates with your own tools for traveling through the universe? Upon hearing this, Wang Tiansong and the others fell silent, clearly accepting reincarnation's words, and they all became much more obedient, refraining from further questions. After acquiring the nine heavens reincarnation art, their spirits soon returned to their physical bodies. When they opened their eyes once more upon the familiar surroundings, faintly perplexed expressions flickered across their faces. Though indescribable in precise terms, Wang Tiansong sensed clearly that each now possessed a distinct purpose and had glimpsed fragments of cosmic truths. Though these revelations were but a sliver of the universe's vast mysteries, they proved sufficient. Further knowledge might only erode their confidence, whereas this measured insight nurtured both strength and humility. The four concealed this matter entirely. Within the symbiotic clan, the actions of its four great pillars drew neither inquiry nor challenge. No one dared question them. Only Ming Jinka and his companions occasionally probed gently. Even those subtle, ineffable occurrences eluded their perception entirely, allowing the secret to vanish as quietly as mist. As for the cycle itself, it fell into profound silence. Though Wang Tiansong now wielded the cycle sword openly and practiced with it daily, the cycle never reappeared. The Big Dipper star chart, appearing by day as an ordinary sheepskin scroll, had been absorbed into the cycle sword. Only then did Wang Tiansong learn that the blade was not merely a weapon but also a spatial artifact. Albeit severely constrained, its storage space measured less than 5 square meters and accommodated only inanimate objects. Time flowed swiftly. Spring faded into autumn. Freed from turmoil and sorrow, life within the symbiotic clan grew serene and tranquil. Yet guided deliberately by Wang Tiansong and his peers, and mindful of ancestral missteps, the clan no longer neglected cultivation. With a newly clarified path now established, they understood that formal training should begin only after attaining the third manifestation realm. Until then, deepening the bond with one symbiotic beast remained the sole imperative. Given this foundation, over the course of a decade, nearly every child aged 8 and above achieved the third manifestation realm, excepting those under 6 who had not undergone soul duplication and those under 8 whose symbiotic beasts had bonded for fewer than 2 years. 10 years granted these prodigies ample time to flourish. Indeed, numerous cultivation geniuses emerged. A handful even reached the fourth opening and closing realm in roughly the same span it had taken Wang Tiansong and his companions. Yet none had yet transcended into the fifth symbiotic fusion realm. Nevertheless, after a decade of quiet cultivation, though the clan's population saw little growth, its combat strength swelled dramatically. Even a full-scale assault by the Alliance, complete with all ancestral elders present, would now end in utter rout. As for Wang Tiansong and his 3 companions, guided by the cycle, they pursued both routine cultivation and the nine heavens reincarnation art. True to the cycle's prediction, Wang Tiansong gained precedence, mastering its fundamentals within just 3 days. From that moment, a hitherto sealed gateway within him swung wide open. Each session of practice fused his consciousness with the celestial constellations, allowing him to perceive and absorb their stellar energy, deepening his awe at the universe's boundless, unfathomable grandeur. Though the cycle uttered no word, Wang Tiansong's mastery in 3 days stirred a rare flicker of surprise within it. The others progressed steadily and patiently, all attained genuine proficiency within 20 days, with the slowest requiring no more than 25. Beyond this, Wang Tiansong devoted himself to wielding the cycle sword in earnest, and discovered to his delight that the nine heavens reincarnation art, when harmonized with the 9 stars godslaying technique, shed all former rigidity. After all, a sword is first and foremost a weapon. To exist solely as a conduit for technique devoid of true offensive power would be tragically diminished. The cycle sword differed. Its movements demanded a precise initiating posture, a preparatory motion akin to the coiling tension before a strike. This stance, coupled with internal stellar energy and a measure of physical exertion, naturally triggered the sword's motion. Previously unversed in the nine heavens reincarnation art, Wang Tiansong relied solely on brute strength, exhausting himself relentlessly. Yet this very exhaustion forged a physique surpassing that of his peers. The cosmos, Wang Tiansong murmured, wonder deepening with each utterance, his curiosity swelling into an insatiable yearning to soar freely through the star-strewn expanse. Over the decade, Wang Tiansong could not discern whether his hair's rapid regrowth stemmed from absorbing stellar energy or some other quirk of cultivation. Trimming it repeatedly proved futile. Eventually, he abandoned the effort altogether. To his mild chagrin, it grew only until matching the length of an average woman's tresses, then ceased entirely. Yet this flowing hair infused with stellar energy and refining his very being enhanced his features with striking handsomeness, and lent his presence an aura of immense, solemn majesty. Its length further accentuated his stature, lending him an elegant towering grace. At 17, Wang Tiansong stood tall at 1.8 meters, his frame powerfully built though still slightly eclipsed by Lin Yu's peerless, almost preternatural physique. He neared that standard closely. At that moment, Wang Tiansong slowly opened his eyes. By my reckoning, it must be nearing 10 years. His voice carried an ethereal, otherworldly timbre, an authentic resonance born of cultivation. Since absorbing stellar energy, his perspective on all things, and his comprehension of the cosmos itself, had expanded exponentially. This transformation was not unique to him. Meng Lulu and the others shared it equally. Though they consciously maintained their easygoing, familiar demeanor, those close to them instantly perceived the profound shift in their bearing. A metamorphosis so pronounced it belied their mere 20 years, evoking instead the gravitas of seasoned men well past 40. Tiansong. A soft, mellifluous voice drifted from nearby. Without turning, Wang Tiansong knew it was Meng Lulu. He turned to see Meng Lulu, her long hair cascading to her waist, her figure unmatched in the symbiotic clan, and her admirers countless. Wang Tiansong offered only a calm, unruffled smile. Among their generation, perhaps only Gang Tianlin and Lin Yu matched his composure so effortlessly. What brings you here? He asked casually. She laughed lightly. Why? Am I not allowed? Wang Tiansong shook his head. Of course you are, though I assumed you'd still be immersed in cultivation. I'm no cultivation fanatic like you, she teased, nor do I possess your extraordinary motivation. Her words carried deliberate provocation, referencing of course Wang Tiansong's accumulated lifespan. Indeed, having advanced to the 5th realm of the 1st heaven, his longevity had extended by several decades, more than enough for now. Must you mock me so? His expression remained wryly resigned. Ha ha, who else should I tease if not our great hero? At that instant, a figure descended from the sky, tall as Wang Tiansong, yet perfectly proportioned, with a face so flawlessly handsome it seemed sculpted by celestial hands, his voice rich with magnetic resonance as he mocked Wang Tiansong. Damn it, you pretty boy. Say that again, and I'll carve a few new patterns into that perfect face. I dare you. Wang Tiansong snapped instantly. No, no, no. Brother Wang, remember this face is my livelihood. Ruin it, and I'd truly weep. His tone instantly softened. None other than Lin Yu, universally acclaimed as the symbiotic clan's most exquisite man. Though outwardly irreverent and boisterous, no one forgot the terror Lin Yu had unleashed a decade prior. As a mere child, his heavenly fire had raged across battlefields, incinerating tens of thousands of Alliance troops in an inferno. Even now, with many having attained the 4th opening and closing realm, none dared claim parity with his devastating power. You've all moved faster than I expected. Simultaneously, another figure appeared, distinct from the others, broad-shouldered and powerfully built, his voice deep and resonant, his long hair coiled tightly atop his head. Though massive, he radiated not heaviness, but an unshakable, grounded solidity. Spare us, Tianlin. You live closest to Tiansong, yet arrive last. I won't even dignify that with commentary. Lin Yu, gazing up at Gang Tianlin's towering frame, well over 1.9 meters, and dense musculature, looked utterly unlike them. Yet he mocked without hesitation, utterly unbothered. Blame Xiaopeng. That glutton grows hungrier by the day, not surprising for a bear, and sleeps deeper than the dead. As Gang Tianlin spoke, a small, plump, white bear suddenly materialized on his shoulder. Xiaopeng, his symbiotic beast. Hey, don't pin this on me. It was you snoring like thunder during cultivation. I couldn't wake you no matter how hard I tried. By the time you stirred, it was already this late. Why blame me? Xiaopeng wasted no time dismantling Gang Tianlin's excuse, leaving him speechless. Now there's no denying it. Meng Lulu chimed in, laughing heartily. 10 years later, these 4 childhood friends stood taller, calmer, wiser, yet unchanged in their essential sincerity, genuine, unguarded, and wholly themselves. In that moment of banter and warmth, their hearts swelled with quiet, enduring affection. A gentle sigh escaped him. Peace, tranquility, and harmony, such a life was truly precious.